Chapter 101, The Mountains Are Broken. Bump. Bump. Small cars, small houses, and even stones the size of big houses fell like raindrops from the sky behind them and hit them, smashing large bits on the ground. Fuck. Help me. Run. Get out of the way. The pirates under Moria's command jumped for a while running, avoiding the falling rocks. Fortunately, there were good people such as Mr. and Blake to help resist the falling rocks, but in the end, there were not many casualties. Only a few unfortunate ones couldn't escape, and their legs and hands were broken by a bucket-sized rock. They had to be grabbed by the hands like dragging the ground or dragged their heads on the ground to run. At this time, half of the mountain range that was cut off by Whitebeard tumbled and fell into the island. This. What is it? A pirate who was running turned his head to look to the west of the island inadvertently, and suddenly screamed. His pupils dilated and shrunk, and his eyes were dull for a while. What the hell? Some of the pirates who heard the exclamation turned their heads and looked, and then they were also startled. I saw the half-mountain range that was cut in half by Whitebeard's slashing wave, rolled down silently in the air, and then slammed into the left front of the running crowd. Boom. With a loud noise, the entire island shook violently a few times. Thump. BFFT. Running, some of the people who did not maintain their balance, suddenly fell to the ground in the shock, and threw a dog bite. Fuck. Fuck. I saw the scene where the mountain range with a diameter of at least a few hundred meters was cut off and rolled on the ground in the island. More pirates under Moria's command were stunned, only feeling their teeth sore and throbbing in their hearts. This is the world of the strong. Sure enough, it's not what people like us can imagine. This is the power that can only be possessed by God. Many running pirates have dull faces, and they look like they have been shattered, so that the speed can't help but slow down a bit. Don't hurry up, wait to die. Seeing that some pirates slowed down because of the shock, Mr. couldn't help but let out a loud roar. Yes. Run. It's too dangerous here. No, this island is too dangerous. Let's go to sea. We'll go to sea immediately and stay far away. San reminded that many people reacted, and those who fell quickly got up, exhausted their strength to suckle, and ran towards the mountains to the north. Their boats were all docked on the north coast, and as long as they ran to the coast, they would immediately take the boat away from Ark Island. Although the battle has just begun today, they have already foreseen what a terrifying battle it will be. Come on, boss. He ran past the 3 leaves below Moria and looked up. In the sky. Moria stood up straight, raised her hands, and the wound cut by Whitebeard's slash did not heal until more than 10 seconds later. It's really strong. Whitebeard. As expected of the strongest name in the world. Looking at the Whitebeard at the foot of the mountain, Moria lowered her hands and sighed. Unlike Garp's domineering Sega attack, Garp's attack is more like a blunt weapon attack. This kind of attack, Moria's body defense can block it very well. Whitebeard's attack is different, not only because his attack is a slash, but also because his Liu Ying is more domineering, plus the shock-cutting power given by the shock fruit ability. The combination of these 3 forces resulted in an unusually sharp slash, which made Moria's body unable to resist and would be cut open. And once it is cut open, the inside of the arm muscle is directly attacked by the slash that contains Liu Ying's domineering slash, and the wound caused is difficult to heal quickly with life energy. Moria felt that if he was not in the Shadow Gold body mode, his body was strong enough. Life energy will be more difficult to heal, and the body will inevitably leave indelible scars. And if the bones of Moria's little arm were not hard enough, his hands would have been cut off by the Whitebeard. That's right, bones. How come I never thought of it? Thinking of this, Moria patted her forehead. The muscles fused with the shadow couldn't stop Whitebeard's slash. But bones fused with shadows can. It turned out to be like this. You can try it. With a thought, Moria used the ability to return life and the ability to shape shadows to control the growth of the bones in the right hand. Then the bone spurs spread out and grew like a liquid, covering the entire right hand. After a while, Moria's right hand was covered with a layer of bone armor 5 millimeters thick. It looks like it is wrapped in a layer of armed domineering. In this way, coupled with the domineering armament, it should be able to block Whitebeard's slash. Moria thought, and wanted to stretch out her right hand to take a look. What? Can't seem to move. Moria tried to move his right hand again. The card owner is stuck, or it is settled. Because the entire right hand is covered with a layer of bone armor, and the bones are hard, the hand is also fixed. With a thought, Moria dissipated the bone armor directly, and resumed the movement of her right hand. Look at the bone armor that leaks out of the joints. Moria thought again, growing the bone armor into the style of armor worn by ancient generals. Just after a meal, he found that it was very uncomfortable, like a robot. The movements were very direct, but still not flexible enough. After dissipating the bone armor again, Moria suddenly remembered the scales covered in Kaido dragon form. Perhaps, the bone layer made of scale armor is the most suitable. Both flexibility and defense is not reduced. Thinking about it, Moria thought, the bone in the body proliferated, grew out of the body, and then condensed into pieces of scales. After a while, Moria's shadow golden body was covered with a layer of bone scales. Very good, that's how it feels. After wiggling his body at will and waving his arms a few more times, Moria smiled. This is what he wanted. This move will be called the Shadow Golden Scale mode in the future. Moria thought to herself after feeling her current image. Whitebeard. At this moment, Moria looked at the Whitebeard below and wondered. More than a minute has passed since he was sent flying. Whitebeard has never meant to attack. What's the meaning? Moria couldn't understand this sudden stop in the battle. He's still a little uncomfortable, although he also stopped. But what about him? The battle is over. Moria's expression condensed, and she covered her fisted right hand with a domineering look of armament. Zizi. The red and black domineering lightning was wrapped around his right hand again, as cool as a demon's arm. Bang. Moria in the air swooped down like a Superman, wearing a conical airflow shield, streaks a white ray in the air, and rushed towards the Whitebeard at the foot of the mountain like a laser. Here it is. It seems that your companion is safe. The moment Moria rushed, Whitebeard smiled, stepped back with his right foot, turned his body to the right, and raised his left fist above his right ear. Buzz. A vibrating ball containing Liu Ying's domineering power appeared, wrapping the fist of Whitebeard's clenched left hand. Whitebeard maintained this position until Moria approached for a moment, and pushed her left hand back and smashed it hard at Moria, who was rushing. Moria, who rushed in, looked solemn, twisted slightly at extreme speed, swung his right fist and slammed the left fist that Whitebeard had smashed with his backhand. Chapter 102 Fighting Whitebeard. Zheng. The moment the attack collided, the overflowing force turned into a ring-shaped shockwave that spread around Whitebeard and Moria. Crack catcher. The place where the shockwave passed, like being oppressed by invisible gravity, had already sunk 4 or 5 meters into the ground, and then instantly sank 2 or 3 meters again. Very good, the defense has really become stronger. Moria was slightly overjoyed. His scale-covered fist hit Whitebeard's vibrating ball, as if hitting an invisible ball of rubber and steel. It was neither broken nor completely flattened. But Whitebeard's attack didn't do much damage to Moria either. Although some Liu Ying domineering penetrated into the muscles of his right hand, the damage caused has been weakened by the domineering of the armed color and the bone scale armor, and it has not affected his combat effectiveness. It's like fighting Garp to the back on Skull Island before. With this level of damage, even without life energy treatment, He could fight with Whitebeard for more than 10 hours before he could not use his right hand. And now, his life energy is completely sufficient, so it is no problem to fight with Whitebeard for a long time. This is easy. The two were still working hard. Red and black domineering lightning flashed between their fists, and terrifying air waves kept coming out from between the two, blowing all around. The surface of the sea behind Whitebeard was even more swept away by this wave of continuous air, which rolled up in circles 10 meters high and swept away to the sea in the distance. "Little devil, your strength is not bad." Whitebeard grinned as he felt the constant power coming from his hands. "More than good." "Whitebeard." Moriah snorted and mocked, "If you only have this power, then fly me farther, Whitebeard." After speaking, Moriah's eyes narrowed, and the muscles of his right hand swelled in a circle, and then he pressed forward hard, and a huge force burst out instantly. Whitebeard's complexion suddenly changed. Moriah's sudden strength made him unable to rub his hands, and he was different from Moriah's frontal punch. Hit an explosive force, but because he was blocked by Moriah, he and Moriah stalemate. And now, he didn't expect that Moriah could suddenly explode with great power. Unable to cope for a while, the shock ball wrapped in his fist was connected to his left hand, and was instantly pressed back and smashed into his chest. "Little devil." At the critical moment, Whitebeard roared, and the muscles in his left hand similarly swelled in a circle. With an explosion of strength, his left fist stopped in front of his chest and did not move forward. Sharp. Feeling that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move forward a little bit, Moriah couldn't hide the shock in her heart and praised. As expected of Whitebeard, this kind of posture that does not exert force can be resisted by him. In terms of strength, Moriah is really not necessarily an opponent. Just now, he used the strength bonus brought by the extreme speed, and his own strength was stronger than waving his fists in place to greet him. But even that couldn't make Whitebeard take a step back. You can see the power of Whitebeard. "Little devil, don't underestimate people too much." Moriah's praise made Whitebeard burst into anger. His Whitebeard has never been pushed back in a frontal battle. A little devil, Moriah, actually forced his fist back. It's okay to force him back now, and he even praised him. "What do you mean, look down on people? I have a Whitebeard." After forcing him back, he came back with a compliment. This kind of admiration from the elder to the younger generation made Whitebeard's heart burst into flames, and he was completely angry. The furious Whitebeard burst out with a roar accompanied by a domineering arrogance, "I'm a Whitebeard." Boom. A huge force accompanied by the shaking force of the shaking fruit, suddenly exploded from the fist of Whitebeard's left hand. Kakaka. The vibrating ball shattered instantly, and the air split open like a spider web. At the same time, the vibrating sound of "wong" buzzing suddenly sounded in the space around Moriah. "Can't move." "No, the space is locked." At this moment, Moriah was shocked. His body was still in the posture of punching, but the surrounding space seemed to be frozen, and his entire body was frozen. The shaking fruit has this ability. Moriah was shocked. The principle of this trick is to use vibration to form a strong resonance in the space around Moriah, creating a nearly solidified space to trap the enemy. This ability is very perverted, even Moriah can't break free, and can only accept the terrifying punch of Whitebeard obediently. Whitebeard who can develop this ability is also really perverted. At least in the development of fruit ability, it is not much worse than Moriah. Clang. Clang. Just when Moriah shocked Whitebeard's forbidden air, Whitebeard pushed Moriah hard again after imprisoning Moriah. Immediately, the cracked air and the surrounding air that imprisoned Moriah were also shattered instantly like glass. Boom. The shattered air is like a shock explosion, producing a huge shock wave. Puff. Moriah spewed out a mouthful of blood. Under this extreme shock wave, it was as if he was hit by a real clear sky hammer directly on his chest. The powerful shock wave directly penetrated his chest and entered his internal organs, causing damage to him. The power is so strong that Moriah didn't expect it, and he also didn't expect the internal organs to vomit blood. Whitebeard. Moriah only had time to roar, and then he plunged his head into the mountain rock behind him like a ball that was hit by a hammer. Call out. Bump. Boom. After 3 consecutive shots with a sound effect, the 600-meter-wide mountain range disappeared, and was razed to the ground by Whitebeard's shockwave full of vibratory power. You can see the big trees in Ark Island through the flat bottom. Without seeing Moriah, he was buried in the rubble. Call out. Whitebeard leaned forward in place and shot out. The target pointed directly at the location of the rock pile where Moriah was buried under the domineering perception. This time, Whitebeard did not suddenly stop in the middle of the battle. After he attacked for the first time, the reason why he did not continue to shoot is because he saw that Moriah seemed to be covering his companions to retreat safely, so he did not shoot. When Marco retreated, Moriah didn't shoot either. Therefore, Whitebeard will not attack Moriah's retreating companions, even if it is only the aftermath of the attack. But it's different now. If you can kill with 1 move, there is no need to wait for 2 moves. So Whitebeard rushed to the location where Moriah was buried. Without further ado, it was another punch that condensed Liu Ying's domineering and vibrating power and slammed down. Boom. Boom. The moment the rocks exploded, a figure jumped out of the rock pile when Whitebeard's fist slammed down, avoiding the attack. It was Moriah, who jumped out of the pile of rocks the moment Whitebeard's attack fell. But he didn't get far. On the contrary, it was the wind pressure that burst out instantly while attacking with Whitebeard, and one accelerated towards Whitebeard, waving a fist of condensed armed color with his right hand to smash him. Bump. Whitebeard didn't respond slowly, and when Moriah's fist slammed into front of him, his left hand condensed the armed color and hardened aura and slammed it outwards, bouncing Moriah's fist to his left. At the same time, aim at Moriah, whose empty door is wide open at this time. Whitebeard clenched the pheasant knife in his right hand and stabbed it straight at Moriah's chest at this time. Chapter 103. Why are you still on the island? Bump. Moriah also clenched her fist in her left hand to condense her armed domineering aura, and waved it vigorously, hitting the knife that Whitebeard stabbed with a punch. The moment his fist touched the blade, Moriah's expression changed, and his fist bounced off the pheasant knife without encountering any resistance. Clearly Whitebeard did it on purpose. Because at the moment Moriah's fist touched the pheasant knife, Whitebeard let go of the situation. Regardless of the flying pheasant knife, he instantly bullied him, and his left hand condensed the domineering look of armament. A punch was thrown, and the direction was directed at Moriah's chest. At the same time, the right hand is clenched and ready to go. Shit. Moriah's face was ugly. He didn't expect Whitebeard to let go of his hand suddenly, so that at this moment, his left hand was still thrown outwards, and he couldn't take it back in time. And Whitebeard's sudden punch was aimed at the moment when Moriah couldn't withdraw her left hand for a while. Bump. Moriah's empty right hand clenched a fist and threw it out, easily blocking Whitebeard's left fist, but his expression did not loosen. Because it wasn't Whitebeard's real attack. Since Whitebeard deliberately let go of the pheasant knife on his right hand, he obviously had his intentions. The moment Moriah's right hand blocked Whitebeard's left fist. Whitebeard's real attack is coming. I saw his right fist condensing Liu Ying's domineering and vibrating power, and the moment Moriah blocked his left fist, a fist slammed into Moriah's chest. Boom. In the instant of collision, a force of vibration mixed with Liu Ying's domineering bursts from Whitebeard's fist. Buzz. Under this force, Moriah's entire body twisted like a ripple. Come and suffer a great shock. Kaka. taking Moriah's chest as the center point. The space is like glass, cracking white gaps like cobwebs. Puff. Moriah spewed out a mouthful of blood, and Whitebeard's full strength blow contained Liu Ying's domineering and vibrating power, which directly injured his 5 internal organs. After all, his muscles can resist this kind of attack, but his heart and other organs can't. What? Whitebeard was still not satisfied at this time. The muscles in his right hand swelled violently, and then he slammed forward vigorously, and the vibration force on his right fist completely exploded. With the sound of crackling, the cracks in the space were completely broken like a mirror. What followed was a more powerful shockwave that instantly exploded. Bang! Moriah was like a ball. Under this violent shockwave, a white air wave erupted on the spot and instantly ejected into the Ark Island. Crack! Kick! Crack! Kick! When Moriah turned into a conical air hood and slammed into the island against the ground, the shockwave followed closely, causing all the places Moriah passed along the way to crack open, revealing to shape deep grooves. Call out. Bump. At this time, Sanya and the others, who happened to run to the middle of the north and south of Ark Island, only felt a sound of wind flashing by, and then a figure crossed in front of them and smashed under a big tree not far away from them. Moriah wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, swallowed her life energy to recover from her injuries, and then quickly stood up. As soon as he stood up, he saw Misaha and the others running towards him with a concerned look. Moriah was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. Why are you still on the island? Leave soon. Before Sanya and the others could speak, Moriah ejected, past Sanya and the others, and rushed towards Whitebeard. Misaha. Blake. Ike. Everyone who heard Moriah's words was speechless. I want to say that it's not that they are not fast enough, but the boss, you were beaten up too fast, they just didn't have time to run away. But forget it. Even the bosses have been beaten here, which means that their combat radiation range has also come here. Ah. Let's run faster. Yes. It's no longer safe here. Let's leave now. Only the vast sea outside can give me a sense of security. Thinking of the scene in which Whitebeard slashed half of the mountain range with one knife, everyone's expressions changed, and they talked to each other, running a little faster. Misaha is even more domineering when she sees it, and pays attention to the slashes that may come flying behind her at any time. Although she seems to be able to fight with Moriah, it is only because Moriah's armament is not strong enough, and her defense is terrifying, so she can fight Moriah. If it was Whitebeard's slash that severed the mountain range, her defense would be slashed in an instant in front of this kind of power. So Misaha was very careful and didn't dare to be careless. Call out. On the other side, when Moriah rushed towards Whitebeard, Whitebeard also entered the island from outside the mountains, dragged the knife with both hands, and rushed all the way to Moriah, and the speed was also very fast. The Whitebeard at this time is not the white-haired and Whitebeard that will be exported from the station in the future. At this time, the blonde Whitebeard, the speed is swish, the flowing blonde hair is running at extreme speed, like a golden light, flashing past. Call out. Call out. On the way to Whitebeard at high speed, Moriah's mind moved, and 4 tails covered with scales condensed at the tailbone behind him. In order to prevent the previous scene of being caught in the neutral position by Whitebeard, Moriah chose to condense 4 tails to deal with it. I have to admit that even after absorbing Barrett's fighting skills and instincts, Moriah's fighting experience is still not as good as Whitebeard's. After all, what Moriah devoured by swallowing the shadows was only Barrett's fighting skill instinct, not memory, so the combat experience was not as good as Whitebeard's. But after you have 4 more tails, you won't have a chance to catch my neutral position, Whitebeard. Moriah smiled as she looked at Whitebeard, who was getting closer. Then his mind moved, and a tail behind him suddenly grew longer and bigger under his control, and then turned into a blade again. The moment he was about to approach Whitebeard, Moria suddenly got up and jumped, spinning his body in the air, driving the blade-shaped tail behind him to spin at an extremely high speed, slashing at Whitebeard from top to bottom. Facing this sudden scene, Whitebeard stopped instantly, holding the knife in his right hand above his head. Zheng! Moria's blade tail slashed on the hilt of the Whitebeard's condensed armed color domineering wound and hardened, and a domineering lightning sound of zzzz broke out. The strength of Whitebeard's armament color is like. The moment the attack collided, Moria felt the strength of Whitebeard's armament color, which seemed not as strong as Garp's. But before Moria could continue to sense it, Whitebeard lifted it violently, and a shocking force exploded, instantly shaking Moria away. Tap! Moria turned over, and both feet just landed from the air. I saw that Whitebeard had drawn a knife with both hands and came to him, making a horizontal slashing to his left arm. In the face of this blow, Moria retracted his left arm in a colliding manner, and slammed into the pheasant knife that Whitebeard slashed. Zheng! Zzz! Another terrifying shock-wave overflowing from the collision crushed everything around the two, the trees and soil, and everything was blown away. Whitebeard frowned. His pheasant knife, which contained Liu Ying's domineering and vibrating cutting power, failed to cut Moria's muscles this time. It's the reason for that scale armor. Looking at Moria's scaled armor, Whitebeard's heart moved. What a genius who can develop the power of devil fruit. Whitebeard sighed, and then with his hands, he wanted to explode Moria with another shock. Chapter 104 The Plan of the Warring States Period. This time it won't be as you wish. Moria sneered. Waiting for Whitebeard to shake him away with the force of vibration again. He suddenly exploded with a huge force, and when he bounced Whitebeard's pheasant knife away for a moment, he took advantage of the situation to bully him, clenched his fist with his right hand, and punched Whitebeard's chest with a punch. Whitebeard didn't panic. He pulled the pheasant knife with his left hand holding the handle of the pheasant knife firmly, and pulled the pheasant knife back. He clenched the handle of the pheasant knife with both hands and placed it across his chest, blocking Moria's fist. However, at this moment, Moria smiled. The fist is nothing but his swinging attack, and the four tails behind him are the main attack. Just as Whitebeard blocked his fist attack, the four tails behind Moria stabbed out from his waist in a thorn-like shape. Shh. Four sharp tails covered with domineering and hardened armed colors pierced through the air at an extreme speed, instantly stabbing Whitebeard's chest. Ding! Sparks flew from Whitebeard's chest, and Moria's tail made a piercing sound as if it was stabbed on a super-hard alloy steel plate. What a strong defense! Moria sighed, but there were not many surprises. Whitebeard's armed color domineering hardening was already very strong, and it was obviously difficult for him to pierce. Bang! Whitebeard suddenly burst out with a shocking force, rushing towards Moria. Moria stepped back. Whitebeard jumped forward in an instant, and rushing towards Moria was a slash from top to bottom, landing on Moria's head. Moria gave way sideways, and then turned around to look at Whitebeard, and raised his foot with a whip and slammed it towards Whitebeard's waist. Zheng! Whitebeard lifted his right leg slightly and blocked Moria's whip leg with his calf. Clenching the handle of the knife with both hands and turning it over, the blade of the pheasant knife faces Moria, then swings the knife to the upper right and slashes toward Moria's waist. Call out! Moria got up and jumped in the air behind him to avoid him. He flew into the air, and the four tails behind him quickly waved towards the Whitebeard below in a blade-like shape. Chen Seng Seng Seng. A series of four crescent-shaped slashing waves cut through the space and flew towards Whitebeard with extreme speed. Bump bump bump. Whitebeard held the pheasant knife in his right hand and swung it left and right like a ball, smashing Moria's 4 slashing waves into the air. Boom boom boom. The 4 slashing waves shot by Whitebeard left 4 deep grooves with knife marks 2 meters wide and 100 meters long in the island. Call out. At the moment when Whitebeard slapped Moria's slashing wave, he took advantage of the situation and flew towards Whitebeard below and threw a punch. Zheng. Kakaka. Whitebeard clenched a fist in his left hand and returned a punch full of Liu Ying's domineering and vibrating power. The earth was as fragile as glass when the two attacked and collided, and it shattered instantly. Zheng. Zheng. Boom. Zheng. Kakaka. In the following time, Moria directly armed with domineering and domineering covered the whole body, and entered the white-hot battle with Whitebeard. Every time the two collided, the shock wave formed by the overflowing force rolled around like a wave. Wherever he went, the ground was crushed, trees were blown away, and rocks were shattered. The strong winds formed, even on the sea outside Ark Island, can set off a circle of huge waves. Every slash that bounces off, especially Whitebeard's, leaves a deep scar on Ark Island. Occasionally, the slashing waves flying towards the mountain range will also be cut or cut open, and the mountain range will be shattered and shattered. Just when the battle between Moria and Whitebeard was heating up. East of Ark Island. On the sea, 2 naval observation ships carefully observed the situation on the north and south sides of the island. At this time, Misaha and the others had already left the Ark Island by boat. Watched the fierce battle between Moria and Whitebeard on the island in the far sea to the north. Although they were too far apart, they couldn't see Whitebeard and Moria at all. Only Misaha and a few people could see it clearly with the help of binoculars. But everyone still looked at the direction of Ark Island. As expected of a man on par with Garp. Even the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, can't do anything to the boss. After witnessing the godlike strength of the Whitebeard, they discovered how strong Moria was, who could fight with the Whitebeard to such an intense level. At this moment, except for the pirate captains and carders who were enslaved by Moria's shadow. Those ordinary pirates who have not been enslaved by shadows are all interested in the sea of shadow emperors. The thieves have a piece of their own glory, or pride. At this moment, they are proud that they can carry the name of the best actor in the new world. At this moment, they also truly integrated into the big family of the movie Emperor Pirates. You must win. Many people looked at the direction of Ark Island and secretly looked forward to it. As long as Moria wins, they will be the pirates under the command of Moria, the new world's strongest man. It seems that the throne of One Piece is not far away from them. The pirates under Moria looked expectant. And the other side. On the waters south of Ark Island. Marco and others are also watching the battle in Ark Island. I didn't expect Moria to fight Daddy to such an extent. Marco was a little shocked. He was shocked that Moria didn't summon Shadow Attendant Barrett to fight with him from beginning to end. Instead, he has been facing his father's attack alone. At this time, Marco still believed that Barrett was made into a shadow servant by Moria. So before the war, their biggest concern was Shadow Servant Barrett. Because they knew how powerful Barrett was, they were afraid that Moria would not only besiege Dad with Shadow Attendant Barrett, but also that Moria would summon all Shadow Attendants to besiege Dad together. Unexpectedly, the battle has started until now. Moria has always been alone, and even fought a full-fledged father. At least it seems to be a half-baked battle now. This is where Marco didn't expect and was shocked. However, Marco believes that it is his father who wins in the end. For nothing else, even Roger, the Pirate King, can't do anything about his own father. Marco doesn't believe that Moria can beat his father better than Roger. The other side. On the Navy observation ship, after observing for a while, The Navy found that whether it was under the Whitebeard pirates or the pirates under the movie King pirates, they only focused on the battle between their own captains on Ark Island, and did not fight each other at all. Intention. The Rear Admiral in charge of the observation ship reported the situation to the Warring States through the phone bug. Warring States on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. I noticed something was wrong. As expected of your Whitebeard, or the ick is online at the critical moment as always. But this time the plan is not specifically aimed at you. You will notice it as soon as you notice it. It doesn't matter much. As long as Moria doesn't notice it. After thinking about it in his heart, Sengoku smiled. He then gave instructions to the Rear Admiral who was in charge of observing the fleet to continue monitoring the movements of the Shadow King pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Originally, according to the meaning of the Warring States period, if the Whitebeard pirates could go to war with the Shadow Emperor pirates, then with Moria's Shadow Attendant ability, the Whitebeard pirates would not have any casualties. In this way, Whitebeard, who values his family and companions, will inevitably fight to the end with Moria. At that time, maybe both sides will be injured, then he can happily pick up leaks with Garp again. So he asked Garp to leave behind the Whitebeard pirates and hide, just to give Whitebeard a chance to fight against Moria with confidence. But obviously, this tactic may be too obvious. Whitebeard was not fooled and left Marco and his pirate group on the sea to watch the battle between him and Moria. In this way, the Navy will naturally not be able to pick it up. But just as Warring States thought, the Navy's action this time is mainly to cooperate with CP0 to capture Moria. The focus is still on Moria. Chapter 105 Silent Battle, Fierce Confrontation. Bump. Inside the Ark Island, Whitebeard shuddered and sent Moria flying 100 meters away. Tap. As soon as he landed on the ground, Moria lunged down with his legs, and the four tails behind him were like machine guns. Using the skill of the flying finger gun, he sent out countless white ray shockwaves to the Whitebeard rushing towards him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Facing the incoming ray shockwave, Whitebeard, who was traveling at extreme speed, stopped, clenched his fist with his left hand and blasted it out. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying vibrational force dissipated, making the air in front of Whitebeard's fist turn solid. The white ray shockwave hit it, just like high-speed water droplets hitting the steel plate. After making a chitchy sound, it collapsed and annihilated. Call out. Call out. After launching numerous flying finger gun attacks, Moria chased behind the ray shockwave and quickly approached Whitebeard. Just after Whitebeard blocked all the ray shockwaves, Moria had come to him, using four tails to stab or chop, attacking Whitebeard from all directions. Zheng. 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 For a time, Whitebeard moved, turned, or tilted his head, avoiding some of Moria's attacks. At the same time, he held a knife in his right hand, and his left hand condensed the domineering aura of armament, and attacked Moria. Call out. Zheng. Call out. Zheng. Moria also moved and twisted to avoid some of Whitebeard's attacks, and at the same time attacked Whitebeard. The two are moving fast, crazy counterattack in motion. For a while, the two of them could not be seen in the entire Ark Island. I only saw countless domineering lightning flashes, and the shock waves that kept erupting like ocean waves swept through everything on the island. Bump. During the fierce battle, Whitebeard seized an opportunity and stabbed Moria into the air. Then quickly waved the pheasant knife, sending out two shock waves containing Liu Ying's domineering, flying towards Moria in the air in an X shape. Zheng. As soon as Moria in the air stabilized his body, he directly returned a punch. But in a hurry, his strength was not as great as that of Whitebeard. After a brief stalemate with the chopper wave, his body was once again hit by the chopper wave and flew higher. The air. Call out. At this moment, Whitebeard, who had been prepared for a long time, jumped up sharply after sending out a slashing wave. At this moment, he appeared above Moriah, facing Moriah who was flying upwards. Just a hard punch. Boom. The terrifying power of vibration and Liu Ying's domineering erupted. Moriah's body was instantly twisted like a ripple, and it was crushed by a terrifying force. Puff. Call out. At the same time as a mouthful of blood protruded, the power of vibration broke out completely, and Moriah smashed to the ground at a vertical speed. Kakaka. The terrifying power made the Ark Island, with Moriah smashed as the center. The ground seemed to be lifted up, and 3 blocks of land with a width and length of several hundred meters were instantly raised with different tools. Call out. The Whitebeard in the air didn't stop attacking, and took advantage of the situation to shoot from the air with the power of vibration and Liu Ying's domineering, and shot at Moriah on the ground at high speed. Call out. Moriah, who was in the deep pit on the ground, had already devoured his life energy to recover his injuries when he was knocked down. After the strength was removed from his body, he instantly flew backwards and avoided Whitebeard's attack. Kaka. Boom. As soon as Moriah dodged, Whitebeard stepped on the deep pit and exploded, and the ground within a kilometer radius shattered like a mirror, leaving deep dark trenches. Chen Seng Seng Seng. Before Whitebeard jumped out of the deep pit, Moriah jumped up to avoid the attack, and the 4 tails behind him swung into a blade, instantly sending 4 slashing waves to him. Zheng. Boom. The Whitebeard in the deep pit slashed horizontally with a knife in both hands, directly knocking all 4 of Moriah's slashing waves flying. Call out. Call out. Then the 2 rushed towards each other again at high speed. Zheng. Boom. Kakaka. A new round of high-speed counterattack has begun. In the fierce and fast battle, the 2 of them focused on the battle the whole time, without a trace of verbal communication. Or that there is simply no time to be distracted to talk. After each blow of the 2, there was no extra pause, either attacking or on the way to attack. It's not like Luffy's narration while fighting in the original book. Whether it's Whitebeard or Moriah, the 2 of them now are extremely fast. Even if it is a distance of 100 meters, it is basically possible to move in less than a second. So talking while fighting is difficult to achieve. At least the current Moriah has absolutely no time to say his moves. What movie King Fist? What a finger gun. For Moriah at this time, it was just a normal attack. The battle goes on like this. From day to night, and from night to day. Shake. The time came to the afternoon of the 2nd day. In the sky of Ark Island, I don't know since when, it has been covered with a thick layer of dark clouds. On the island, Moriah and Whitebeard have been fighting for more than a day and more than 24 hours. During the period, the 2 did not eat or drink, and maintained a fierce confrontation with almost no shadows. Well, Moriah doesn't count. Whitebeard is the real one who doesn't eat or drink. Moriah still has life energy to replenish her stamina. And Whitebeard was really fighting Moriah with his own body. The world now only knows that Whitebeard's Ginseng Yuo is powerful. But he didn't know that before he got the Ginseng fruit, the Whitebeard when he was very young was also known for his body terror and power. Monster. Both of them are monsters. In the Southern Sea area, many pirates under Moriah's command were all shocked at this time. They could continue to fight against Moriah and Whitebeard while maintaining this fierce battle. Shocked so far. Because it is completely unimaginable to them, they can do it. So they were shocked and shocked. It turns out that the gap between us is so big. Miss Soha, who watched the battle with binoculars, sighed with sore eyes. The continuous fierce battle between Moriah and Whitebeard made her feel that there was still a huge gap in strength between herself and Moriah. That's why I chose to follow the boss. Ike, who was on the pirate ship on the side, smiled, until at this point, his heart finally let go. Powerful. Unparalleled power. Powerful that even Whitebeard can't handle. Moriah perfectly complied with everything I asked of him. Their crazy pirates finally don't have to be afraid that one day they will be killed by Whitebeard. The band of thieves was destroyed? Because the boss has propped up a sky of our own for us. Tia and other members of the Stick Pirates also showed a relieved smile at this time. Not to mention the pirates who later joined Moriah. Although only a full day has passed since the battle. But it has been able to prove the power of Moriah. After all, it was different from when Skull Island only fought with Garp for half a day and then retreated. This time, Moriah and Whitebeard fought for a whole day, which can be said to have completely let the world see his powerful strength. Undisputed power. It is the strength that can compete with the strongest man in the world. So now Marco is a little panicked. It's different from the initial belief that Whitebeard will win. He is no longer so convinced. Although I still feel that Whitebeard will not lose, but it will not be so easy to win. After just one night, Moriah succeeded in making Marco feel that his strength had truly reached the same level as Whitebeard. They are all one of those who can compete for One Piece. Chapter 106 Ascension in Battle, Whitebeard's Fear. This guy. Resilience is comparable to Kaido's. Whitebeard in the battle was amazed. From yesterday to now, he couldn't remember how many times Moriah vomited blood by himself. But every time, Moriah just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he went into the fierce battle with him again with a lively look. This kind of terrifying physical resilience that no matter how much you vomit blood, Whitebeard has only seen it on Kaido. However, the reason why Kaido has such terrifying physical resilience is because the ability of the animal-type devil fruit has been developed to a very deep level. And Moriah. Whitebeard is very sure that the shadow fruit does not enhance the ability of physical recovery. Then there is only one guess. The body of Moriah is different from ordinary people. It should be the same as Charlotte Lingerling. The body has also mutated, so the body's resilience is so strong. Whitebeard thought he had found the reason for Moriah's physical resilience metamorphosis. That's why Moriah didn't know. If he knew, he would definitely say, HMM. You are right, Moriah, have a unique physical talent, and my physical resilience depends entirely on mutation, and I never take drugs. At present, only Perona and Hira know about life energy. Everyone else just thought that Moriah's terrifying resilience was the reason why his body was already abnormal. The armed color has become stronger. During the battle, Whitebeard suddenly frowned, and he found another place where Moriah was abnormal. It reminded him of Roger when he was young. That guy is also a speechless bastard. Just like the natural protagonist, he can always increase his strength incredibly quickly in battle. When he was still in the Rocks Pirates, Roger quickly became stronger in this incredible way. Finally, in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, he and Garp defeated Rocks. Although there is also a part of the reason why they have been releasing water and shouting, 666. But it is undeniable that Roger's strength is indeed very strong. Otherwise, even with Garp, he wouldn't be able to beat Rocks. And now, Whitebeard actually saw that there was another person who, like Roger, was improving his strength in battle, and he was still fighting with him, while fighting and gradually improving his strength. To be honest, Whitebeard's heart is a little complicated at this time. In this era when Roger was dead and the Golden Lion retired, he could see some shadows of Roger from Moriah, which made him suddenly feel that he was getting old. But even though I'm getting old, I have a white beard, but it's not a whetstone for you to improve your strength. Moriah. Whitebeard roared in his heart, and the battle with Moriah became more intense. He no longer cares, this battle must defeat Moriah, he doesn't believe it, Moriah's strength will continue to improve, and the physical resilience will continue to recover without limit. Kaido doesn't have the ability to recover indefinitely, and Whitebeard doesn't believe that Moriah can. In a word, Whitebeard saw a huge threat from Moriah. It's still the bot of Shadow Servant's ability. Whitebeard was also afraid that he would get old and die. Marco and others are not Moriah's opponents, and they will be turned into shadow attendants by Moriah. This is unacceptable to Whitebeard. So he wanted to get rid of this terrifying enemy when he could get rid of Moriah, and not leave it to Marco and the others. This was all from the moment when Whitebeard felt that he was getting old. "Moriah, you can't stay." As I thought to myself, Whitebeard's battle became more and more reckless. That's right. Just unscrupulous. Relying on the domineering of the armed color, he is stronger than Moriah, and his strength is not bad. Whitebeard used Moriah's Shadow Servant's favorite tactic. No defensive tactics. Only attacking, not defending. Whitebeard is very clear that his attack is stronger than Moriah's. As long as the frequency of attacking Moriah increases, Moriah's physical recovery will be stronger, and could not withstand his continuous attacks. Zheng. Puff. Puff. For a time, the sudden change in the fighting rhythm caused Moriah to take several Whitebeard's attacks in a row, causing the internal organs to be affected and vomiting several mouthfuls of blood. What's the matter with this guy? Only offense but not on defense? Is it because my attack doesn't hurt him much, so I'm unscrupulous? Fuck. Moriah couldn't help but scolded while dodging and resisting Whitebeard's attack. Shouldn't it be me? This kind of fighting style of relying on defense and only attacking but not defending. How to become a Whitebeard and give yourself this set. The fight continues. The change in Whitebeard caused Moriah to suffer some losses at first. But after getting used to it, it got better. Although Moriah was attacked and vomited blood more frequently because of Whitebeard's lack of defense, it didn't matter. Before the battle with Whitebeard, Moriah's life energy had exceeded more than 2,000 copies. Even if Whitebeard is crazy now, Moriah can fight him for 3 days and 3 nights, or even more. So, be crazy, whoever is afraid. Anyway, my purpose has always been to improve my strength and enhance my armed arrogance. Moriah thought to himself that his purpose of battle has always been very clear, that is, to improve his strength and enhance his armed domineering. He doesn't think he is a genius. If you want to improve your strength, you should fight and fight against the strong. If you fight more, your strength will naturally increase. The same is true of armed domineering. If you want to increase the strength, fighting against a powerhouse stronger than your armed domineering is the fastest way to improve. Moreover, Moriah has now discovered that Whitebeard's vibrational power is very helpful to his domineering armament. Every time the attack collided, Moriah felt that his armed arrogance was being beaten and forged by the clear sky hammer using the random cloak hammer method, and it was improving little by little. From yesterday to now, his armament color has increased from %93 to %93.3. Although it took a day to reach it, it also made Moriah very excited. You must know that after the domineering of the armed color reaches %90, every increase of %0.1 requires countless battles and tempering. And now, after just 1 day, Moriah's armament color has increased by 0.3%, how could he not be excited? If you can keep doing this, it would be cool to brush the domineering power of the armed color to the same %100 as Cup. Moriah thought happily. Therefore, one wants to completely eliminate the enemy for the sake of the child, and the other wants to quickly increase the strength of the armed color. With their own determination, the two launched a fierce confrontation on the Ark Island. That's it. Another full day has passed, and the day before yesterday, Moriah and Whitebeard have been fighting fiercely for more than 2 full days, 48 hours. Chapter 107 I Can't Beat You, I Can't Beat You. On the island, Moriah, who was in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, had a domineering body with armed color, and there were more red and black domineering lightning entwined than when the battle started. The whole person seems to be wearing a red and black thunder and lightning armor, just like the Thundersure Valkyrie. Moria, it looks like he should be about to realize Liu Ying's domineering. Looking at Moria's state now, Whitebeard said solemnly, "What a terrible guy." Generally speaking, armed color is domineering to a certain extent. As long as the fusion degree with self-will reaches 80%, Liu Ying's domineering can be inspired. This may sound simple, but not everyone can do it. And now, the domineering lightning on Moria's body is so strong, in Whitebeard's view. The fusion degree should be almost 80%. That is to say, Moria will be able to use Liu Segura's domineering style right away. Thinking of this, Whitebeard's attack became more and more urgent. He wanted to do more damage to Moria before Moria inspired Liu Segura's domineering. Because he understands that there is a huge gap in strength between those who can flow and those who don't. Of course. To his level. Even if Moria inspires Liu Ying's domineering, there is still a gap between his strength and his strength. But it's hard to imagine that Moria vomited blood now. You want to inspire Liu Ying's domineering. On the other side, Moria frowned slightly in the fierce battle. It stands to reason that he should be excited to inspire the domineering Liu Ying that he had always wanted. But now he can't get excited. He now has a feeling that as long as Liu Ying's domineering is stimulated, he will miss an opportunity to quickly increase the strength of the domineering of the armed color. This feeling is strong and unreasonable. The closer you get to the moment when Liu Ying's domineering is aroused, the stronger it will be. It seems that this opportunity to quickly increase the strength of the domineering of the armed color will only happen once in a lifetime. If you miss it, you will definitely lose money, which makes Moria not want to miss this opportunity. Especially through these 2 full days of fierce battles, he probably had a clear perception of the domineering and hardening strength of Whitebeard's armed color. Percent 97. This is the domineering hardening strength of Whitebeard's armed color, not as high as Garp's. Garp's is 100%. But also than Moria now. Percent 93.3 is higher than percent 3.7. Don't underestimate this percent 3.7, the defense bonus is very different. If Moria's current armament color domineering hardening strength reaches percent 97, then you don't need the Shadow Gold scale mode, only the Shadow Gold body mode, and you don't even need to wave your fists to attack to offset some of the power. Just rely on armament color domineering defense and physical hardness, a full blow against Whitebeard. He won't vomit blood again, not even internal bleeding, at most the extent of some muscle damage. Therefore, the difference of a few percentage points in the strength of the armament color's domineering hardening does not seem to be large, and even the bonus to attack power is not very large, but the bonus to defense is very large. From Moria's point of view, the domineering hardening of the armed color is different from the super penetration attack power shown by the domineering Liu Ying. It is mainly mentioned in the word hard. People in the world of One Piece have different physiques. Some people are born invulnerable, like Charlotte Lingerling, who are defensively terrified. These psychopaths can smash solid stones with their hands like steel. On the other hand, if a person with an average physique smashes a hard stone with his hand, even if it is really broken in the end, his hand will be abolished. At this time, the power of the armed color's domineering hardening is reflected. A person with armed arrogance can harden his hand with armed arrogance until it is as hard as steel. At this time, if you smash hard stones again, it will still be broken stones, but your hands will be safe. Therefore, for Moria, who wants to become the strongest and toughest man in the world, the 93.3% armament color domineering hardening strength is not tough enough. He wants to be tougher. At least it should reach the hardening strength of 97% of Whitebeard. Thinking of this, Moria felt truthless, and used great will to suppress Liu Ying's domineering intentions. Don't be arrogant, I just want to be tougher. I just need to be hard. I'm going to be tough. I'm hard. Hard. So, with a strong hard will, Moria made Liu Ying's domineering, which he wanted to inspire, suffocate back. Then, when the fighting time exceeded 72 hours, it came to the afternoon of the fourth day. Moria's armament color domineering hardening strength has been increased to %95. Up to now, Whitebeard's attack can no longer make Moria vomit blood, and at most blood overflows from the corner of his mouth. As a result, Moria's eyes lit up when she looked at Whitebeard. The battle was even hotter, and there was no fatigue at all. This process of seeing the improvement of strength, for Moria, is more fascinating than exchanging water with Sanyi and the others. This guy is going the way of Garp. Seeing Moria's more domineering lightning, Whitebeard had a little guess in his heart. But he wasn't sure. When the battle came tonight, Whitebeard was determined. The current Moria, the fusion of self-will and armed domineering, in his perception, has definitely exceeded 80%. But Moria still didn't inspire Liu Ying's domineering, thinking that she restrained herself. It's really troublesome. Whitebeard's heart sank slightly, and his face was not very good looking. He had seen such a scene where Liu Ying's domineering conditions were met, but he tried his best to suppress it. Garp was the same way when he was young. Back then, in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Cap and Rox had just played against each other for a day, and they reached the conditions to inspire the domineering of Ryusaka and the battle. But he chose not to stimulate, and desperately suppressed Liu Ying's domineering automatic stimulation. Whitebeard at the time didn't know why Garp did this. Why can you inspire Liu Ying's domineering power to increase her strength, but she desperately suppresses it? Later he found out. While Garp tried his best to suppress the domineering that inspired Liu Ying, he teamed up with Roger to fight Rox. During the battle, Garp's armament color domineering hardening strength increased rapidly, stunned everyone. In the end, Garp, whose armed color was domineering and hardened rapidly, defeated Rox with Roger. After the battle, Garp's armament color domineering hardened strength also increased to a level that was unmatched by everyone at the time. Many people who saw Garp's approach at the time tried it later, but they didn't succeed. Even Whitebeard tried it later. It didn't work either. When the fusion of his armed arrogance and self-will reached 80%, Liu Ying's arrogance was automatically stimulated, giving him no chance to restrain him at all. So far, Moria is the second successful Whitebeard has seen, and the first is naturally Garp. So, how did this guy do it? Whitebeard, who was fighting with Moria, was curious but also a little depressed all of a sudden. Would you like to retreat directly, stop fighting? A thought suddenly flashed through Whitebeard's mind. Because once he retreats, and there is no strong man to fight Moria, even if Moria restrains and inspires Liu Ying's domineering, it will not be able to increase the strength of the armed color domineering. This is a necessary condition for this method to quickly increase the strength of the armed color domineering. There must be a strong man with a strong domineering armed color to fight with him, in order to quickly increase the strength of his armed color domineering. Do not, however, it is useless to suppress Liu Ying's domineering arousal. Forget it, I can't afford to lose that person with Whitebeard. After thinking for a while, Whitebeard decided to have a good fight with Moria. No matter the reason, once he retires today, the world will only say that he lost to Moria, and won't say that he just doesn't want to be Moria's whetstone or something. At that time, the Navy does not know how to publicize it. Whitebeard didn't want to lose face in the eyes of his children. And, in any case, the reason why he had such a slight idea of retreating was because he knew that with strength alone, he could no longer stop Moria from continuing to be strong. The current Moria is already a strong person he recognizes. Facing the strong, Whitebeard's strong heart also made him unable to make the choice to retreat. So, fight. Come on, Moriah, let me see how far you can go. Between the battles, the determined Whitebeard seized the time and roared at Moriah. This guy went crazy again. Moriah whispered softly, feeling the sudden increase in Whitebeard's fighting spirit. Whitebeard had a black line on his face. Immediately during the battle, his hand increased a bit of strength, knocking Moriah away. Continue. Moriah looked frantic, and didn't care about Whitebeard's sudden strength, and quickly fought with Whitebeard. Zheng. 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 With the cooperation of Whitebeard's full-scale battle, Moriah's armed color domineering strength is rapidly increasing. On the 5th day of the battle, Moriah's armament color domineering strength reached %96, 1 percentage point away from Whitebeard. On the 6th day of the battle, the domineering strength of the armed color reached 97%, which was already as strong as Whitebeard's. Haha. It is good. Continue. Come to fight. Moriah was very excited. He wanted to be aggressive and increase the strength of the armed color to the level of Garp, or even more than Garp. This bastard wants to continue to improve. Whitebeard suddenly sneered, looking at the domineering lightning that has been wrapped around Moriah's body. He snorted in his heart, "Go dream." As long as the fusion of armed arrogance and self-will reaches 100%, it is useless to suppress it. Liu Ying's arrogance will be automatically stimulated. Back in the Valley of the Gods, Garp also thought that the strength of his armament color and domineering hardening would increase infinitely. As a result, after the fusion of wills reached 100%, Liu Segura was inspired, and his road to infinite enhancement came to an end. Looking at Moriah so excited now, Whitebeard just wants to say, "Little devil, you think so beautifully, but the reality is very cruel." The reality is really cruel. It didn't take long for the hardening strength of the armed color domineering to reach %97, and a few hours passed. Moriah looked at the domineering Liu Ying covering her whole body with a dazed expression. "What's the situation?" Moriah couldn't help but speak out. Her blood froze for a moment, so that there was a momentary shock in the battle. Bump. At this time, Whitebeard seized the opportunity and punched Moriah in the chest, sending Moriah flying over 1,000 meters. The ground had no cracks to open. Until now, the entire Ark Island has been completely razed to the ground. The mountains and giant peaks surrounding the entire Ark Island were completely destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between Moriah and Whitebeard. On the current Ark Island, there are only small rubble and some small wood chips on the ground, and there is not a slightly larger stone and wood, all of which have been shattered. Impossible? I've been thinking about how hard I am. Why did Liu Ying suddenly become domineering? Moriah's face was stunned, and she stood up and patted the dust on her body. Whitebeard's full blow, for him now, is a pain in his chest, and then it's nothing. Moriah, don't you think that you can always increase the strength of the domineering hardening of the armed color? While Whitebeard charged towards Moriah at a high speed, he shouted angrily. Yeah? Moriah looked serious. Whitebeard was stunned, his face sank, and he stopped talking. When he rushed over, he sent out a slashing wave that contained Liu Ying's domineering and vibrating cutting power. Zheng. Moriah responded directly with a punch, Liu Ying's domineering punch. Zheng. Moriah's domineering Segura was cut open, and Whitebeard's slashing wave slashed on Moriah's armored color domineering and hardened fist. And then, no more. Although the domineering Liu Ying just inspired by Moriah is not very strong, his current armament color is very hardened, and his shadow gold scale mode is very strong. Therefore, it was even better than Moriah had expected at the beginning. Whitebeard's attack basically did not hurt him, and it was only to the extent that he felt a little pain in his fist. Zheng zheng. Zheng. After that, Moriah and Whitebeard fought a few more tricks, but the result was the same. Whitebeard's attack can no longer cause effective damage to him. Ha ha. All right. Moria laughed in his heart, although the domineering hardening of the armed color couldn't improve quickly, but it was enough for him. In addition, Liu Ying's domineering has also been inspired. It can be said that the purpose of this time to come to the new world at the beginning, all achieved. If nothing else, Moria can really say a word now. I can really let go of myself. And this is the first step to free himself. Moria decided to defeat Whitebeard first and become the strongest man in the world. In the case of speed, strength, defense, etc. cannot win. In the battle between Moria and Whitebeard, only who is more durable can decide the winner. As for durability, under the circumstances that Whitebeard couldn't hurt Moria and forced him to quickly consume his life energy. Emily still has more than 1,000 copies of life energy left, and he can continue to fight for a few more months without any problem. So, if I can't beat you, I can't beat you. Metaverse app, Philo Meteorite Novel Downloader. From Meteorite Pavilion 143 131 600. Meteorite Pavilions, 143 131 600. Whitebeard, you will lose this battle. With the confidence to win, Moria and Whitebeard started the battle of not defending but attacking. Chapter 108. Don't try to escape. You must die today. 2 in 1 chapter. 8th day of battle. Noon. The dark clouds a few days ago were scattered because the battle between Moria and Whitebeard moved to high altitudes. The weather is nice and sunny now. After Moria's armed arrogance reached %97, which inspired Liu Ying's arrogance, he and Whitebeard fought fiercely for 2 days. Moria fought with the determination to defeat Whitebeard. So the madness of the battle is really outrageous. In the past, due to the lack of domineering strength of the armed color, he was often bounced off by Whitebeard's air vibration, giving Whitebeard a chance to breathe. Now Moria, relying on the support of life energy, has always maintained a domineering state covered with Liu Ying, making Whitebeard's air vibration useless to him. Therefore, in the past 2 days of battle, he has been attacking with Whitebeard in melee combat frantically, raising the intensity of the battle to a higher level. At this time, high in the sky, Moria used 4 tails, hands and feet to attack from all angles, hitting Whitebeard like raindrops. Let Whitebeard be exhausted all the time. Zheng. Zheng zheng. Zheng. In the entire sky of the ark, the sound of domineering collision was like a roaring sound of iron, resounding throughout the sea area around the Ark Island. Regardless of Whitebeard's height and weight, the one-handed alternative Kong Tsing Kong is extremely skilled. After the whole body vibrated in the air, his footsteps were like stepping on the ground, and he fought with Moria without any panic. It was not that he had never encountered an air battle before. The battle between the two was fierce, Moria was still excited and frenzied but not tired, and Whitebeard was already panting. For 8 days, in such a high-intensity battle, I have not eaten a single mouthful of food or water. Even if it is the peak Whitebeard, his physical strength is about to be unable to hold. 8 days. Is this guy's physical strength unlimited? Whitebeard is really incomprehensible. Kaido has the best physical strength he has ever seen, but he can't do it to the level of Moria. To know. 8 days. 8 full days. Moria still feels no different to Whitebeard now than when he fought at the beginning. His physical strength is still strong, and his attack is still fierce and powerful. No, it should be more powerful, because this guy is now stronger than he was at the beginning. A world of difference. And this guy's armament is too domineering. It's been 2 days to keep the domineering state covered by Liu Ying. What kind of arrogance is this? The more he fought, the more shocked Whitebeard became, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. To be honest, using Liu Ying's domineering to cover the entire body against the enemy is already very extravagant in Whitebeard's view. As a result, Moriah maintained this state and played with him for 2 whole days. And looking at it like this, I can continue without any signs of fatigue. It's a monster, even scarier than a monster. Who? Whitebeard gasped while fighting Moriah. I won't really be exhausted by people like this, and then lose the battle. Should not. Whitebeard felt a little uneasy in his heart, his body felt heavier and heavier, and the intensity of some of the attacks started to weaken. If he continues to fight, he may really lose. And if you lose, there is only one result. Die. Moriah is not so kind, just defeating himself, not taking his life. No. I can't lose yet. Thinking of this, Whitebeard's expression suddenly condensed, and his eyes revealed a firm color. He can't lose yet, and if he loses, Marco and the others will be in trouble. As a father, from Whitebeard's point of view, Marco and others are still very weak and have not been able to stand alone. Not to mention, once he dies, Moriah will not let Marco and the others go. Because once Whitebeard dies, Marco and the others will not let Moriah go. At this point, Whitebeard could still see clearly. This is a deadly vengeance that cannot be adjusted. Therefore, he cannot be defeated, let alone die. Fight. I don't believe it anymore, your physical strength is really unlimited. Looking at Moriah, who was attacking frantically, Whitebeard became ruthless and chose to risk everything. Even if he overdrawn his life, he would continue to fight Moriah today until he won. Because he has no way out. Boom. Boom. The Whitebeard who risked his life was terrifying. He used all his strength to make every move, and every move was a big move. For a time, Moriah was firmly suppressed, and was sent flying several times in a row. Fortunately, that's it. At Moriah's current level, it is no longer anyone who explodes seeds at will, and can be defeated at will. This monster is starting to work hard. Responding to Whitebeard's attack with all his strength, Moriah snorted, but it's too late. I'll decide your fate today, I said. It's useless for Roger to come. High in the air. Whitebeard tried his best, and Moriah decided to take him, and he also worked hard. The fierce battle between the two continued for several hours. Just when Moriah thought he would just consume Whitebeard to death. During a confrontation, Moriah's spirit suddenly fell into a trance. He didn't catch Whitebeard's attack, and was blown away by Whitebeard's punch. The Liu Ying domineering and armed color domineering on his body were directly destroyed by the beating. Call out. Call out. Seeing Moriah's domineering disintegrate, Whitebeard's eyes lit up, and his fighting instinct basically made him eject quickly without hesitation, keeping up with the blasted Moriah. After catching up with Moriah's Whitebeard, clenching the hilt of the pheasant knife with both hands, facing Moriah lying in the air, it was a slash from top to bottom that slashed Mount Hua. With this blow, Whitebeard used all his strength, both arms swelled to the limit, and he tried his best to get rid of Moriah completely. Whitebeard saw that there seemed to be a problem with Moriah at this time, and now may be his only chance to kill Moriah completely. What love! Here, Moriah, who had just recovered from a trance, only felt extremely tired, and before he could investigate the reason, he saw Whitebeard slashed at him. A strong sense of crisis that made his scalp tingle instantly filled his heart. Moriah quickly endured the discomfort, adjusted his posture and wanted to condense the domineering of the armed color, but found that the domineering of the armed color could not be condensed. Slot. Walking. Seeing that he couldn't even condense the domineering look of armed color, Moriah didn't hesitate. What is killing Whitebeard? What frees the beginning of the ego? Not all life matters. Chen. As soon as Moriah left and took over the shadow servant who had just appeared, he was taken away by Whitebeard in 2 slashes with a calm expression on his face. Afterwards, A huge slashing wave that contained Whitebeard's full-strength strike flew towards the Ark Island below at extreme speed. Boom! After a loud bang, the entire Ark Island was divided into two from south to north, and the seawater poured back instantly. The sea north of Ark Island. Three-leaf boat. Mr. and the others were watching the sky above Ark Island with binoculars from the deck. The moment Moria exchanged shadows and left, the shadow servant was slashed twice by Whitebeard. Because of the distance, the telescope only saw a general outline, so Sany and others thought that Moria was killed, and suddenly screamed. "Don't want, boss!" Just when Mr. and the others were pale and shouted, anxiously trying to get up and head to Ark Island. Clang! The door of the room on the ship suddenly opened, and Moria stepped out of the shadow golden scale mode. Seeing the domineering sense of Moria's Sany and others, they turned around and saw Moria walking towards them, and immediately surrounded them. "What? Boss, you are not dead?" "We still." Ignoring the happy voices of Sany and the others, Moria quickly said in a tired tone, "It's time for a walk. You quickly inform the others, get out of here, and find an island to rest well." "Okay, let me know right away, boss." Moria's order, Mr. and others instinctively obeyed, and quickly went to use the phone bug to contact other pirate groups under the Shadow Emperor pirates to convey Moria's order. "Fortunately, the boss is not dead. I am shocked. But it looks like Whitebeard won. Even if Whitebeard wins, the boss is also very strong. And the boss has special abilities. Even Whitebeard can't kill the boss. Haha. Go, listen to the boss and evacuate. The mad Whitebeard is chasing. The boss can go but we can't." Moria's pirates, after hearing the order conveyed by Mr. knew that Moria was not dead, and he was relieved. Immediately without hesitation, they ordered the crew to control the boat to turn around and prepare to leave the Ark Island behind Sam's boat. Although this battle should be considered a win for Whitebeard, the pirates under Moria were not very depressed. After all, they were the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Moria and Whitebeard fought for 8 full days before losing. And it's not the kind of defeat in the real sense, but it just retreated voluntarily and didn't suffer much damage. To achieve this level, they have been sincerely proud of Moria. "Will you come after me, Whitebeard? If you come after me, don't blame my revenge for being unkind." On the three-leaf pirate ship, Moria endured the tired spirit and did not take a rest for the first time, but stood on the side of the ship and looked over the Ark Island. Sany on the side was watching Whitebeard's movements with binoculars. The other side. Ark Island in the air. Whitebeard used the moon step and the power of vibration to keep his body in the air, staring at the shadow attendant slowly dissipating in front of him, and was a little stunned for a while. This ran away. Whitebeard's complexion changed, and he looked left and right up and down, but he didn't see Moria. "I didn't feel the domineering when I heard the news, and then I realized that Moria fled, just like the sudden departure with Carp in the first battle, and disappeared. Damn." Thinking of this, Whitebeard was annoyed. It was all to blame for Moria's madness to fight for life and death before, which confused him, made him feel that Moria would not escape, let him relax his vigilance, and finally gave Moria a chance to escape. Alas! Whitebeard sighed suddenly. Thinking like this, Whitebeard knew that even if he didn't let his guard down, he couldn't stop Moria from leaving. But it's such a pity. Almost there. He killed Moria and removed a future enemy for Marco and others. As a result, the bastard Moria escaped. What? Just annoyed, Whitebeard suddenly noticed that 8 pirate ships were slowly moving like 8 small black dots in the waters north of Ark Island. By the way, that seems to be the pirate ship owned by that guy Moria, so Moria should be on it too. Thinking of this, Whitebeard was excited. Moria. Whitebeard roared. He was not willing to let Moria go. Don't try to run away. You will die today. Saying that, Whitebeard's body trembled, and he set off to hunt down Moria. Through the perception of the last moment, Whitebeard probably guessed that there was really a big problem with Moria, and the domineering of the armed color could not be used. Without the arrogance of the armed color, no matter how strong Moria's body is, it can't stop his slash just now. Just one move. Just one move, Moria will die. With thoughts in his mind, Whitebeard flew towards the sea area where Sany and the others were. Boss, Whitebeard is chasing after him, Sany said, not putting down the telescope in his hand, and continued to stare at the figure of Whitebeard advancing rapidly. Ugh. Do you want to kill me that much? It looks like I can only go back to the East China Sea to rest. On the three-leaf boat, Moria sighed, knowing his ability. Whitebeard chose to chase after him. That means that Whitebeard doesn't want to let him go, or that he really wants to kill himself. Then he had no choice but to walk. In his current state, he would definitely not be able to resist Whitebeard's attack. You can only go to the East China Sea to cultivate in peace. It's just that the pirates under his command may suffer. Angry Whitebeard, anything is possible. I hope this guy with Whitebeard can let Sany and the others go. Otherwise, I can only repay it 10,000 times over. Moria sneered as she was about to switch places with the shadow servant on the one-punch pirate ship and leave. Hey! Whitebeard stopped. Sany suddenly said. Moria paused, then smiled. It seems that in the end, I didn't lose my mind, and I regained my calm. Whitebeard suddenly stopped just after leaving Ark Island and came to the north coast, and did not continue chasing Sany and the others. Even if Whitebeard didn't come after him, Moria didn't leave either. After instructing Misaha not to disturb herself, Moria put her arms around Jilesi Liu Yi and New Moon March, and the two beauties went to the room to rest. He recently rested and likes to have the ball around. It's a real rest, a very serious kind. I like the ball, and it's a very serious one. In the end, Whitebeard did not go after Moria. Even when he arrived on the north coast of Ark Island, he could sense that Moria was on the ship of the Witch of Steel Hands, and he still stopped. Whitebeard is someone who has experienced great winds and waves. He was really angry at first and wanted to kill Moria. However, when he came to the shore and saw Moria domineeringly, he calmed down. Moria, he can't kill. Likewise, Moria can't kill him. Moria's physical strength is terrifying, but her spirit is normal. Thinking of how Moria couldn't even condense her armed color in the end, Whitebeard probably guessed something, and at the same time he was relieved. As long as it's not really unlimited physical strength, then he can still deal with it. Thinking to himself, Whitebeard flew back to the Moby Dick. Tap. As soon as Whitebeard landed, Marco and the others gathered around. After seeing that there were no wounds on Whitebeard's body, Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, is Moria dead? Marco asked curiously. The others listened, and they also used binoculars to see the last scene where Whitebeard slashed Moria, shadow servant, to death. Not dead, that guy escaped. Whitebeard is still a little annoyed that he failed to kill Moria. Escape. Joey smiled happily. That's Daddy's victory. I didn't win. Whitebeard's face turned serious, and he said solemnly, although that guy Moria escaped, it wasn't because I defeated him. In terms of strength, we can be considered a tie. This. Marco and the others didn't know what to say. If the strength is equal, why did Moria flee? It is obvious that the strength is not as strong as the father, and he is defeated. Go back. Whitebeard didn't want to say more about Moria. It's better to leave Ark Island now. Garp has never appeared, which makes Whitebeard jealous. It was also one of the main reasons why he finally calmed down and did not go after Moria. I'm afraid that Carp will miss it in the end. After a while, Whitebeard left Ark Island with the pirate fleet under his command. The Navy's observation fleet quickly informed the Sengoku of the relevant situation. "You guys leave too." The warring states ordered the observation fleet, and they were no longer needed for the next thing. Cap, keep staring at Whitebeard. "Leave it to me," Carp responded. So, in the stunned expression on Whitebeard's face, Garp led 7 warships, and he did not know when they appeared behind the Whitebeard pirates, hanging far away. On the warring states side, they continued to carry out the task of cooperating with CP0 to capture Moria, and followed Moria far behind, waiting for CP0's instructions. The strange thing is that the warring states and the others were clearly following Moria and others, but no one found them, or in other words, no one could see them. Chapter 109. It's your turn, Kaido. East China Sea. The weather is mild, neither too cold nor too hot. On the One Punch pirates, Sidoro and the newsbirds on the railing of the ship are haggling for a price. "Excessive, why did you increase the price again?" Sidoro's eyes narrowed and he asked, Are you killing me?" Giggle. The newsbird looked at Sidoro with its left eye and nodded. Sidoro. "Just kill me. Why are your bags full of newspapers related to the boss and other newspapers?" Sidoro carefully turned over the bag of today's newsbird newspapers and found that it was full of newspapers about the boss Moria. This situation has been out of control since Sidoro bought one more report about Moria a few days ago. First, there were newspapers that newsbird came to deliver to him every day, and more newspapers reported on Moria. Today is even more outrageous, and it is all newspapers related to Moria. Although Sidoro is indeed very concerned about all kinds of news about Moria in the New World, but he also wanted to know other news. As a result, all the newspapers about Moria don't matter. What's more, the price has been raised step by step. From the initial 50 Baileys, the price has now risen to 150 Baileys. "Do you newsbirds distribute newspapers like this?" Sidoro said in a bad tone. Giggle. The newsbird changed his right eye to face Sidoro, and continued to nod his head. Sidoro. "Would it be cheaper?" Giggle. The newsbird turned his head, squinted at Sidoro, and shook his head. Sidoro. "Come to, I'll find it myself." In the end, Sidoro gave in, and he had reasons to give in. Look for yourself in the newspaper bag hung by the newsbird with both hands skillfully. There are many newspapers covering Moria, but there are not many real reports, and many are lace news. Like something, shocked. The actor has subverted the XX pirates again. Shocked. The actor got drunk alone late at night. What's more, 3 years in Wano Kingdom, those things about the actor and Kaido. And so on. I remember that a few days ago, Sidoro sold the newspaper just out of curiosity to know what happened to his boss in Wano country and Kaido. As a result, the 3 views were almost shattered. Let's not talk about whether the content is true or not. The illustrations in it completely open up another world of Sidoro. He had never imagined that human conception would be so complicated. What 96? What before and after 21? Sidoro's brain was stunned as he had never seen it before. And Sidoro also found that the sticks of men seem to be different in length and thickness for each person. Some people are terrifying, especially the pictures of his own boss that he read in the newspaper. All in all, this surprised Sidoro. He did not expect that human sticks are so different. Unlike their murlocs, no matter how tall the man is, the stick is the same thin, sharp as a needle and soft as a sponge. Therefore, no matter the size of their murlocs, they can match each other. Anyway, they are pregnant after a brick. It is fast, accurate, ruthless, convenient and not time-consuming. Unlike humans, conception is so complicated, it has to be repeated many times, and there is no guarantee that it will hit once. It's better for us mermaids. Sidoro sighed, it's omitted. The complicated process in the middle, don't have to be so laborious. From this point of view, our Murlocs are indeed more evolved than humans. While sighing, Sidoro searched in Newsbird's newspaper bag, and finally found one that he was satisfied with. The 108 Nights of the Actorand. This is it. After carefully putting away the newspapers, Sidoro took out today's headline newspapers along with them, and then when paying the money, he told the newsbird righteously, remember, next time you don't want these lace newspapers, be truthful. Various. Kind of. Let's go. After exhorting, Sidoro patted the newsbird, and then walked back to the boat under the squinting eyes of the newsbird. The boss's newspaper is here. Sidoro shouted loudly. Steel Mill put down the oversized barbell in his hand and walked over. Clang. Wearing a white coat, her lower body. Hera, who had nothing in her lower body, twisted her waist and pushed open the door of the room. While taking off her white gloves, she twisted towards Sidoro. Did the battle with Whitebeard come to fruition? Hera frowned slightly and asked after putting the white gloves in her pocket when she came to Sidoro. In the past few days, they have read a lot of Moriah and Whitebeard's battle newspapers, and they are basically still in fierce battles, and there is no winner. It is not known when the battle will end and the winner will be decided. Did Mr. Momo win? The ghost-shaped side army suddenly asked through the closed door of the room. Sidoro and Gunmir took a step back subconsciously. Hera took a step forward and gave Perona a wide enough position. Perona in ghost form can't be offended, especially when there are other people. If you don't want your negative and ugly state to be seen by others, then stay away from Ghost Perona. This is the truth that the three of them have tested with their own experience. Come and see, it must be Mr. Momo who won. Wearing a gothic princess dress, Perona flew to Sidoro and said excitedly with a small face. Well, let's see, the title is Don't Run, You're Going to Die Today. Sidoro flipped through the newspaper. According to the title, he could not tell whether the battle was over or not, so he continued to read the content. What? Ended? After reading the content for a while, Sidoro said excitedly, the battle is over. It ended in a draw. It is said that Whitebeard admitted it himself. Gut. Perona curled her lips, Mr. Momo must be the best. Saying that, Perona flew back to her room. Oh, it was Moria's room who didn't know what to do. It's fine. Hera loosened her brows, smiled, put on her white gloves again, and returned to her room to fiddle with some drug research. On the deck, only Sidoro and Gunmir were looking at the newspaper with a longing look on the reports about how powerful Moriah's movie King Pirates were. I really want to join the boss movie King Pirates. Saying that, Sidoro showed an uncomfortable expression. Why does the boss always go to the new world and ignore us? It's been more than 10 days, so let's just join the movie King Pirates. At this time, Sidoro felt like a little wife who was forgotten by Moria, and complained that Moria went to play with his eldest wife and did not bring him to play with him. When you become stronger in the future, you will be able to stand with the boss. Gang Mill said with a rare smile, and then silently turned around to lift the barbell upside down. That's right, it's because we're not strong enough, so the boss doesn't take us to play. Sidoro touched another newspaper in his arms and decided to read it at night, and now he is still going to exercise. You haven't seen the reality yet. Your boss is just looking for a nanny group for Nana. No matter how strong you are, it is impossible for you to join the movie King Pirates. Hera, who had just closed the door, heard the conversation between her brother and Gang Mill. Her mouth curled, and she sighed at the innocence of the two. She had already seen through everything, but she just didn't say it. Anyway, there is no navy to harass them now, which is good. Call. On the bed, Mori opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Sleep is really the best way to restore the spirit. When you wake up, your mental exhaustion will be swept away and you will feel refreshed. Each hand groped for a while, found the target and covered it. With the ball in hand, Moria relaxed a lot. Not in a hurry to get up, lying on the bed, Moria looked at the wooden ceiling, thinking about the battle with Whitebeard. Now, my combat power has reached the ceiling of the One Piece world. Moria thought about it for a while. It seems that except for the 5 old stars and Yemu, no one can beat him in strength at this stage. Maybe the future Luffy can, after all, be the protagonist. Everything is possible. But at this stage, Whitebeard's attack power is still the strongest, and I'm still a little short. Moria's defense has almost reached its peak. Next, he should find a way to strengthen his attack power, or in other words, his ability to kill the enemy. There is also spiritual will, and also think about whether there is any way to improve it. This time, if it wasn't for my mental state in the end, I would definitely win. Thinking of this, Moria felt a little depressed. In the end, it was the mental will that held him back. He always thought that as long as the body was always in a state of full vitality in this state, his mental will can be maintained for a long time. The result has not been persistent in the output of Whitebeard that has not recovered. Speaking of which, why is Whitebeard's spiritual will so lasting? Thinking of this, Moria fell into deep thought. Clap. After a long time, Moria pushed away the 2 smooth bodies wrapped around her and got up. The matter of spiritual will, we will talk about it later. Go out now. Moria's sense of sight and domineering sensed that the pirates under his command were all gathered together, thinking that they should be on an island. Clang. Moria opened the door to the room and came to the deck. Boss is awake. January warmly brought towels, a large glass of boiled water, and a large glass of juice. Moria rinsed his mouth with boiled water, wiped his face with a towel, and then drank a large glass of yellow fruit juice, which tasted a bit like fruit juice, mixed with some grape juice. It's a little sour, but it suits Moria's appetite. He likes some sour juice very much. In January, they had obviously asked Ike, Tia and the others to know what kind of juice he likes to drink. Tap. At this time, wearing a pair of hot denim shorts, twisting the hips, stepping on pink slippers, walking up and down the stairs from the bow deck, walking towards Moria. The size of the chest is so large that the purple-black camisole is almost no different from a bra. Moria's eyes fell into the fans and could not extricate themselves. Ha ha. San smiled in front of Moria, and deliberately held out her chest and trembled. Sugar palm. Sugar palm. Moria seemed to hear the sound of water polo colliding and squeezing. What time is it now? After a while, Moria retracted her gaze, stretched her body and asked. You've slept for 2 full days. San replied. It's been 2 days. As Moria came to the side of the boat, a circular tropical island appeared in his eyes. Hot sunshine, silver-white sandy beaches, tall coconut trees. On the island, the pirates under Moria's command were in harmony. Some people were drinking, some were playing cards, and some were playing snakes, really snakes. Boss is awake. Boss. Old. First, one person saw Moria on the trefoil on the shore, and then there were many people. In the end, everyone looked at Moria with adoring eyes and cheered. Tap. Misaha and Jan walked to the left and right of Moria. Ha ha ha. Moria laughed, and moved her arms down, covering each of them with round and full buttocks. Wake up and take control of the world, drunk and lying on the knees of beautiful women. You are talking about me now. Love it. Love it. Hearing the wild cheers, Moria smiled. Get ready for a banquet, Moria said loudly. At this time, a banquet is not suitable. Banquet. Banquet. Food, wine. Bring it up. As Moriah's words fell, the pirates under his command started to prepare all kinds of food and wine for the banquet. Boss, when are we going to be high? After cheering, January asked. San's lifespan is always January's biggest concern. I can go to be high by myself. My ability allows me to go to be high in an instant, which is more convenient. Moria said. He will go to be high soon, and bring Sany and others along. Not only slow, but also has a big goal, and it is easy to attract the attention of the world government. Understood. January nodded. What do we do next? Sany asked. Action. Moria smiled and said, first subdue Wang Zhe, Silver Axe and other powerhouses in the New World, and then go to Wano and subdue Kaido. Wang Zhe. Silver Axe. Kaido. Misaho was surprised. These guys don't look like people who can be subdued. Boss wants to make them all shadow servants, January said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Moriah laughed, did not speak, and looked at the sky. 3 years of torture, it's time to solve you, Kaido. Chapter 110. Those with data fruit ability, the Warring States is coming. 2 in 1 chapter. And country. Ghost Island. Dark night. In the cloudy sky, thunder and lightning flashed, and there was a sound of boom boom boom. Jin, how many people have returned so far? On the large wooden seat, Kaido held a flask in one hand, tilted his head, and looked calmly at the 2 figures standing below. Below the wooden seat, a slender man with a helmet on his head and a pair of huge wings on his back replied calmly, except for the necessary guards, basically all the pirate captains are almost back. The 4 sons of Lincoln, all arrived at noon today. After the report, Jin frowned and asked, Mr. Kaido, will the actor really fight Wano and start a decisive battle with us? What? Another round figure, Quinn, who was holding a large cigar, suddenly interjected. His eyes squinted, looked at Jin, and laughed. You are afraid of being a mere actor. Don't worry, I have everything. Just go to the toilet, Jin, don't stay here to get in the way. Mr. Kaido? Quinn raised his head. Look at my proposal. Jin is also it's just trash, leave everything to me. I recently researched a poison bomb, and the effect is very good. Idiot. Jin said lightly. You. Quinn snorted and looked at Kaido. Mr. Kaido, Jin admits that he is an idiot. Get this guy to clean the toilet. Trash. Jin said lightly again. You. Quinn hadn't put his hand down yet, when he was about to fight back. Let's all go down and prepare for each other. Kaido on the wooden seat spoke, and said solemnly, Emily has 3 years of experience in Wano Kingdom, he will definitely come, and it will definitely be a life-and-death situation. Decisive battle. Kaido sees this very clearly. It's okay to have no strength in the past. Now that Moriah's strength is up, he will never let Wano's country wash away his humiliation. And humiliation can only be washed away by endless blood. Therefore, when Moriah and Whitebeard fought to the 5th day, Kaido knew that the big battle between him and Moriah would not be far away. Kaido is not a reckless man. Even knowing that Moriah is coming, he will naturally prepare everything in advance and fight Moriah to the death. There is no need to wait for Moriah to attack before hurriedly fighting back. Understood. Jin and Quinn nodded together, not arguing. In the face of Kaido, they are still very respectful. But that's it. The two have never been against each other. When they walked out together, Quinn snorted at Jin. Jin ignored it, waved his wings, and flew away. It gave Quinn a liver ache. Fortunately, Quinn already has his own set of coping methods. That is, no matter what Jin said, just bounce back, just like in front of Mr. Kaido just now. Call me an idiot, and I'll bounce back and say you call yourself an idiot. What? I am such a genius who loves red bean rice cake soup. Yo yo, yo yo yo. Quinn hummed a little tune all the way, entered the port and took a boat back to his ore field. Sanya Island. The tropical island where Moria and her pirates had a banquet was called Sanya. Moria was still in a trance when he heard the name. He had always wanted to go to Sanya in his previous life, but he never made it. Unexpectedly, the Sanya of One Piece's world was mistaken. Zizizi. There are countless bonfires burning on the island, and the whole island is reflected in a bright red color, which is not beautiful with the white moonlight tonight. Too bad no one appreciates it. Come, 666. Maintain the big or the small. Let's leave if you are guaranteed. Drink. Drink. It's good to drink too much. Come. The lively sound did not decrease due to the arrival of the night, but gradually began to grow louder. The banquet continued from the daytime to the present, as if it had just begun to enter the state, and everyone was very excited and frenzied. Only Moria remained calm, and he also drank a lot, but he never got drunk and kept his last sobriety. And, at this point, it's time to go to bed. Moria thought. Boss, why did you wipe your hands? Beside the bonfire, a group of pirate captains sat around with Moria, and sat on Sanya on the left and right sides of Moria with January, looking surprised at this time. The banquet isn't over yet, Moria is already wiping her hands. Do you want to end it? Let's play in another place. Moria smiled ambiguous while wiping her hands with a towel. Our word, naturally, refers to him and Misaha and Jan by his side. The other pirate captains understood Moria's words and looked at the three of them with ambiguous expressions. It turned out to be a different place to play. Sanya asked with a serious face, which place to change? A great place for us to be honest. Moria laughed. Boss, I'm familiar with what you said, said a pirate captain winking. Ha 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 ha. The other pirate captains laughed. Misaha and Janayu's two daughters don't know why. You wiped your hands clean too. Moria smiled and said to Sanyi and January on the right. He didn't want to let his body feel greasy. Oh. The two women responded as they did, and each took a towel to wipe their hands. Just wait for the juice to come, and go back to the boat to play ball after drinking the juice. In the middle of the night, drinking with a group of men, how can it be fun to play ball with beautiful women? Moria thought to himself, he was going to have a 1v4 tonight, 3 leaves and 4 leaves, January and February, to see if they were all the same. Outside the busy open-air kitchen, a team of 20 people was on standby. This team of people is responsible for distributing the prepared food, similar to a food passer. Yi Zhao's height of about 2.6 meters, hidden in the crowd is not obvious, very ordinary. He looked at the sky and secretly judged that it was not very late, it was probably exactly 11 o'clock in the evening. But for someone, it was too late, it was time to play ball. According to the observations during this period, Moria would drink a glass of juice before the end of each banquet, and then go back to rest. It should be almost time for him to ask for juice. Yi Zhao thought to himself, and squeezed forward a little, so that he can take over the juice from the kitchen as soon as possible and hand it to Moria. Come on someone, bring this glass of juice to Mr. Moria. The long-handed chef from the Lightning Foot Pirates shouted from the kitchen. I'm coming. Yi Zhao dodged, past the others, and came to the chef. Clang. Clang. A tall glass of juice is pushed out of the kitchen on a giant dining cart. For Moria, it's just a glass of juice, and for ordinary people, it's a bucket of juice. Fortunately, the pirates who can come to the new world have a lot of strength, not to mention Yi Zhao. Snapped. Holding a glass full of orange juice in both hands, Night Owl walked towards the bonfire where Moria was. On the way, Yi Zhao calmly put 2 small blue pills in the cup, which melted in water, colorless and odorless. This is the most perfect proportion of medicine that Yi Zhao prepared after using his devil fruit ability to analyze Moriya's physical condition according to this period of time. Guaranteed to make Moriya fall into a coma in an instant, too late to escape. You're done. After tonight, the best actor will be a thing of the past. Yi Zhao smiled in his heart. His devil fruit is very special, called data fruit, and the person who eats it can digitize everything he perceives. Relying on this ability, Yi Zhao once prepared a special poison by analyzing the body data of the world destroy Bundy Ward. Successfully disintegrated Bundy Ward's body defense, making him unable to resist, and then passed out under the effect of poison. Thus, it was easy to capture the World Destroyer who needed Garp and Sengoku to solve it together. Now, Yi Zhao's old tricks are repeated. Through this short-term analysis, he has mastered Moriya's physical data and formulated a poison specifically for Moriya. He believes that this mission will be over soon. Boss, this is the juice you want, Yi Zhao said honestly after coming behind Moriya. Moriya stretched out his hand to take it, no doubt he was there, and drank it directly. Yi Zhao stood behind Moriya and began to count, 1, 2, 3. When Yi Zhao just counted to 3, Moriya's brain suddenly went into a trance, a feeling of being drunk and wanting to sleep suddenly hit. Then the eyelids sank, and the body fell down. Fuck. At the moment when he fell to the ground and was about to fall asleep, Moriya didn't hesitate at all, just thought about it, and switched places with the shadow attendant on the one-punch pirate ship far away in the East China Sea. Bump. Clatter. Almost at the same time as the sound of the shadow servants who came from switching positions hitting the ground sounded, Yi Zhao, who was standing behind Moriya, also pressed the attack button on the exclusive command phone bug at the same time. Then Yi Zhao sat on the wax. He didn't expect to fail. In his understanding, Moriya was drinking, and the illusion of being in a coma when he was drunk and wanted to sleep was very real. Most people would think that he was drunk. Even if you have doubts and think that you are not drunk, there must be a moment of doubt. With just a moment of doubt, he passed out in a coma. As a result, Moriya was so cautious, and when he felt something was wrong, he switched places with Shadow Servant and left. It's really gone, not on Sanya Island, nor on the pirate ship nearby. In this regard, Yi Zhao, who has the ability of data fruit and a sense of domineering and domineering, is very sure. This. Boss. What does this mean? Looking at the shadow attendant lying on the ground, everyone looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't realize why Moriya left in this way. By the way, the boss usually uses this ability when he encounters a crisis. After a brief silence, Ike suddenly narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice. Boom. Almost as soon as Ike's voice fell, San turned around and punched Yi Zhao without any hesitation. It was the juice that Yi Zhao sent just now. No matter if there is any problem, let it be scrapped first, and then control all the chefs. Call out. Yi Zhao's response was not slow, and he didn't care about revealing or not. He shaved and instantly avoided San's attack. For pirates, as long as there is a trace of doubt, just kill them directly. From the moment he was poisoned, Yi Zhao was ready to fight. It's just that Moriya doesn't know where to go now. Even if his mission failed, it would be impossible to deal with Moriya in this way in the future. Who are you? San rushed towards Yi Zhao, who was dodging, while Zhen Yu, who was on the side, didn't say much, and rushed towards Yi Zhao. Tap. Yi Zhao, who had just escaped San's attack, didn't answer, and flew into the sky with a moon step, heading towards the north of the island. That's the spy of the world government. How dare you come to plot against the boss? Unforgivable. I'm going to kill you, bastard. Seeing how proficient Yi Zhao was, The pirate captains reacted and chased in the direction where Yizhao escaped. Ike, in particular, tried his best to chase after him with a terrified expression on his face. He had just seen Yizhao's face clearly. It was a combatant on his ship, the one he got on after arriving in the New World. Ike didn't expect that it was his own people who were infiltrated into CP0. If Yizhao couldn't be caught, how could the crazy stick pirates get a foothold in the movie King Pirates? There seems to be something wrong over there. Fuck, someone is plotting the boss. It's the one who flew in the sky. Quick, sniper, shoot him down. On the island, many lively pirates surrounded by various bonfires were awakened, and they took out their guns and pointed them in the air. However, everyone was drunk, and Yizhao was very fast. He raised his gun, but no one fired a gun, which made him feel awkward. Afterwards, they could only follow behind Sanya and the others, chasing Yizhao. A bunch of trash. Sanya couldn't help but scolded. Tap tap. Yizhao is worthy of being a CP0, and he uses a consummate skill and a fast speed. Misaha and the others followed him and ran at high speed on the ground, but they couldn't catch up. Black, stop him. Misaha said. Clear. Blake's expression froze, and his running legs suddenly sent yellow lightning, and then a spurt, like a lightning spear, shot straight at Yizhao, who fled with a moon stride in the air. Call out. Yizhao turned slightly to the side, and let Blake, who was kicking at a very high speed, come in within a millimeter. In front of my data fruit ability, all sneak attacks are useless. Yizhao smiled confidently. His data fruit can digitize everything he perceives, including explosive force, speed, accurate direction, etc. can be digitized. Still dynamic. Therefore, without looking at it, all the changes in Black's data have already been perceived by him. Through various data changes on Black's body, Yizhao can predict Black's attack speed and direction in advance. In this way, dodging Black's attack is naturally easy. Hateful. San turned around and roared at the carders who were using knives or guns. For those who can attack from a distance, give the old lady a shot to stop him. Chen Seng Seng. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hearing Mitsuba's words, the swordsman using swords and the sniper carders using guns sent out countless slashing waves and gunshots, and flew towards Yizhao in the air ahead. But they were all easily avoided by Yizhao. On the sea north of Sanya Island, just after Yizhao pressed the button of the phone bug to give the order. Under the white moonlight, on the sparkling calm sea, the sound of the curtain being lifted suddenly sounded. The 5 warships appeared on the sea in vain as an invisible curtain was lifted. For a long time, the warships of Sengoku and the others were hidden under a stealth canvas made by a canvas fruit person, and they followed Moriah and the others in stealth, and they were never found. Get to the shore. Destroy the pirates. The warring states on the middle warship ordered that after the 5 warships approached the coast, countless navies disembarked and rushed to Mai and others who were chasing Yizhao. Tap tap. Sengoku and a dozen other vice admirals rushed to support Yizhao with moon steps. At the same time, south of Sanya Island. In the same way, 5 navy warships suddenly appeared behind the 8 pirate ships under Moriah. Big fire. Big fire. Under Akainu's 8 fire-breathing fists, the 8 pirate ships guarded by only a few ordinary pirates all shattered and sank into the sea. Then Akainu led more than 1,000 naval soldiers to land from the south of Sanya Island, killing the pirates under Moriah's command who were gathered on the island at this time. Not good. It's Akainu. The ships were destroyed, and the navy landed from the south. Someone on the island saw the scene of Akainu destroying the pirate ship, and suddenly screamed. Quick! Gather to the captain and the others. Because all the pirate captains and carders went to chase Yizhao, the remaining pirates knew Akainu's reputation and knew that only the captains and carders could deal with Akainu, so they all ran to the north of the island. Chapter 111. Where is Moria? North. Yi Zhao stopped when he was chased to the shore, landed on the beach, and turned to face San Yi and the others. Warring states and others also came to Yi Zhao's side at this time. Navy. Trouble, it's Admiral Sengoku. It's a conspiracy. Hateful. Misaha and the others who were chasing after saw the Sengoku and other navies who appeared beside Yi Zhao with angry expressions. Obviously this was a well-prepared conspiracy against Moria. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why they appeared here in the Warring States period, so quickly. Bastard, give my mother to die. San Yi, who was chasing after him, was a shadow slave, so even if he saw that there was Warring States, he was not afraid at all, and rushed directly to Yi Zhao and Warring States and other admirals. The same goes for the others. As Moria's shadow slaves, they couldn't forgive Yi Zhao who plotted against Moria. Even if there was an admiral here, they would kill Yi Zhao today. Ha ha. Even though he felt a chilling gaze cast on him, Yi Zhao didn't care. After sneering, he and a group of admirals rushed towards San Yi and the others. Clank. Boom. Boom. The battle started in an instant. Yi Zhao and a group of admirals fought against Moria's 8 pirate captains, including Misaha, and a group of officers. In terms of the number of people fighting, Moria has the upper hand. Clank. Yi Zhao was very powerful against San Yi. His color domineering intensity reached the point of 90% faster. With the iron block, even Misaha couldn't seriously injure him with a single blow. However, San's power is really terrifying. Even so, Yi Zhao, after fighting 4 or 5 moves with San Yi in an instant, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Mitsuba's terrifying power, Yi Zhao's armed arrogance, though strong, didn't play a big role. Together, a vice-admiral saw San Yi's difficulty, and fought against San with Yi Zhao, making the battle stalemate. Warring states stood in place and did not make a move, and the admirals he brought were all elites. There are not many people, but it is enough to deal with the pirate captains and officers under Moria. On Moria's side, Blake and January were of decent strength, and they were indistinguishable from an old-fashioned admiral of the Navy headquarters and a vice-admiral of the Navy division. Others, under attack from other rear admirals, could only fill some of the gaps in strength with numbers. For a time, in the scene, aside from Misaha, the Navy actually had the upper hand. Moria. Not here. After feeling domineering in place for a while, Warring States frowned. San Yi Island is not a large island. With his domineering perception range, he can perceive the breath of everyone on the entire island. Even if Moria was in Akuma, a man like him would still be as dazzling as the sun in the dark night. However, now, in the Warring States period, there is no such powerful aura as Moria in the entire San Yi Island. The most powerful breath is San Yi who fought Yi Zhao. That is, either Moria was not on San Yi Island, or had been poisoned to death. The second case is fine. If it is the first case, it is troublesome. Thinking of this, Sengoku looked at Yi Zhao who was fighting San Yi and asked loudly, "Where is Moria?" Bump. Yi Zhao, who was knocked away by San Yi's punch, took time out, looked at the Warring States and quickly replied, "The mission failed. Moria and Shadow Servant switched places at the last moment and left." After speaking, Yi Zhao shaves away from Misaha's attack, and then besieges Misaha with the Vice-Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The battle started again. Warring States. Groove. The mission failed, then you also issued an order to attack. Sengoku's face turned blue and white for a while, and finally burst out with a roar. Yi Zhao ignored Sengoku, or had no time to answer Sengoku's words. The stalemate Misaha suddenly went crazy, and even gave up the defense during the battle and concentrated on the attack. For a time, Yi Zhao and the veteran Navy Lieutenant General could only be exhausted and unable to relax. Superior. Come on, get rid of these sea crumbs. At this time, the Navy soldiers who got off the boat arrived. A large group of Navy soldiers passed over the angry Sengoku and challenged the large group of pirates under Moriya, who had also arrived at this time. Kill. Kill these navies and avenge the boss. Clearly. Bump, bump. The roar of the battle between the two sides instantly resounded across the entire northern coastline. After a while, the Navy and the pirates under Moriya's command were confused. On the other side, a Kainu came very fast, and all the pirates who had not run along the way were melted away by his magma fist. This bastard. On the beach, the warring states who did not do anything were still angry, and looked at Yi Zhao in the battle with a burst of fire. The key to the best actor pirates is Moriya. The pirates under the so-called movie Emperor pirates here are not in the eyes of the warring states at all. Instead, what you should be thinking about now is how to deal with Moriya's revenge. Now even if the warring states period made the Navy retreat, it would be useless. Even though the Navy has already appeared, it is impossible for Moriya to retaliate without the Navy. Warring states, come and subdue this woman. Don't forget that I am the supreme commander of this operation. Even if Moriya escapes, Giles the Steel Hand is also the target of the world government and cannot be let go. This is the order of the world government, the order of the Tianlong people. Do you want to disobey? San's madness made Yi Zhao feel a huge pressure. Taking advantage of the opportunity to be knocked flying again, Yi Zhao couldn't help but threaten the warring states who still didn't do anything. Idiot. Sengoku secretly cursed, and then joined the battlefield against Misaha. As of now, the Navy has no way out. If it can weaken Moriya's strength a little, it will be weakened a little. As for Moriya's revenge after that, let's talk about it later. Clang. Bang. Boom. The joining of the warring states period instantly reversed the situation, and San was instantly blown away. Come on, what about the Admiral of the Navy? If you dare to plot against the boss, I won't let any of you go. She got up quickly. San was not afraid, her mind moved, and her body emitted bursts of blood steam. She was overdrawing her lifespan in exchange for powerful strength and defense. Kill. Warring states had no expression on his face, and rushed towards San, raising his palm and blasting it out, which was a shock wave. Bump. Misaha responded with a punch of enormous power against the shock wave of the warring states period. Bang. Bang. After a short confrontation, Misaha was once again knocked away and smashed on the beach in the distance. Which is even after the overdraft lifespan broke out, Giles was still no match for the warring states period. The shockwave of the warring states period and the power of the Great Buddha were too strong, and Sanya after the outbreak was still a little short. Misaha is also relying on the defense to support and fight the warring states period. You don't have to shoot, go and destroy other pirates. Sengoku stopped Yi Zhao and a veteran lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters who wanted to shoot. Giles can solve it by himself. What should be considered now is to preserve as much of the living force of the Navy as possible. Chapter 112. This is not right. East China Sea. Late at night around 2:30 in the morning. On the One Punch Pirate, in Moriya's room. The shadow attendant, who was dark and cold and hard, was lying on Moriya's bed on his back. On Shadow Servant's chest, Perona lay there quietly and slept. Suddenly, Moriya and Shadow Servant appeared in exchange, just to replace Shadow Servant on the bed. This is not right. At the moment when she was completely unconscious, Moriya saw the scene of Perona's small palm covering her bare chest, and it was still a little warm. This is not right. Perona, who was sleeping in a daze, frowned her cute brows, and her little hands involuntarily groped for a while. This temperature is not right. A little hot. A little softer. Pinching the chest like Mr. Moriya. Not good. Perona woke up suddenly, and she couldn't see Moria clearly when she opened her eyes, so she hurriedly defended, "Mora, I just came to see if you came back. I didn't sleep with the shadow attendant, I really just look at it. Look, if I don't come here, I don't even know if Moria is back. Lord Moria, please forgive me this time. Lord Moria, I will never dare again. I will never sleep with shadow servant in my arms again." Moria. My lord. Did you fall asleep? After Perona talked nonsense, she was relieved to see that Moria didn't respond. Then the little face smiled, floated up quietly, flew to the door and quietly opened the door, then flew away quietly, and closed the door quietly. All movements were careful. Perona knew that Moria was very dissatisfied with the fact that she always liked to hold a shadow servant when she slept at night, and she was forbidden to sleep with the shadow servant in her arms. If she knew, she would not be given food. Perona was frightened, and after she went out the door, she came to the middle deck of the ship for a while and rejoiced. Fortunately, Mr. Moria fell asleep as soon as he came back. "Didn't find me, haha." "What?" Perona, who was about to go back to her room, suddenly stopped. Moria's character, she knows a little, sometimes it's very rude, but her cautious heart has always been there. A scene like today's fall asleep after swapping places with shadow servant has never happened before. Did something happen? Thinking of this, Perona's face became anxious, and she flew back quickly, opened the door, entered Moria's room, came to the lying Moria's side, and touched Moria's heart. Boom. 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 The heartbeat sounded like a bell, and Perona's face was slightly relaxed. Fortunately, the heartbeat is still there, indicating that Lord Moria is not dead. Did she really fall asleep? Perona was suspicious. Moria-sama. Moria-sama. Wake up! Wake up! Perona tried to yell twice, but found that Moria still didn't respond, and her face turned white. Knowing that something happened to Moria, he was so scared that the ghost went out of his body, passed through the wall, passed through Hira's medical research room, and came to Hira's room. Sister Hira. Sister Hira. Sister Hira. Perona flew to Hira's bedside and shouted eagerly at Hira. Forehead. What's wrong? Nana. Hira, who was awakened, was a little stunned for a while. She fell asleep very late in her research yesterday. Now she feels like she is falling into a deep sleep, and she was awakened by Perona, and her brain was still a little muddy. Quick! Go and see Lord Moria, he can't wake up. Go quickly. Speaking of Perona, she wanted to go to La Hira. Touch. Hira jumped up and fled from Perona's little hand. She didn't dare to let Perona in ghost form touch her. But after this, Hira woke up and knew that Moria was Mopa that Perona said, and asked, "You mean Mopa is back?" "Yes, hurry up, Lord Moria can't wake up." Perona didn't know what was going on with Moria, but she knew that at this time, it was the most correct choice to ask the doctor Hira to see him. Walk. Hira's expression changed slightly, and she quickly opened the door. As soon as they walked out, the doors of the two rooms on the opposite side opened at the same time, and Sidoro and Gangmir came out. "Sister, what's the matter?" Sidoro asked solemnly. Hearing the movement, I thought that there was an enemy appearing. Gangmir directly turned on his flat-headed brother's honey badger form, with a look of alertness. "Mopa is back." "What? The boss is finally willing to come back." Sidoro was delighted. "Mopa is unconscious." Sidoro was stunned, and Gangmir silently withdrew from the honeypot form. Hira twists her legs, enter Moria's room not far from her. "Boss." Sidoro, who had reacted, exclaimed, and hurriedly ran to Moria's room, with Gangmir following along. Turning on the lamp, Hira came to the bed, startled a little. It was the first time that she saw Moria in real person. She looked a bit like some men in their murlocs, not human. Thinking in his heart, he stretched his hand away from Moria's eyelids and looked at the pupils. There was no whiteness or blood. The skin on the face was also not noticeably dark. He then listened to the heartbeat again, and after checking the examination, Hera breathed a sigh of relief. Moria was not poisoned by any fatal poison, and his life was not in danger. "How is it, Sister Hera?" Perona floated on top of Moria's head and hurriedly asked, "Is Mr. Moria all right?" "It's okay," Hera said. "He just got a powerful drug. Don't worry, he will wake up in 3 days." "It's fine." Perona patted her chest and let out a long breath. "I didn't expect that even a strong man like the boss could be drugged into a coma." Sidoro sighed. "It is indeed the most ferocious sea area in the world, the New World. All kinds of means of killing and plotting are used." Gang Mill stood aside and nodded in agreement. At this time, Hera got up and said, "You guys are watching him here. Tell me if there is any special situation. I'll prepare some medicine and let him wake up quickly." After speaking, Hera walked out of the room, came to her own medical research room, and dispensed medicine to Moria. Moria came back in a coma. Presumably something must have happened in the New World. The pirates under his command may be in danger at this time. Hera wanted to wake Moria up as soon as possible, so as not to let Moria miss something because of her inaction. It would be bad. 3 minutes later, Hera prepared the medicine, came to Moria's room, and gave Moria a drink. 7 minutes later, Moria woke up. Moria woke up, still a little tired. "Lord Moria." Perona happily watched Moria fly round in front of Moria's chest. "Boss." Sidoro and Gunmere said happily. "Mopa." Hera explained what happened after Moria came back, and the fact that he was addicted to a powerful drug. Looking at these 4 concerned faces, Moria felt warm in her heart. It seems that the decision to set up this pirate group with a vest was right. Otherwise, this time will not end well. If you are in a coma for 3 days, who knows what accidents will happen in the middle, or you will be found, and you will be in a coma. It's done. The means of the world government, Moria learned this time. He thought that if all the pirates above the Cardo were enslaved, he would not give the world government a chance. But he didn't expect that he would look down on people in the end. With this method of drug use, Moria felt that no one could play as six as anyone other than the world government and the CP organization. "How long has it been?" Moria asked, getting up and leaning on the bedside wall. Just now Hera didn't say how much time had passed since he came back. From what Emily knows about the world government, the drugging is just the beginning. And there should be someone behind the CP who drugged him. In this way, Misaha and the others are in danger. The other pirates don't matter, Moria doesn't care if they die. It's a pity for Misaha and the others. After all, they are people who know each other well, and Moria can't bear it. Hope it doesn't take too long, or he can't do it. About 10 minutes. Before Hera could speak, Perona stretched out 2 small hands and said happily. Hera glanced at Perona, nodded and said, "Almost." Perona was the first to discover you came back. Chapter 113 The Tragic Casualties. Moria came back. The first to find out that I'm back. When Hera said this, Moria suddenly remembered the last scene before the coma, Perona lying on his chest. His sharp eyes immediately stared at the cheerful Perona who was still flying in front of him. Perona felt Moria's sight, and her cheerful body froze immediately. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Moria, so she defended in a low voice, I just came to see. Is the shadow servant broken, and definitely not sleeping with the shadow servant in it? Really, you have to trust me, Lord Moria." Perona raised her little hand and assured. "Ha ha." Moria glared at Perona angrily. This night, he appeared on the bed in his room, still in that position. Needless to say, Moriah also knew what was going on. It must be Perona who came to sleep with the shadow servant at night again. It used to be that way. What a speechless hobby. Wait until I get back to clean you up. She glared at Perona again. After Moriah felt her body's strength recovered, she turned on the shadow golden body scale armor mode, and then exchanged with the shadow attendant newsbird flying at an altitude of 5,000 meters on Sanya Island. Location left. Sanya Island. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, Moriah and a shadow servant newsbird switched places and appeared. This shadow attendant newsbird was left by him to specifically locate his own pirate group, and he has always kept a watch at an altitude of 5,000 meters. It's working right now. Ake Ainu and Sengoku. Sanya Island, Red Rock. The golden yellow light emitted by the incarnation of the Buddha and the Warring States period was striking and unusual, making it easy for Moriah to determine that these two were the spies of the CP agency. Call out. Moriah dived towards Sanya Island, like a sharp arrow shot down, getting faster and faster under the action of gravitational acceleration. Call out. Call out. When he landed at an altitude of 1,000 meters on the island, Moriah saw and heard the situation on the island clearly. It was tragic, even though Moriah only left for 10 minutes. Ordinary pirates are all dead. Of the 8 pirate captains, only Misoha, Ike, and Black are alive. Moriah didn't know how the casualties on the Navy's side were. But it shouldn't be too bad. In the current battlefield, Akainu led a group of navies, in the middle of Sanya Island, like ants, besieging Black and January and the surviving pirate cadres led by Ike. Fortunately, the Steel Hand pirates, except for Mitsuba, the strongest, are clones that have been genetically enhanced by the genes of the beasts. This was under the siege of the large navy led by Akainu, and it persisted until now. On the other side, the east of Sanya Island is close to the beach. Warring States and CP0 Yizao besieged Sanya. After killing most of the pirates under Moriah's command, Yizao saw that Senguo had not taken Sanya, so he chose to besiege Sanya with Sengoku, and wanted to get rid of Sanya as soon as possible before leaving here. Yizao was a little worried that Moriah would come back, although he was very confident about his drug. But what if? Just got slapped in the face by Moriah once, Yizao didn't want to take risks. He knew that Moriah would never let him go when he saw him when he came back. The best thing to do is to grab the Witch of Steel Hands quickly and leave the island quickly. Pity. Yizao was destined to be disappointed. Just when Moriah landed 1,000 meters above Sanya Island, Yizao's expression changed in vain, and he found Moriah. Moriah also found Yizao, who besieged Misoha with Sengoku. His memory is good, he still remembers Yizao. After all, he was the first to join Moriah along with Ike, and Moriah was somewhat impressed. The most important thing is that everyone else is fighting against the Navy, only that guy is attacking Misoha. There is no doubt about it, it must be someone from the CP organization. I don't know if it is CP0 or CP. Moriah didn't care, her mind moved, and she sped away towards Yizao. Bang! A white air flare swept across the sky, and Moriah quickly approached Yizao. Help me stop the actor. Yizao didn't hesitate. The moment he sensed Moriah, he shouted at Sengoku, and immediately left the battlefield and fled to the outside of the island. He knew Moriah's character and ability. If he stayed, he would definitely die. Even Sengoku couldn't keep him. Asshole. Warring States cursed secretly, although he was not ashamed of Yizao's choice, he did not reject Yizao's words. A jump rushed towards Moriah, trying to stop Moriah. Yizao's fruit ability is very important to the world government. If he can't die here, there is nothing he can do about it in the Warring States period. Don't try to disturb the boss. Sanya, who had her back turned to Moriah, saw Moriah's arrival in a domineering sight, and was pleasantly surprised. He got up and jumped and intercepted Sengoku at a very fast speed, not letting him stop Moriya. Zheng. Misaha and Sengoku instantly punched each other. Call out. Also at this moment, Moriya crossed Sengoku and Sanyu and rushed towards Yizao at high speed. You can't escape. Moriya sneered, his movement speed was not comparable to Yizao's moon step. Damn. I can't escape. Yizao, who had come to the sky above the beach and the sea, stopped with a heavy expression on his face, turned to face Moriya, and threw a punch with a domineering look. Yizao couldn't do anything either. This was the best solution given to him by his domineering arrogance and data fruit ability. At this moment, no matter where he avoided, the predicted data told him that he could not escape. Moriya predicted his prediction of Moriya's prediction. Evasion is nothing but a blow from Moriya. It was not the first time Yizao had encountered such an unavoidable situation. That's why he wanted to escape the first moment he saw Moriya. Because he can't win this kind of battle that he can't avoid and can only take it. Now Yizao chose to turn around and punch Moriya, hoping to delay a little time and let warring states come to support him. Call out. Chen. The moment he approached Yizao at extreme speed, Moriya's right hand turned into a stab-pointed spear, which was covered with armament domineering hardening and a layer of Liu Ying domineering 10 centimeters thick, piercing the air at lightning speed and stabbing Yizao. Owl threw his right fist against the bang. Boom. The instant the attack collided, the power bonus brought by Moriya's speed, coupled with his own terrifying power, combined with Liu Ying's domineering condensed into a sharp shockwave that annihilated everything. At this moment, it was like a flood that burst a dike. It poured out like a rush towards Yizao's fist. A bluish-white beam of light passed through Yizao's right shoulder and shot into the air in the distance. Yizao left a smooth wound on his shoulder. Under this extreme power, the space seemed to be frozen, the smooth wound on Yizao's shoulder, the blood inside was suppressed, and the Biao couldn't shoot out. This. How can it be? So strong. Yizao's pupils bulged sharply, and the shock in his eyes seemed to be about to snap out his eyeballs. In just an instant, his entire right hand and shoulders, under Moriya's full-strength blow, instantly vanished and disappeared. Chen. Moriya had an expressionless face, smashed Yizao's right hand and bullied him forward, and the sharp spear in his right hand instantly changed into a blade shape, then swiped to the right and slashed Yizao's neck, leaving a bloody horizontal line. Exclamation. Blood spurted out like a fountain from the blood-cut horizontal lines that split Yizao's neck. Ah! Yizao's eyes were instantly slack at this time. But he wasn't dead yet, so he subconsciously covered his neck with his hands. But before his hand was raised in the air, Moriya's left hand changed to a sharp spear, stabbing Yizao's heart. Boom. With the sound of piercing Yizao's heart and the last heartbeat of his heart, Yizao's raised hand dropped instantly, and the slack in his eyes suddenly became dull and lifeless. Tap. Bump. Moriya and the dead night owl landed on the beach on the east side of Sanya Island. Chapter 114 Withdraw. Where are you going? Moriya. Sengoku let out an unspeakable roar, venting his unhappiness. Everything just now, from the collision of the attack to the death of Yizao, took no more than 2 seconds. After Sengoku almost slammed Sanya in the air, he rushed towards Moriya and Yizao. But it was still too late. Yizao was killed by Moriya almost instantly. Warring states. Moriya turned around and sneered. A night owl was not enough to calm his anger, let alone weaken his revenge for the world government against the navy. Buzz. The warring states that came over still maintained the form of a big Buddha, jumped into the air and charged towards Moriya, raising his hand, and a shockwave that contained Liu Ying's domineering slammed his hand. Bump. Moriya started a fist and slammed it diagonally upwards. It was the first time he had met with the Admiral of the Navy since crossing. Boom! With a loud bang, the shockwave of the two and Liu Ying's domineering air confronted each other, and a strong wind pressure was released in an instant. The entire surrounding beach sank 5 meters, and rolled up a circle of 10-meter-high circular sand waves that spread round. Boom! Boom! The shockwave of the Warring States period kept coming towards Moria. Moria's face was calm, and the domineering Liu Ying on her body seemed to be endlessly issued, cooperating with his terrifying physical strength, and constantly wrestling with the Warring States period. Warring States is worthy of being an Admiral of the Navy, and he is worthy of being a person who can be called by Roger to deal with him. His strength is not ordinary. Especially if he is still in the form of an animal-type phantom beast in the form of a human fruit Buddha. Let his physical strength be no worse than Moria, and coupled with the special ability to send shockwaves, it is even more powerful. In terms of the domineering of the armed color, there was no real collision, and Moria could not feel it clearly. But the domineering of Liu Ying mixed in the shockwave, Moria felt, stronger than him, not as strong as Whitebeard, and on the same level as Carp. Threats to him? No. Whitebeard's domineering slashes with Liu Ying's domineering power are weak against Moria's current defense, not to mention the shockwave of the Warring States period, which was completely blocked by his continuous flow of Liu Ying's domineering. Boom! Bump! After wrestling for a while, the two of them were half a pound, and after a burst of gas, Moria stood still, and the Warring States turned over in midair, fell backwards, and stood 20 meters away from Moria. Call out! At this time, San came from behind the Warring States period. Moria saw this, raised her eyes, and said loudly to San, "Leave this to me, and you will kill the Akainu for me." After that, Moria thought, and all the shadow attendants in the shadow space, a total of 800 and close to 900, all shot out from him. Kill all the navies. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The shadow servants who were ordered by Moria quickly crossed both sides of the Warring States and rushed towards the battlefield of Akainu in January. Except for Warring States, all the navies on the island are there. Clear. Miss Aha, who was coming, stopped, glanced at Moria, then turned around and rushed towards Akainu with the shadow servants. Not good. Sengoku's face changed, and his mind returned to calm. He knew very well how powerful these shadow attendants who would be armed and domineering were, and they were simply crushing for the average navy. Everyone. Warring States took a deep breath and said loudly, "All retreat." The sound resounded through the entire Sanya Island like a bell. The navy who heard the words of the Warring States period froze and stopped subconsciously. Retreat. Did they hear it right? There are only a few dozen pirates left under the Shadow Emperor's command, and after a while, they will all be wiped out. At this time, are you going to retreat? Most of the navy did not react, thinking that they had heard it wrong. The boss is back. These navies are scared. Surrounded by the navy, Jan and Blake were excited, panting, but their eyes were firm. Certainly. Withdraw. Where are you going? Call out. Moria also heard the words of Warring States, sneered, and did not give Warring States a second chance. In an instant, a catapult rushed towards Warring States, which was a fierce attack. Clank. Bump bump. Boom. The fierce battle started in an instant. Moria used every punch with all her strength, and Sengoku, who was forced by every punch, could only deal with it with all her strength. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There are not many shadow attendants who are close to 900, but they are also rushing towards Akainu and the others like a black torrent. Not good. It's Shadow Servant. The actor is back. The navy exclaimed. They surrounded January and others in the middle, and they were the first to see the arrival of the Shadow Servant, and immediately understood something. The previous scene of Moria falling to the island was too fast. During the battle, only Akainu and other navies who had a good sense of domineering sensed it. The other navies only knew that Moria had returned to Sanya Island after seeing Shadow Servant. Oops, there are too many shadow attendants. Most of the admirals broke out in a cold sweat. After the Vico Island incident, the Navy is well aware of the strength of these shadow attendants. Armed with arrogance and a body as hard as the autumn water of the Black Knife, every shadow servant has a very strong defense. According to Moria's judgment and comparison, even if it is the shadow servant with the weakest armed arrogance, his defense can only be broken by the strong with the armed arrogance of more than 50%. Generally speaking, if the Navy's armed arrogance can reach more than 50%, he can basically be awarded the rank of Rear Admiral. Think about the nearly 900 shadow servants with the rank of Rear Admiral with the lowest strength. Let's not talk about the threat to the top combat power. For those navies below the Lieutenant General whose armed arrogance does not reach %50, it is absolutely fatal. Sarkaski, withdraw. An old Lieutenant General saw the shadow servant rushing towards them quickly, and said to Akainu, "If they continue to fight, their navy will pay the price. They are okay. Those navy who are not strong enough in armed color will definitely die miserably." Although there are quite a few navies who can go out to sea with the admiral, they are actually quite armed, but the strength is not strong enough, and there are even more navies who cannot arm the domineering. Once the war with Shadow Servant begins, the loss of the navy will be great. That's too late. Akainu shook his head, glanced at the blood-stained January and Blake, and said, "Only by quickly resolving the battle here can we retreat while dealing with the Shadow Servant. Now I will go to hold the Shadow Servant first, these seas the rubbish will be handed over to you." After saying that, Akainu was ejected into the air, over the heads of January and the others, and rushed towards the incoming Shadow Servant army. At this time, January and the others are already at the end of the battle. Without Akainu, the remaining navy can annihilate them, it is only a matter of time. They also understood their own situation in January, so they did not stop Akainu from leaving. Slay them. Then retreat to the south. The veteran Lieutenant General ordered to rush to January and them first, and the Lieutenant Generals and Generals behind them followed. Ha. As soon as the boss comes, none of you want to leave this island alive. Don't even try to escape. If you don't kill you, how will the heroic spirits of your companions rest in peace? Blake burst into laughter with anger and rushed to the veteran Lieutenant General. Too many of his comrades died in this battle. Now that Moria is here, he will not let the navy just pat his butt and leave. Retreat. How can there be such a good thing? All die here. January and the others, who had the same idea as Blake, took the initiative to attack the naval camp, trying to hold back the pace of the Navy's retreat. In fact, there is no need to delay, and the Navy cannot completely withdraw, because there are too many of them. The Navy that attacked Sanya Island originally consisted of 10 warships and more than 2,300 people. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, although Moria was crippled, there were only 3 pirate captains and more than 30 carders left. The Navy is not feeling well either. More than 1,000 people have died, and now there are more than 1,300 people left. With so many people, it is impossible to withdraw all of them. Sanya Island is not too big. So Akainu wanted to step over the Navy to hold back the rushing Shadow Servant, and wait for the veteran Lieutenant General to deal with them after January. I even thought about destroying the Shadow Servants, and then joining the warring states to kill Moria. Chapter 115 The Massacre begins. Big Fire. In midair, Akainu, who arrived at Uabu, clenched his fist in his right hand, and a fist of magma the size of a hill slammed into the army of Shadow Servants rushing down. Call out! Call out! At this time, Without waiting for someone in the Shadow Servant to make a move, the two Misaha who came along with them accelerated in an instant, and came to the Shadow Servant. Facing the lava fist that Akainu had dropped, they blasted out a punch like a burst. Bump! Akainu's magma fist exploded and was blocked in midair. The shadow attendants below took this opportunity to quickly cross Akainu to kill the naval force behind him. The Shadow Servants are also wise. Knowing how powerful Akainu is, they were not prepared to fight Akainu at the very beginning. Instead, they first killed other navies who were easy to kill, and finally came to surround Akainu. Witch of Steel and Giles Ilk. Akainu frowned. How could this woman appear in front of him? What happened to that CP0? Is it dead? Thinking of this, Akainu knew that it was impossible for him to hold back the Shadow Servant army at this time. That CP0 was dead, no one could hold back the Steel Hand Witch, so naturally he could no longer hold back the Shadow Servant army. Touch. Touch. Misaha Bully stepped forward and fought with Akainu. The two fought fiercely in an instant, the magma burst, and scattered all over the place, leaving potholes that were melted by the magma. Misaha was covered in blood-red steam, and she would not let Akainu go. Because Moria's order was to kill Akainu, this was the first task Moria gave her, and she would naturally go all out to complete it. This lunatic. After a short battle, Akainu couldn't adapt to Misaha's rhythm, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He was entangled by the mad Sanyu, and now let alone hold the Shadow Servant. The battle continues. Whether he can survive under Sanyu is a question. The current Misaha still maintains the mode of overdrawing its lifespan, and its strength and speed are stronger than Akainu. With every punch, Akainu felt a squeaky sound from the bones of his arm, and the bones were already cracked with tiny cracks. As the fight intensified, his arm would eventually crumble. At that time, if no one comes to support, he will surely die. Shot! Shot! Akainu didn't stop the Shadow Servant, and the Navy didn't panic too much. The Navy who could follow in the New World were all battle-hardened, and they raised their guns to shoot in the face of the rushing Shadow Servant. Touch. Touch touch. Clearly. Countless bullets shot on Shadow Servant and sent out red yellow sparks, but the speed of Shadow Servant was a little slower, and it did not cause any damage to Shadow Servant. How come? No harm at all. Seeing the Shadow Servant charging silently, the Navy was shocked. Even though they had already heard about the terrifying defenses of the Shadow Servants, they were still frightened when they felt this real invulnerability defense on the spot. Superior. For justice. Kill these monsters. As expected of a naval soldier who can follow the admiral, he did not flinch because of the terrifying defense of the Shadow Servant. Instead, he drew a knife and rushed towards the oncoming Shadow Servant army. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Without waiting for the Navy to rush up, the Shadow Servants rushed into the Navy's camp like a black torrent. Boom. Clearly. This easy. The slaughter started instantly, and most of the Navy had no power to parry, and was instantly killed by the Shadow Servant. Individuals who can parry are quickly killed in battles where Shadow Servants only attack but do not defend. Under the circumstance that the defense can't break the Shadow Servant, and the attack does not have a black knife, Gushui is still covering the armed and domineering Shadow Servant. It has become a fact that those ordinary naval soldiers were mercilessly slaughtered. Withdraw. Get out. Go south. Akainu was stopped, and the Shadow Servant rushed in. The veteran Lieutenant General's domineering sense of knowledge and domineering sensed that in just a moment, the Navy suffered hundreds of casualties, and his expression changed in vain. At the same time, some admirals were also allowed to bypass blacken the others, to block some Shadow Servants and cover the retreat of more navies. As long as they retreat to the sea and enter the sea, the Shadow Servant will have nothing to do with them. This is a way to deal with Moria's shadow servant after negotiating with the Navy. The weakness of shadow servant's inability to go to sea has been grasped by the Navy. Don't think about going there. Black stepped back, and then wanted to intercept several rear admirals who had bypassed them on the left to block shadow servant. It was unsuccessful, and was returned by the veteran lieutenant with a shave and a whip leg. Hateful. January and others on the right were also intercepted by some admirals. Walk. Retreat. Retreat. Surrounding the Navy on both sides of January and others, they got the order of the veteran lieutenant general, quickly abandoned them and fled south. You dare to divide your troops, then you stay. Black, who didn't stop the admiral from going to stop the shadow servant, went crazy, and regardless of the outbreak of the injury, he entangled the veteran Navy in front of him, preventing him from having a chance to retreat. Hateful. These bastards. The other admirals who stayed behind were also entangled by the crazy January and the others, unable to break free. Their thinking in January is very simple. When the shadow servant kills all the ordinary Navy, these admirals who are entangled by them, don't even try to escape, they will all die. A shadow servant pierced a Navy colonel's heart with a knife, then pulled it out, and killed the other Navy. How can there be such a monster? How on earth can the Navy defeat this monster? At the moment of complete death, the Navy colonel showed despair, and when he saw that he was slaughtering his companions frantically, he completely lost his spirit and only had a deep sense of powerlessness. ZZ. The silent slaughter continuing, the Navy behind the people in January and the others was the part that was first rushed by the shadow servant. They couldn't retreat, or before they could turn around and retreat, the shadow servants killed them. Soon, the 6 naval generals who came to support them from the battlefield in January, one of them is a lieutenant general, and the strength of the armed color domineering is about %66, and the strength of the other 5 is about %52. Between 60. These 5 people are all elite major generals in the Navy, and their rank is based on their strength, and their military arrogance is more than 50%. However, it is precisely because of this that the shadow servants who can armed and domineering show how terrifying they are. This is also the reason why the world government and the Navy are so afraid of this ability when they know that Moria's shadow servant can use the domineering armament of his life. So the 6 admirals who came to support them, and a pair of upper shadow attendants sat on a wax. How can that be? Why so strong? The 6 admirals looked incredulous, and their attacks could not break the shadow servant's defense at all. Despite the fact that Ye Owl's intelligence has been explained, the thinking of these 6 admirals is still stuck at the time of the Vigo Island incident. At that time, Moria's shadow attendants were basically not armed and domineering, and his body at the time was not as strong as it is now. So the shadow attendant at the time, as long as the armed color is domineering and a little strong, can disperse the shadow attendant. At least these 6 admirals felt that with their domineering strength and power, they could completely break the shadow servant's defense and crush the shadow servant. But now, their attacks can't break the shadow servant's defense at all. How come? They wonder why. It's just because Moria's current body is much stronger than when he was in the Vigo Island incident. Correspondingly, the intensity of his shadow was much stronger than before. Moria's shadow intensity is not constant. It wasn't to say that after swallowing Hedagu-Shui, the strength was always only the strength of Hedagu-Shui. But as his body becomes stronger, the shadow strength will also increase. After all, the shadow is projected from his body. His body is strong, and the strength of the shadow will naturally increase. Therefore, the 6 admirals who made a mistake in judgment, let alone stop the shadow servant from covering the retreat of more navies. As soon as he confronted the shadow servant, he was besieged by more than 30 shadow servants with a domineering strength of 50% to 55%. When he couldn't break the defense, he could only be exhausted and desperate. After a while, the 6 admirals were besieged and killed by the shadow servants. Chapter 116 Warring States Armistice. How is this possible? The old lieutenant general was frightened by what he saw and heard domineeringly. The 6 Navy generals who went to support were all Navy elites. As a result, they were besieged and killed by shadow servants without a single wave. This kind of unconventional strength made the veteran lieutenant general see the horror of shadow servant for the first time, and also understood why the world government attached so much importance to Moria. Ha ha. You all have to die. The power of the shadow servant made Blake laugh wildly. His expression became more and more frantic, and his attack became more and more rapid, giving the veteran lieutenant no chance to breathe and retreat. In January, they too, frantically entangled their opponents and did not give them a chance to retreat. As long as they are entangled, they all believe that when the shadow servant is free, these navies will all die. Hateful. Why did it become like this? The veteran lieutenant general was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. The navy had already retreated to the south as ordered. However, because of Akainu's misjudgment, he was entangled by others, coupled with a misjudgment of Shadow Servant's strength. Shadow Servant has already broken into the large troop of the navy. At present, only a small part of the navy has escaped the pursuit of the Shadow Servant, and the rest are entangled by the Shadow Servant. Of course, Shadow Servant didn't really completely crush and slaughter the navy. Among the shadow attendants, the strongest ones only killed the 6 dozen shadow attendants who came to aid the naval generals, and the other 3 shadow attendants whose armed strength reached 69%. For other shadow attendants, the domineering strength of the armed color is generally below %40, and some are even only %10, which is at the level of just inspiring the domineering of the armed color. For those navies who can arm and domineering, although they still can't break the defense of the Shadow Servant, they will not be killed by the Shadow Servant. With the strength, skill and speed, they can still repel the Shadow Servant. Therefore, the slaughter of Shadow Servants is only aimed at those navies with general strength and the largest number of navies. But the veteran lieutenant will understand that this is only a stopgap measure. With the passage of time, when Shadow Servant killed all the navies that were easy to kill, other navies could not escape the fate of being killed. The end result is that less than 10 of the navy on Sanya Island could survive. This point, the veteran lieutenant general understands, and the Warring States period sees it very clearly. Knowing that Moria didn't die, but escaped, Sengoku knew what kind of disaster they would face once Moria returned. So from the beginning, he asked Yizao to help other navies, trying to get rid of all the pirates under Moria in the shortest time. In this way, even if Moria comes back and faces the Shadow Servant army, with Akainu, Yizao and a group of naval generals, the Shadow Servant army will not be able to take advantage of it, and will even be killed by the Red Dog. The dog led the navy to destroy it. However, it's all because of that idiot. Sengoku, who was in a fierce collision with Moria, couldn't help scolding Yizao in his heart. The plan was good, and the pirates under Moria's command were almost killed. As a result, Yizao suddenly returned to deal with Sengoku, giving Moria's pirates a chance to breathe. Not all destroyed? Then Moria came back, and the situation reversed in an instant. What an idiot. Warring States didn't know how many times he secretly cursed Yizao in his heart. But the situation is already like this, and now the most important thing is to find a way to stop Moria's Shadow Servant army from killing the navy. Moria, how about the truce? While fighting, Sengoku said to Moria in a deep voice, in the future, as long as the navy does not cause great harm to the world government and the navy can ignore you. It's like treating Whitebeard. Afraid that Moria wouldn't believe it, Warring States said. This is the current attitude of the world government towards a strong man like Whitebeard. As long as you stay in the New World and don't deliberately target the world government, the Navy will not deliberately seek trouble. Now the world government also understands. Compared with spending energy to get rid of the big pirates, in the end, it will only make countless pirates rise, causing the Navy to suffer heavy casualties and be overwhelmed. It's like executing Roger, and as a result, the era of the great pirates started. The Vigo Island incident killed Captain John, and as a result, several big pirates fought and rose on the site of the John pirates. In order to deal with these rising pirates, the Navy paid a higher price than killing Captain John. All these, the final result is that the Navy's living strength is being consumed frantically, and its control over the sea is declining. This is what the world government does not want to see. Through these events, world governments changed their minds. Instead of consuming combat power to deal with big pirates like Whitebeard, it is better to let these big pirates attract firepower and get rid of the pirates that are constantly being born. This makes it easier to stabilize the situation in the New World and reduce the consumption of the Navy. Let the Navy have more energy to protect the allied countries of the world government and control more sea areas. In short, now the world government has begun to implement the Kibukai system, and it also intends to indulge the development of big pirates such as Whitebeard and Kaido. As long as there is no dominant situation like the Rocks pirates, the world government can accept it. The purpose is to maintain a relatively stable environment in the New World. Stability is what the world government wants most, because they are the biggest rulers in the world and they need a stable environment. Even if this stability is maintained with the pirates, the world government recognizes it. Really, if it wasn't for Moria's shadow servant ability that made people care too much, the world government would indulge his power to contain other big pirates. And now, with Yi Zhao's failure, Moria's strength has reached the level of Whitebeard, and it is impossible to catch Moria or kill Moria. In this way, even if they are afraid of Shadow Servant's ability, the world government can only choose to let Moria grow up. As a tacit partner, maintain the stability of the New World with other big pirates and the world government. To put it simply, everyone gets what they need. In the future, I won't come to trouble you, let you grow up, and you won't come to me and make trouble for me. Everyone just tacitly said hello to me and everyone to be okay. It's a pity that Moria doesn't understand the twists and turns in it. All he knew was that he was plotted by the world government, and that the pirates under his command were almost killed by the Navy. Now that the Warring States period stopped the war, they wanted to end all this. How could there be such a good thing? This is just the beginning of Moria's revenge, and the exciting things are yet to come. So, in the face of Warring States' proposal, Moria replied, "Haha." Then it was time to fight, and even more crazy. Bump. Zheng. Boom. The sound of the collision between the two fighting. The explosion of wind pressure, the sound of the ground bursting, and various sounds resounded non-stop on Sanya Island. Rolled up sand, rocks and trees fly across Sanya Island. Molia, you bastard. Do you really want to fight the Navy to the end? Warring States was in a hurry. He really couldn't understand that some people would not accept this good opportunity. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lingerling all tacitly accepted this silent proposal from the world government, and each grew up on their own territory. Why can't it come to Moria? Could it be that Moria, the bastard, didn't have the heart to become the pirate king? Warring States thought. Fight to the death. Hearing the words of Warring States, Moria's heart was filled with unreasonable anger, and said with an angry smile, "Do you think I would be afraid?" Moria said sternly, "Come here, I won't kill your navy and the world government this time. You don't know what the majesty of an actor should not be offended. This lunatic." Warring States scolded inwardly, and then said solemnly, "Then come on, If you have the ability, you will fight me to the end. At this point, Sengoku has nothing to say, and fight against Moria with all his strength. Bump, bump. Bump. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Battle of two. Every time it collided, the overflowing force exploded the air, spreading it into a violent wind pressure, blowing it all around, leaving a pit on the ground with a diameter of tens of meters. Chapter 117. Akainu's Broken Arm. Whoa! Whoa! On the pitch-dark sea, 5 naval warships with huge searchlights were breaking through the waves and moving very fast. In the middle is a naval warship. The bow is a huge doghead structure. This warship is Carp's ship. After Carp sent Whitebeard safely back to his home, he left 2 warships to monitor the periphery of Whitebeard's territory. Then they rushed to the warring states side with 5 warships. Moria is back. That CP0 is dead. Akainu is also being entangled. Carp stood on the bow, thinking about the information that just came from Sanya Island, and frowned. The information was not sent by the warring states period, but by a signal soldier. It was said that Moria came back from Sanya Island and fought fiercely with the warring states period. At the same time, the Shadow Servant army was released. They were retreating, but they were caught up by the Shadow Servant army. Akainu is also entangled by the Witch of Steel Hands, and the Navy is fighting hard. The so-called hardship, Carp understands what it means. No, someone has to rush over in advance. After thinking about it, Garp was not at ease. The power of the Shadow Servant, especially Yizao, said that Moria's Shadow Servant was made by those pirate captains and carders, and their strength was not at the same level as Vico Island at that time. With the current naval strength on Sanya Island, most of them are not opponents. Over time, the casualties will definitely be huge. Thinking of this, Garp called Kizaru and asked him to rush to Sanya Island in advance to support them in the warring states period. Learn. The yellow monkey nodded, elementalized away, and headed towards Sanya Island. He had the life card of the warring states period in his hand, so he would not get lost. Mr. Carp, has the situation on Sanya Island changed? Aokiji on another warship, seeing the figure of Cabra leaving, came to Garp's warship and asked Garp. Garp replied, CP0's plan failed, Moria released the Shadow Attendant army, there is a hard fight, the situation is not optimistic. Aokiji proposed, Mr. Garp, then I'll rush ahead too. With one more person, there will be fewer casualties there. Garp thought about it, and he was right, so he glanced at King Tsi and nodded, then you can go too, I will follow with the troops. The green pheasant got the order, jumped, and landed on the sea surface. The sea became ice under the ability of the frozen fruit, and the green pheasant landed on it as if it fell on the ground. Zizizi. SHHHHHH. On the sea, Aokiji uses its ability to freeze the sea while running at high speed on the ice. Just like on flat ground, leave a 3-meter wide ice surface along the way. Sanya Island. The bright moon is still hanging in the sky, and the falling moonlight is like a thread, illuminating the whole island. The ground is blood-colored under the moonlight. 2 hours have passed since Moria reappeared. Clearly. Metaverse app, Philu Meteorite Novel Downloader. From Meteorite Pavilion 143 131 600. Meteorite Pavilions, 143 131 600. Bump, bump. The roar of the battle on the island still resounded throughout the island. But if you listen carefully, you will find that there are only 3 battlefields left on the island. One is Moria and Sengoku, the other is Akainu and Misoha. 1. Is the veteran Navy Admiral alone facing all the Shadow Servants and the Steel Hand Pirates except Misoha. In the past 2 hours, the Navy has suffered heavy casualties under the massacre of Shadow Servants. The navies who fled to the ships to the south did not survive either. after being shot by a group of swordsmen with swords in the Shadow Servant. The chopper wave was continuously fired like a machine gun. The 5 warships docked in the sea to the south, together with the Navy soldiers who fled above, were torn apart by the endless slashing waves. Those who did not escape to the warship, the Navy on the island, eventually died under the siege of the Shadow Servant. In the end, the entire Sanya Island was left with only the warring states, Akainu and the veteran Lieutenant General. Morlia. One day, you will die too. In the end, the old Lieutenant General fell under the siege of all the Shadow Servants and January and the others, and after he cursed Moria unwillingly, he also fell. At this time, there were still 700 shadow attendants left in Moria, and more than 100 people had dissipated. The casualties of the pirates under his command are no less than those of the Navy, and they are also very heavy. In the end, 2 pirate captains, Ike and Black, survived. However, both of them have reached their limit. At this moment, they are lying on the blood-stained ground, unable to move. Only their undulating chests prove that they are still alive. The Steel Hand pirates survived with their strong physical defense and resilience after genetic modification. There is still plenty of physical combat now. The others all died in battles with the Navy. Only Akainu is left. After killing the veteran Lieutenant General, January turned to look in the direction where Akainu and Misaha were fighting, without rest, rushed over there with the sisters of the Steel Hand pirates. The moment the Shadow Servant army also killed the veteran Lieutenant General, he immediately turned around and killed Akainu. Ha ha ha. Warring states, wait for the Akainu to be killed, and you will be next. Become my first Admiral Shadow Servant. Moria laughed while fighting. Only now has his anger been vented a little. If he can keep the warring states behind, and then dispel the Shadow Servant, then most of his anger will be vented. Morlia. Sengoku's eyes were already red at this time, and as a large number of navies were slaughtered, his eyes were like this. It's not that he didn't want to go to support, but every time he was stopped by Moria. The movement speed is not as fast as Moria, and he can't beat Moria's warring states, so he can only watch the shadow attendant slaughter the Navy soldiers again and again. Bump. Moria jumped up in the air and punched Sengoku, who wanted to support Akainu again. Morlia. Sengoku roared, that's it, every time it was blocked by Moria. Ha ha. Moria sneered and continued to pester Sengoku. As long as Akainu was resolved, Misaha and Shadow Servant joined him to besiege Sengoku, and they should be able to kill Sengoku in a short time. At that time, I will have a general-level shadow attendant, and I will be excited when I think about Moria. On the other side, seeing the sisters and Shadow Servant who came over, Misaha's expression froze, and she used all her strength to punch, coupled with the extremely fast impact, and slammed towards Akainu. Die. Red Dog. In the face of Mitsuba's extremely fast blow, Akainu couldn't dodge it, and could only punch it. Big fire. Akainu roared. Bump. At the moment when Akainu and Misaha collided, all the Shadow Servants, Yi and others who just arrived rushed up, and countless swords and fists hit Akainu. In an instant, Akainu was overwhelmed by countless attacks and figures, surrounded by layers inside and out, and no figure could be seen. At the same time, at this moment, Moria, who was fighting fiercely with the Sengoku, changed his position with one of the Shadow Servants who attacked Akainu. In an instant, Moria's right hand turned into a sharp spear and stabbed Akainu's heart. Morlia. Moria's sudden appearance caused Akainu's pupils to shrink sharply. At this time, he was blocked by the Shadow Attendant's attack, and he couldn't move for a while, but Akainu didn't sit still. Blast. Volcano. At this moment, Akainu shouted loudly, and all the fruit abilities exploded. The whole body is like a volcanic crater, and a large amount of magma is erupted in an instant. Boom. the amount of magma erupted expanded to the level of a magma sphere with a diameter of 100 meters in an instant, and the huge force emitted from it was like a bomb, instantly pushing Shadow Servant and Misaha away. Moriah was also pushed away, but at the last moment, his Shadow Thorn Spear still stabbed Akainu. But not the heart, but the arm joints. Call out. Just as everyone was pushed away and the thrust was not completely removed, the pale-faced Akainu rushed out of the magma sphere at high speed and flew into the sky. Afterwards, Akainu covered his blood-spitting left arm with his right hand, and flew towards the Warring States moonstep without looking back. In the attack just now, Akainu's left arm was stabbed by Moriah. No way, Moriah's body is too big, and his Shadow Thorn is also very large. When it pierces the joint of Akainu's arm, it directly cuts off the little arm of Akainu. Seeing that Akainu was about to flee, among the shadow attendants, more than 100 shadow attendants with knives sent countless slashing waves towards Akainu in an instant. These slashing waves are like a canopy, making Akainu unavoidable. Chapter 118. Clearly. Akainu's expression froze, his body covered with a domineering look of armament, and he resisted all the flying slashing waves in the air. Akainu didn't dare to stop, resisting the slashing wave and flew towards the moon step towards the Warring States. He almost died just now. If it wasn't for a wave at the last moment, which caused Moriah's attack to deflect, then the others would be gone. The ability of Moriah and Shadow Servant to swap positions left a huge shadow on Akainu's heart at this moment. On the other side, after Sengoku just punched away the shadow attendant who had swapped places with Moriah, his expression changed. Then I saw the domineering feeling, and then looked back. Just saw the scene of Akainu rushing out of the magma sphere with a broken arm. Sakazuki. Sengoku's pupils shrank slightly, then kicked his legs and rushed towards Akainu. Moriah. On the way, the roar of the Warring States period almost resounded through the entire Sanya Island, and the anger in my heart had already exploded. The Warring States did not expect that Moriah, the dignified actor, who had just fought with Whitebeard for 8 days and 8 nights a few days ago, would actually do such despicable and shameless things as sneak attacks. Touch. Warring States was wearing the shape of a Buddha, and the big crotch came towards Akainu, and the speed was not slow. Here, Moriah, who was pushed away, quickly stabilized his body, ejected, and killed Akainu in an instant. Hearing Sengoku's roar on the way, Moriah didn't care and rushed towards Akainu. Call out. Neither does Akainu, knowing if it is on the verge of life and death. The potential has exploded, the moon step is super long, and the speed is fast, coupled with the chop wave that just resisted the Shadow Servant. With the thrust of the chop wave, the speed is even faster. Moriah didn't catch up for a while. But it didn't matter if he didn't catch up. Moriah's right hand still maintained the appearance of a sharp spear, and it was a speedy thrust towards Akainu's eye. A condensed ray shock wave containing Liu Ying's domineering arrogance passed through the air at extreme speed and shot towards Akainu's heart. Puff. At the critical moment, Akainu shifted his body slightly, and the ray shock wave passed through the edge of the ribs and missed the heart. Akainu continued to flee, Moriah continued to chase behind him, and at the same time raised his right hand to stab the spear, and another ray shock wave shot towards Akainu's heart. Continue to escape, don't let the shadow attendant approach you. Just as he was about to attack Akainu, Sengoku arrived and quickly passed by Akainu's side as he spoke, raising his hand at the ray shock wave shot by Moriah and blasting it with a punch. Afterwards, Akainu continued to flee, fled over the sea, and escaped the attack range of Shadow Servant, and he was temporarily safe. Moriah. Sengoku's eyes were red, and he had seen Moria clearly. This is a person who will do anything to achieve his goals. So he didn't say anything ruthless, and faced Moria, who was rushing on the opposite side, with a fierce attack. Bang bang bang. The fierce battle started again in an instant. Moria sneered in response. Sengoku didn't say a word, and the two fought in silence. But the intensity of the battle has escalated again. Stop Akainu. Don't let that guy escape. Misaha took the lead, quickly crossed Moria and Sengoku, and chased towards Akainu. Tap. Red. Akainu was always injured, and after Sengoku came to block Moria's blow, his heart seemed to be relieved. Weak physical strength, the speed slowed down, and when he finally escaped to the coast, he was chased by Misaha. Call out. After chasing Misaha in front of Akainu, he turned around and jumped into the air instantly, stopped in front of Akainu, and punched him fiercely. Bump. Although Akainu punched him, the difference in strength caused him to be kicked back by Misaha and fell to the ground. Kill this guy. Taking the lead in January, Shadow Servant and the other sisters of the Steel Hand Pirates jumped towards the Akainu that fell in the air. Fists, swords, legs and feet. At this moment, various attacks slammed towards Akainu, who was still in the air. Big fire. Akainu is also a monster, turning around as a hot magma fist, not giving Shadow Servant a chance to approach. That might, even though his left hand was still bleeding, even if he was attacked by Moria and San one after another, causing his injuries to worsen, he was still not weak. Bump. In January, they and Shadow Servant's attack and Akainu's magma fist briefly stalemate in midair, and no one can do anything about it. Call out. At this moment, Misaha behind Akainu was not idle. He punched Akainu with a punch, and then the moment he landed, he bounced up again, and flew behind Akainu at this time, facing Akainu's back. A hard punch. Bump. Puff. A huge force came from the back, and Akainu's body was twisted under this force, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the man flew over the heads of Jen and the others, smashed on the ground behind, and exploded a few dozen meters. Diameter of the pit. Kill. January and the others and Shadow Servant did not hesitate, turned and killed the Akainu in the deep pit. Chen Seng. Seng. Before the people arrived, the slashing waves of the Shadow Servants had flooded into the Akainu in the deep pit. Clearly, there was no way. The Shadow Servant's attack came too fast. Akainu was unavoidable. His eyes were bloodshot, and the blue veins burst out on the surface of his body. Go to hell, Akainu. After the slashing waves of the Shadow Servants passed, Misaha, January and the others waved their fists, came to Akainu, and blasted at him. In the face of these countless fists, especially Misaha's fist with killing intent, Akainu couldn't help showing despair. Could it be that I just died here like this? Akainu's thoughts just started, and a yellow flash suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then, whoa, whoa, whoa! Countless fist-sized yellow light bullets shot from the high altitude of the sea towards Akainu. The attack range of the light bullets is very wide, covering a radius of 100 meters of Akainu. The density is also very high, like a rainstorm. Avoidable. Faced with this sudden light bomb attack, Misaha and the others chose to condense their whole body with a domineering look and domineering resistance, and then the direction of their fists remained unchanged, and they still blasted towards Akainu. It's just that the light bullet attacked them one step ahead of them, and a violent explosion occurred. Peng peng peng. The wind pressure generated by the explosion caused January and their attack to deviate and smashed around Akainu. Although Misaha also deviates, he still punched Akainu's left arm, almost killing Akainu. The lower left arm was also smashed to the shoulder. Puff. Akainu, who was lying in a deep pit that was smashed 5 or 6 meters deep by Mr. again, spat out a mouthful of blood again, but he laughed. "Come on, Salino." Akainu quickly closed his eyes. Call out. At once, just when Akainu closed his eyes and Mr. was about to punch Akainu again, Kizaru moved at the speed of light and came to Akainu, and then a strong light burst out from the whole person. It's so bright. Too bright. I can't open my eyes. Faced with the sudden strong light, Mr. and the others stopped involuntarily and their eyes closed subconsciously. Dread. Call out. Taking advantage of the moment when Mr. and the others paused, Kizaru stepped on both feet, gave Akainu a princess hug with both hands, and quickly jumped into the air, and then continued to fly to 1,000 meters before stopping. At this distance, Mr. and the others could only watch. Salino, go and destroy all the warships. Sengoku, who was battling with Moria, suddenly roared at Kizaru in the sky. Kizaru looked at the warring states in the battle below with an expression on his face. Did I hear it wrong? Chapter 119 Shadow Fields Expand. Come on, execute the order. Palu Salino. The warring states period in battle once again roared at Kizaru in the sky. Have to. This time, Kizaru heard clearly. Although he didn't understand warring states orders, he just followed suit. Holding the red dog, Kizaru flew to the north of Sanya Island, where the remaining 5 warships of the Navy were parked. In addition, the 5 warships docked in the south have been torn apart by shadow servants slashing waves. SHHHHHHHH. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, Kizaru held the red dog without using his hands. He lifted his foot and stepped 5 steps in a row, and 5 beams of light shot at the 5 warships on the sea below. Boom 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 boom. After 5 consecutive explosions, the 5 warships fell into pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea. Ha ha. Warring states. During the Battle of Moria, seeing this scene, he laughed and said, "You want to keep all the pirates under my command here?" "That's right." Warring states blushed, "You can leave tonight, but all your shadow servants and pirates under your command will be destroyed here, and none of them will escape." "Really? I guess." While fighting, Moria smiled and said, "Itsukapu is coming, or you won't have so much confidence and want to keep all my shadow attendants here." So what if you guessed it? The warring states chased after Moria and sneered when he heard the words, "The ship was destroyed, there is a kiwi in the sky, where are the pirates under your command going? You scumbag, I will also watch over you and not give you a chance to take the shadow servant back." Anyway. Moria. After the Sengoku punch and Moria collided, he said coldly, "This time, you will leave the pirates and shadow servants under your command and escape by yourself. I will definitely do your glorious deeds. It will give you good publicity." The famous actor is just a despicable and shameless person who only engages in sneak attacks and abandons his companions. You will never be as good as Whitebeard, and you will never have the chance to become the Pirate King. Ha. Ha ha. Ha. Moria punched the warring states with a punch, and after laughing, her eyes narrowed. "It's a straightforward enough trick. It's hard for you to have such a scheming at this time, warring states." Warring states, who were wrestling, snorted, and said, "Don't worry about what is going to be tough. After tonight, no matter how strong you are just a waste who abandoned your companions and fled. Your reputation is destined to stink like shit, and the new world does not. People will turn to you again. One Piece is also destined to leave you." Bump. Moria and Sengoku separated for a moment, shook their heads and smiled. "I have no interest in whoever loves to do One Piece, and as for reputation, although I don't really care. But you said that I can't take my pirates and shadow servants with me tonight, so I don't agree with that. As soon as the words fell, Moria's mind moved, and while retreating from the Shadow Golden Body mode, he punched the fist from the Warring States period. Zheng. This easy. The moment the fist attack collided, red and black domineering lightning overflowed. Strong. Moria, who had retreated from the Shadow Golden Body mode, who faced him with a conventional body, felt the terrifying power of the Warring States period. It was just one blow, and he felt a soreness in Tang Bong's arm. But that's all. Shadow Realm expands, the land of shadow streams. Moria shouted in her heart. Immediately, the shadows under him suddenly dispersed, and in less than a second, it covered the ground with Moria as the center and a radius of 1,000 meters. This is. Sengoku, who was wrestling with Moria, frowned at the dark and solid shadow under his feet, feeling that it was not easy. Let me see how you want to keep my pirates and shadow attendants. Warring States. Moria laughed, the words just fell. His mind moved, and a shadow thrust suddenly shot out from the shadow stream between Sengoku's legs, and the target shot directly at the back door of Sengoku. Zheng. The incident happened suddenly, and the Warring States only had time to tighten his hips and clamp the raised shadow thorn, but the huge force knocked him into the air dozens of meters in the air. Come to my shadow streamer land. Moria ordered Sanyi and the others to come to him, while controlling a dozen shadow spurs, like octopus tentacles, shooting at the Warring States in the air. Salino, stop them. Warring States on the same side while fighting. He ordered Kizaru to stop the pirates under Moria from coming to the shadow ground below. Call out. Whoa! Kizaru, who was ordered, held the red dog and raised his feet to attack Misaha and the others who were running towards the land of the shadow stream with beams of light. Bang bang bang. During the march, Misaha was running, and at the same time blasted all the light beam attacks of the yellow monkey, which did not cause much impact on January and the others. At most, San's speed was a little slower, but it was acceptable. Soon, Misaha and the others all arrived at the land of shadow streams where Moria's shadow was transformed, and all the shadow attendants were also standing in the land of shadow streams at this time. Ike and Black were also carried by shadow attendants into the land of shadow streams. Clearly, in the air, Moria manipulated more than a dozen tentacle shadow thorns that contained the domineering hardening of the armed color and the domineering arrogance of Liu Ying, and kept attacking the Warring States period, making him unable to attack Sanyi and others. After a while, Sanyi and the others and Shadow Servant came behind Moria. Sengoku was furious, and he punched Moria from the air, and suddenly a shock wave containing Liu Ying's domineering arrogance shot towards Moria below. Bump. Not to mention, Moria punched him and blocked the shock wave. At the same time, his mind moved, and at the moment of the Sengoku attack, 5 tentacle shadows stabbed at the Sengoku. Clearly. Bump. Warring States returned to block the 3 tentacle shadow thorns, but did not block the other 2, and was finally sent flying, leaving Moria a dozen meters away. Warring States, let me show you how I am open and above bod, taking my subordinates and shadow attendants away. Moria looked up at Warring States with a chuckle, and then his mind moved. The entire land of shadows floated up like a shadow continent, and then slowly flew towards the west of Sanya Island. Salino. Stop Moria. The Warring States was shocked. I didn't expect the shadow fruit to be used like this. After shouting loudly, he continued to attack Moria. But. Clang 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 clank. Bump bump. Moria has too many tentacle shadow thorns, and the domineering look is not weak. After all, the Warring States period only has hands and feet, so he can't block the attack of more than a dozen tentacle shadow thorns at once. In the end, not only did he not approach Moria, but he was pushed away by Moria's attack. Understood. Mr. Warring states. On the other side, Kizaru, who heard the voice of the Warring states, came to the sky above the land of Shadow Stream, and attacked Moria with a beam of light. I come. In the face of the light beam attack of Kizaru, the three came out, punching the beam of light with one punch. I'm leaving, Warring states. Moria laughed while controlling the tentacle Shadow Thorn to attack Sengoku. At the same time, it is also shrinking the range of the Shadow Stream, so that the speed of controlling the flight will be faster. Not for a while. The land of Shadow Stream shrunk to a radius of 100 meters. Moria stood on the edge. Behind him were more than 100 shadow servants with knives, and Misaha. Warring states, let you see the real horror of Shadow Servant. Moria attacked towards the moon step in the air, and the unwilling Sengoku laughed. Then, with a thought, he ordered the Shadow Servant to attack. Immediately. Chen Seng Seng Seng. More than 100 shadow attendants, standing in a row, sent out continuous slashing waves at the warring states that flew over from Uabu. When the chop wave is sent out in an infinite firepower mode, the visual effect is very shocking. Chapter 120 Kill a Heavenly Dragon and have fun. Hateful. Warring States was annoyed, facing this continuous, endless slashing wave. Even if it couldn't cause him any damage, it also prevented him from moving forward. No matter whether he avoids or resists, in short, his speed will be slowed down. Salino, fly in front of them and attack. Sengoku turned around and said to Kizaru. Shhhhhhh. Kizaru is really stable, and has been in the high air behind the Warring States period, holding a Kainu. He raised his foot and attacked Moria with a beam of light, not getting close to life or death. Let Moria think about it, and there is no chance to directly kill a Kainu. I heard the words of the Warring States at this moment. Kizaru was cautious and did not fly directly over Moria. Instead, it circled the sky above the edge of the land of Shadow Streams, and came to a kilometer high in front of Moria and the others. Then continued to attack Moria with beams of light, trying to slow Moria and the others down. Kizuna gave it to you. Moria said to San behind him. Leave it to me. San jumped slightly at the start, and punched out with a punch, blocking Kabu's attacks as much as possible. Not enough. Moria thought together, and set out 50 shadow attendants to face Kizaru with Misaha. Chen Seng Seng. 50 shadow attendants also turned on the infinite firepower mode, sending out continuous slashing waves, and flew towards Kizaru in the sky. In the face of this endless slashing wave, they are all domineering attacks that wrap around armed colors. Wang Yuan didn't dare to be careless, he could only avoid it. On the other hand, a Kainu was still in his arms and could no longer be hurt. Therefore, for the sake of a Kainu, Kizaru didn't dare to be too turbulent. Once the attack frequency was low, it would naturally be impossible to reduce the speed of Moria and the others. Moria. On this side, the Warring States roared angrily. Seeing that Kizaru didn't play a role in stopping him, he still refused to give up. Body in the air, use the moon step to keep dodging the slashing wave attack from the shadow attendant, and then rush towards Moria. Not to mention, with the number of shadow servants reduced by 50, and after gradually getting used to the slashing wave attacks issued by the shadow servants, the Warring States gradually became more relaxed, and people were approaching Moria. After a while, the Warring States period approached the 100-meter position of the land of Shadow Stream that was lifted into the sky. At this time, Moria controlled the land of Shadow Flow and just flew to an altitude of 500 meters outside Sanya Island. The Shadow Servant's domineering arrogance is still a little weaker. Once the number of people is small, the threat to the top arrogant owner of Warring States will drop a lot. Thinking to himself, Moria stretched out his right hand, and amid a long shadow black knife autumn water emerged from the land of Shadow Stream. Moria grabbed the hilt of the knife with his right hand, pulled the knife behind him, and smiled at the flying warring states. "Send you one flaw, General Warring States." After speaking, Moria swung her right hand forward. Chen. A huge slashing wave containing Liu Ying's domineering arrogance rushed towards the Warring States period. Facing Moria's slashing waves, Sengoku couldn't dodge the slashing waves of other shadow servants as easily. Zheng. The Sengoku, who couldn't escape, slammed a punch against it. Suddenly, the shock wave and the slashing wave collided, triggering a violent wind pressure. Chen Seng Seng. With the help of Moria's slashing wave and the Sengoku attack, the infinite firepower of the shadow servants successfully hit the Sengoku. Moria. With the unwilling roar of the Warring States period, he was blasted into the distance by the slashing waves of the shadow servants. Walk. At this time, Moria seized the opportunity and thought, first put all the shadow attendants into the shadow space, and then narrow the shadow stream again into a 20-meter radius, which was convenient for manipulation. Call out. After the land of shadow stream shrunk, Moria's control flight speed suddenly accelerated and left in the distance. Seeing Moria leaving, Kizaru did not chase, nor did he dare to chase. He was still holding a Kainu. If he chased far away and was chased back by Moria, he could escape at the speed of light, but a Kainu couldn't escape. Moonlight. Moria. Warring States clenched his teeth lightly, looking angrily at Moria's disappearing figure, his face ugly. On the land of Shadow Stream, Moria turned to look at Sanya Island, which was getting smaller and smaller, and smiled. "Where is the nearest naval base to us?" Moria asked back. Crescent Moon July, who played the role of a navigator, came to Moria and said, "Go straight ahead, and there happens to be a naval logistics base." Hearing this, Moria sneered, "Then go there to grab a few warships, and by the way, replenish the lost shadow attendant and life energy." Sanya Island. Half an hour after Moria left, Okiji came. An hour later, Carp stopped in the sea east of the island with 5 warships. "Hurry up. Go and see if there are any surviving companions." As soon as the warship docked, the soldiers above quickly came down and went to the island to search for naval soldiers who might be alive during the battle. Kizaru flew to the boat with the red dog, and asked the medic to bandage the wound of the red dog. Sengoku was in the center of the island, sitting on a tree trunk that had collapsed to the ground. Surrounded by blood-stained ground, piles of corpses, some from the Navy and some from Moria's pirates. In general, it is still more than the Navy. "Are you still alive?" "No." "Do you still have breath?" "No." "Are you still alive?" "Sacrifice. Sacrifice." Along the way, all Carp heard in his ears were the voices of sacrifice, not a single word that brought life. In the arrogance of seeing and hearing, I could not perceive the voice of life among the people who fell to the ground. Silent all the way, Garp walked to Sengoku with heavy steps. "Feel sorry," Carp said solemnly, "it's too late." Sengoku, who lowered his head, looked up at Carp when he heard the words, and said nothing, lowered his head in silence. Garp didn't say a word, came to Sengoku and sat down. After half an hour, a rear admiral came to the Warring States to report. "Mr. Warring States, no survivors were found." Warring States trembled for a moment, then raised his head and ordered, "Dispose of the corpse, bring back what can be brought back, if not, bury it on the spot." "Yes." The Major General got the order and went down to make arrangements. The corpses of naval soldiers can be brought back to those who can be buried. The pirates under Moria's command did not have this kind of treatment, and they were all set on fire. After everything was dealt with, Sengoku returned to the Navy headquarters with a part of the Navy to report on the operation. Carp continues to be in the New World, following Moria's news, while also preparing for Moria's retaliation against the Navy. Sengoku also thought that Moria might retaliate against the Navy in the future, but he did not expect Moria's revenge to be so fast. Moria, who left from Sanya Island, did not sleep, and flew all the way to a nearby naval logistics base in the direction pointed by July. When the sun was about to rise, Moria came to an island consisting of 3 mountains leaning against each other. One of the Navy's logistics bases in the New World was set up on this island. Appears to be only 3 large. In fact, a large part of the mountain has been hollowed out. Many of the Navy's supplies are stored there. Weapons and equipment, food and water and other materials are stored in the hollowed-out caves. As soon as Moria brought Sanya and the others down in front of the entrance of the cave, they were discovered by the guards guarding both sides of the entrance. Then the huge horn on the top of the mountain issued a harsh humming siren. Bump. Without Moria's action, Ike and Blake, who had fully recovered after inputting life energy, rushed forward to end the lives of the Tagats. Boom. Then Moria came to the cave and smashed the cave door made of metal with a punch. Then, with a thought, he summoned all the shadow attendants and entered the cave. At the gates of the other 2 caves, Sanya and January led the team to smash the gates and enter the cave. All killed. This was the order that Moria gave to Misaha and the others, and it was also the order that the shadow attendants carried out. Kill these nasty pirates. Dare. Not good, it's Shadow Servant. It's the actor who is here. Run. Call for help. The Navy in the cave was originally eager to kill the pirates, but when he saw the Shadow Servant and knew that Moria was coming, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, turned and fled, seeking support. After all, it is a logistics base, and the people stationed there are naval soldiers who do not often experience combat. But it is also in the terrifying waters of the New World. He knows more and understands the horror of the world's top powerhouses. Therefore, as soon as they knew that the world-famous actor Moria was attacking, these naval soldiers stationed at the logistics base wanted to run away. Unfortunately, when they met Moria, their demise was doomed. After an hour. Sunrise. This naval logistics base, all the navies stationed there, all died. Except for the base commander, whose rank is Vice Admiral, and more than a dozen naval soldiers who can be armed and domineering. Moria's shadow servants were transformed. Everyone else was devoured by shadows and turned into life energy. Then Moria ordered Shadow Servant and Misaha to bring food, water and other supplies to the 2 warships docked at the base port. Then depart on board the 2 Navy ships. Next, you go to Wangjai or Silver Axe, and when you find one of them, call me and let me know. On the moving warship, Moria ordered Misaha and the others. After that, leaving the phone bug, and 200 shadow attendants let San command, Moria got up and flew towards the Chambord Islands. He's going to kill the Tianlong man for fun. Let CP0 know that he is not easy to mess with. Chapter 121. I always feel that something will happen to my father one day. Noon of the day. Before Sengoku left the New World, he received an order from Konga Kong. Let him go to the Navy to be stationed at one of the largest naval logistics bases in the New World. Did something happen? Big Brother Kong. The phone bug among the opponents of the Warring States period asked. This morning, Moria attacked the A05 logistics base not far from Sanya Island. Sora's heavy voice came from the phone bug. There are only bloodstains at the scene, but no corpses. It is speculated that after they were all killed, some were made into shadow servants by Moria, and some of them were swallowed by shadows and their bodies dissipated. All dead. Hearing this, Warring States' eyes turned red again. Damn Moria, come to me if you have the ability. Sora on the phone worm was silent for a while, and then said, anyway, don't come back yet, go to the AO1 logistics base to sit in town, and come back after Moria's revenge. I see, Big Brother Kong. Sengoku replied with a sullen face. Duh. In the Navy headquarters, Cyborg Sora sat behind his desk and hung up the phone bug who was talking to Sengoku. After the silent meeting, the empty phone worm dialed the phone worm of the CP0 commander who initiated the operation against Moriah. This is what you call foolproof. It's obvious that you can kill Moriah directly by poisoning. Why do you need to do this? You have to catch it alive. It's all right now. Sakazuki broke his arm. More than 2,000 sailors died. Another naval logistics base was destroyed this morning, and more than 3,000 died. I don't know how many casualties Moriah's revenge will cause to the Navy. All of this is caused by your arrogance, you bastards. As soon as the phone worm was connected, before the CP0 chief could speak, Steel Skeleton roared "Pape Papa" and pressed it against the CP0 chief's face. On the phone bug's side, the CP0 officer said dissatisfiedly, "Don't forget, Sora. We also lost Yizao's powerful data fruit ability. You don't know, we value the data fruit. Next, I don't know how long it will take to get the data fruit again. This is a loss that cannot be quantified by data." So, Chief CP0 roared, "Don't think that you are the only ones who have suffered heavy losses, we are the same. You." The air was so angry that he was speechless. He had never seen such a brazen person. Just like us, a night owl died, and he attached great importance to the data fruit. It was just a devil fruit. On his side, Molia's revenge, I don't know when it will end, and I don't know how many navies will die because of it. In the end, this guy actually dared to yell at him. The more you think about it, the more you feel, and the cold voice said, in the future, for your CP0 actions, don't even think about getting the assistance of the Navy. It's up to you, Kong. Chief CP0 laughed. The generals of the Navy headquarters are directly under the direct subordinates of the Tianlong people. Their actions cannot be hindered by you. Kong was speechless, feeling for the first time that Garp was right in not accepting the position of admiral. He is the first person in the Navy, and the admiral who commands all the navies is actually not as high as the Tianlong people in the command of the generals. Now have to endure the ridicule of CP0. Okay, then you can directly ask the Tianlong people to come and tell me that your CP0s are not qualified enough to point fingers at the Admiral of the Navy. And Sora pondered for a while, but still reminded, CP0 plotted against Moriah, Moriah himself knows it, and with that guy's character, revenge against CP0 is almost inevitable. You have to find a way to give him a channel to vent, otherwise the guy will go crazy, and I don't know how many innocent people will die because of this. On the other side of the phone bug, when the CP0 chief heard Kong's words, he didn't pay any attention, but instead said in a condensed voice, "Kong, we don't need you to care about our CP0. Moriah wants to take revenge, let him come to marry you, but does he dare to come? This is the creator of the world, the Tianlong people. If he dares to come, we dare to let him come and go." Listening to the confident words of the CP0 officer, Sora shook his head. In short, my reminder has been given, and I don't dare to be interested in what you do, so I have a request that future actions against Moriah must be led by our Navy. That won't work. Chief CP0 refused without thinking. CP0 has never had an example of navigating the Navy. Chief CP0 doesn't want this example to start with himself. This is a battle between the two departments over who has the right to speak, and Chief CP0 will not agree to let the Navy dominate. Unless. Then let's do it ourselves. Don't interfere. Sora said. This. Chief CP0 hesitated. After all, you have failed. Sora added. Okay. Chief CP0 agreed. They had failed once, and it was almost impossible to think about the next time. In particular, Moriah's ability to perceive people's hearts is so disgusting that it makes people unable to start, only head. Even so, let the Navy take the lead. Anyway, when the time comes, there is a need to put pressure on the Navy and just come over. Chief CP0 thought very well, and Kong was not bad. After Zoxiao hung up the phone bug, Kong said to himself, very good, remove the unstable factor CP0, and then study how to deal with Moriah. The next shot, it must be a one-hit kill, not giving Moriah a chance to react. During the battle on Sanya Island, Moriah's abilities were mastered by the Navy. Sora is confident that when everything is ready, if he finds an opportunity, he will definitely be able to kill Moriah in one fell swoop. The next day. Regarding the issue of Sanya Island, the Navy took the initiative to disclose it. With the diligent work of Newsbird, this urgent news report on their inhumane massacre of the movie Emperor pirates quickly spread throughout the world. Have you heard? The Shadow Emperor pirates massacred more than 2,000 civilians on Sanya Island, and finally attracted the wrath of the naval admiral warring states. After a fierce battle between the two sides, the Shadow Emperor pirates suffered heavy losses and retreated. I also heard that it is said that the actor was angry because of the heavy losses. He rushed to destroy a naval logistics base in the New World overnight as a revenge for the Navy. Yes. Now in the New World, not only the Navy is watching out for the movie King Pirates, but those countries are also watching out. It is said that it is the actor who is the movie Emperor. Every time he goes to an island, as long as there is someone, he will kill everyone to become a Black Devil Shadow attendant and increase his strength. It's a terrifying ability. Fortunately, our country is not in the New World, or else it will be killed and turned into a Black Devil Shadow servant. Yeah, it's scary. My little brat is not afraid of heaven and earth. Now when I hear that he is going to be given to the actor as a shadow servant of the Black Devil, I am afraid to eat 5 bowls of rice. How could you call him a bastard who doesn't eat and only eats noodles? The Navy played a good hand in propaganda and successfully portrayed Moriah as an evil pirate who likes to slaughter civilians. Now many people, when they mention the actor, the first thing that comes to mind are labels such as heinous, likes to slaughter civilians, must run away, and so on. Dad, Moriah really slaughtered more than 2,000 civilians. Marco asked Whitebeard on the site of the Whitebeard pirates. The slaughter of civilians is also a shameful thing for their Whitebeard pirates, and they will not do it. Of course, except for the civilians who shot against them. Marco added in his heart. "Uralala. Pull." Whitebeard laughed and replied, "What, the massacre of civilians is just an excuse made by the Navy for its heavy losses." But Whitebeard Shenyin then said, "If that guy Moriah is really in a hurry, it's not impossible to kill civilians. That's really a dangerous guy." Marco said solemnly. "It's really a headache to meet such a careless guy, who is still a powerful guy. My strength is still not strong enough." Marco suddenly secretly annoyed. The stronger Moriah was, the more his heart throbbed, the kind of throbbing of heart palpitations. I always feel that one day my father will have an accident. Chapter 122 Devouring the Lord of Thundercloud Shadow Thunder. New World. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, Moriah sat on the back of the Shadow Servant Giant Eagle, which had not been used for a long time, and headed to the Chambord Islands. This day, the sun in the sky was particularly dazzling. Moriah sat on the back of the Shadow Servant Giant Eagle, and fell from an altitude of 5,000 meters to the edge of an island. Boom. 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 The island in front of Moriah had a thick layer of clouds in the sky, and inside it was like a thunder and lightning layer. At the same time, one after another of yellow thunder fell on the island like rain. Moriah had an impression of this island. It was not that he had been there, but that when he watched anime in his previous life, he was deeply impressed by this island where lightning rained all year round. In other words, he was very curious about this kind of island with special weather, so he was impressed. I didn't expect it to happen today. Moria did not enter the island, but looked at the bright sea around the island below, and then looked at the obviously darker ground inside the island, falling into contemplation. At this time, the sun just rose above Moria's head. The island below is not big, but not small. The thick thundercloud was like a huge sunshade, blocking the sunlight hitting the island, leaving a shadow covering the entire island. So, the reason why the island is dark is because the thundercloud blocks the sunlight, which means this is the shadow of the thundercloud. Ha ha. That's funny. The corner of Moria's mouth raised a smile. The shadow of thunderclouds in the sky on the island was the reason why he chose to stop in no hurry to go to Chambord Archipelago to hunt Tianlong people. It's been a long time since I devoured the shadow of a non-living creature. The last time I devoured the shadow of the mountain, I gained the attribute of increasing the weight of the shadow. I don't know what attributes will be obtained by swallowing the shadow of the thundercloud this time. With curiosity and anticipation, Moria jumped off the back of the giant eagle and landed on the edge of the island below. Bump! So hard. As soon as he landed on the ground, Moria felt like his feet were stepping on alloy steel, very hard. As far as the eye can see, the entire island, without plants, is full of rocky ground with metallic cluster and hills. I don't know if these rocks are rocks or not. Moria squatted down and touched the ground. It felt heavy metal, but it wasn't all metal. It was somewhere between metal and rock. It's tough anyway. Boom. Boom. The endless lightning that fell from the thundercloud seemed to strike the island endlessly. This kind of situation, Moria guessed, should have been going on for an unknown number of years. After such a long time, the island can still exist, and the rocks and other substances on the island have long been tempered by lightning and are already indestructible. At least in terms of resistance to lightning, Moria felt that the island was close to the edge of insulation. So lightning can't cause much damage to it. Then swallow the shadow of the thundercloud first, wait for the thundercloud to dissipate and illuminate the shadows of the hills on the island, then swallow the shadows of the hills to see. It should be able to increase the intensity of some shadows. Moria was a little moved by the hardness of the island. While planning in his heart, he thought about it, and controlled the shadow under him to merge into the shadow of the thundercloud and began to swallow it. Boom. Boom. In the process of Moria swallowing the shadow of the thundercloud, the thunder and lightning continued to fall. Especially in the position of the lieutenant general on the island, there were so many thunderstorms that the line of sight could not see the opposite side. Fortunately, the location where Moria deliberately landed was the place on the edge of the island that was just not hit by the thunder. After that, like the shadow that swallowed the mountain, as Moria devoured, the thundercloud became transparent, and the falling thunder began to decrease. Finally, after an hour has passed, the thundercloud disappeared, and the thunderstorm disappeared. For the first time, the hot sun visited this island that was shrouded in thunderclouds all day long. The shadow of the thundercloud was also swallowed up by Moria. With a thought, Moria directly turned on the shadow golden body mode to experiment with swallowing the shadow of thundercloud. The changes in the shadow can be most intuitively felt by using the shadow golden body mode to physically examine it. This feeling, so light. As soon as he entered the shadow gold body mode, Moria felt that he was different from before. The body is as light as a cloud, but the weight has not decreased, it is still as heavy as before. This is obviously because the shadow has swallowed the lightness of the cloud layer, allowing the shadow to remain as light as a cloud while maintaining its previous weight. A very contradictory feeling, light and heavy, it seems to be perfectly integrated. Call out. Whoa! Moria couldn't help but fly into the air, shuttle back and forth, feeling the thrill of the new speed. The lightness of the shadow has the advantage that Moria's movement speed becomes faster. Soon, the movement speed is at least 0.5 times faster than before. After testing back and forth in the air, Moria landed on the previous ground and concluded. Compared with the previous speed, it is simply improved by a grade. You know, Moria's speed was already very fast before. On this basis, add 0.5 times the speed, that is not from 1 to 5, that is to increase from 1000 to 500. The difference is not that big in general. And the faster the speed, the more difficult it is to improve. Moria was very satisfied with the speed increase this time, and was even so excited that he couldn't stop laughing. If Sanya Island had this speed, Akainu would be dead. The future admiral is gone. Ha ha ha. Moria laughed out loud. There is no martial arts in the world that cannot be broken, only fast is not broken. The response is the same in terms of strength. If you had to choose between toughness and toughness, Moria would choose all of them. All in all, Moria is satisfied that Shadow has acquired the attribute of lightness. But, devouring the shadow of the thundercloud, what Moria wants most is not the lightness of the cloud, but the ability to produce lightning to control lightning. Immediately, Moria began to perceive the deeper changes in the shadow. In addition to lightness. And ha! After a careful perception, Moria's mouth rose and she smiled. Then a thought moved. Easy black lightning appeared in an instant, wrapped around him like countless lightning snakes, shuttled around Moria's 7-metal shadow gold. It was like treating Moria's body as a thundercloud. It makes Moria look evil and abnormal at this time, like a razor devil crawling out of hell, which is frightening to watch. It's just that the color doesn't look like the real color of lightning. Maybe it's because of the lightning created by the shadow. Moria thought. Fortunately, these black lightnings are not because of the domineering lightning of the armed color manifested by the will, but the real thunder and lightning. Moria didn't care too much, but felt that the black lightning was full. This feeling is like a shadow turned into a thundercloud. At this moment, Moria felt like a thundercloud, capable of producing lightning. And because he is a man of will, consciousness and wisdom, he can control these thunder and lightning, so that he can control the thunder and lightning like a person with the ability of thunder fruit. Thinking of the control, Moria's eyes narrowed. Then let's control and see, by the way, try the thunder and lightning created by the full blast, how powerful it is. Call out. Moria flew to the middle of the island in midair, surrounded by surrounding hills. He controlled the shadow to create lightning with all his strength. Immediately. Boom boom boom. The endless black lightning instantly covered Moria with a thick layer, turning him into a 15-meter-high black thunder giant. The highly dense black lightning covered Moria's whole body like a layer of lightning armor. From the outside, Moria could not be seen at all. What made Moria speechless was that he couldn't see the outside scene from the inside, and was completely blocked by black lightning. Therefore, at this time, Moria had darkness in his line of sight. What's the matter? If this is fighting against people, it really only depends on what you see and domineering. Moria couldn't help being a little speechless. In this full-power Thunderbolt mode, it's annoying to block the line of sight, regardless of the attack power. Fortunately, you can still control it. With a thought, Moria manipulated the black lightning to compress, turning it into 5 black electric pythons more than 10 meters thick and wrapped around the body. From a distance, Moria, who was standing in the air at this time, was surrounded by 5 black electric pythons, like a dark thunder god coming into the world. Again. Let's not talk about the attack power. This is awesome. This handsome mess of shape. Moria was very satisfied. This is what an actor should look like. Decided. Chambord Archipelago used this set for the appearance of Zitian Longrun. What's a good name for this trick? Moria had to choose a good name. A high-profile move naturally has to have a high-profile name, otherwise it would be a drop in price. First of all, this is lightning made by shadows. And thunderbolts are also black like shadows. Secondly, I can perfectly control this lightning. It's called the Lord of Shadow Thunder. Moriah's eyes lit up. The Lord of Shadow Thunder. The Lord of Shadow Thunder. The more he talked, the more satisfied Moriah became. If he could, he wanted to be called the Lord of the Shadow Stream, but it sounded a little out of place. Forget it, call the Lord of Shadow Thunder, and you can still come. Chapter 123 The Possibility of Shadow Making Thunderclouds Use. The next step is to experiment with power. Thinking to herself, a cold light flashed in Moriah's eyes. She stretched out her right hand and pointed her index finger to a small building in front of her. Top of mountain. Eye. One of the electric pythons surrounding Moriah was in his mind, moving in a Z shape in the air at the speed of thunder and lightning, and instantly slammed on the top of the hill that Moriah pointed to. Boom. The huge power is beyond Moriah's imagination. The top of the hill is like being blown up by a missile, and the top of the hill is directly flattened. Zheng. Zheng zheng. Zheng. The scattered rubble exploded, fell from the air, and smashed onto the ground of the island, making a sound of metal collisions. Obviously, on the island, whether it is the ground or the hills, the hardness has not changed, and it is still very hard. What has changed is that the power of thunder and lightning has increased countless times. Therefore, for endless years, the hill that has endured endless thunder without breaking. But in front of Moriah's full-power output lightning and compressed to the extreme electric python, it was easily blown up. This power. No, it's very nice. Moriah laughed. He didn't like this attack power. He was mainly handsome, and he was very high. Reaching out a finger, an electric python shot out again. After a loud bang, the top of another hill was blown flat. Then Moriah controlled the electric python to swim non-stop in the air, and was familiar with the various micro-manipulations of the electric python. Good. After experimenting for a while, Moriah felt that it was okay, and when it was controlled, the accuracy of the attack was enough, and it was basically possible to hit where it was pointed. Bump. Moriah returned to the island and retreated from the Shadow Gold Body mode. No, it should be the main mode of Shadow Thunder. Haha. The shadow returned to the body, and Moriah continued to manipulate the shadow, making various attacks with shadow guns. This is easy. SHHHHHH. The speed is very fast, much faster than when Moriah was handling it before. It should be because of the lightness of the cloud. Now the shadow is controlled very smoothly, just like adding lubricating oil. It can achieve various controls and speeds that were not possible before. Boom. Boom. While experimenting, Moriah suddenly frowned and raised her head. In the sky above the island, a cloud of thunderclouds gathered without knowing it. It's not big, only 3 or 4 meters in diameter. The razor swims inside, and a yellow lightning keeps generating and then falling, hitting the island. This is. Moriah was curious, since he swallowed the shadow of the thundercloud and caused the thundercloud to disappear completely. It should have only been a few minutes, definitely not more than 10 minutes. In such a short time, the thundercloud over the island was automatically generated. Also, the thunderclouds seemed to be getting bigger. Moriah's eyes flickered, looking at the thundercloud in the sky, according to his judgment, according to this gradually increasing speed. In less than a month, the island will return to the way it was just before. The entire island will be covered by a thick layer of thunderclouds, and endless lightning will continue to fall like rain. Is it the island climate? Or something else? Moriah thought about it, then closed his eyes, and carefully perceived the situation on this island with a domineering look. After a while, Moriah really discovered the island's secret. It turned out that this island, under the continuous forging of thunder and lightning, has become a strong magnetic island. In the end, it may be the reason why electricity generates magnetism and magnetism generates electricity. In short, under a bunch of complicated processes that Moria would not explain, the thunderclouds that were swallowed up by Moria and disappeared, began to gather and form over the island again. Tap. Moria walked under the thundercloud in the middle of the island, and looked at the shadow on the ground for a while. This continuously generated thundercloud reminded him of Charlotte Lingerling's pet Zeus. The thundercloud that has life because it is integrated into Aunt's soul. I remember that in the anime I watched in the previous life, Zeus liked to eat thunderclouds. It seems that eating thunderclouds can enhance its thunder and lightning strength. If I also create a thundercloud creature similar to Zeus, and then use the thundercloud that is constantly regenerating here, and devour it all the time, swallowing it for more than 10 years, I don't know how strong the thunder and lightning ability of this thundercloud creature will be. Moria wiped the imaginary saliva from his mouth, and still said that, let's not say whether he is strong or not, mainly because he also wants a pet like Zeus thundercloud. No other idea, just handsome, just want. So, try it out. Action is not as good as heartbeat. Moria quickly manipulated the shadow into the shadow of the thundercloud in front of her. After a while, Moria retracted her shadow in frustration. No success. Whether it's a shadow servant or a shadow slave, it's useless to Leon's shadow. There is a feeling that the bull's head is not the horse's mouth. In general, Leon's shadow has no conscious will and wisdom, so both shadow slavery and shadow servant have failed. Thinking about it carefully, whether it is a shadow servant or a shadow slave, it is based on the wisdom and consciousness of the owner of the shadow. Therefore, the failure of Leon's shadow servant and shadow slavery is inevitable. The key is the lack of consciousness or soul. If, like Charlotte Lingerling, part of her soul is separated into Leon's shadow, she may be able to enslave Leon's shadow. Thought, Moria. His eyes lit up, and he felt that he had found the key point of shadow slaving thundercloud. Just how do I separate out a part of my soul? Moria lowered her head and thought. After a while, looking at the shadow under him, Moria's eyes lit up again. Then a thought moved, and the shadow was completely isolated from the body, that is, the form of the Shadow Mage. Shadow Mage can be seen as another form of Moria's soul. Moreover, the Shadow Master has a certain ability to act autonomously. Just like installing an intelligent artificial system, Moria's orders can be completed without Moria's control, and the enemy can be attacked autonomously. When he was in the pirate town before, Moria let the Shadow control the Shadow Sharp Gun to attack those enemies. So, if I can separate a part of my own shadow and merge into the shadow of the thundercloud, can I create a thundercloud creature similar to Zeus like Charlotte Lingerling? Moria thought about it, and felt that it should be possible. His ability is to control the shadow. As long as he can make the shadow of Leon have soul consciousness, Leon will definitely be able to live like a living creature. When she thought of it, she did it. Moria took back the Shadow Mage, and then with a thought, she separated a part of her own shadow and merged into the shadow of Leon. After a while, Moria blinked. Like. Should. No. The shadows he separates are not completely independent individuals, but are still connected with the shadows of the main body. It is impossible to separate out the independent soul that can make Leon turn into life like Charlotte Lingerling. His shadow couldn't completely independently blend into Thundercloud's shadow. Once Moria doesn't control it and merges into his own shadow in the shadow of Thundercloud, it will automatically return to Moria's shadow. It seems that it is temporarily unavailable, but it can be developed in the future. Research, how to completely split your own shadow. Maybe you can refer to the shadow avatar technique in Naruto, so that the shadow can separate a shadow avatar like a replica. Thinking of this, Moria's eyes lit up, not to mention, the shadow clone technique has a feature, that is, the shadow clone and the main body share the chakra equally. And chakra Moria can't remember clearly, the setting seems to be a fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. In this way, the chakra is divided equally, that is, the spirit is divided equally. From this point of view, perhaps the key to separating the independent shadows lies in the two key words of equal division. Then, how to achieve an equal score? Moria asked herself. And then, he was dumbfounded. I haven't figured it out for a long time, how to separate the shadow of independence. Forget it, no more. Moria shook her head and decided that she didn't want to separate the shadow independently for the time being. On the contrary, the thought that the Shadow Mage has a certain ability of intelligent and autonomous control made Moria's heart move. Maybe you can take full advantage of the intelligent manipulation of shadows. What kind of form is suitable for the intelligent control of shadows, and has strong combat effectiveness, or is full of force? Just thinking of this, the corner of Moria's mouth rose slightly, and an alien whistling and manipulating a sharp red metal rod entered his mind. That's right. Moria thought of the sharp metal rod controlled by the alien whistle in the movie, Guardians of the Galaxy, that he watched in his previous life. Fast and hard enough, just whistling, you can control a metal rod to pierce through all enemies. When she was watching a movie in her previous life, Moria also hoped that she would have such a smart metal rod that could pierce through everything quickly. Now, without any hesitation, Moria's mind moved, and the shadow condensed into a shadow needle, with sharp ends. This needle seems to be a bit big. Looking at the shadow needle, with the thickness of a bucket suspended in front of him, Moria was speechless. It's too big, it's not impossible. It's just not high enough. Compression. Moria was heartbroken and tried to compress her shadow for the first time. Huh. Moria was surprised. This compression was actually very smooth, and there was no difficulty in the imagination. It was easy to reduce the shadow needle as thick as a bucket to a shadow needle as thick as half a meter in length of a table tennis ball. Chapter 124 The Horror of Shadow Needles, Les Fusaichi. Yes, in terms of my body shape, this length and thickness are quite a match. Looking at the shadow needle in front of him, Moria nodded. Then, the shadow needle was covered with armed color domineering and Liu Ying domineering, plus the black thunder and lightning entanglement with Zizizi sound. This shadow needle, the shape, the force, are all perfect. The next step is to experiment with the feasibility of intelligent manipulation of shadows. Well, someone has come to the island. Moria turned to look behind him and saw no one. At this time, he was in the middle of the island, surrounded by hills, blocking his sight. However, the domineering sense of seeing and hearing, and from the breath, Moria guessed that a group of pirates should have come ashore. Because he sensed the killing aura that only those who have killed too many have. There are about 40 people, and it seems that they must have just entered the new world. Kill them all. Moria ordered the shadow needle, that is, to her own shadow. He did not manipulate the shadow action, let the shadow act on its own. Call out. I saw Moria's life as soon as the order was issued. The shadow needle in front of him disappeared instantly. Puff. The alloy-like mountain was as fragile as a piece of tofu under the shadow needle at the moment, and it was easily pierced. Call out. Call out. The shadow needle that crossed the mountain came to the edge of the island in an instant. Like a black line, it almost instantly crossed the heads of the 45 pirates who had just disembarked and were talking and laughing. Only a trace of a black line was left, which gradually dissipated transparently. Call out. Puff. After killing 45 pirates, the shadow needle once again pierced through the mountain and returned to Moria. So fast. Moria was shocked, Everything just now, from his order to the disappearance of the shadow needle, and then reappearing in front of his eyes, but only 1 second had passed. But in the sense of domineering perception, those pirates who just landed on the island have all died. Even now they just fell to the ground one by one. This speed, plus the weight of the shadow. The resulting penetration is terrifying. Moria retracted her shadow and ran to the edge of the island where the pirates were killed. On the way, she saw the smooth small hole that the shadow needle pierced through the mountain, and sighed secretly in her heart. Again. When Sanya Island, if you develop the shadow needle this move. Okay, Ainu is dead. Pity. Why didn't I think shadows could be used like this before? Moria was secretly annoyed. Come to the island. 45 pirates fell to the ground, all of them men. Everyone had the last expression on their face. Or smiling. Or open his mouth to speak, as if he is talking about becoming the pirate king, with a confident and arrogant look on his face. All of them are doing their own thing before they die. It's so fast. Looking at this scene, Moria sighed again. The speed of the shadow needle is too fast, and everyone is killed by the shadow needle pierced through the forehead through the head, and basically loses consciousness in an instant. Until death, these pirates do not know that they are dead. Therefore, everyone's face retains the expression in front of him. How sad. But that's the cruelty of this world. The weak don't even have the choice to die. Moria shook his head and sighed, while secretly admonishing himself. In the pursuit of power, never stop. Therefore, don't let the mosquito meat be small. Moria thought, and manipulated the shadows to devour the shadows of these dead pirates. Next, Moria experimented again and divided the shadow needles into 3, 4, 5, and 6, and let the shadow control it by himself. In the end, I found that it is all right, and I can independently complete some fine needle-like operations according to my own ideas. Better than he could control himself. Just like real artificial intelligence. Moria is satisfied. Turning around and taking a look at the island, the thundercloud over the middle of the island became larger again. The shadow of the hill will not be swallowed up, and the strength of the shadow will not increase much anyway, just stay here to create a steady stream of thunderclouds. In the end, Moria flew away without swallowing the shadow of the hill. He was afraid that it would be swallowed. The hill would disappear, and the island would lose enough magnetic field, which would prevent thunderclouds from automatically gathering and generating. In this way, it will be more than worth the loss. He still wants to come back to make thundercloud creatures. Chambord Islands. It is backed by Mario, the seat of the world government on the Red Continent, and is close to the Marine headquarters, Marine Vando. Geographically, the Chambord Islands should be among the few safest islands in the world. But no, there is such a thing as an illegal zone here. On the island, criminals such as underworld, pirates, slave traders who part-time bounty hunters and so on gather together. I have to say that it is really ironic that there is such an illegal area under the nose of the world government and the Navy headquarters. It feels like darkness within the inner world government. What a beautiful island. 5 kilometers above the Chambord Islands, it was around 9 o'clock in the morning. Moria, who had just arrived here, looked at the islands below and sighed. I don't know if the Tianlong people are on the island or not. But, just to be on the safe side, change the vest before going down, lest the world government know that I have come to the Chambord archipelago, and lock all the Tianlong people at home. If I dare not come, it will be a waste of time. Moria's mind moved, and her body changed. Jack, the bounty hunter, pirate devourer, who used to be all-powerful in the East China Sea, appeared. Call out. After leaving a shadow servant on the back of the shadow servant giant eagle, Moria jumped off and fell towards the Chambord Islands. A big man is here. Just when Moria fell into the sky 1,000 meters above the Chambord Islands, Xiaoqi, who was standing behind the bar, was smoking a cigarette in there, Xiaoqi's rip-off bar, a holy place in the Chambord Islands, which is a must for travelers. Suddenly his expression condensed, and he saw the domineering feeling of the powerful breath emanating from Moria. Xiaoqi's domineering looks are a bit special, and she can deeply perceive the specific combat power of the strong. So as soon as Moria appeared in her domineering perception fan when she was surrounded, she sensed the powerful combat power of Moria. That was the power she had only felt in the strong men such as Whitebeard and Garp. This place. Xiaoqi frowned and looked towards the door. Tap. Moria fell from the air at high speed. When approaching the ground, she used the moon step to release the impact, and then gently landed on the ground. This is Xiaoqi's shop. As soon as he looked up and saw the righteous shop name, Moria knew where he was. So coincidental. Moria was a little surprised, he swears. He really just jumped lightly and chose a place with few people to fall, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. I didn't expect to come to the door of Xiaoqi's rip-off bar, by such a coincidence. But it actually came, so go in and have a look, and have a drink by the way. After taking out enough Bailey from the shadow, Moria went to the store with confidence. I heard that Xiaoqi is an expert in intelligence. You can ask her later when the Tianlong people usually come down to the Chambord Islands. Clang. Moria opened the door and went in. A tall, black-haired beauty stood behind the bar, her body was slightly tensed, and she looked at him with vigilant eyes. It was the young woman Xiaoqi. Powerful and domineering. Xiaoqi's vigilance made Moria know her strength and she felt it. Don't be nervous, I have money. Moria raised his hand and shook the thick bundle of Bailey in his hand, indicating that he was here to eat, not to make trouble. Ella. Brother please? Xiaoqi chuckled, seeing that Moria wasn't here to make trouble, and asked with a smile, what would you like to drink? Moria came to the bar, sat on a gordon, and looked at Xiaoqi. Just have a glass of juice. Juice? Xiaoqi gave Moria a surprised look, wondering if this person came in without reading the name of the store. She is a bar here, so she doesn't order wine, juice, or what to do. No? Moria asked. Wait. Xiaoqi turned around. If it was an ordinary pirate, who dared to come to her store to order juice, she would slap her away. It's a pity that Moria is not an ordinary man. After a while, Xiaoqi squeezed a glass of orange juice and pushed it in front of Moria. Juice, take it slow. Thanks. Moria nodded slightly, stretched out her right hand, and moved the cup slightly towards her, then lowered her head to the straw inserted into the juice, and took a sip, until 1/3 of the juice was completely drained. Cool. Letting go of the straw, Moria looked up and took a deep breath. Sure enough, juice is the most comfortable. By the way, why didn't you see Rayleigh? Moria looked around and asked casually to Xiaoqi, who was looking down at the bar. Xiaoqi paused, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and then quickly disappeared. Do you know that person from my family? Xiaoqi raised her head and looked at Moria curiously, thinking that such a strong person should be disdainful of lying. But she couldn't remember that Rayleigh knew someone of this level, but she didn't know it. I don't know that person in my family, there is a strong person like you. I have never heard of it. Xiaoqi tested Moria's identity. Pluto Rayleigh? Moria smiled and said, it's normal not to know me. Correct. Moria shrugged and said, I just asked casually, don't mind. Xiaoqi. Feel free to ask. Just yet? Don't care? Xiaoqi shook her head, she wouldn't believe Moria's nonsense. Rayleigh had only been living in seclusion for a few years, and this man knew. Obviously, this powerful man has more terrifying information than her. So, who is your excellency? What is the purpose of coming here today? Xiaoqi directly showed up to determine whether Moria was an enemy or a friend. Yes. If you didn't tell me, I almost forgot my business. Moria patted his forehead, and Xiaoqi forgot it without reminding him, and quickly asked, do you know when the Tianlong people usually come to the Chambord Islands? You don't know? Xiaoqi wondered. Should I know? Moria was also puzzled. Chapter 125. With a bounty of 2 billion, the Tianlong people appear. Xiaoqi was stunned and looked at Moria's puzzled face seriously. She understands that this is not some kind of intelligence boss. This is just a little kid who knew about Rayleigh and her by chance. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask the question of when the Tianlong people will come to the Chambord Islands. Because everyone on the island knows. Don't know? No one can guess the personalities of those Tianlong people. The time they come to the Chambord Islands basically depends on their mood, and there are no rules. But whenever there is a major slave auction opening, the organizer will invite some Tianlong people to come. Of course, whether you come or not depends on the mood of those Tianlong people. And today there happens to be a major auction on Island No. 1. You can go to see then. See. Speaking of this, Xiaoqi suddenly reacted, her pupils shrank slightly, she looked at Moria, and asked, what do you want to do? A strong man of the same level as Whitebeard, inquired about the whereabouts of Tianlong people. No matter how you look at it, Xiaoqi felt that something big would happen. This is information that shakes the world, big news. Your Excellency, I've ordered juice. Xiaoqi hurried to sit down in front of Moria, turned into a professional intelligence officer, took out the notebook and pen, and asked excitedly, why are you looking for the Tianlong people? Can you disclose it in advance? Moria scratched her head. Xiaoqi's sudden change made him a little uncomfortable. I didn't do anything, I was afraid of provoking it, so I wanted to know in advance so I could avoid it. Don't think about it, just pretend I didn't ask. Moria snorted and didn't tell the truth, although he thought that when he killed the Tianlong people, Xiaoqi might guess. But don't make a fuss about it now. Otherwise, who knows who Xiaoqi will sell his information to if he knows about it. Moria doesn't want to take the initiative to be a tool for others to make money. Gut. Xiaoqi felt bored and regretful about Moria's non-cooperation, and then reached out to Moria, spread her palms, and said fiercely, thank you for your patronage, 1 million Bailey. Moria was stunned. This is a rip-off, it's too much. A glass of orange juice, 1 million Baileys. This business, this shop, this person is still alive. That is to say, Xiaoqi's strength is strong, otherwise he would have been smashed and killed long ago. Bump. Give you. Moria got up, took out the money, and left. A set of moves is quick and quick. Just take it as a card and experience it. Moria didn't care about the million, and also learned from Xiaoqi that there was a major auction today. It's not a loss. Moria comforted herself. Haha. Which one is the strong one? Moria left, and Xiaoqi was still guessing Moria's identity. Although they have only been with each other for a short time, she has already seen the lawless character of Moria. This kind of person, this kind of strength, can't be unknown. But in Xiaoqi's mind, there is no strong person whose appearance can match Jack's vest in Moria. Boy. Bump. Clap. In the alley, Moria clapped her hands and continued to walk towards Island No. 1. Dozens of human traffickers, part-time bounty hunters, lay motionless in the alley with blood on them. It's really happy every street, every day of gunfights. It's worthy of the title of this illegal zone. Moria went all the way from Xiaoqi, and encountered no less than 20 assassinations, robberies, and murders. I don't know if it's because his vest Jack looks too hateful, or it's just like the daily life in the illegal zone of this island. If it is every day, then Moria really admires ordinary people living in this place. It's not easy. They are all trying to live. 10 minutes later. Facing the danger of assassination and robbery, Moria came all the way to the main road of Island No. 1. It's not that chaotic anymore, on the contrary, the business is quite developed. On both sides of the main road with green grass, there are various shops. Moria finds a restaurant with New World written on it. The door of the hotel was open, and as soon as Moria entered, she noticed that there were several reward lists posted on the wall beside her. One of them caught Moria's attention. "I'm drooling." A big blond man with 2 guns on his waist walked up to Moria and looked excitedly at the reward list Moria was looking at. 2 billion Baileys. That's a full 2 billion Baileys. If you can catch him and send him to the Navy to receive a reward, then you won't have to worry about it in your life. Mark, just blow it. In the restaurant, a few big men who were eating said with a smile, "That is Moria, the great pirate movie king of the New World, who fought fiercely with Whitebeard for 8 days and nights, and then slaughtered again. A ruthless man with more than 3,000 civilians. With your small body, I'm sure you won't be able to take a single blow from the actor. You'd better find those pirate supernovas who just arrived on the island in the past few days. They are still possible for you. Yes. Mark." Ha 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 ha. Hearing the mockery at the store, Mark beside Moria blushed anxiously. Humph. As long as the actor dares to appear in the Chambord Islands, I will definitely catch him and get a bounty of 2 billion Baileys. The actor didn't even touch me. The big blonde Mark angrily tore off Moria's reward list, and walked out of the hotel angrily. "You'll meet soon." Moria said a meaningful sentence to Mark, who walked out of the door, and then walked to the 2nd floor. Ha ha ha. That's right. Right. You'll meet it soon, Mark, and you'll have to work hard then. The others in the restaurant laughed, thinking it was Moria making fun of Mark. Are you crazy? How could the actor come here? Mark looked back at Moria and the others in the restaurant, shook his head and left. On the 2nd floor by the window, Moria ordered 3 steaks and a bottle of red wine. Eating while waiting for the appearance of the Tianlong people. What Moria said to Mark is true, and he will appear as his real person today. When he came, he had already inquired clearly that there would be mermaids in today's auction. There are mermaids, and the dragon people will definitely appear. The location where Moria is now is on the main road leading to the biggest auction. If the Tianlong people want to go to the auction, they will definitely pass here. There are now 2 hours before the auction starts. The Tianlong people should also appear soon. After an hour, the dragon man appeared. A family of 3. 1 father, 1 son and 1 daughter. The woman is pretty tall and has a decent figure. At this time, the 3 members of the family were all sitting on the backs of the 3 slaves, surrounded by a group of attendants, 8 of whom wore black uniforms and were responsible for protecting the Tianlong people. Just don't know how to do it. If you look at it in the anime of the previous life, then the strength is very ordinary. But now it's the reality. What's going on in the end, you have to fight to know. Quick! Quick! Get down on your knees, don't look up. No matter what happens, don't look up, don't make a sound. Everyone, as long as they see Tianlong people in their sight, no matter what they are doing, they all kneel and bow their heads silently the moment they see it. Clap. Clap. That female Tianlong person is young and beautiful, but her temperament is not very beautiful. With a whip in hand, while beating the slave under him, he complained to his father. Father. This time I'm going to change to a big slave. Now this is not banned, it's going to break. As he spoke, he gave the slave under him a whip to extract it. The slave wearing a collar was blanked. It is good. The white-haired old Tianlongren sitting on the back of the 5-meter slave crawling in the middle said in a matter-of-fact tone, I'll give you the big one this time. I'll take that big mermaid back to raise it. Father. The fat young Tianlong man on the other side interjected, just give me that little mermaid. I have equipped her with a huge fish tank. The three heavenly dragons came all the way, and wherever they went, they only heard the sound of whips and the sound of talking to themselves. Everyone was silent, kneeling and bowing their heads, not daring to look at them. Chapter 126. Someone wants to pretend to be Zorosby. The second floor of the hotel. Moria got up. The three heavenly dragons were almost here, and he was going to prepare. That is. Moria, who was getting up to leave, turned around and suddenly saw the direction of the main road, the direction of the Tianlong people, and a person was facing the Tianlong people. It was a young man with two knives hanging around his waist, about 20 years old, with a black turban wrapped around his head with neat short red hair. The red-haired young man, propped on the handle of the knife in one hand, and held the wine bottle in the other. While drinking, I looked at the people kneeling on both sides of the main road. He seemed to be wondering why these people were kneeling. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Moria sat down again and looked at the main road outside the window with interest. The group of Tianlong people opposite the red-haired youth also saw the youth at this time. The three Tianlong people were stunned, their eyes widened for a while, and their mouths were open to the point that they were speechless. Hey! Hey! What is that guy doing? Don't you know Tianlong people? In the alley beside the main road, a few pirates squatted in the corner, and when they saw the young man walking towards the Tianlong people, his pupils shrank, and the cold sweat broke down instantly. It was for the red-haired youth. Captain. A pirate with two knives on his waist and one eye closed looked at the red-haired young man. His eyes narrowed, and he said to the handsome young man beside him, that guy is a supernova who came to the island at the same time as us, the Black Knife Hunter Sonic, with a bounty of 160 million Bailey. The swordsman of the hacker pirates. Hearing this, a slender, handsome blonde youth with a height of more than 3 meters showed curiosity in the eyes of the red-haired youth. The hacker pirates, swordsman. Supernova. So. How would you choose? In the field. The Tianlong people finally came back to their senses. Kneel down. You untouchable. How dare you stand in front of us? The fat and round young Tianlongren pointed to the black-hooded youth about 10 meters in front of him, exaggerated to the extreme anger, which appeared on his face. The old man Tianlong and the young female Tianlong looked at the black-hooded youth who was still blank, with disbelief. This was the first time in their lives that they saw untouchables not kneeling when they encountered them. Why? Stand in the middle of the road during the day, get out of the way. Nani. Boom. The people kneeling around heard this, and their hearts shook violently, and they couldn't help but look up at the red-haired youth, wanting to see what the holy place was, and dared to tell the Tianlong people to move away. Hello. What does that guy want? The pirates who were watching in the corner heard the words of the red-haired youth and looked at his serious face. For a moment, his scalp felt numb. Go to hell. Untouchables. The three Tianlong people have never seen such a thing. They have long regarded themselves as gods, but they only feel that their divine right has been challenged. The family of three who were extremely angry, drew out their pistols almost at the same time and pointed at the red-haired youth. Are you going to fight? The red-haired youth also entered a state of battle at this moment, holding the handle of the knife with both hands, and his sharp eyes shot directly at the three Tianlong people. He can really do it. At this moment, everyone involuntarily raised such a thought. Untouchables. Go to hell. The eyes of the red-haired youth made the three heavenly dragons feel chills, as if they were being stared at by a beast, and they pulled the trigger without thinking. Bang bang bang. Chensing. At the same time as the gunshots sounded, The sound of the sword being unsheathed also sounded. The red-haired youth swayed from side to side. Instantly dodged 3 bullets, the body bullied forward. Two-thirds of the knife has been drawn with both hands. Demon eyes watched the 3 draconians who shot. That rascal. Is it for real? All the pirates watching were shocked, and the nature of doing and not doing something to the Tianlong people was very different. Don't that guy know that attacking the Tianlong people will attract the Admiral of the Navy? In the hearts of some people, they can't understand, is the deterrence of the Admiral of the Navy declining? How could anyone dare to take action against the Tianlong people? Ha ha. Moria, who was upstairs, watched the red-haired youth's actions and laughed softly. This is to pretend to be Soren's coercion, so that Soren has no coercion to pretend. At the moment Moria's thoughts fell, the red-haired youth pulled out all his swords, and people had come to the 3 Tianlong people. Chen Seng. The red-haired youth slashed through an arc with both knives and slashed at the necks of the 3 heavenly dragons. Could it be? Just when everyone thought that the Tianlong people were going to be hacked to death by the red-haired youth. Shave. Puff. A plain-looking man in black uniform appeared in front of the red-haired young man in an instant, and the index finger of his right hand was deeply inserted into the young man's heart. How come? The red-haired young man looked down at the index finger inserted into his heart, and then looked up at the unremarkable man in black uniform in front of him, with a look of disbelief. Puff. Tap. The man in black uniform pulled out his index finger and stepped back instantly. At the same time. Bang bang bang. Intense gunshots sounded, and the 3 heavenly dragons pulled the trigger the moment the man in black uniform left. Kill you untouchable. It's unforgivable to actually dare to do something to God. The 3 Tianlong people scolded and fired, and didn't stop until the bullets ran out. BFFT. The red-haired youth continued to spurt blood from his mouth, and the 2 knives had already fallen to the ground in the shot just now. Bump. The red-haired youth fell down, his facial expression still showing a hint of disbelief. He didn't recover until he died. He was a man who was determined to become the world's #1 swordsman. How could he fall here before he entered the new world? But the truth is, he really fell here. If you don't have Soren's life, don't pretend to be Soren's force. Moria upstairs smiled softly. The protagonist group really wasn't that easy to pretend. In addition to strength, luck and background are more critical. Don't you see Luffy fighting Eagle Eye on the top of the war, fighting the 3 generals, defeating Garp, and saving Ace from the hands of the Admiral Sengoku in the form of a big Buddha? These are the reasons why they can pretend to be successful. There is only one reason, that is, the relationship is hard enough. So Hawkeye can see very clearly that Luffy's strength is by no means in terms of strength, but the network of relationships behind him. In that circle of relationships, there are the original Kyuuhai, there are naval heroes, there are leaders of the Revolutionary Army, there are 4 emperors. What? Thinking of this, Moria was shocked. Especially the 3 major forces that maintain the balance of the New World, the Kyuuhai, the Navy, and the 4 emperors, all have your Luffy people, so how do people play? Sure enough. The adventure of the so-called One Piece is nothing but a group of rich second-generation people playing in the mountains and waters. Moria couldn't help feeling a little sour in her heart. She envied Luffy's background. The person who can beat it is One Piece Luffy, and the person who can't beat it is Monkey D. Luffy. Then take an adventure all the way and successfully become the Pirate King. This road has already been clearly arranged. Moria was unable to complain, and stood up when he was about to leave again. Stop. That pariah upstairs, how dare you stand up? The young female Tianlong person, when Moria got up, just saw this scene, and could not help but let out roar. There was a pariah who dared to stand in front of them and shot at them. In the blink of an eye, she saw Moria getting up. Isn't this despising the divine authority of the Tianlong people? Unforgivable. Come on, catch that pariah, he will be my next slave. The female Tianlong person pointed to Moria, who was standing by the windowsill on the second floor of the hotel, and instructed. There are still people. People on both sides of the main road all looked up at Moria's location. They had just come out of the ups and downs when the red-haired youth dared to attack the Tianlong people and died instantly, when they heard that someone dared to stand up in front of the Tianlong people. I'm afraid this isn't another red-haired youth. The person kneeling down couldn't help thinking. Obviously, the red-haired youth has become synonymous with over-the-top idiots. Without strength, dare to provoke Tianlong people. This is not a fool who is a fool. At this moment, Moria was also regarded by them as an idiot like the red-haired youth. This is really? Moria was stunned. The window was open, and he could hear the voice of the female Tianlongren very clearly. Therefore, before his actor was looking for trouble with the Tianlong people, he was already targeted by the Tianlong people. And, what a coincidence. The female Tianlong just happened to see him get up. Moria was speechless. Now he is faced with a choice. After leaving, he will appear as the actor and kill Tianlongren. Or directly kill the Tianlong people as the Vest Jack. The only difference is that when Jack in the Vest killed the Tianlong people, CP0 couldn't know it. It was because he was plotting against Sanya Island by CP0 before taking revenge. Tap tap. The 6 guard soldiers ran towards the hotel, but the men in black uniforms did not move. Their task was to protect the Tianlong people, and arresting people was not within their purview. Moreover, they also did not believe that after experiencing the red-haired youth just now, there are still people who dare to resist the orders of the Tianlong people. Forget it, Sanya Island, the revenge of CP0, I will report it next time. Now, I just want to kill those 3 heavenly dragons. No, I want that female Tianlong person to know what a real slave is. Moria thought for a moment, then with a sullen face, walked to the windowsill, got up and jumped, and fell to the main road. Although his current identity is Vest Jack, he doesn't want to leave just like that. Especially when he was still being pointed at the nose by a celestial being and scolded the pariah and left. Even if you leave just to kill Tianlongren in exchange for the status of the actor, it will not work. Dread. Call out. The moment Moria landed, a catapult jumped over the kneeling crowd and landed in front of the 3 heavenly dragons. So fast. The faces of the men in black uniforms changed, and then they were shocked. They felt Moria's unusual strength. Superior. Protect the 3 adults. 8 men in black uniforms, 6 protected the Tianlong people, and 2 rushed towards Moria. BFFT. Moria moved at an extremely fast speed, pointing her right index finger between the eyebrows of the 2 men in black uniforms, completing a one-at kill. Plop. Plop. The 2 men in black fell to the ground and died without any struggle. BFFT. Next, without any accident, Moria was like a ghost, shuttled around the 3 Tianlong people at high speed. 4 seconds passed. Except for the 3 heavenly dragons, all the other guards and men in black uniforms were pierced to death by Moria's index finger. As soon as the 3 heavenly dragon people came back to their senses, they saw all the guards around them who were falling to the ground, and a sense of fear arose in their hearts for no reason. The 3 of them looked at Moria tremblingly, and the old man Tianlong pointed at Moria. You don't come here. Call out. Puff. Moria instantly came to the old man Tianlongren, and pointed his index finger on the old man's eyebrows. Puff. Bump. Moria withdrew his hand, and the old man fell to the ground. Ah! The other 2 heavenly dragons screamed loudly, looking at Moria and the fallen father in horror. Boom! With the screams of the Tianlong people, The surrounding people also boiled. This really killed the Tianlong people. This is not true, is it? What's not real? Run. The admiral is coming soon. If you stay here again, you will be regarded as an accomplice. Quick, set sail. Leave this island. Boom. All are running out, away from Moria, away from the Draconians. The sky is falling. When the admiral arrives next, there will be a scuffle. Everyone wants to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Who is that guy? The handsome young man muttered to himself as he looked at Moria, who was condescending on the main road, ignoring the Tianlong people. Captain, don't care who that guy is. As soon as the Tianlong people die, the Admiral of the Navy must be dispatched. Let's go quickly. Let's go to Mermaid Island immediately. The handsome young man's companion grabbed his hand and dragged him away while talking. Puff. Moria withdrew his right hand and shook it. Bump. The earth-fat Wan Xianlong fell to the ground. There were only young and beautiful female Tianlong people left at the scene, staring at Moria blankly. The fear in her eyes made her freeze. Crack. Moria stretched out her hand and crushed the bubble shield on the female Tianlongren's head, revealing a doll face inside. She's pretty, with a melon face, slender eyebrows, a high nose, and slightly thick lips. Bad character aside, this is an impulsive woman. Come on, my slave. Moria stretched out her arms and hugged the female Tianlongren's small waist tightly, wrapping it around her waist, then kicked her feet, and used the moon to step up into the sky. Fly away. Let me go. You bitch. Until then, feeling the gust of wind from the extreme speed blowing on her face, the female Tianlong person reacted and raised her hand to hit Moria's stomach. Even in this situation, the words that came out of her mouth were still in a high-spirited tone. Snapped. Not to mention, Moria made the female Tianlongren shut up and pass out with a knife. After Moria left, the panic caused by his killing of the Tianlong people quickly spread to the entire island. Hello. What's wrong with you? Someone asked in confusion when they saw the crowd running out of island. No. 1. The Admiral is coming. The Admiral is coming. What are you running for? Someone killed the Tianlong people. What? The Admiral of the Navy was coming, and they were not afraid? When they heard that the Tianlong people were killed, these people were immediately afraid. Run away. Following these people who knew that the Tianlong people were killed, they also joined the fleeing crowd. Those who live on the island closest to the Draconians know very well how serious the situation is when the Draconians were killed on this island. Especially some time ago. It was only a few days ago that an island in the West Sea was destroyed by a demon slaughter order. And now? But the Admiral came personally. They are not confident that the Chambord Islands can finally exist. At the same time, the Navy stationed in the Chambord Islands also learned the news of the killing of the Tianlong people. While shocked, they also quickly reported the incident to the Navy headquarters. Bump. Sora, who got the news, almost smashed the desk with a punch. Who is that guy? Sora was furious. On the one hand, he was angry at someone who dared to kill the Tianlong people, and on the other hand, he was angry at the Navy who reported it. The person who reported it only said that a three-metal man killed 2 Tianlong people, and one of them was kidnapped. I don't know about the rest, let alone strength. I don't even know the name. Damn. Why is it at this time? After the anger, Kong has a headache. Because of the relationship between Moria and Whitebeard, Carp Sengoku and other high-end naval forces have gone to the New World. Then because of the failure of the action against Moria, Sengoku and Garp are still in the New World to guard against Moria's revenge. In the current naval headquarters, the only general combat power is Zephyr, who still retains the rank of Admiral of the Navy, but has actually retired as an instructor. Notice, let Zephyr go to the Chambord Islands. In the end, Sora had no choice but to let Zephyr run away. I can't let him, the Admiral of the Navy, come on in person. The Rear Admiral who received the order, just went out on the front foot, and a sailor from the Intelligence Department came in on the back foot. Report to the Marshal. The culprit who killed the Tianlong people knows who it is. Who? Sora frowned. The sea soldier replied, it's a bounty hunter from the East China Sea, whose name is Pirate Devourer, and his name is Jack. There is information from the East China Sea distribution, saying that Jack is a man who hates evil and hates pirates very much. For a period of time in the East China Sea, the pirates who were killed by him all hid. It wasn't until recently that I didn't hear from Jack that the pirates of the East China Sea came out. After listening to the words of the sea soldier, Sora was silent for a while, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The deterrent power of a bounty hunter is actually greater than that of the entire East China Sea Navy, and the entire East China Sea pirates under pressure do not dare to emerge. And such a man actually came to Chambord Archipelago to kill Tianlong people. Kong knows the habits of those Tianlong people, so it is not surprising that such a man who hates evil and hate will have any conflicts when he encounters Tianlong people. But to kill the dragon people is to kill the dragon people. This is a great sin, unforgivable. Otherwise, where will the face of the world government and the Navy be put? Wanted for Pirate Devourer Jack, let's post a bounty. Sora waved his hand to let the sailors retreat. 5 kilometers above the Chambord Islands, Moria took the female Tianlong to the back of the Shadow Servant Giant Eagle, and then flew to the North Sea. Sure enough, he is a lawless guy. When Moria left, Xiachi came to the grass outside the door, looked up at the sky, and chuckled. Chapter 127. And Country. Ghost Island. In the hall, Kaido sat on a couch covered with a dark green carpet. Jin and Quinn below stood upright. There are no 3 disasters yet. Jack, the future drought, is still a little brother. Therefore, when something needs Kaido to make up his mind, Jin and Quinn usually come over. The 2 of them were also the first to join Kaido. Mr. Kaido? Jin reported below, according to the information from the underground world, in the Battle of Sanya Island, both the Navy and the actor suffered heavy losses. Especially the film Emperor, the pirates who took refuge in him basically lost everything. Only the Steel Hand Witch pirates and the 2 pirate captains survived. Ah. Kaido nodded, that guy Moria shouldn't come to us for the time being. At least he has to replenish his combat power. Mr. Kaido? Quinn asked, so are we going to continue adding weapons factories? Continue. Kaido sneered, other people will be afraid of Moria's shadow servant, we are not afraid, this is the country of Wano. As long as there are enough weapons, even the shadow servant is just an ordinary person who will kill with one blow. That's it. Quinn smiled and said, no problem, I'll make arrangements next. 5 more. No, 15 more weapons factories. Mr. Kaido? Jin frowned and said, it is reported that the Shadow Emperor pirates are looking for Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, and intend to incorporate them, or make them into shadow servants. Do you think we need to act in advance to deal with the other big pirates in the New World, so that after being defeated by the film Emperor, they will be turned into shadow servants and enhance the combat power of the film Emperor pirates? Jin asked. It's a hassle. Let's do it, Jin. Kaido thought for a while, then said, go and collect information on those famous pirates. We will raid from the air, we can conquer those that can be subdued, and those who can't be killed, and don't give them to Molly. Ya left the opportunity to be a shadow attendant. Understood. Jin nodded. What about me? Quinn pointed to herself. Kaido said seriously, I leave the house to you, I can rest assured. Mr. Kaido, you actually said that. Quinn's eyes lit up, revealing his big belly. Clapping his hands, a few waves appeared, and excitedly said, "Don't worry, no one can do it with me here. Come to Wano to make trouble. Idiot." Jin tilted his head and said silently, "Admit it, Jin." Quinn squinted at Jin and mocked, "You are jealous of Mr. Kaido's trust in me. Yes, you are jealous. I'm leaving first, Mr. Kaido." Jin ignored Quinn, waved his wings, and flew away. Quinn was not annoyed either, thinking that he had won, and after talking to Kaido, he also left. "Come on, Moriah, come to Wano country. I'll let you know how vulnerable the Shadow Attendant army you are proud of is in front of Hailshi weapons." The corners of Kaido's mouth on the high seat rose, as if he had met Moriah who lost to him again, and was finally conquered by him and started a huge war with him. Late at night. North Sea. The King Kolo Palace, in the luxurious room with dim lights, is covered with soft fur and always has a gentle queen bed. Moriah put his hands on the pillow and looked forward with a burning gaze, to graceful figures galloping across the battlefield. Substitution. Substitute again. Ah. Comfortable. Moriah took her hands from under her head, stretched it out, and let out a long breath. "Get up." Moriah moved her hands down and patted the soft backs of the two women who were squeezing him. "Yeah?" The two women responded panting. Their skin was as smooth as milk, but with a slight movement, they gently slipped off Moriah's body and lay on either side of him. The two women turned and lay on their sides to face Moriah. They took out their smooth left and right hands, and placed them on his broad chest, drawing circles softly. The long legs that are as tight and smooth as satin under the body are intertwined with Moriah and slide gently. "Hey! You will live here in the future." Moriah took a breath and said to the female Tianlongren beside her. "Okay." The female celestial dragon whose body flushed gradually dissipated, her voice lazy and flattering. At this moment, she was completely different from when she was in the Chambord Islands, and she looked extremely well behaved beside Moriah. This is naturally the effect of shadow slavery. What about me? The blonde sexy beauty on the other side, with a big sexy mouth, opened her mouth gently and let out a breath of heat. "You too." Moriah smiled and said, "In the future, you can stay in this palace with peace of mind, and wait for my luck." The next day. Morning. Moriah continued to lie on the bed enjoying the torture of her smooth flesh. The king of the Kolo Kingdom knelt haggardly behind the screen in front of the big bed, listening to the queen's gasping voice, bowed his head and said respectfully, "Sir, after a night of careful inspection, I have confirmed that there is nothing in the treasury that you said. The fruit of surgery." "No." Moriah responded, panting hard. "You wait." Moriah continued to respond forcefully. The three responded forcefully together. Noon. Moriah finally ended the tortured state and came to the king who had been kneeling refreshed. "My lord, do you need me to use the power of the kingdom to help you find the fruit of the operation?" The king asked with his head lowered. "Don't deliberately look for the fruit of the operation. Collect all the devil fruits, activate the power of the kingdom, either rob it or offer a reward with money. In short, the more devil fruits you collect, the better. This shadow way to phone bug, keep it by yourself. If you find the fruit of the operation in the future, or if you have news about it, use it to notify me." Moriah took out a small shadow-serving phone bug and handed it to the king, and by the way explained how to use the shadow-serving phone bug. "Understood, my lord." The king raised his head and respectfully took the shadow attendant's phone call. Moriah turned around and walked over the screen, and the curvaceous body lying on the bed made him lick his chapped lips, turned his head and instructed the king, "They will stay in this palace from now on. Don't let anyone outside. Get close to them, they're my canaries, and I'll come back and shake sometime." "Understood, boss." The king replied solemnly. "Go out." Moriah waved and told the king to leave. After Moriah was tortured in bed until late at night before leaving the palace and came to an altitude of 5,000 meters, with the shadow attendant giant eagle on its back. Now I understand why the Tianlong people are so arrogant and unscrupulous. Looking at the brightly lit kingdom capital below, Moriah sighed lightly. When he, the actor, entered this small kingdom in the North Sea, when he uses the ability of shadow slaves, he easily controls the king and all ministers of a country and all soldiers in the palace. The entire king's palace has become his back garden. The king's treasury can be taken by him, and women can be brought in by him. As long as he is willing, he can turn into a thief and taste all the women's flowers overnight. Let me ask, when a person has this kind of overpowering power, can he not fall? Moriah felt that he was not happy anymore. Not to mention the Tianlong people who have ruled the world for 800 years. Change him to be a Tianlong person, in the deep temptation of this dire temptation every day. Moriah felt that he himself could not stand the temptation and would fall into this boundless desire. Fortunately, Moriah still knew all this. What was supporting him is strength. With the support of strength, the fall is happy. Without the support of strength, depravity is really just depravity, a painful depravity. So, Moriah left the Kolo kingdom and went on to the next country to find the fruit of the operation. He can't be greedy for pleasure, he must work hard to improve his strength and improve the strength of his subordinates. Next stop. In the kingdom of Jita, on the soft queen bed, Moriah looked helpless. The body was tortured by 5 smooth and tender flesh, up and down, front, back, left and right angles of 360 degrees without dead ends. He didn't want to be greedy for pleasure, he just wanted to find the fruit of the operation and prolong life for Misoha. The next day, in the kingdom of Ogalia, on the queen's bed, Moriah was blind and continued to be tortured. The day after tomorrow. The Principality of John Bonds, the Queen's Bed. The day after tomorrow. The Kingdom of Jepnets. He visited the Queen Bed of 10 countries in the North Sea in a row, but Moriah found nothing but endless torture. Chapter 128. Finally willing to come back. Blood. Blood. On the Queen's big bed of a certain kingdom, Moriah drowsily pushed away the tender flesh wrapped around her, stretched out her slightly sticky right hand, passed through the silver and white, and took the ringing shadow attendant phone bug from the bedside. "Hey!" Moriah dragged a long voice. As soon as the phone worm was connected, Perona's resentful creaking sound came from there. "Lord Momo. Why haven't you come back? We're almost at Rogue Town. Also, I'm hungry, I want to eat your life energy. Hang up." Moriah's mouth twitched, and she hung up the phone. God, my life energy, why can't Perona change this name? Headache. Perona on the other side opened her mouth to say more, but found that the phone bug had shut up, and immediately curled her lips with a look of grievance. I think Lord Moriah doesn't love her anymore. Here, Moriah pushed away the fragrant and seductive body beside him, got up and put on his clothes, opened the door, and walked out of the room. "Sir, you're awake." The female soldiers guarding both sides of the door tightened her legs slightly, her face flushed a little strangely. Moriah didn't care, took a few steps to the railing of the corridor, and took a deep breath into the shimmering sea. During this time, he used shadow slaves to control the kings and ministers of 20 Baha'i countries, as well as all the guards in the palace. All kingdoms have been given high bounties to collect devil fruits. As long as the fruit of the operation is in the hands of a person, that person will definitely not be able to resist the temptation of money, and will reveal his tricks. At that time, he will come to the end. So, now there's no need to be tortured in the Queen's beds. It's really a bit reluctant. Moriah suddenly sighed. Thinking about the indulgence of life during this period of time is really unstoppable. However, The color of wine is a poison that penetrates the intestines, and it will only make the body worse and worse. So, starting today, Moria will stop drinking. Tap. Without notifying the king, Moria used great perseverance and left the palace of the king, which he did not know what it was called. Leaving the North Sea, the wine-cull place that wears intestines. East China Sea. One-punch pirate ship. Clang. Malia, who changed back to the vest mopa, just opened the door of the room and walked out, when he was dazzled by a pair of straight, white and pink long legs. Moria took a few steps to the side of the boat, lying in front of Hera, who was reading a book with her legs crossed on the deck chair, and said happily, "You are 30 years old." Mermaid family, female mermaid. When they reached the age of 30, the fishtail will turn into legs. This is what Moria learned in his previous life, and he has been waiting for Hera to turn 30. I just thought it would take a few years, but I didn't expect Hera to be 30 years old in the few days he left. Surprise. For Molly. Not for Hera. She was looking at the medical book, and after listening to Moria's words, she was happy at first, but now she is not happy. Hera put down with the book in his hand. He looked at Moria with a black face. "Will you speak? What do you mean I'm 30 years old? At least you don't like me very much. I hate being old now." Hera complained for a while, but said calmly on her face, "I'm finally willing to come back." Ha ha. Moria smiled awkwardly. He could hear the resentment in Hera's words. Indeed. Going out this time, it's been a long time. Boss, you're back. At this moment, Sidoro and Gunmi ran down from the bow deck, and the two came to Moria. He was surprised by Moria's return, but he was more than happy. Boss. After being happy, Sidoro suddenly complained, "Let's go to the Great Route quickly. The Navy in the East China Sea will run away as soon as they see us, and those pirates have no strength at all." During this time, the strength of Gangmir and I has almost stagnated. No more. Ah. Steel Mill nodded in agreement. Okay, when we arrive at Ogtown, after replenishing the supplies, we will immediately set off on the Great Route. Moria smiled. It is good. Then let's go to training. Sidoro and Gangmil excitedly returned to the bow deck for training. Moria's strength and everything he has done in the New World have been inspiring the two of them to keep working hard, just to become stronger. How long this time? Hera asked. This. Moria thought for a while and replied, stay until something happens. Gut. Glancing at Moria, Hera raised her hand and continued to read. Moria smiled, looked left and right, and was about to find Perona. Lord Momo. You're back. Perona's surprised voice came, and people also called the door of her room and flew towards Moria. Lord Momo, I want to eat life energy. I want to eat life energy. Eat life energy. Perona flew in circles around Moria, looking at him with expectant eyes while flying. Don't move. Moria laughed. Perona's eyes lit up, and she immediately became motionless. What a clever ghost. Moria shook her head amusingly, and then with a thought, she manipulated the shadow to merge into Perona's shadow to give her life energy for one person. So comfortable. Perona, who received life energy into her body, showed a satisfied smile, flew to Moria's shoulder and sat down, and fell asleep on his shoulder after a while. She is. Moria turned to look at Hera. Have you been sleepy lately? It's broad day now, and noon hasn't arrived yet. Could it be that I didn't sleep well last night? Hearing this, Hera removed the book and said softly, since you came back unconscious last time, this little guy has been frightened and has been worried about you. She also called you just now and asked when you came back. I'm just afraid that something will happen to you again. The little guy is quite a man. Moria looked back at Perona on her shoulder and smiled. Okay, Then I will come back often in the future, and I won't go out for so long. After speaking, Moria took Perona, who was sleeping, to the bow deck. On the bow deck, Sidoro and Gang Mill clenched the huge barbell and punched, causing a gust of wind. Moria came, and neither of them stopped, obsessed with practice. Coming to the front, an island appeared in Moria's eyes. It was only about a kilometer away from them, which was already very close. The houses on the island are densely built, and there are many ships entering and leaving the port. It looks like a very prosperous town. Moria judged that this should be Rogue Town. Not for a while. After the ship arrived at Rogue Town, it stopped at the port. Several people divided the labor, and finally Hira guarded the ship. Sidoro and Gangmir went to purchase supplies. Moria and Perona went to the place where One Piece died and punched in the execution platform. As soon as he got off the boat, Moria found that there was not much fear in the eyes of those people looking at him, but instead, there was fear in the eyes of Sidoro. That's the fish man. So tall. So big. It really is a monster. I heard that murlocs also eat people. Let's stay away. Sidoro listened to these words with deep helplessness on his face. There is nothing unpleasant in his heart, because he has encountered this kind of misunderstanding many times. Fear of the unknown. Moria, who also heard the discussion around her, sighed in her heart. After leaving the port, Moria took Perona to the execution platform square. Sidoro and Gunmir go to the market to buy supplies. At the same time, Rogue Township Naval Branch. On Moria's way to the execution platform, Captain Kiribati, who was stationed in Rogue Township, also received an intelligence notice. Chapter 129 Pirates are pirates. Colonel Kiribati, are we really going to hunt down the one-punch pirate mob? Behind the desk, Colonel Kiribati lightly carried the half-meter-long black decapitation knife on his back and fastened it tightly with the belt. Hearing the adjutant's words at this time, he looked up and said with determination, "Of course." After that, continue to organize your equipment and clothes. Short hair, square face, and meticulous expression all reveal the style of Kiribati professional soldiers. In front of him, all pirates are. Don't try to escape. But the adjutant standing in front of the desk looked hesitant. The order issued by the East China Sea Naval Branch, let us not conflict with the one-punch pirates. Don't mention those rubbish. Kiribati looked indignant, and when he passed by the adjutant, he patted his shoulder and said, "Pirates are pirates. There is no reason to let pirates grow up. Don't you expect pirates to grow strong and not rob, kill, or do evil? Don't be naive." Kiribati walked out the door. Pirates are pirates. If you encounter them, you must seize them, and don't give them the opportunity to continue to do evil. But the adjutant chased after him. If we do it directly in Rogue Town, it will cause riots, and I don't know how many innocent civilians will be sacrificed by then. The report above said that there are murlocs on the one-punch pirates, and they are all monsters that can eat people. Kiribati replied righteously as he walked, "So what? Sacrifice is inevitable, but we can let the pirates ignore it because of some sacrifices. Remember." Kiribati stopped, turned to face the adjutant and said solemnly, "Pirates are pirates. Burning, killing and looting is their nature. The sooner they are solved, the less damage they will cause. Think about it, regardless of the one-punch pirates this time, once you let them enter the Great Root and grow all the way to the same scale as the movie King Pirates, you don't know how much harm it will do to the world. That's the devil who slaughtered more than 2,000 civilians and a naval logistics base overnight. So, we must be here today and take down the one-punch pirates at all costs." After speaking, Kiribati turned and walked quickly towards the base square. The adjutant followed Kiribati blankly. He lost his temper at all, and the manager knew that disobeying orders was not good. There is also a feeling that although what the colonel said is right, there is something wrong. But he is just an adjutant, it's okay to give advice, it's not his turn to make a decision. Coming to the base square, the 4 teams of Navy soldiers lined up neatly in a square formation. Kiribati is satisfied with the determination on the faces of the soldiers and their resolute support for justice. Coming to the 4 teams of Navy soldiers, Kiribati said loudly, "Target, One Punch Pirate Mopa. Location, execution platform." The first team is in charge of the west, the second team is in charge of the east, the third team is in charge of the south, and the fourth team comes with me to the north. Go, catch Mopa the One Punch Pirate. Having said that, Kiribati took the lead out of the base, and the 4 teams of naval soldiers behind him, according to the order just now, left quickly, and surrounded Moria from the 4 directions of the execution platform square. This is the holy place for One Piece's check-in, the place where Roger the Pirate King finally died, and the place where the era of the great pirates began. It looks ordinary. Moria came to the square of the execution platform and looked at the execution platform erected high in the distance. He didn't feel the heroic and atmosphere of Roger's execution at that time like other travelers. All he could feel was a fishy stench that nearly made him breathless. Around the entire square, there was a circle of fish sellers, and all kinds of fishy smells wafted on the square, which was unacceptable. I don't know if it was because of Roger. The square of the execution platform was on fire, and there was a lot of traffic. Many people choose to sell fish here, which makes the fishy smell so strong and outrageous. Slip away. Moria shook his head and turned to leave. It doesn't make much sense. Just like how beautiful the scenic spot I saw on Duin in my previous life, as soon as I arrived there, he was such a small dirt slope, and he was literally photographed by those talents on Duin into a glittering golden Cape of Good Hope. What the hell? When Moria arrived there, he almost collapsed. Since then, he no longer believes that the people and scenery on Duin are real. This is how Roger's execution stand now feels to him. Not good. One Punch Pirate Mopa is leaving. Moria lifted her foot and walked back for a while, and the plainclothes Navy monitoring Moria noticed it. How to do? The Navy soldier, who was playing the role of a fish seller, squinted at Moria and said anxiously, "Colonel Kiribati hasn't come yet." Playing as the captain of the Navy, a civilian customer who bought fish. He frowned for a while. "There's nothing we can do, let's stop it first, and we must not let Mopa, the One Punch Pirate, leave. Superior. Data." Following the captain's order, many customers who were buying fish took off their clothes, revealing the Navy uniforms inside, and then pulled out guns and swords from nowhere, and surrounded Moria, who had not yet reached the edge of the square. "Come up. One Punch Pirate Mopa, you are already surrounded, don't make senseless resistance, surrender obediently, and go to advance the city to spend the rest of your life." The captain of the Navy, a big man of 2.5 meters in height, with a beard on his face, came to Moria, pointed a knife at him, and said righteously, "Ha ha." Looking at the Navy who just surrounded him but didn't dare to do anything, Moria smiled. Then he raised his right leg, twisted his body at a speed that no Navy could react to, and completed a 360-degree sweep without dead ends in an instant. Chen. A circular slashing wave as sharp as a thread swept across Moria. The toes of the past were drawn out, instantly passing through all the navies that surrounded him. All the navies' faces froze in vain, and their bodies froze instantly. The cold sweat on his head kept flowing, and everyone dared not speak. They were afraid that as soon as they spoke, their bodies would not be able to maintain their current appearance and would be divided into two. Data. Moria walked past the Navy, and the Navy didn't even dare to blink. Call. A gust of wind blows. Like the straw that broke the camel's back. All the navies were divided in two. Some tall people were divided in two from the stomach and waist, and they didn't die until they died after crying for help on the ground. Some of the short ones were split in two from the chest and neck and other deadly vitals, and they died in an instant. So, this world is really unfair to short people sometimes. The Navy was killed. It's a pirate. A pirate is coming. Run. The miserable howl of the Navy before his death frightened the surrounding crowd. Seeing the tragic state of the Navy being split into two, they all ran out one by one, away from Moria. Chapter 130. The first time with red hair. Moria didn't care, and continued to walk back, neither fast nor slow, even in the mood to look at the surrounding shops to see if there were any good things. I have to say that no matter what world you are in, the person who is least afraid of death is always a businessman. Everyone else ran away, only the owners of those shops were still conscientiously guarding their shops. Master Pirate, this is the record pointer for the violation of the Great Route, and it is absolutely necessary for you to conquer the Great Route. Even if it is one piece, without this record pointer, it will not be able to reach Ralph Drew, conquer the Great Route, and become one piece. Definitely bought something good that doesn't suffer. Voila! These shop owners, after seeing Moria killing the Navy with their own eyes, dare to sell products to him, so they ask you if you are convinced. Moria ignored it and left directly. He didn't need to record the pointer, nor did Sidoro and the others, they had it. Stop. One Punch Pirate Moper. Just when Moria walked out of the execution platform square and entered the main street, Kiribati finally came. Moria turned around and calmly faced Kiribati, and the navy that surrounded him again. This time there were more navies, 200 or 300 people in the sea, surrounded Moria in circles and circles, and the guns and swords in their hands also pointed at him. Chen. Kiribati pulled out the beheading sword behind him and pointed at Moria diagonally. One Punch Pirate Moper, I announce. Hey. Before Kiribati could finish speaking, Moria instantly bullied him and slapped him on his chest like a whip. Crack. Call out. Bump bump. Moria smashed Kiribati's chest bones with one leg. At the same time, a huge force erupted in an instant. Kiribati was blasted away. After crossing the square, it crashed through 5 houses before stopping. Call out. After doing all this, Moria instantly returned to her original position. Her shoulders moved down a little, and she caught Perona and continued to lie on his shoulders. Woke up. Perhaps the experience in her childhood was too cruel. Perona's nerves were very sharp, and Moria's attack just left only a moment before she woke up. What's wrong with them? Lord Momo. Perona woke up and opened her eyes, and saw the surrounding navy motionless, her face covered in cold sweat. The fear in her eyes didn't need to be seen, she just felt that these navy soldiers were at this moment. What a fear inside. Let's go, ignore them. Moria smiled, with a gentle expression, turned and walked towards the port. Tap tap. The navy soldiers who surrounded him moved automatically, allowing Moria to walk through the gap. Hateful. Get moving. The navy soldiers clearly wanted to move and wanted to escape from here, but their bodies seemed to be suppressed by something, and they couldn't move. It was not until Moria left them 100 meters away that the bodies of these sailors regained their mobility. Just recovered for a moment. Bump bump. Clang clang. All the sailors fell to the ground with their legs soft, unable to hold the guns and swords in their hands. They fell to the ground and made a metal collision sound. Who? 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 The sailor sitting on the ground was panting heavily, and it took a while to regain his senses. Too dangerous. Just for a moment, I almost thought I was going to die. A sailor wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, watching Moria's retreating back in his eyes, and recalling the moment just now. His heart was still heavy. Just as Moria kicked Kiribati's chest, his chilling momentum came out. Although it is not overbearing and domineering, the terrifying killing intent is like a bottomless ocean, instantly pulling the minds of all sailors into the bottom of the sea. The minds of these Navy soldiers were suppressed to the death, making them unable to move their bodies, and even their bosses were kicked away, and they had temporarily forgotten whether they were dead or not. What? After a while, Molia Zora frightened the Navy soldiers in their hearts and gradually recovered, and immediately realized that something was wrong. What about their Kiribati colonel? Not good. Colonel Kiribati, hurry. Hurry up to the colonel. Where's the doctor? Hurry up. The Navy was in a hurry, and quickly ran towards the direction where Kiribati was bombed. Why do you call me Lord Momo now? On the way back, Moria suddenly asked curiously. It seems that Perona started calling him that when he was blotted last time. He didn't notice it at the time, but now he notices it. Perona changed her posture, sat on Moria's shoulders, faced him with him, thought about it, and replied seriously, I asked Sister Hira why she called me Nana, and she said it would be kinder to call me that, and I wanted to be kinder to Mr. Momo, so I called it that. Can't you? After speaking, Perona turned to look at Moria's profile weakly, for fear that Moria would be unhappy. Ha ha, as long as you are happy. Moria said casually. Hee hee. Seeing that Moria did not reject it, Perona also smiled happily. The two looked left and right all the way and walked back to the port. On the way, those civilians gradually calmed down after seeing that Moria did not take action outside the Navy. After walking for a while, a group of people came across. Moria was very familiar with the leading red-haired youth with a straw hat. Although he had never seen this person, he knew who it was. Future 4 Emperors. Red-haired Shanks. Moria stopped and stared at Shanks, and an imposing manner came out automatically. On the opposite side, Shanks, who was talking and laughing with his companions, only felt a terrifying aura like a sea of abyss. Instantly pressing on him, his face sank suddenly, and the person stopped. Boss, tell us about Roger. Yes, boss, I still want to hear about the journey of 20,000 miles under the sea. Boss. You. Ignoring his companion's words, Shanks raised his head and looked solemnly at Moria, who was 25 meters away. Shanks knew that the man with the little girl sitting on his shoulders was extremely powerful. Although not as good as his captain Roger, it is not far behind. Prepare to fight. Following Shanks' eyes, he quickly saw Moria's Beckman. His eyes narrowed, and he felt Moria's powerful momentum, and immediately put on a fighting posture. That's Jesus Boo, and the others quickly noticed Moria's strength and stared at Moria warily. These people are worthy of being the members of the pirate group with the highest average bounty in the future, and each of them has high aptitude. Although Moria's aura was mainly aimed at Shanks, they quickly noticed Moria's terrifying strength. This perception is really strong. Chen Seng. Seng. Those who have knives draw their knives, and those who have guns draw their guns. Facing the enemy, Beckman and the others never back down. Only Shanks has the appearance of a king. His calm face is solemn, but there is no trace of panic. Chapter 131, Exterminate the Red-Haired Pirates. The youngest 4 Emperors. The strongest overlord is domineering. The strongest face fruit. Thinking about the various titles of Shanks, Moria tried to see from the young Shanks in front of him that he now has some of the strength and face of the future 4 Emperors. After watching it for a few seconds, Moria was sure that he couldn't see it. So, try it. With an eagerness to try, Moria turned to Perona on her shoulders and said, "Go and wait for me for a while." Perona nodded and flew to the door of the store beside her to wait. "Are you all ready?" "I'm coming." Moria squatted down slightly, and after speaking, he ejected violently, appearing in front of Shanks in an instant. So fast. Shanks was startled, and just as the thought flashed through his mind, a black shadow had already attacked his head. Shank's left hand, almost at the moment Moria struck, subconsciously erected to protect the temple position. The response is very fast. Moria, who came to Shanks, kept moving without stopping, and lifted his right leg to the left of Shanks' head. And at this moment, he had seen Shanks' left hand stand up, and he couldn't help but nodded to it secretly. As expected of the future 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks was already terrifyingly strong at this time. He predicted Moriah's attack in advance and raised his arms to protect his temples. But the absolute speed gap cannot be compensated by the arrogance of seeing and hearing. Just as Shanks raised his left hand, Moriah also whipped Shanks' left arm violently, squeezing his head. Boom! A sudden burst of enormous power caused Shanks' left hand and the muscles on his face to twist like waves. Crack! Shanks' arm bones shattered. Touch! Moria swept hard, the strong whip leg completely hit Shanks, and all the power poured out instantly. Call out! Moriah turned around and retracted his legs, and Shanks also flew out at this moment. Bump! After crashing through 15 houses in a row, Shanks stopped and was buried in the rubble. Boom! Also at this moment, Beckman was the first to react, raising his hand and firing a shot. The bullet pierced through the air and shot towards Moriah's eyebrows. Moria dodged, shook the bullet, came to Beckman again in an instant, raised her leg and pulled it out. Call out! Bump! Moriah copied Shanks' leg just now, and also instantly blasted Beckman, letting him stay in the ruins next to Shanks fall to the ground. Dare to hurt our boss and deputy captain. Unforgivable. It was only at this moment that Shanks' companions such as Jesus Boo and Lucky Lou reacted and rushed towards Moriah, but no one escaped. It's so boring. Moria suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. Looking at the rushing Jesus Boo and others, the slow motion-like movements in his perception made him feel very uninteresting. The strength of these people is vastly different from him. Especially at speed. Bump, bump. In less than half a minute, Moria got up and down, and the future 4 emperors' red-haired pirates announced their annihilation. Of course, people didn't die, because Moriah didn't use domineering. Still, with Moriah's sheer speed and power, the injuries of Shanks and others have not recovered for 10.5 days. Go, Perona. Without making any more stops, Moria continued to walk towards the port after packing up the red-haired group. Wait for me. Lord Momo. Perona quickly flew to Moria's shoulder and left with him. Moriah just left. Shanks in the ruins pushed aside the stones on his body and came out. After a while, Beckman, Jesus Boo and others also pushed aside the ruined stones and gathered around Shanks. Everyone has blood on the corners of their mouths. Boss. When Lucky Lou just wanted to say something, Shanks didn't know what he was sensing. His pupils shrank, and his face changed in vain. Run. After speaking, they ran in the opposite direction of the port, and Beckman and others followed conditioned reflexes. What happened? Shanks. Beckman asked while running. Run. Shanks didn't say much, just a word. Beckman looked at Shanks, whose face was pale at this time, and also realized the seriousness of the problem, which was definitely the danger of group destruction. Others also saw Shanks' abnormality, and silence followed behind without saying a word. At this time, trusting the captain is a must. On the way back, Moria looked at the sky with her head in her hands, her eyes flashing with confusion. Am I too strong? Moria couldn't help asking herself. Do not. It's not that he is too strong, his current strength is close to the ceiling of this world, and there is no limit to how strong he is. So, it's Shanks they're too weak. Whether it's that Navy colonel, or the future 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks. In front of his current real emperor-level combat power, He did not make a single move. The difference in strength between the two is not too much to say that it is the gap between adults and children. Thinking of this, Moria suddenly felt very boring. He is still in the fist pirate group formed with Sidoro and others, and it is no longer interesting. With his strength, it was an adventure for Sidoro and the others, but for him it was just a tour of the mountains and waters. No passion at all. And I'm so strong, a dignified figure of the 4th Emperor level, it's so boring to come here to play pirate. In the past, it was because of caution that the one-punch pirates were formed, which played a key role. But it suddenly doesn't smell good. In short, at this moment, Moria didn't want to play the vest anymore, just gallop the sea as the movie Emperor Moria, without so much trouble. With his current strength, wouldn't it be more fun to do whatever he wants? Well, it's decided. Tell Hira and the others when you get back to the ship, and let them form a pirate team to go on an adventure. I won't accompany them. Moria made a decision in her heart. It can also be seen from here that Moria is a changeable man, and he thinks it out. But because of this, Moria felt very cool. Do whatever you want. If you want to open a vest to form a new pirate group, just do it. If you don't want to use the vest, then just don't use it. Isn't that cool? Anyway, Moria is very cool now. She feels happy all of a sudden, and the expression on her face brightens instantly. Lord Momo. Seeing that Moria was in a good mood, Perona cautiously said, "Can I stay with you in the future?" "Why?" Moria looked at Perona sideways. "I just like being with Mr. Momo." Perona's eyes rolled around, not daring to look directly into Moria's eyes. "You little clever ghost." Moria scratched Perona's little face, and said angrily, "I'm afraid you are thinking about my life energy." Ah. After Moria finished speaking, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. He just seemed to say, "my life energy." What the hell? Case solved. The source of the feeling Perona keeps saying, "eat my life energy," is actually here. However, that's right, life energy was indeed swallowed by him, and he also stored it in his shadow space. It is not wrong to say that it is his life energy. But that is what made Moria always think of some milky energy. Fuck. So evil. Moria hurriedly braked the car to prevent it from going to the kindergarten. "Can you do it, Lord Momo?" Perona's pretty face was pitiful, and she looked at Moria expectantly. If it was before, Moria would have refused because it was too dangerous to be around him. Not anymore. Moria figured it out. He has 4 Emperor-level combat power, so what is there to be afraid of? Although he had been very cautious before, but now he has suddenly started to wave, which is not in line with the character design, but who cares, just feel comfortable. So, Moria nodded in agreement. "Oh. That's great. I can finally eat Lord Momo's life energy for 3 meals a day." Perona happily danced and circled around Moria, obviously very happy. Moria had a black line. He is really disgusted with this my life energy. Moreover, Moria silently looked at Perona, who was flying around. Really? Anything you like about being with you is an excuse. People just want to eat life energy. Chapter 130 to the Legendary Halo of Wisdom. That's it. With Perona dancing happily and Moria's faint smile, the two returned to the port together. Sidoro and gang may have not returned yet, but the port is quite busy and there are many people. Nana. Mopa. Hira leaned against the side fence of the boat, saw the two of them, and waved to them. Back on the boat, Hira came over and asked, "I just saw the direction you're coming from. There seems to be a riot. Is there something wrong? Shidoro and Gunmir should be fine, right?" Hira is mainly worried about these two people. Moria is not worried. Nothing happened. Moria smiled and told Hira about the Navy and meeting the red-haired Shanks before, and repaired it a little. After Hera heard this, she stared at Moria with a strange expression on her face. "What's wrong? I have flowers on my face." Moria didn't know why, so she touched her face and found nothing. "There is nothing," Hera explained. "I'm just wondering, change your previous approach, then." "What?" "The pirate called Red-Haired Shanks should be killed by you. I didn't expect you to let it go this time. That's what surprised me. But it's nothing. I think I blamed you in the past. You are not a murderer. What I did before." After listening to Hera's words, after thinking about it carefully, Moria was stunned. Thinking back carefully, from seeing Shanks and his gang, to flying the entire crew of the red-haired pirates, to the scene where he left, Moria felt something weird. What would he do if he didn't know that the other party was the red-haired Shanks? Would he fuck the other party to death? If he appeared as the best actor, Moria thought, he would kill each other and devour the shadow. But if he appeared as Mopa the one-punch pirate, he wouldn't. He will let go of the pirates who didn't provoke him just like before, especially when everyone is watching, he will let go. But even so, Moria clearly knew the potential of Shanks and the red hair pirates. Even if you don't kill Devouring Shadow, wouldn't it be fragrant to directly enslave him while he was weak? This is the future with the highest average bounty and the most balanced strength. It is known as the pirate group with an iron wall. Even if it is revealed that Moria is the one-punch pirate Mopa, as long as the red hair pirates can be enslaved, it is worth it. And what did he just do? He just left. Moria had an unbelievable look on his face. He had never thought of killing Shanks or becoming a shadow slave from the beginning to the end. There was no reason, and there was no use of domineering, so after kicking everyone in the red-haired group, he left. I have encountered the legendary halo of wisdom. Moria looked weird, looked at the sky. Is there really some existence watching all this, and didn't want him to enslave Shanks, for fear of affecting the future plot? Or, I encountered unsolvable problems that travelers often encounter. Moria also saw some pirates in the previous life. The one who often poisoned him to death was obviously the protagonist of Luffy's opposite camp. From the beginning, he expressed all kinds of disdain and contempt for Luffy and his gang. Then, as soon as he met Luffy's group, he immediately knelt down and licked, turning into a dog. The good name is to not affect the direction of the plot. Fuck. Isn't this so rude? Am I going to follow the routine that I once despised, talking about dominating the new world, but as soon as I meet someone related to the protagonist, I immediately kneel and lick? For example, let Shanks go at the moment, that's the case. So, am I going to spare Shanks? Moria asked herself. How is this possible? Moria suddenly shouted loudly, startling Hera and Perona. Then, in the doubtful eyes of the two women, Moria's mind moved, and she directly restored the original appearance of the actor Moria. Mopa. You. Hera looked at Moria, who showed her true body directly in front of everyone, with a puzzled look on her face. Hasn't he always attached great importance to hiding his identity? Why is it suddenly not hidden today? This is a port where people come and go. Can't get enough of it at all. Lord Momo. Perona didn't respond, but wondered what happened to Moria. Call me Moria from now on. Moria said to Hera that it was decided that there was no need to hide anything. Then he turned on the Shadow Gold body mode and quickly flew to the position where he kicked Shanks. At the same time, seeing that color domineering opens the most. Call out. Whoa. Rogtown is not big, and in less than 10 seconds, Moria, who was flying at full speed, rushed to the position where he kicked the red-haired group. When I came to the ruins of the collapsed house, the building was empty and there was only a piece of ruins, which proved that Shanks and others were once kicked here by Moria. Where did you go? Moria frowned for a while, but she didn't sense the position of Shanks and the others. Domineering is not a panacea. If Shanks and the others do not show their aura or are in a state of battle, it will be difficult for him to find out where Shanks and others are. What's the situation? The Prophet? Moriah didn't believe that Shanks would know that he wanted to come back and enslave them. Besides, he didn't reveal the identity of the actor Moriah just now. Shanks and the others should never have thought it would be him. Forget it. Moriah was not struggling. Not here, you are still on the island. Moriah was ruthless and did not intend to let Shanks go. Falling from the air to the ground, Moriah thought, and activated the Shadow Fruit ability. Shadow Realm unfolds, Shadow Streamerland. Moriah whispered, the shadow under her body spread out at a very fast speed, and the shadow of the house in Rogtown was also integrated into Moriah's shadow stream. Soon, in less than 10 seconds, Moriah's shadow stream covered the entire island of Rogtown. Why not? Moriah was surprised that with the help of the shadow's perception, he can now perceive the situation of everyone in the shadow. And his shadow has covered the entire island at this time. If Shanks is still on the island, there is absolutely no escape from the perception of shadows. However, Moriah did not perceive the whereabouts of Shanks and his group. At this time, there was a huge disturbance on the island because of Moriah's shadow. What is this? Shadow? This can't be the ability of that big pirate. On the island, the ability of the Land of Shadow Stream is too conspicuous, and everyone knows it. Step on the shadow, facing a dark shadow that covers the entire island. Whether he knew Moriah's abilities or not. Anyway, everyone panicked. Run away. Leave this island, the great pirate movie Emperor Moriah is here. Everyone fled out one after another, and while fleeing, they revealed the arrival of Moriah. Later, more people who heard it, more fearful, fled out desperately. Could it be that you left by boat? Moriah whispered and guessed, and then flew high into the sky with a moon step, looking at the ships sailing out around Rogtown. According to the time, even if Shanks ran away quickly after he left, he shouldn't have vanished from his eyes in a boat so quickly. So, Moriah looked at the 3 ships sailing out on the north shore of Rogtown opposite the port, with a cold light on her face. Tap tap. Moriah moonstep flew like those 3 ships. After half an hour, Moriah flew back and came to the sky above the center of Rogtown. Still none. What happened? Moriah frowned, puzzled. Impossible. The earliest ship sailing out of Rogtown was just half an hour ago. He had already confirmed it, and he had not found the Shanks group. Does it really exist in the dark? Impossible. Moriah fell into self-doubt. It was so weird that Shanks disappeared. If I don't enslave Shanks, won't they just disappear for no reason? Moriah thought suddenly. If that's the case, it's so chilling. Boss. What happened? Are you all right? Sidoro and Gunmere rushed over from the direction of the port and ran under Moriah to ask. Chapter 133, Shanks' Special Experience. Fine. Moriah sighed and returned the 2 words, falling from the air into the Land of the Shadow Stream, and with a thought, he retracted the shadow. When Shanks was not found, Moriah didn't bother, and went back with Sidoro. After returning to the boat, Moriah was silent and lost in thought. Hira and the others didn't say anything when they saw Moriah, although they knew something must have happened, but they didn't ask. Then several people controlled the boat to leave Rogtown and headed towards Upside Down Mountain. Moriah and others left an hour later. On the north coast of Rogtown, which is opposite to the port, a sea beast with a body like a house floated out of the sea silently. Like a shark, the mouth of the giant tooth slowly opened, and finally reached a height of more than 4 meters, and then Shanks and others came out one by one. Woo-oo? Finally out. Almost choked to death. Shanks complained, His hands scraped the surface of the water, and swam to the shore not far away. Beckman and others followed, and after a while, everyone came ashore together. "Is the crisis over?" Beckman came to Shanks and asked. Others also listened carefully. All of them agree with Shanks' special arrogance and domineering, and can always sense the deadly danger in advance. After all, it wasn't that he escaped a disaster just now, wasn't he? Snapped. It should be over. Shanks squeezed the corners of his clothes with both hands, and threw a pool of seawater with the ruthless swing. Then he folded his clothes, clenched the ends with both hands and twisted them hard. After draining the water, he flicked his right hand and hung the clothes on his bare copper shoulders. "Come on, go to town and ask what happened before." Shanks laughed and walked towards Rogue Town with curious thoughts. Who on earth is it? Can give him that deadly sense of crisis, forcing him to run away without thinking. In the end, if they didn't find a sea beast to hide in the big mouth and avoid the perception of domineering, then they would be more fortunate. So, is that guy? Thinking of Mariah's vest and Mopa's figure, Shanks frowned. In Rog, only the man's strength could make him feel mortal danger. However, that powerful man didn't use all his strength at that time. And in the end, the people also left, and it seems that it is just a small lesson for them, and there is no killing intent. Shanks is very sure, his perception is correct. But, other than that guy, who else in this place can make me feel that deadly sense of crisis? With doubts, Shanks and his companions came to town, and then he knew who brought him a sense of mortal crisis. Movie King Moriah. Didn't that guy just fight against Admiral Sengoku on Sanya Island in the New World a few days ago? Why did you suddenly appear here? Could it be that he is shooting at us? But I don't remember, we had a conflict with the actor. Could it be? Larky Lou and the others turned their attention to Shanks in deep thought. When they came to the town, the civilians told them that it was the actor Moriah who came. They also knew why Shanks escaped with them. Because they are now facing the actor Moriah, there is only one result. That is death. But they never provoke the actor Moriah. It is impossible for the actor to come all the way from the New World, just to kill them, an unknown pirate group who is just about to enter the Great Route. Unless any of them have ever provoked the actor. That person, all they can think of is Shanks, who once stayed on the One Piece ship. I don't remember any conflict with the actor, I haven't seen him. Shanks explained. Speaking of which, the closest he was to the actor in the past was also in this town. They were all in the square watching Captain Roger being executed. But he did not meet Moriah. He later learned from news reports that there were movie stars and others in the square at the time. Therefore, Shanks really never met Moriah face to face. But Shanks frowned and said, I feel that the actor is here for us. Why? Shanks couldn't think of it for a while. The scene where Moriah used the identity of the Vest Mopa to directly restore the coast in the port, although many people saw it. However, it has not been long since the riots caused by Moriah. Many people's eyes only saw the terrifying title of actor. Not many people have discussed the connection between Mopa and the actor for the time being. So Shanks and others don't know yet. Repairing their Mopa is the matter of actor Moriah. How miserable. Boss. Before entering the Great Route, I was inexplicably targeted by the adults of the New World. This is not an ordinary experience. Larky Lou said with a smile, picking up a large piece of meat out of nowhere and taking a bite. The words in his mouth are really miserable, and the expression on his face is indeed indifferent. Yeah, this hell start is more severe than we imagined. Jesus Boo and others were also smiling, since they knew that their captain was once a trainee crew member on Roger's ship. They knew that their adventure would be a few grades higher than others. but the difficulty of this kind of opening being directly targeted by the overlords of the New World is far beyond their imagination. What? Are you afraid? Shanks laughed. How is that possible? Largilu domineeringly said, this is interesting. The others smiled and nodded, and there was indeed no fear on their faces. Of course, when it's time to run, they'll run without hesitation and with incredible speed. Shanks is satisfied, nodding in his heart. This is his companion, no worse than Captain Rogers. Just as he was sighing, he suddenly saw Beckman, who had been silent since he came to town. Shanks asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" "Thinking about something." Beckman replied, then took out a cigarette and lit it. "Then let's go to the port quickly. I hope our ship is still there." Shanks is also a big nerve, ignoring Beckman's abnormality, and running to the port. The others follow. Their ship was actually parked 100 meters away from Moria's ship, but the current ship was not what it looked like in the future of the Four Emperors, so Moria didn't recognize it. Not for a while. After arriving at the port, Beckman inadvertently heard the words related to the scene of Moria changing from Mopa to the main body from the mouths of the people in the port, and his heart suddenly moved. The doubts in my mind are completely solved. I see. The powerful man who played them like a ball was the actor Moria. He just said it. How could two powerful people just appear in Rogtown? It turned out that the actor Moria disguised himself as someone else. When Shanks and his gang came to their ship, Beckman told the story. It's really that guy. Shanks was shocked after hearing this, but he didn't expect that it was really that guy. But yes. After thinking about it, Shanks was relieved. How could a man who can be similar to Captain Roger meet casually, and he is still in obscurity? Then are we going to the Great Route now? Rocky Lou suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned. Yup. Now I know that the one-punch pirate Mopa is the actor Moria, and obviously he is also going to the Great Route. Then if they go to the Great Route now, maybe they will meet. Everyone looked at each other, then all looked at Shanks. Shanks looked at Beckman, and then everyone looked at Beckman. This is the smartest man on their boat. Let's go to Upside Down Mountain first. Beckman explained, the fact that the actor took the initiative to reveal his true identity in front of everyone's eyes means that he will no longer stay in the One-Punch Pirates. It should be back to the New World soon. Okay. Let's sail then, brothers. Shanks laughed. Chapter 134 My Captain, what should I do if I quit? Boss, you quit? What do you mean? I'm leaving. I'm basically not coming back. And with Perona. On the boat going to the sea of Upside Down Mountain, Sidoro, Gangmir, and Hera surrounded Moria and Perona, who was sitting on Moria's shoulder, with a shocked expression, and there were too many questions and puzzles in their minds. This is completely out of the scope of their brains. The One-Punch Pirates was formed by Moria, and now the captain said that he was quitting, that he was leaving, and that he would not come back in the future. So what do? The three of them stared blankly at Moria, desperately wanting an answer. I suddenly felt that it was too unchallenging for me to take an adventure with you guys, and I didn't have any passion at all. Moria, I said this, you should be able to understand it. Gangmir and Sidoro were stunned after hearing this. There is no passion, no challenge, this is not their previous state. Thinking of their previous appearance, they sailed all the way to Rogtown, all the navies avoided them, and the weak pirates they encountered made them uninterested. Is this kind of adventure really necessary? Think again of Moria's great strength and a series of events in the New World. Sidoro and Gunmir suddenly understood. They are too weak, and the adventures they have experienced are too childish for Moria, and there is no sense of adventure at all. The challenges they encountered, for Moria, could not be called challenges. How about such a life? Have they thought about it? The two asked themselves. Then the two shook their heads together. In no mood. Both are sure. So the two understood Moria's choice to leave. Only Hera has a straight face, nothing is passionate. This is not because the strength was not so strong before, and I wanted to find a nanny for Perona, so I formed the One Punch Pirates. Now that I have enough strength, I also have my own pirate group in the New World, and I can protect Perona, so I kicked them, and I don't care about their strength. Ah! A man is a man. Hera showed disdain. Don't look away, don't look at Moria. It's just the charming side face revealed by the side head, which made Moria a little excited. Is the One Punch Pirates just disbanded? Sidoro asked suddenly. If the captain is gone, so will the One Punch Pirates. But he already has feelings for this pirate group. Gangmir and Hera also frowned a little reluctantly. If the One Punch Pirates are disbanded or not, it's up to you in the future. If you don't want to disband, then use this name to play your own world. Moria smiled and encouraged. It all depends on the efforts of Sidoro and the others, and whether the Navy admits the existence of this pirate group. In short, the One Punch Pirates can either disband or not. Moria don't care anymore. After listening to Sidoro, he solemnly assured, "Don't worry, boss. We will definitely make the name of the One Punch Pirates resonate in this sea in the future. We will never humiliate your reputation." Even if he accepted Moria's departure, he would never embarrass her. It's a man's promise. Me too. Gangmil nodded at the same time with a serious look on his face. I look forward to it. Moria smiled and nodded, then looked at Hera with a burning gaze. I want to take you and Perona to the New World, what do you think? Hera was stunned, turned around, and saw Moria's eyes full of admiration, and her face suddenly turned red. The eyes that seemed to pierce her let Hera know how much the man in front of her longed for her. It's a pity. She won't leave her brother. I don't go. Hera met Moria's gaze, shook her head firmly, and said, I'm a doctor, Sidoro and Gangmir need me, Moria, you already have someone to take care of you in the New World, I'll just take care of you. Not going. Moria frowned slightly, but before he could say anything, Sidoro suddenly said, Sister Hera, I have grown up and don't need your care, I want to have my own adventure, you just go to the New World with the boss. And, through this period of understanding, you also know that in the New World, there are human races such as the long-handed, long-legged, long-necked, and other human races. In addition, it is the most dangerous and changeable sea area in the world. Isn't this the medical research area you dream of? Although Sidoro spoke eloquently, Hera was unmoved. What New World? Will they not go in the future? It will be the same in the future. Anyway, she didn't trust her brother to take risks and she wasn't around. I'm not going. Hera ignored Sidoro and stared straight at Moria. After all, Moria is the man who decides everything. As long as Moria spoke, Sidoro could do nothing. Sidoro also knew this, so he hurriedly said, Sister, have you forgotten that you are still wanted by the Tianlong people? You don't think about me, but also for yourself. In the future, the boss will not be there. We met the CP0 sent by the Tianlong people. If you have an accident, what should you tell me to do? So, you should go to the New World with the boss. Sidoro persuaded his sister bitterly, on the one hand because the threat of the Tianlong people did exist, and on the other hand, he saw the strong possessiveness of his boss towards his old sister. And seeing her old sister's blushing face, she was obviously not disgusted. Even so, why not let the two be together, and to be honest, now that my old sister is by the boss's side, it is much safer than being by my side. Yup. At this time, Perona, who was sitting on Moria's shoulder, also persuaded, Sister Hera, you can also go to the New World with Mr. Momo with me. It's a big deal, and I will give you some of Mr. Momo's life energy. Just a little bit, you can't rob more. Perona snapped her fingers, showing a vigilant look at Hera. Moria had a black line, especially my life energy. But it's not impossible to give Hera a little to eat. As for how to eat. Looking at Hera's slightly thick red lips, Moria licked her lips. Hera stared at Sidoro blankly, her face uncertain. He hesitated several times, and finally sighed deeply. Okay, I'll go with Moria. Hera compromised, not because Perona would share some of her life energy from Moria, but because what her brother Sidoro said gave her a wake-up call. That is, after so many years, the Tianlong man never gave up on taking her back as a slave. She knew that she would continue to stay with Sidoro and to go on the great route. Without Moria in charge, she would only bring greater danger to Sidoro. Perhaps Sidoro would be a little safer without her by his side. That's it. Moria was stunned the whole time, and when Hera refused, he was thinking about whether or not to enslave Hera and the others directly. Do not doubt. Moria can really do it. He is such a cruel, wicked person sometimes. Anyway, at this time, Moria, who no longer wanted to play the family, was not in the mood to continue to develop a relationship with Hera. Especially Hera can now open her legs to meet all enemies. So, fortunately, Hera agreed to go with him. Then, look again. His actor Moria couldn't believe it anymore. With his current strength and charm, he couldn't subdue this mermaid fairy. Chapter 135 Wang Zhi teamed up with Silver Axe, the overreaction of the world government. 6,000 word chapter, please subscribe. Hoo! Hoo! A fierce wind blew on the faces of Moria and the others. At this time, their boat was riding the current that climbed the mountain, rushing towards the top of the mountain. Boom! Call out! At the moment of reaching the top, Moria suddenly got up and jumped. Jump from the boat and come 100 meters high in the air, and then a thought, summoned a shadow attendant news bird from the shadow. Then Moria switched places with the shadow servant giant eagle who was still in the new world in an instant, and let the shadow servant giant eagle come to the top of Upside Down Mountain. Finally, he switched places with the shadow servant news bird that was summoned in advance. Dread. Moria, who came back, landed on the back of the flying shadow servant giant eagle. Call out! Call out! On the back of the giant eagle, Moria manipulated the shadow into 2 ropes to roll up Hera and Perona, and stood on the back of the giant eagle with him. Boom! At this time, the ship rushing towards the apex fell heavily and returned to the channel of the new world. Call out! The shadow servant eagle flew down at the same time, maintaining a speed with the ship. Moria was on the back of the giant eagle, looking at Sidoro and Gangmir on the deck of the ship below, and said loudly, "Come on, we will see you in the new world. Don't worry, boss, we will definitely become a big pirate, and we will never embarrass you." Sidoro roared towards Moria on the back of the giant eagle. Gangmil just nodded to Moria solemnly. "You two should pay attention to safety. Don't get sick," Hera told Sidoro and Gangmir. "Don't worry, sister." Sidoro and Gangmir responded loudly together. Then the two looked at Perona, but only saw Perona waving to them without any expression on their faces, which made their hearts collapse. "Ha ha! Gone." Moria smiled and ordered the shadow servant giant eagle to separate from Sidoro and fly high into the sky. After reaching the height of 1,000 meters on the top of the mountain, Moria did not rush to leave. Released 2 shadow servant newsbirds from the shadows, and Moria let them fly here all the time. "In the future, you will be staring here. If there is a man with red hair and a straw hat among the people passing by, you will automatically dissipate." Moria still didn't want to let Shanks go, and after passing the picture of Shanks in her heart to the 2 shadow servant newsbirds, She pointed to one of the shadow servant newsbirds and said, "Newsbird has a good memory, and should be able to remember the features of Shanks that Moria had passed down in his heart." Moria is not very sure about this, but he can't keep staring here, and he can't let a human shadow wait here. He had a feeling that if the human shadow servant was waiting here, he might never be able to wait for Shanks. Only the shadow servant newsbird might wait until Shanks arrives, and then notify him to switch positions instantly by dissipating one of the shadow servant newsbirds, completely destroying the future red-haired pirates. After that, Moria left, rushed to the new world with all his strength, and joined Misaha and the others. 2 hours after Moria left, the red-haired pirates came to the waters at the foot of Upside Down Mountain. "How is it?" Everyone looked at Shanks, waiting for his decision. Shanks frowned, looking at the upside-down top of the mountain for a while. The faint and deadly sense of crisis still lingered in his heart. "Let's wait a few days, and we will act after we are sure that the actor has really returned to the new world." Shanks decided not to take risks anymore. He who had been on Roger's boat knew very well that in the face of a strong actor like the actor, they had no chance to win, and it was even difficult for them to escape. Therefore, before it grows up, the necessary strategic retreat is still possible. "Okay, listen to your boss." Lucky Lou and the others laughed. "Okay, then let's have a banquet." Shanks laughed. Soon, upside down the waters at the foot of the mountain, the red-haired pirates held a happy banquet on the boat, and there was no trace of worry about being targeted by Moria. The so-called life and death are fate, wealth is in the sky, it is such a group of guys. For them who have handed their life and death to God, facing the threat of Moria, they just need to avoid it temporarily, not that they are afraid of Moria. When the day comes when it is unavoidable, they will take a knife and none of them will hesitate. When the red-haired and others were having a lively banquet on the back of the shadow servant giant eagle flying to the new world, Moria received a call from Sanya. "What's the matter?" Moria asked after answering the shadow attendant's phone. "Wang Zhai and Silver Axe have formed an alliance." San's heavy words came from the shadow servant phone bug. "He joined forces." "When?" Moria was surprised. "Doesn't it mean that the members of the Rocks Pirates have a bad relationship with each other? Why did they suddenly form an alliance?" "Just this morning, we didn't know until we saw the emergency newspaper issued by the news," Misaha replied. "During the recent period, they have been looking for Wang Zhai and Yanax, and they also called the two of them through the newspaper and asked them to fight. But I didn't expect the two to join forces directly in the end. This was something Misaha and the others didn't expect. Their original idea was to find whoever was the first, so they would call Moria over and deal with whoever was first. In the end, Misaha felt that perhaps because of Moria's powerful strength, the pressure on them was too great. Where are those two guys now? They actually chose to form an alliance, that is to say, they have already decided to fight us hard. Which island should they wait for us on now? Moria's eyes narrowed. "In Hachino's, Pirate Island," Misaha replied. "Pirate Island? Hachino's?" Moria frowned. He seemed to be a little familiar, but for a while he didn't remember which island it was. "It's also called Beehive Island." San added on the phone bug's side. It turned out to be Honeycomb Island. As soon as the name was mentioned, Moria remembered it. Isn't that the island where Rocks once gathered the 18th pirates to board the ship? At the same time, it was also the permanent residence of the Rocks pirates in the New World at that time, similar to the existence of Marine Fando of the Navy headquarters. "I didn't expect Wang Zhai and Silver Axe to form an alliance there. Do you want to recreate the glory of the Rocks pirates?" Moria said softly. Although he had never fought with Wang Zhai and Yanax, he did not know their specific combat strength. but the great pirate who could be named by the Sengoku at the naval meeting. Even if Wang Zhai and Silver Axe were not as strong as Whitebeard, they wouldn't be that bad. At least to the level of the future deputy of the four emperors, there should be no doubt. It's still a little tricky for the two of them to join forces. Of course, it was a bit tricky for Moria. Rocks pirates. What is that? Misaha asked Moria after hearing Moria's words. Moria retracted her thoughts and said with a smile, that was the pirate group that stood at the peak of the last pirate era. Wang Zhai and Yinax used to be the crew members of that pirate group. Ah! Misaha was shocked, just this. The pirate group where the two of them are, can stand at the peak of the pirate era. It's not that Sanyi underestimated Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, but the pirates of the New World and these two people, compared to the level of Whitebeard and Moria. Although not much. But not many. A pirate of this level can be a big pirate, but it will never become an overlord. Ha ha. Moria laughed, and then told Misaha that Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingerling, Kaido, and the Golden Lion were also crew members of the Rocks Pirates. Ah. San was really shocked this time, because the sexy purple lips simulated by the shadow attendant's phone bug had been opened to the maximum, and had not been closed for a long time. It's no wonder that San couldn't slow down in shock. In this period of peak Whitebeard and peak Golden Lion, plus two monsters Charlotte Lingerling and Kaido. Anyone who thinks about the appearance of these four people forming a pirate group will feel deeply shocked. There is no doubt that if these four people form a pirate group now, it will be the strongest pirate group in the world. The kind that Roger's pirate group has to stand aside. It's incredible. It took a long time for San to recover, but he was still unbelievable. Are these people really on the same pirate ship? Really? Moria responded with a smile. How powerful is the captain who leads them, and how come I have never heard of such a powerful person? Furthermore, how did such a powerful pirate group become what they used to be? Are they defeated? Or did they disband themselves? Misaha had too many questions to be answered. Moria didn't explain too much, just smiled lightly. These are all in the past, don't worry about it. San was silent for a while over the phone bug. After a while, Misaha said, then. Do Whitebeard and Kaido and others need to pay attention? After all, they were once companions in a pirate group. Misaha worried that these people would help Wang Zhai and Silver Axe against them. With the strength and power of these few people, even if their Shadow Emperor pirates have an army of shadow attendants, they will never be opponents. This point, Misaha is still very clear. Don't worry, if Whitebeard and the others really come, just fight. Moria chuckled, not caring, not afraid. And will Whitebeard come? There is a high probability that he will not come, and even if he does, he will not join forces with Wang Zhai and Silver Axe to deal with him. But it is possible to prevent him from turning Wang Zhai and Yinax into shadow servants. Whitebeard and the others should not want to see their shadow servant army expand. Thinking of this, Moria frowned and changed his words. If Whitebeard and the others came out to stop me when I shadow servant Wang Zhai and Yinax, it would be a trouble, and we have to guard against it. Then what? Misaha asked. Let's do it, Moria said after thinking. You all rush to Hive Island, and I will rush to you before that. At the same time, pay close attention to the actions of Whitebeard and others in the Navy. Anyway, let's get rid of Wang Zhai and Silver Axe as soon as possible before anyone makes trouble. Understood. San replied on the phone bug's side, then hung up the phone bug and ordered to rush to Hive Island with all his strength. Here. Moria also took the Shadow Servant Giant Eagle, determined the location by sensing the Shadow Servant News Bird following Mai and the others, and rushed to Mai and the others with all their strength. Moria was not ready to stop for dinner halfway through. Everything is solved with life energy, and Hera and Perona both eat his life energy to solve the problem of food and clothing. On the way, Moria frowned and continued to think about how to make Whitebeard and the others unable to stop him, Shadow Attendant Wang Zhai and Silver Axe. Only the solution is that I get rid of Wang Zhai and Silver Axe in the shortest possible time. In this way, before Whitebeard and the others arrive, I will end the battle and complete the transformation of the two of them into shadow servants. After thinking for a long time, Moria came to the conclusion that as long as he ended the battle quickly enough, Whitebeard and others would not have time to stop him. Just solve the battle in a short time, can I do it? Moria asked herself. If he hadn't swallowed Leon's shadow, with his speed, facing the joint efforts of Wang Zhai and Yinax, he would definitely not be able to solve the battle in a short time. And once caught in a protracted war, the weakness of his will not strong enough will be exposed. Just like the battle with Whitebeard, he had a chance to die, but in the end he was defeated and retreated because he couldn't hold on to his mental will. But the situation is a little different now. He who devoured the shadow of the thundercloud, now has a qualitative improvement in his speed. Moria made a bold guess. At his current speed, no matter how domineering Wang Zhai and Silver Axe are, as long as they are not strong enough to see the future like Kategori, it will be difficult to escape his attack. And with the domineering strength of his armed color and Liu Ying's domineering strength, coupled with the terrifying power in the Shadow Gold Body mode, the defenses of Wang Zhai and Silver Axe should not be able to resist his attack. Moria thought. The only worry is how long the attack can last. Anyway, Moria didn't believe that Wang Zhai and Yinax could insist on fighting with him for 8 days and 8 nights despite being injured all the time. If you can persist, then Moria can't do anything for the time being. But no matter how fast the speed is, if Whitebeard and the others will really come to stop him, he can get rid of those two guys in a short period of time. I'm not very sure. Moria thought to herself, but in the end she wasn't sure. Still that sentence, he has never fought with Wang Zhai, everything is just speculation. Maybe the strength of the two is too good, and it is not necessarily that they will be killed by him in one face-to-face. Of course, it's also possible to draw a tie with him. That's impossible. Moria firmly believed in his own strength. At most, he couldn't solve Wang Zhai and Silver Axe in a short time. And in this short period of time, Moria still takes 1 minute to 1 hour as the standard. So, to ensure that Wang Zhai and Yinax can be killed, we have to find a way to kill Wang Zhai and Yinax in a short period of time. Moria thought to herself. Subsequently, Moria began to recall all his abilities. The ability to let him eliminate Wang Zhai and Yinax in a short period of time. The last thing Moria can think of is his Shadow Fruit ability. On the island where the thunder had been falling, Moria developed an intelligent use of shadows, the Shadow Needle. This allowed Moria to see multiple uses of shadows. For example, the shadow field expansion is similar to the field. Moria thinks, and then upgrade the shadow field to expand this move. It seems like it's okay to kill enemies by squeezing them, like Gaara's Sandfall's funeral. After thinking about it carefully, Moria felt that it was not impossible for him to completely develop a shadow field that was similar to the absolutely closed field in the anime, Curse Back to War, that he watched in his previous life. Then pull the enemy into a shadow sphere wrapped by a shadow, forming an absolutely closed shadow field space. In this way, in the closed shadow sphere, there is no ray of light, it is pitch black, and the enemy's eyes cannot see anything, and it is no different from being blind. But I can perceive everything through the shadow. Without light, I can grasp all the actions of the enemy in the shadow at any time. In addition, in this spherical shadow space, you can control the shadow to attack 360 degrees without dead ends. In theory, this is an attack that the enemy can't avoid. Moria got more excited the more she thought about it. In this way, As long as the strength of the armament is domineering and their own defense is not strong enough, they can be penetrated by their own attacks. Once you are dragged into the shadow sphere space, you won't be able to last long, and you will be killed by yourself. Moriah's mouth rose. In this way, it seems that it is not too difficult to completely eliminate Wang Zhai and Silver Axe in a short period of time. After all, if there is an attack that cannot be avoided, and if it cannot be defended, then there is no room for anything other than death. And Moriah's eyes lit up suddenly. He suddenly thought, even a person with a strong physical defense can't break the defense with an attack, and he can directly turn the shadow sphere space into a solid one. As long as the person can be trapped inside, he can completely manipulate the shadow into a sharp shape such as needle and thread, and enter the enemy's body from the nose, ears, back door or eyes and mouth to destroy it. In this way, the enemy will not die. Even so, the enemy is not dead. Then I can suffocate you to death. Moriah smiled inwardly. In a completely closed shadow physical space, like a person being submerged and solidified by cement, there is no trace of oxygen for you to breathe. As long as you are human, you need to breathe. As long as you breathe, facing this move, once you can't break free and are firmly trapped by Moriah's shadow, you will only have to wait for death. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Thinking of this, Moriah not only laughed out loud, but also unexpectedly found the shadow fruit. It can also be used. Thinking about it carefully, Moriah's previous use of shadow fruit, or manipulation, was still too simple. Back and forth, the monotonous attacks of shadow thorns and shadow guns. It didn't show one of the major characteristics of the fruit after awakening. That is to be able to control more shadows and win by quantity. What's wrong with this guy? Frowning for a while, laughing for a while. On the back of the shadow servant giant eagle, Hera subconsciously moved away from Moriah. And Perona, who was originally on Moriah's shoulder, didn't know when she came to Hera's shoulder. Perona was just walking all the way, and was also surprised by Moriah's facial expression when she fell into self-contemplation. What's wrong with you? Moriah also noticed the strange expressions on Hera and Perona's faces at this time, and couldn't help asking in confusion. It's nothing, you continue. The two women shook their heads at the same time. Just looking at Moriah's eyes, there is still a hint of vigilance. It seemed that he was afraid that Moriah would suddenly go crazy. This neuropathy. Moriah couldn't be seen, so after complaining, he continued to fall into various development associations with shadow. It's starting again. Hera and Perona murmured in their hearts. At the same time, in the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was standing in front of the empty desk. In the days after the incident on Sanya Island, after seeing the news reports that Sanya and others were on behalf of the movie King pirates to make an appointment with Wang Zhai or Silver Axe, and Moriah did not launch any revenge against the Navy for several days. The Warring States period came back from the New World. Sengoku, who wanted to take a good rest for a while and adjust to the somewhat depressed mood because of the slaughter of his Marines. As a result, it was only a few days after arriving at the headquarters to rest, and the information about Wang Zhai and Yanax's alliance in the Hive Island made him and Sokan's scalp tingle. The 5 old stars of the world government attached great importance to it, and ordered Sora to stop the alliance between Wang Zhai and Yanax, and to wipe out this alliance as quickly as possible and in the shortest possible time. The Rock's pirates must not be allowed to reappear. Warring States, what do you think of the alliance between Wang Zhai and Yanax this time? Kong asked after explaining the 5 old stars' requirements to Warring States. The Warring States' brows have been wrinkling since the beginning, and now hearing Sora's question, he said solemnly, although the alliance between Wang Zhai and Silver Axe is a bit tricky, it will not be the opponent of the film Emperor. According to the information, The film Emperor's pirates are under his command. I have already rushed to Hive Island with all my strength, and I think the best actor will also be there. At that time, as long as there is no Whitebeard and others to intervene this time, it will be Wang Zhai and Silver Axe who will fail and be destroyed in the end. But I'm afraid that Whitebeard and others will interfere. Kong received worriedly. If Whitebeard and others intervene, it is easy to breed some ideas that should not be there. The worries in Sora's eyes were precisely aimed at Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lingerling. Yes. The warring states also followed solemnly. As he just said, the alliance between Wang Zhai and Silver Axe is tricky but not scary. He was afraid of Kong, and even the 5 old stars of the world government were afraid because of the cooperation between Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, which caused Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lingerling to have some thoughts. If it really gives birth to some thoughts. In the end, Whitebeard joined forces with Kaido and Charlotte Lingerling. In addition, Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, some of the great pirates who were still active in the sea after the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, gathered together again. Form a terrifying pirate group. Then this will be the strongest pirate group in the world that is even stronger than the Rocks Pirates. The world government will never allow it, making it possible for this pirate group, which is stronger than the Rocks Pirates, to form. Therefore, the alliance of Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, the world government requires the Navy to completely destroy it with overwhelming force in the shortest possible time. There is absolutely no room for relaxation. In the office, after the two were silent for a long time, the warring states said solemnly, "Have you decided, Brother Kong?" Sora's eyes sank, and he said heavily, "This time I will command the command myself. You, Ka, Zephyr and Crane, as well as the younger generation, Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Salino will all go." Jayap, Filu Meteorite Novel Downloader. From Meteorite Pavilion 143 131 600. Meteorite Pavilions, 143 131 600. Finally, the CP0 side will also send 2 shield-level powerhouses to follow. We want to let the remnants of the Rocks Pirates such as Whitebeard know. It's okay to develop independently, but as long as there is a desire to join forces, the world government will definitely destroy them without any hesitation. Even if there is a full-scale war with it, there is no excuse. Chapter 136 Pollen Fruit Ability, Syndra. Understood. Warring States nodded, then frowned and asked, "Where's the actor?" Kong Han said, "If he hasn't eliminated Wang Zhai and Yinax before we get to Pirate Island, we will directly destroy the alliance between Wang Zhai and Yinax. If the actor intervenes to stop it, if there is a chance, then even him will be destroyed? Clear, then I'll make preparations for sailing right away." Sengoku nodded heavily, then turned to leave. Soon, commanded by Admiral Cyborg Korra himself, followed by admirals such as Zephyr, Sengoku, Crane, and Akainu who had installed a special Vegapunk manipulator, a total of 10 warships slowly sailed out of the Marine Headquarters Marine Fando. Shortly after leaving the naval headquarters, the 10 warships disappeared into the sea like ghosts under the cover of the invisible canvas of the canvas fruit. Don't be arrogant and decisive, let Whitebeard and others see the determination of the Navy not to let them form an alliance. To destroy Wang Zhai and Silver Axe by means of thunder, and deter Whitebeard and other Rocks Pirates remnants. But these are based on the fact that Wang Zhai and Yinax have been destroyed, and the established facts can be achieved before the shocking effect can be achieved. Before that, the Navy still needs to rush to Hive Island a little, and then use the power of thunder to destroy Wang Zhai and Silver Axe. The next afternoon. The weather is cool. After 27 hours of sleepless continuous high-speed flight, Moriel finally flew from Upside Down Mountain to 100 meters above the New World Clover. Call out. Moria jumped off the back of the shadow servant giant eagle, grabbed Hera's back with one hand, and stretched out the largest covering on her round, plump buttocks with the other. Perona sat on his shoulders, and the three of them landed on the middeck after a short time. "Let me go first." As soon as she fell, Hera, who blushed, hurriedly broke free from Moria's embrace and walked to the side. "Ha ha!" Moria smiled softly, reached out and took Perona off her shoulders, letting her fly aside, and then introduced to the women around Sanya and the others, "This is Perona, the first person to follow me." Perona, who was flying in the air beside Moria, heard the word earliest in Moria's introduction, and only felt a heat current swept over her body instantly, and her whole body floated. Her eyes were full of arrogance, and she gently waved her small hand to Sanya and the others. "It's like a little leader. It's so cute." Sanya's eyes lit up, and she liked Perona's outfit very much, and she stretched out her evil hands, trying to hug Perona. "Yeah?" Perona hurriedly dodged and went around behind Moria, only showing an annoyed little head on Moria's shoulder. She only likes to be hugged by the cold shadow servant and Lord Momo, and everyone else doesn't want to hug her. Ha ha. She's so cute. Zainayu and the others showed ant-like smiles. It was obvious that they liked Perona very much, and their eyes were on Perona. Standing on the right side of Moria, Hera, who was 8 meters tall, was completely ignored by them. "This is Hera, and your future companion." Moria looked sideways at Hera, whose face returned to calm, and introduced Sanya. He wanted to arrange Hera into Sanya's pirate group. After all, he basically spent the night in Sanya's bed, which was more convenient. "Understood, boss." Misaha nodded, then looked up at Hera. She was already very tall at 6 meters, but in front of Hera, who was 8 meters tall, she was like a child and needed to look up. "Welcome to our movie King Pirates," Sanya said calmly. In fact, she is quite repulsive to other people on board, not only her, but also the other people on board. Of course, with the exception of Perona, who is a child after all. Hera's words, because of Moria's order, as shadow slaves, they will not resist, they will only accept, but their attitude may not be changed. This Moria doesn't care, and Hera doesn't seem to care either. "Is there a room for me? I'm going to put something," Hera asked. In the big bag she was holding in her arms, there were some medical books and some experimental equipment that needed to be placed. "Follow me," said January, turning Hera into the cabin. Their boat is very big, the big boat they grabbed recently. The previous warship was a bit small and inconvenient for a group of women who were all 6 meters tall. Now this ship is very big, there are many rooms, and they are all large rooms. Even Hera feels like an ordinary person when she lives in it. After Hera and January left, Perona went to find a room herself. Moria and San came to the fence behind the boat. On the sea behind the ship, 5 pirate ships followed them at a distance of 50 meters. "It looks like it's not like an enemy, but a little brother." "What's the situation?" Moria asked directly. The pirate groups on the 2 pirate ships on the far left were captured by Ike after they met during this period of time. The 2 pirate ships on the far right are also 2 pirate groups, which were captured by Black. After the introduction, Sanya explained, "Because they haven't passed your test, boss, so I asked them to follow you. When you come, boss, and after your test, they will be considered as members of the movie King Pirates." "Boss," said this, Sanya looked at Moria and suggested seriously, "I think you will have to test anyone who joins our movie King Pirates in the future, lest what happened last time on Sanya Island will happen again. Occur. This is my own arrangement." Moria looked at the pirate ship in the middle, smiled, and asked, "There is another pirate ship, haven't you said it yet? It was also captured by Black and the others?" "No." San shook his head, looked at the pirate ship with a rose skull flag in the middle, and said with disgust, it was posted upside down. If you have to join our movie King Pirates, I can't drive it away. So disgusting? Moriah looked at San with some amusing. And even San couldn't drive away. That shows that people are very powerful. This Moriah was a little curious and asked, who is it? Tell me. Mr. snorted and said, Black Rose Pirates. Captain Black Rose Tina Sindra is a superhuman type devil fruit with pollen fruit ability, with a bounty of 670 million Bailey. Pollen fruit? Moriah whispered. He was a little curious about this fruit. The pollen fruit person, also known as the pollen man, can produce all kinds of pollen with special effects. San said coldly, that Sindra is a pervert. If she hadn't said she wanted to rely on you, the boss, I would have fought her to the death long ago. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of floral fragrance came, and at the same time, a charming female voice of Cheap and Cheap also came. San Yijin, you said that, but it broke my heart. A throne made of black pollen suddenly floated in the air a few meters in front of Moriah. Metverse app, Filu Meteorite Novel Downloader. From Meteorite Pavilion 143 131 600. Meteorite Pavilions, 143 131 600. Then a tall figure fell from the sky. Moriah looked up. White skin and black silk long legs. The black long skirt with slits from the bottom of the thigh, or a black long skirt with front and rear slits, looks like a mini skirt and a long black silk satin hanging on the outside of the two long legs. It does not have the effect of a long skirt at all, but is full of a different temptation. And there is a white empty area between the black silk in the middle of the thigh and the mysterious triangle, which is even more thought-provoking. Looking up again, after reading the B-waist, under the open black denim jacket, there is a plump and straight body wrapped in a black hood. Then through the tall jade neck, a delicate face like a black rose with thorns came into Moriah's eyes. This woman is of average height, only about 3 meters. But dressed in black, with her rosy skin and long snow-white hair, she was cold and arrogant, and looked very proud. Of course, if you don't care about the cheap tone when she spoke to Miss Aha before, this is indeed the case. Puff. The woman sat on the black throne, lifted her right leg and landed on the thigh of her left leg, and raised her long black silk long legs. Black. Nothing strange, just a little lush. Recalling the moment when the woman lifted her right leg, the mysterious scenery in the mysterious area, Moriah opened her eyes suddenly lit up, making sure she was right. But is it so fierce? The lower body is actually not wearing anything? And black. Full. Lush. Is there? What's the point? Some strange associations flashed in Moriah's mind. Sindra, how dare you disrespect the boss? At this time, Sindra's condescending attitude made San, who was already disgusted by him, even more angry, jump directly into the air, and punched Sindra. Chapter 137 Side Effects of Pollen Fruit. Really impatient. Shamrock. Sindra raised her eyebrows and laughed lightly. At the same time she stood up, she raised her pure white right hand and clenched her fist, punching San who was rushing towards him. Zheng. Zizizi. The moment the two fists collided, the wind pressure overflowed, and the red and black domineering lightning kept flashing. The two didn't use their full strength, but they both used armed domineering. The strength is good. Moriah sensed that in terms of strength, this black silk long-legged beauty named Sindra was actually a little stronger than Miss Aha, who had not overdrawn her lifespan. No wonder San said yesterday that he looked down on Wang Zhai and Yanax. It is really a new world in this period, and there are too many strong people. Stop it all. Seeing that the two were still wrestling, Moriah interrupted the two women's confrontation. Pervert. Miss Aha snorted at Sindra, closing her fist and falling back to Moriah's left on the boat. Ha ha. Sindra raised her eyebrows again, chuckled lightly, returned to her black throne, and continued to raise her long black silk legs. Black. Full. Lush. Moriah raised his head. His eyes lit up again, and he reconfirmed that he had read it right before. It's really nothing to do with a man when a woman is fierce. Dare not to wear anything, but also dare to reveal anything. But, looking at the condescending Sindra on the throne diagonally above, Moriah felt a little unhappy inexplicably. Are you going to come down by yourself? Or do you want to completely come down? Listening to Moriah's indifferent question, a deadly chill crept into Sindra's heart. Looking at the playful but emotionless eyes of the man below, you can't pretend to be coercive anymore, and you'll be gone if you pretend to be someone. So, Sindra put away the black pollen throne, jumped gently, and fell from the air to the right of Moriah on the ship. The black pollen throne, which was put away at the same time, turned into 3 black pollen spheres the size of a basketball, surrounding the whole body. This is wearing the dark crown, isn't it, Sindra, the dark head of the League of Legends? Looking sideways at Sindra's appearance at this time, Moriah suddenly thought. Taking a closer look, the long legs with white hair and black silk are really similar to Sindra, the head of the dark state, in addition to his appearance. Brother. Even if I joined your pirate group, I am a family. How about having Mitsuba join my pirate group? Sindra looked familiar, came to Moriah, patted him on the shoulder, and looked at San with burning eyes. Damn pervert, you dare to hit the old lady's attention, you give up. The old lady is already the boss. San looked indignant. I already knew it, I'm fine. Sindra raised her eyebrows and chuckled. I have something to do with it, the boss has something to do with it. After San Yi snorted coldly, she turned her head slightly to look at Moriah. Brother, what do you say? Sindra also turned her attention to Moriah. She knew that the key to getting San Yi in the end was still on Moriah. You. What do you call me? Moriah finally reacted at this time, looking at the fierce girl Sindra with a look of surprise. Brother. With a blank look on the face of Sindra's cold sister Rue, she asked Moriah, is there a problem? This is a big problem. Brother. Is this what a tall and cold royal sister with white, beautiful, black and long legs should say? This is something that a stingy big man would say. Could it be that a man has changed? Thinking of this, the image of the Shemei King immediately popped into Moriah's mind, causing his complexion to change. He quickly pulled San back a few steps away from the woman. Or man, Sindra. Are you male or female? Moriah asked. Brother, I look like a woman. Sindra turned around and looked at herself. Then facing Moriah, he deliberately straightened his chest and made a full and straight voice, proving that he was really a real woman. In other words, have you been a woman since you were born? Moriah asked the question directly without leaving any gaps. Brother, I'm really a woman. Sindra said helplessly, raising her hand to assure, from birth. Call. Moriah breathed a sigh of relief, although it was still not suitable for a woman to be called a brother and brother. The key tone and expression really felt like a man calling you a brother, which was shocking. Fortunately, it is now confirmed that this is a real woman, not a woman whose devil fruit ability has been changed. However, before Moriah could breathe a sigh of relief, Sindra showed a longing look and said, actually, I really want to be a real man. Brother, do you know how to change from a woman to a man? The kind with a handle? Sindra asked seriously. Moriah choked, the corners of her mouth twitched wildly. Brother, I don't know how to change from a woman to a man. Still have it. Maybe Sandboy Crocodile knows, you go ask him. Moriah complained frantically in her heart, not knowing how to face Sindra's ferocity. Forget it, let's talk about becoming a man later, now. Sindra shook her head, and then asked seriously, brother, let San join my pirate group. Dream, you pervert. San was furious, clenched his fists, and was about to rush towards Sindra. Moria raised her hand to stop San, looked at Sindra and asked curiously, "You are all from the movie King Pirates, why did you let San join your pirate group? And San has her own sea. The pirate group, or the captain, no matter how you look at it, it is not appropriate to join your pirate group." "No way, you want to kidnap me?" Moria showed a meaningful smile. "San is his shadow slave, it is impossible to betray him. If Sindra wants to persuade San to leave the Sea of Shadow Emperors, the thieves are destined to be disappointed." "It's not impossible if you don't join." Sindra summoned her courage and tried to face Moria. "Otherwise, let San lend me a few days." Moria was stunned after hearing that. "Mitsuba lend you? How do you use it? By hand? Or use your tongue? You're really not a man." Moria's eyes flickered, staring at Sindra, and asked in a cold tone. "Dare to hit his woman's idea? It's okay for a woman, the big deal, 3 people, there must be someone to teach. But if it is a man, even if it was a man before and is now a woman, must be done. She is not." Before Sindra could speak, San suddenly took the initiative to explain. "The reason why she became like this is because of the pollen fruit. Pollen is generally produced by male stamens, so if someone who eats pollen fruit is a man, it's fine and has little impact. But if it's a woman, it will be affected by the ability of the fruit, and words and deeds will have a negative impact. There are some masculine traits. But boss, don't worry." Speaking of which, Sanyi was thoughtful for Moria appearance, smiled. "The characteristics of these men are all in the tone of speech and demeanor, not involving changes in physical characteristics, not even in voice." "So?" Clifford pointed to Sindra and said gloatingly, "This woman is still a genuine woman who has not been developed. You can try it yourself." "I told you to stare at me, this time the boss is also staring at you, I'll see what you do." Misaha laughed inwardly. She also just took the initiative to explain Moria to Moria from the fact that Moria had been entangled in Sindra's gender and saw that Moria was interested in this hateful woman in front of her. Chapter 138 Moria's Plan. Beehive Island. Afternoon. The weather here is always so hot. On the island, the pirates belonging to the 2 pirate groups Wang Zhai and Silver Axe carried out various entertainment activities in the shadows. Surrounded by bikini beauties robbed round, coupled with delicious food and wine, the pirates cheered happily, one wave after another. In a room in the highest Skull Rock, Wang Zhai and Yinax stood on the edge of the windowsill together, watching everything that happened on the island below, with a touch of memory in their eyes. "I miss it so much. The feeling of doing whatever you want before," Wang Zhai said, his voice rough and hoarse, which matched his tall body perfectly. "Yes. In that era, under the leadership of Captain Rox, we were the overlords of the New World, and the existence of the world government also feared." The silver axe on the side also shows yearning for that era. "But..." The two suddenly spoke at the same time, both paused, looked at each other, and smiled. Then Wang Zhai sighed in a rough and hoarse voice, "Unfortunately, such a powerful Rox was finally defeated by Garp and Roger together. Of course, there are also reasons for us to watch quietly. After all, we have grown up, but we don't want anyone else to give orders." Silver Axe said, "So, in order not to carry the most unforgivable crime on the pirate ship, killing the captain, we can only watch it quietly. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, if it weren't for Whitebeard and Kaido, most of the powerhouses were in a state of water release. There's no chance that Garp and Roger will join forces to defeat Rox. So..." Wang Zhai and Yinax looked at each other, and said together, "Even someone as powerful as Captain Rox has been defeated by the cooperation of Garp and Roger, so why should the actor win the alliance between us?" Wang Zhai. Yinax said solemnly. "Silver Axe." Wang Zhai said solemnly. Let's start the era of pirates again after defeating the best actor in this place where we started. Wang Zhai and Yinax said loudly together. At the same time, the voices of the two people's words have also been amplified by the loudspeaker phone bugs that the two of them silently turned on, and spread throughout the entire Hive Island. Suddenly, the pirates on the entire island went crazy. This is the time. What? The times are calling us. The pirates who create the next era are us. Brothers, let's cheer. Boil your blood. The era of pirates that belongs to us is coming soon. Die the movie Emperor. Die the movie Emperor. Damn it. At the end of the carnival, the cheers of the dead actor resounded throughout the island, as if the entire island was about to be opened. Good. Wait for the actor to arrive. Come quickly. Let's make our great pirate era. In the highest room above the skull, Wang Zhai and Yinax, who were on the windowsill, were very satisfied with the movement below, and the fire of ambition in their eyes could not wait to burn. As the saying goes, everything is ready, only the east wind from Moria will come. The next 3 days. The story of Wang Zhai and Yinax, the two great pirate alliances in the world, has spread throughout the new world. Just like the first time in the NBA that a superstar team played together, the whole world was shocked by the strength of this league. Although Wang Zhai and Silver Axe's status in the New World Pirates did not reach the level of Whitebeard and the best actor. But compared to the NBA, it is also a league of first-year superstars under the superstars. This is the first time in the world that there is an alliance between two great pirates in the world. All the ordinary civilians who heard it were the same as the Navy when they heard about the alliance of the two four emperors. In addition to being shocked, they were still shocked. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates, the 100 Beasts pirates, and Charlotte Lingling's Big Mom pirates were all looking for someone. It's just that the person is not known to the outside world, only the underground world and Whitebeard know. At the same time, downside down the mountain, the red-haired pirates, who had been here for more than 4 days, also read about the alliance between Wang Zhai and Silver Axe in the newspaper. At the same time, it was also reported that the actor was rushing to Hive Island. It stands to reason that, knowing that the actor has arrived in the new world, the red-haired pirates should be able to cross the upside-down mountain and enter the first half of the Great Route. But after reaching the foot of Upside Down Mountain, Shanks stopped. Is there any fatal danger? Beckman asked inexplicably. Although no one took real photos of the actor appearing on the New World ship, news reports said that someone did see the actor appearing on the ship of the Steel Hand Witch pirates. Combined with the current form of the New World, and what he knew about the Rocks pirates from Shanks, Beckman was very sure that the actor must be in the New World at this time, and it is impossible to wait for them here. I know. Shanks nodded solemnly, expressing his belief in Beckman's words. The actor is indeed in the New World. But, brother. Shanks looked at the top of the mountain, frowned, and said solemnly, although that deadly danger is very light, it still exists. At this time, there is no need for us to take such a meaningless risk of death. Then what? Beckman frowned. Will you wait here? No matter how lively the banquet was held for 4 days in a row, they were exhausted. If it really doesn't work, let's not go to the Great Route first. Beckman thought. Waiting for 3 days, if the deadly danger is still there, then we will cross the windless belt and go directly to the Great Route. Shanks made the final decision. He wondered whether the deadly danger would be in the end disappear. If there is really absolute evidence that the actor is in the New World, will the fatal danger disappear? Or when his special knowledge and domineering also fails? Or other reasons, leading to the deadly dangerous existence on the upside-down mountain? All these, Shanks wanted to figure out, otherwise he would always feel uneasy. Understood. Beckman and the others did not object and believed their captain's decision. After another day passed. Around 10 in the morning. New World. 3 kilometers of water in front of the Beehive Island port, under the hot sun, Moriah and his pirates finally came here. Is that Hive Island? Sunshine, beaches, beautiful women, coconut trees, what a resort. Suitable for chasing beautiful women with big pants and a big water gun. Moriah stood on the bow deck, staring at the honeycomb island in the distance, commenting for a while. Not to mention, the Brazilian-style honeycomb island gave Moriah the idea of using this island as a second permanent residence. Compared with Wano country, he actually prefers the feeling of this sunny beach. Here it is. Ready to fight, little ones. On Beehive Island, Wang Zhai and Yanax, who had been paying attention to the sea surface, also discovered Moriah's arrival. The two ordered together, and the pirates under their respective banners flocked to the port. The two also came to the left and right towers in the center of the port at the first time. All cannons ready, aim at the ships of the Shadow Emperor pirates. Wang Zhai and Yanax both ordered at the same time that the pirate ships under their respective flags turn the muzzles of the ships together, aiming at the direction that the pirate ships under Moriah were traveling. Hurry up. Adjust the distance between the ships. Don't get too close. Divided in two. Outside the port, there were a total of 50 own pirate ships. Under the unified deployment, they were lined up in a straight line, facing the front, which was the direction from which Moriah and others came. Although the pirate groups under Wang Zhai and Yanax are not as many as those of Whitebeard, they are also much larger than those under Captain John's. His car is comparable to Captain John's club, and each of them has more than 20 pirate groups to join them. Together, there are a total of 43 pirate groups, all of which are now at the forefront of the battle. The officers of their respective pirate groups stood on the tower with them and watched the sea in front of them, quietly waiting for Moriah and the others to approach. Now Moriah and the others are still 2 kilometers away, and the cannonballs on the pirate ship of Wang Zhai and Yanax can't hit that far, and can only hit a range of 1,500 meters at the farthest. Let's prepare to fight too, Moriah said to Misaha, looking at the pirate ships lined up in front of the Hive Island port. Clear. Misaha and Jan went to inform the arrangement. Not for a while. Centering on the ship where Moriah was located, the naval warships where Ike and Blake were located, as well as the 5 pirate ships they took refuge in, a total of 8 ships, also sailed in a straight line to the port of Honeycomb Island. Shadow Realm unfolds. Shadow Streamland. When approaching the port for 2 kilometers, Moriah jumped 100 meters above the ship, creating a shadow land that was 1,000 meters long. Then Moriah summoned all the shadow servants with swords, a total of more than 200 people, all standing in front of the shadow land. The distance between each person is about 1 meter, and they are also lined up in a line, facing the port ahead. I'm coming. On one side is the alliance of 2 big pirates in the world, plus 43 pirates under its banner. On the one hand, the newcomers are rapidly rising, and they can fight against Whitebeard for 8 days and 8 nights. Even Whitebeard himself admits that he can't defeat the monster, and the 2 pirate captains of the 6 pirate groups under his command, plus the prediction of at least more than 600. Will use the armed and domineering Shadow Attendant army. Then, which side will win? There is no doubt that, no matter which side wins, another overlord in the new world other than Whitebeard will be born after this battle is over. Come on. Come on. Let's look forward to the upcoming battle for Hive Island hegemony. In the waters at both ends of the Beehive Island port, the newspapers that had already predicted that there would be a war here, dispatched their news ships to report on the Beehive Island early. Now, the staff on the news ship, since Moriah and the others appeared, have placed all kinds of videophone bugs and pointed them in the direction of the port. Professional hosts and commentators bring live broadcasts to people all over the world. I have to say that One Piece world journalists are really dedicated. The battles between Moriah and Wang Zhai, Silver Axe and others will easily spread to the surrounding area, rolling up big waves and sweeping the surrounding waters. This is all accidentally knocked into the sea, and it will lose a small life. But all of this, in front of the news headlines, can stand back. Whoa! Whoa! The ships on Moriah's side quickly approached the port for 1,500 meters. Aim at the port. Local ships. Ready to fight. Except for the person in charge of the cannon, Misaha, and everyone else, those with guns drawn and those with swords drawn, all stood on the bow deck, ready to meet the shelling battle that would begin soon. Coming. Prepare for bombardment. Fire. Just as all the ships on Moriah's side had just entered the extreme shelling distance of 1,500 meters, Wang Zhai and Silver Axe immediately ordered the shelling. Bang 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 bang. 50 own pirate ships, close to 300 cannonballs fired from the muzzle, shot towards the ships on Moriah's side like raindrops. Fire. Bang 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 bang. Moriah was not to be outdone, and almost when Wang Zhai and Silver Axe fired, they also fired together. It's just that there are only a dozen cannons on the 8 ships, and the shells fired are like softballs, without any momentum. Moriah was ashamed when she saw it on Shadowland, and raised her forehead in response. Why are there so few cannons? Because in addition to the 2 warships that were grabbed with a little more cannons, the ships of the other pirates also had 1 or 2 cannons on them. Some don't even have a single cannon. Like the ships of the Black Rose pirates, there is not a single cannon. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The cannonballs on Moriah's side can be ignored, and it's basically useless to hit them. The cannonballs on Wang Zhai and Silver Axe's side are accurate, not stroked jade. After drawing an arc in the air, they all fell to the ships on Moriah's side, and only a few shells hit the sea beside the ship. However, although the shells were accurate, they were of little use. Chen Seng. Tap. Bump. Sanyi and the others stood on the bow deck just for this moment. All the shells that fell on the ship were cut off and detonated by them, or kicked away, or shot by a bullet. Blast in the air. Among the shells that came from the port, so far, none of them hit the pirate ship under Moriah's flag. They're all pretty strong. Moriah, who was standing on the Shadowland at a height of 100 meters above Sanyi and the others, sighed. After the first battle on Sanyi Island, Ike's strength seemed to have broken through some kind of bottleneck and increased rapidly. At present, he is as strong as Black when he first joined Moriah. The General Admiral of the Naval Branch is basically not his opponent, only the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters is his opponent. Of course, this does not include Capucci and others. In addition, after Black was also in Sanyi Island, he seemed to be stimulated and his strength also improved to a certain extent. Therefore, the 4 pirate groups that the 2 conquered, the pirate captains and cadres inside, are all good. For the time being, Moriah felt stronger than the pirate captains who died on Sanyi Island before. Chapter 139 The Battle for the Hive Island Hegemony begins. Is that the rumored army of shadow attendants that the world government and Whitebeard are afraid of? Wang Zhai's eyes were dignified, and he looked at the shadow attendants neatly arranged on the shadow continent in the distance. Although it was the first time I saw it, Wang Zhai already felt it was difficult. Judging from the unwavering expressions of the shadow attendants, plus the rumors that these shadow attendants are all capable of using armed colors to be domineering. When these shadow servants fought, it could be said that there was no mood swing at all. Also known as the dead man. But the dead man is not scary. What is scary is the shadow attendant who obeys orders like an army and is powerful. So, the Silver Axe, who also looked at the shadow servant's army, was curious. How will you attack it? Bang bang bang. Peng peng peng. Soon, the shells were flying, and the 8 ships on Moria's side crossed the baseline 1,000 meters away from the port and entered a more suitable range for the shells to attack. At the same time, Moria, who was at a height of 100 meters, also entered the attack range of the artillery shell. Shoot at the actor. Wang Zhi and Yinax ordered that some of the cannons of the ships in front of the port were directed to Moria in the air ahead. Or point to the Shadow Servant army on the Shadow Land. Ha ha. Looking at the cannons on the port ahead pointing to him and the army of Shadow Servants, Moria he smiled and said, "Now it is also within the attack range of Shadow Servant." Moria sneered, "Just let you taste the slashing wave attack under infinite firepower, how terrifying it is. Attack, target all enemy ships." Following Moria's order, more than 200 servants with swords and shadows lined up in a line, and immediately clenched the per capita black sword autumn water formed by the shadows in their hands. Then he swung with all his strength to the pirate ship in front of the port, swung again, swung continuously, swung non-stop. In an instant. Chance. The overwhelming slashing waves were like an invisible wave of dozens of meters high, slapping the ships in the direction of the port. Of the 200 or so shadow attendants who knew how to use knives, the weakest one could swing the sword in his hand with all his strength and send out 3 slashing waves every second. Among them, the strongest one can send 10 slashing waves in 1 second. More than 200 shadow attendants, in just 1 second, sent out at least 1,000 slashing waves. And these chop waves are not like burst attacks like cannonballs. When flying towards the pirate ship in front of the port, it will continue to expand in the air. When it really came to the pirate ship in front of the port, the smallest slashing wave had an attack range of more than 10 meters. In 1 second, more than 1,000 waves of at least 10 meters long slashing waves attacked. And it was not a huge wave of dozens of meters that swept the sky and covered the earth. Bang bang bang. Chen Seng Seng. The cannonballs fired by Wang Zhi and Silver Axe were cut off by the overwhelming tsunami-like slashing waves before they approached Moria's Shadow Land and dissipated in midair. Then, these tsunami-like slashing waves continued to fly towards the ships in front of the port. What? Can it still be used like this? Shit. On the towers on both sides of the center of the port, Wang Zhi and Yinax were sluggish for a moment when they saw the overwhelming slashing waves, followed by a burst of worry. With the strength of the pirate captains and carders on their side, they couldn't stop so many slashing waves. The truth is. Chen Seng Seng. At this moment, Wang Zhi and the pirates under the Silver Axe were also shocked by the wave-like slashing waves of the Shadow Servant army. Among them, the swordsman with the sword quickly waved the sword in his hand. But only a few dozen slashing waves were sent out to welcome more than 1,000 slashing waves from Moria's side. After all, not everyone is a swordsman. Therefore, like those cannonballs, in the face of the absolute number, these dozens of slashing waves were instantly defeated without any waves. Then the chop wave continued to fly. Just in front of the port were 50 own pirate ships. The pirate captains and carders on the ship were about to jump up and attack to intercept the slashing waves. Wang Zhi and Silver Axe on both sides of the towers shot. Clank. In an instant, 2 huge slashing waves that covered almost the entire port were slashed out from the great swords and silver storm axe in the hands of the 2 of them on the tower. Zheng. Boom. The wave-like slashing waves of the Shadow Servant's army and Wang Zhi's slashing slashes had just met, and a large part of them were defeated in an instant. Then the slashing waves of Wang Zhi and Silver Axe continued to advance like sturdy steel, trying to slash towards Moria. But the essence of the infinite firepower mode of the Shadow Servant army has never been quality, but quantity and unstoppable continuous attacks. Chen Seng Seng. A wave-like slashing wave swung out of the swords from the hands of the Shadow Servant army, wave after wave, slapped on the slashing wave from Wang Zhi and Yinax endlessly. In the end, the huge slashing waves of the two men, after advancing a short distance, were defeated by the slashing waves that Shadow Servant continued to emit. Then, Chen, Wang Zhi and Yinax, as well as those who used swords and axes in their respective kadas, sent 7 or 8 slashing waves together and continued to rush towards the endless slashing waves struck by Shadow Servant. Boom! 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 This time, Wang Zhi and Yinax had an absolute advantage in the slashing wave due to the addition of their respective kadas. In just a moment, on Moria's side, the Shadow Servant's endless slashing wave was shattered. Wang Zhi and the slashing waves on Silver Axe's side rushed towards Moria and the 200 shadow attendants against the wave-like slashing waves. It seems that although quantity can make up for the gap in quality to a certain extent, once the opponent has more high-quality slashing waves, the effect of quantity will decrease rapidly. Moria on the edge of the Shadowland side, and then raised his foot with a very fast stroke. Chen. A huge blue-white slashing wave shot out from the arc drawn by his feet in an instant. Zheng. Bang. In an instant, Moria's slashing wave met Wang Zhi and Silver Axe's side. There is no accident, although the slashing waves from the Great Sword and the axe used by Wang Zhi and Yinax should be sharper and stronger. But after being weakened by Shadow Servant's endless slashing waves, when he encountered Moria's slashing waves, he no longer had much power. But even so, after the slashing waves on both sides collided, the slashing waves of both Wang Zhi and Yinax were deadlocked for a second before they collapsed. This is enough to show that the slashing waves of Silver Axe and Wang Zhi have already strong. Boom. Boom. Zheng. Boom. In the ensuing battle, in the air, Moria occasionally lifted her foot and shot through the air to shoot slashing waves, and the endless slashing waves of the shadow attendants resisted the slashing waves from Wang Zhi and Yinax and their kadas. The slashing waves on both sides, like the mage's turret, kept bombarding in the air. Chen Seng Seng. The slashing waves smashed the countless small wind blades that overflowed, and finally converged into a gust of wind that blew to both sides, leaving a kai-kai-kai, cutting sound on the sea. At the same time, bang bang bang, peng peng peng, boom boom boom. On the sea below the chopping wave, the ships on both sides were also bombarding with cannons. The sound of shells exploding was continuously heard in the surrounding waters. This is the team battle of the top pirates in the New World. It's really scary. Fortunately, we have experience and stay away a lot. Otherwise, it will be life-threatening. On both sides of the sea far enough away from the port, the news boats parked here to watch the battle, the news collectors on it, watching the endless waves of slashing slamming in the air above the port, felt for the first time the battle of the top pirate group in the New World. Terrible place. Different from the usual banging with cannons, slashing banging is both exciting and terrifying. After all, it is different from an attack like a cannon, which can be fired by an individual. Chopping wave is an attack that requires a swordsman who has reached a certain level of strength. However, what they saw now, the slashing waves from more than 200 shadow attendants on the side of the Shadow Emperor were like waves. On the side of Wang Zhi and Silver Axe, the slashing waves from the two plus their kadas were also huge like a wave. The two sides clashed equally, and everyone who saw it was shocked. What a battle scene this is! Kakaka. In addition to the live video phone bug, other news collectors took out the camera phone bug and took a quick shot. The host on the ship was even more excited, and brought wonderful explanations to the people in the Four Seas and the first half of the Great Route. To horrible. Is this the pirate of the New World? It's not at the same level as the world at all. These attacks can really be made by humans? Are you sure it's not a special effect of the special phone bug? Die. Death to both sides. They are all pirates anyway. If they die, the world will be at peace. At this moment, under the live broadcast of the projection phone bug arranged by the news agency, people from all over the world had a heated discussion on the war between Moria and Wang Zhai and Yinax on the New World Beehive Island. There are theatergoers, angry youths, and worshippers. Of these people, there are people who will be mediocre on the island all their lives. Some people are boiling with enthusiasm, vowing to sweep all pirates in the world and embark on the road of the Navy. There are also people who yearn for the confrontation of the strong and the freedom of pirates, so they take the road of pirates. This is the new world. Sure enough, it's not the same as the first half of the Great Route. All kinds of monsters emerge in an endless stream. I really hope to reach that great sea soon. Terrible. I'd better go back to the Four Seas. I miss home, miss my son. At this moment, the first half of the Great Route is known as Paradise. There are countless pirates who have watched the live broadcast of the war. Some people are looking forward to it, and some people are desperate and shrinking. Looks like we're still a long way off. Steel mill. On the town square of a certain island, Sidoro looked at the huge projection screen in the middle of the square. The endless slashing waves slammed into each other. His face was shocked, and he sighed at the steel mill on the side. It's no wonder that the boss doesn't want to play with them. With this level of war, if they were the boss, they wouldn't choose to play with them again. It's so uninspiring. New World. Beehive Island. Zheng. Boom. Zheng. The fierce slashing waves continued. As the battle progressed, Moria moved forward a short distance. At this time, it was only 800 meters away from the port, which can be said to be very close. It's time to start getting real. The previous attack, whether it was a shell attack or a slashing wave, was actually just a warm-up. At least for Moria. Soon, when advancing the distance, it came to 700 meters from the port. Chopping waves banged against each other. Moria was suppressed, and even gradually couldn't stand it anymore. After all, the space distance was shortened, and the number advantage of the slashing waves was gone, and they could only be suppressed by the slashing waves of Wang Zhai and Yinax, and they were almost approaching the Shadow Continent. By this time, Moria was not ready to continue paddling. Who will you find first? Looking at the towers on the left and right, Moria finally aimed at the tower on the right. Just you. Silver Axe. Moria's eyes narrowed, and he first covered his entire body with armament domineering hardening and Liu Ying, and then raised his foot with a quick stroke. Zheng. A powerful slashing wave with Liu Ying domineering blasted out, instantly defeating the consumed slashing wave from the silver axe, and then continued to fly towards the tower where the silver axe was located. Then Moria quickly squatted down with her legs slightly spread out, her hands on her knees at the same time, and her body quickly fell forward. The shadow under his feet bulged upwards following the fall of Moria's body, always giving Moria's feet provide a leverage point. Just when Moria's head was aligned with the position on the high tower where the silver axe on the right was located, Moria's legs slammed hard. Bang! A circle of white air erupted in place instantly, and Moria's entire body was instantly ejected, rushing straight towards the silver axe on the tower. Call out! Call out! The distance between the Shadowland and the location of the tower where the silver axe is located is 1 kilometer in a straight line. However, Moria arrived in almost 2 seconds. Moria, who arrived, clenched his fist in his right hand and punched the silver axe's chest. At this time, the silver axe was just swinging the silver storm axe, sending out the same domineering slashing wave of Liu Ying, defeating Moria's slashing wave. It was the time when he did his best, and it was too late to use an effective second blow. Here it is. Actor. However, the silver axe, who saw the domineering sense of this scene, did not panic. At this time, there was no time to swing the axe again to hit Moriah, so he pulled the axe that had been swung to the right, and clenched the long handle of the axe across his chest. Zheng. Almost when the silver axe used the handle across his chest, Moriah slammed the handle of the axe with an extremely fast punch. In an instant, an explosive force was transmitted through the handle of the axe to the hands of the silver axe, and through the handle of the axe, it was transmitted to his whole body. What a great power! The silver axe's expression changed, and he only felt that the moment Moriah's fist touched the handle of the axe, an unparalleled force struck, and almost instantly pressed the handle of the axe that he clenched with both hands back. Hit him hard on the chest. Then an even greater force erupted in vain. It was at the moment when the attack collided that Moriah pressed forward again, and Liu Ying's domineering burst out. Bang! With the instant explosion of a terrifying force, Moriah used the terrifying punch brought by the extreme speed to blast the silver axe into the tower, falling straight and slanting downward at extreme speed. At the same time, almost at the moment when the silver axe was punched by Moriah, the tower is also under the terrifying force of the collision between the two, as if it was detonated by an air bomb. Boom! It exploded in an instant, turning into fragments and flying around. The carders of the silver axe pirates on the entire tower were also blown away by this force. Bump! Touch! Touch! Boom! After collapsing 3 houses in a row, leaving a ravine 5 meters wide and tens of meters long, the silver axe that was blown away by Moriah stopped. At this time, Moriah also used the moon step to rush out of the collapsed tower, and then kicked hard in the air, and the moon step rushed towards the silver axe. Chapter 140 Shocking Team Battle. Chopping Waves Against Bombardment. Chen. Before Moriah rushed in front of the silver axe, a huge crescent slashing wave containing Liu Ying's domineering arrogance hit him from the left. Wang Zhai. Moriah frowned, who had nowhere to borrow in midair, and raised her left hand to protect her head. Zheng. What a great power! The moment the slashing wave hit Moriah's left arm, his expression changed in vain, and he felt the huge power contained in the slashing wave. In front of this power, he, who had nowhere to borrow in the air, was smashed into the air. To the ground. Bump! Wow wow wow! Moriah, who was slammed to the ground by the slashing wave, slid back several dozen meters under this enormous force before stopping. Squeak! The huge slash seemed to have life, and it still did not collapse until now, and continued to press against Moriah's left arm, trying to slash him twice. Go! Moriah swung her left arm outwards, and the chopper wave in front of her was guided by him to fly towards the port. Chen. Boom! A slash slashed across the port and across the sea, taking away a pirate ship from Wang Zhai and Silver Axe by the way. Bump! The sound of the heavy object hitting the ground sounded, and Moriah looked up. 200 meters in front, Wang Zhai's tall and rambunctious body fell from the tower to the ground, holding a big sword in both hands. It's a real great sword, not a katana sword, it's a traditional great sword, kind of like Galen's great sword, but much longer. The slashing wave just now came from that big sword. It's quite tall. Moriah narrowed her eyes slightly, compared her height, and found that Wang Zhai was even taller than him, about 7 meters. The muscles all over the body are bulging, and it looks full of strength. Bump bump. Over there, Wang Zhai fell to the ground, his stern gaze directed at Moriah. Without a word, he clenched the big sword with both hands and dragged it behind his left. With fast and heavy steps, he rushed towards Moriah at an extreme speed. Bang! Not to mention, Moriah also squatted with her legs slightly, and then suddenly ejected one. A white air wave burst out on the spot. The person had disappeared, and rushed towards Wang. Bump! The moment the two approached, Wang Zhi first stepped forward with his left foot and stomped forward. Then he raised his right foot and stepped forward sharply, twisting his body sideways at the same time, concentrating all his strength on the great sword, and slashing towards Moriah's head with a sweeping sword. Moriah doesn't have any special actions, just use the help of the right-hand punch brought by the extremely fast movement, pierced the air with a white sharp air cover, and slammed the big sword that was swept by Wang Zhi. Zheng. Zizi. The moment the attack collided, the sound of the special effect was full. Both of them will have Liu Ying domineering. Between the fist and the sword blade colliding in the air, the terrifying strength that contains Liu Ying's domineering force, turned into a condensed wind pressure, exploded instantly. At the same time, the domineering lightning of the baby's thick wrist flickered between the fists of the two and the great sword. Peng peng. Boom. Ships in the port were blown to and fro and slid to both sides. The houses around the two were blown away, the rocks flew into the air, and then fell to the island like meteors. Everything in the entire 100-meter radius was emptied, leaving only the bare rocky ground. Chen Seng Seng. At this time, in front of the port, more than 200 shadow attendants on the shadow land were still sending out endless slashing waves, attacking the pirate ships in the port. Without Wang Zhi and Yinax, only the cadres under their respective banners could not stop all the slashing waves from the shadow attendants. Boom boom boom. It's only 10 seconds after he hit the flying silver axe in Moria, and now he's banging against Wang Zhi. Except for the one pirate ship that was destroyed by Moria's slashing wave, a total of 25 pirate ships were destroyed by Shadow Servant's infinite fire slashing wave. However, Wang Zhi had long expected that when Moria blasted the silver axe, he ordered everyone on board to withdraw to the island. So the casualties are not too big. Wang Zhi sees it very clearly, although Shadow Servant's infinite firepower slashing wave attack is very terrifying. But the premise is that they must be gathered together. Once dispersed, it will be still very terrifying. After all, the defense is very strong, and the armed arrogance cannot be broken at all. But at least when they didn't gather together, the slashing waves of infinite firepower sent out, which brought great lethality. Therefore, when Wang Zhi ordered to withdraw to the island, he also ordered everyone to retreat to the island and then disperse in their respective pirate groups. Don't give the Shadow Servant army a chance to gather fire. As long as the Shadow Servant army also disperses, the lethality will drop. In this way, their subordinates can last longer. Yes, it lasts longer. After seeing the horror of the Shadow Attendant army, Wang Zhi and Yinax never thought that their subordinates could defeat Moria's Shadow Attendant army and win the team battle between the pirates. So the purpose of the two is very clear. Let the subordinates hold back the army of pirates and Shadow Attendants under Moria as much as possible, and buy time for them both. Let them kill or defeat Moria during this period of time, then this war will be their victory. Zheng. After a period of fierce force, the domineering Liu Ying that Moria and Wang Zhi covered their fists and swords cancelled each other out, and the fists and the sword collided violently. Zizi. Countless red and black domineering lightning flashed between the fist and the great sword collision. Liu Ying is more domineering than me. But it's also limited in strength. Moria recalled the domineering collision of Liu Ying just now, and could feel that Wang Zhi's Liu Ying domineering was far less powerful than Garp's, and maybe a little bit stronger than him. At least the Liu Ying domineering of the two of them has both diminished each other. Just thinking about it, Moria's face suddenly changed, and then she got up and jumped back. Also at this time, Zheng. A silver-white slashing wave swept across the position where Moria and Wang Zhi had just faced each other, leaving a long ravine on the ground. Whoosh. On the other side, Wang Zhi also got up and jumped back while Moria jumped away, not being affected by this slash. Tread. Moria jumped up in the air and just landed. The silver axe that had been blown away by him had now appeared beside Wang Zhi carrying the silver storm axe. The two finally officially joined forces at this moment to face Moria together. "Emperor, come on, today is your final glory." The two said a harsh word to Moria at the same time, and then they ran to Moria quickly at the same time. Bang! A wave of white air dissipated on the spot. Moria ejected and started disappearing on the spot, raising his fists and rushing towards Wang Zhi and Yinax. With a calm face, he didn't bother to say anything harsh. Because in his eyes, Wang Zhi and Yinax will die today. Bump! The rushing silver axe suddenly accelerated and jumped, surpassing Wang Zhi's figure, jumping into the air first, raising the storm axe with both hands, and shouting at Moria. The axe of Thor. Under the influence of the strong will of the silver axe, the silver storm axe that he held tightly in both hands was wrapped in silver white lightning the thickness of his fingers. With the posture of smashing Washan with force, carrying the power of thunder, he slashed down towards Moria below. Bring it on. Moria's complexion was slightly condensed, and she stopped her body instantly, adding the power brought by the extreme speed. Then he twisted his body again, and punched out diagonally upwards, hitting the axe that was slashed by the silver axe. Zheng. Zai. The fist and the axe collided in the air for a moment, just like the bang with Wang Zhi just now. All kinds of special effects were full. The violent wind pressure broke out, blowing everything around them. But not including Wang Zhi. Just as Moria and Silver Axe were banging against each other, Wang Zhi, who was only one position behind Silver Axe, kicked his legs hard, accelerated, and instantly appeared on Moria's left under the wind pressure. Wang Zhi, who came to Moria's left, wielded the great sword clenched in both hands, from right to left, and swept the great sword toward Moria's waist. Looking at it like this, it seems that Moria is about to be cut in two. Zheng. There was no accident. It was at the moment when he was slamming against the silver axe. Even if Moria wanted to hide, her body would not allow it. So he honestly took the blow. But Moria didn't use her body to resist stupidly. Instead, she followed the direction of Wang Zhi's slashing, following the huge force from Wang Zhi's great sword. Her body was like a tennis ball being beaten, from the extremely quiet instantly accelerated to extreme speed, slammed into the interior of the island. Call out. Bump. Boom. After crashing through dozens of houses in a round ploughing a circular gully with a diameter of more than 10 meters on the ground, Moria stopped in the middle of the island. The body was buried in the rubble. Zheng. Kakaka. Here, after losing the resistance target of Moria, the silver axe's storm axe slammed into the ground, directly slashing out a small canyon several hundred meters long and 4 or 5 meters wide. Dread. The silver axe landed from the air, looked at Wang Zhi and quickly asked, "How is it? Did the blow just now succeed?" "No." Wang Zhi shook his head, looked at the gully that led directly to the ruins where Moria was buried, frowned, and explained, "That guy's whole body is covered with a strong domineering aura, and his body is also very strong. In addition to the attack just now, was removed from him by most of his power, and basically did not cause any harm to his body." Unloading. Yinax frowned and followed Wang Zhi's gaze. Immediately understood, just attacked and was unloaded by Moria, so this long gully was created. It turned out to be like this. Yinax sneered and said, "The next attack will not give him a chance to unload. Come on. Wang Zhi." Silver Axe looked at Wang Zhi, taking advantage of this guy's carelessness. "This time, we will fight for 1-8 kills. Don't let this guy merge with the shadow, and use his trick to connect Garp and Whitebeard. Neither can break the defensive shadow gold pattern." Understood. Wang Zhi's great sword swung backwards, making a running motion, and said, "Come on, then." After saying that, the two of them ran along the plowed gully together and ran towards Moria's position at high speed. Bump. At the end of the gully, Moria got up and jumped, pushed away the waste rocks, and came to the front. It seems that you overestimate your physical strength. Moria twisted her body and thought to herself. Not in the Shadow Gold body mode, but in normal form, although his strength is also very strong. But there is still a short distance from the top powerhouses of Carp and Whitebeard. At least at this time, in the face of Silver Axe and Wang Yi, Moria's strength did not prevail. In addition, Liu Ying's domineering and domineering are not strong, and the armed color domineering is more used in defense, so that until now, it seems that Wang Yi and Yin Axe have the upper hand. This is really a shame for the actor. Looking at Wang Yi and Yin Axe who were approaching extremely fast in front, Moria laughed a little at herself. I want him to be a dignified actor who can be with Whitebeard. Forget it, let's not talk about this. In short, he already possessed the fighting strength of the four emperors, and facing Wang Yi and Yin Axe, that is. The person who may be the general's combat power is actually being beaten. Well. Moria sighed, and then charged towards Wang Yi and Silver Axe again. He didn't want to passively stand in place and wait for someone else to fight. Come again. On the way to approaching each other quickly, Moria saw that the Silver Axe suddenly ran in front of Wang Yi. The two kept a line and rushed towards him, and suddenly frowned, secretly annoyed. Why do you want one person to jump up and attack, and one person to attack him while his body is stagnant for a moment? Do you think I'll be fooled by this attack method that has been successful once? Moria sneered in her heart, her running legs secretly gathering strength. This time, as long as the Silver Axe jumps up, he will directly accelerate and attack the king behind him. In this way, the Silver Axe that had already jumped into the air had absolutely no time to attack him at the moment when his body stagnated. It's just that Moria thought well, but found that the Silver Axe jumped high in an instant before both sides entered the preparation range for the attack action. What's the meaning? Just when such a thought flashed through Moria's mind quickly. At the moment when the Silver Axe jumped, Wang Yi, who was following behind him, clenched the big sword in both hands and held it flat on the right side of his chest, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Moria's chest. At this moment, Wang Yi, who was in the stabbing sword position, used his legs to force, and one of them bounced out, and the big sword in his hand stabbed at Moria with a powerful force. What operation? Moria was stunned, clenched a fist with his right hand, and threw a fist out of the big sword that was stabbed by the king. At this time, the Silver Axe turned over the top of Moria's head in the air. He did not choose to attack Moria with Wang Yi, but turned his head directly. This is what Moria can't understand. Isn't it because the two of them attack together, making it more likely that they can't stop themselves? Moria didn't understand, but he didn't have time to continue to understand. Zheng. Zizi. It was another attack collision full of special effects. Moria was not surprised. In his normal form, although his armed arrogance was strong, it did not reach the level of directly defeating Wang Yi's armed arrogance. What's more, Liu Ying's domineering is not as strong as others. So it's a tie again. Moria is concerned about what the Silver Axe is doing. Soon, almost instantly, Moria knew what the Silver Axe was going to do. Just as Moria and Wang Yi attacked each other, the Silver Axe in the air jumped up and rolled, and it just landed on the ground behind Moria. Moreover, he was facing Moria, without turning around. He clenched the handle of the axe with both hands. Bump! A catapult instantly appeared a step later to the left of Moria. At the same time, the Silver Axe, with the help of extreme speed, swiped with both hands forcefully, and the Storm Axe containing all the power of Liu Ying's domineering power, slashed at the back of Moria's neck fiercely. It's too much. Moria sneered, but turned slightly to the side, her right fist pressed against Wang Yi's great sword unchanged. Her left hand clenched her fist back and stretched out, facing the storm axe chopped by the silver axe. Zheng. Zizi. The special effects of the attack and collision were full again, and Moriah looked calm. Even if he fought two at the same time, he didn't feel that he would not be able to bear it with his own defense. Kakaka. Moriah's complexion changed, and the sound of tiny bones cracking sounded from the bones of both arms. There were cracks in his left and right arm bones. He underestimated the strength of Wang Zhi and Yin Axe, especially when he was attacked before and after and could not unload his strength. The two huge forces all converged on him, causing his arm bones to be unbearable and cracked. This monster. It won't hurt him. This defense. Compared to Moriah, who felt that she underestimated the strength of Wang Zhi and Yin Axe, Wang Zhi and Yin Axe were more shocked by Moriah's terrifying defense. The combined force of the two was unable to injure Moriah, which cast a shadow over their hearts. Can we really win this battle? Unconsciously, the two of them changed from their initial confidence to self-doubt. There was even a despairing result in my heart. That is, they may fail and be made into shadow servants by Moriah to fight for their life. Ah! Die. Moriah. Die. Thinking of the result that was looming in their hearts just now, both Wang Zhi and Yin Axe couldn't accept it. Kakaka. As Wang Zhi and Yin Axe all had blue veins all over their bodies, they tried their best. Moriah, who was endured with enormous strength, the crack on the arm bone expanded again, and the voice became much louder. When Yin Axe and Wang Zhi heard the sound of the cracking of the bones, they were instantly overjoyed. It works. This guy is injured. Thinking of this, the two of them exerted even more force. Not only did the blue veins burst out on their faces, but they also began to turn white. Obviously, because of excessive force, the whole body was in a state of excessive oxygen consumption and extreme hypoxia. But the two of them didn't care. They wanted to take advantage of the situation where Moriah was being pinched and couldn't move. Use all your strength to make Moriah's body collapse. The armed color is domineering, and then pierce Moriah's heart or cut off Moriah's head with an axe. Finally get the pirate war that the world will remember. Kakaka. The sound of cracking bones is getting louder, and even the cracks are getting bigger. Chapter 141. Wang Zhi teamed up with Silver Axe vs Shadow Emperor. 5,000 word chapter. Moriah was caught between the attacks of Wang Zhi and Yin Axe, unable to move, and the sound of his body cracking made his expression look a little anxious and helpless. But in fact, Moriah was calm in her heart, without a trace of panic. Because in addition to defense, he also has the super red medicine of life energy, which instantly restores the injury. But Moriah wasn't ready to use life energy in a hurry. Therefore, Wang Zhi and Yin Axe, who did not know the situation, became more determined when they saw Moriah's anxious expression. This guy can't take it anymore. Keep working hard. The two of them burst out Liu Ying's domineering and whole body strength, and continued to put pressure on Moriah. They firmly believed that the fruit of the final victory must be theirs. Because. Kakaka. You see, the sound of Moriah's bones cracking became louder, and her expression became more anxious and ugly. This guy will definitely not be able to hold it any longer. Wang Zhi and Yin Axe were so convinced. Kakaka. The sound of the cracking of the bones became louder, and the eyes of Wang Zhi and Yin Axe became firmer. Just flash after such a little doubt, why does it feel that Moriah's power to resist them has not weakened at all? Before they could expand their doubts, the sound of cracking bones Kakaka led their thoughts to the anticipation of an imminent victory. In this way. Kakaka. Every time there was a louder sound of bone cracking, Wang Zhi and Yin Axe were both excited for a while, and then there was a flash of doubt. Why did Moriah's resistance force still not change? Until. Kakaka. Kakaka. Crack. After Moriah's bones cracked more than a dozen times, and Moriah's strength did not weaken at all, Wang Zhai and Silver Axe finally realized that they had been tricked. Although I don't know how Moriah's bone-cracking sound came out, what is certain is that Moriah, the bastard, was not injured at all. You bastard, you're actually pretending to be injured. Are you kidding us? Wang Zhai and Yin Axe were both furious, looking at Moriah with humiliation in their eyes. Who are they, the great pirates of the New World, the people who were once on the same boat as the Whitebeard, the Golden Lion and other monsters on the rocks pirates? Whether in the past or now, they are all famous. But now, he was being played with the sound of cracking bones, thinking that he was going to win. Especially in their hearts, they really took this attack as the hope of victory. Result: no outfit. Glancing at the two of them, Moriah said with a grimace on his face, "Your attack worked, it did crack the bones I hit. It's a pity that I have been quietly using a small amount of life energy to keep the bones from breaking apart completely, so the strength will always be strong." Moriah added silently in her heart. Wang Zhai and Yin Axe, who didn't hear what Moriah had in mind, looked gloomy and ugly. Then, "It worked? Do not make jokes. You bastard. How can you look like it's working? What?" Wang Zhai and Yin Axe laughed with rage, but they couldn't help it, and they sprayed at Moriah. It was also at this moment that the strength of the two seemed to have slackened a little because of Moriah's words. Moriah's eyes lit up, and his left and right fists swung outwards, guiding Wang Zhai and Silver Axe's greatswords and axes to the outside. Then Moriah jumped and came dozens of high in the air. Facing Wang Zhai and Yin Axe below, he made a quick movement of his left foot and his right foot. Clank. Two slashing waves with Liu Ying's domineering slashes shot towards Wang Zhai and the Silver Axe below. Oops. Wang Zhai and Yin Axe, who were at the limit of exertion, were guided by Moriah's sudden movement, and their bodies tilted violently, failing to stabilize their bodies. So in the face of the slashing wave kicked by Moriah, the two did not choose to resist hard, and they stomped their feet and got up and jumped away. Boom. The two slashing waves left two deep ravines on the ground. Moriah in the air had a thought, and swallowed life energy to instantly recover from the fractured bones. Moriah's life energy restores the body's injuries, but it's not really that the body devours the life energy. Instead, it injects life energy into the shadow, and indirectly affects the body through the shadow as a medium to restore the injury. Just like Moriah gave Perona life energy, which needs to be input into her shadow through the shadow to have an effect. Therefore, even if the shadow is not on the body at this moment, Moriah can still recover the injury by letting the shadow devour life energy through his mind. Because the life energy itself is stored in his shadow space, when needed, no matter how far away he is from the shadow, he only needs to move his mind. Tap. Moriah, who was recovering from his injuries, raised his fists, took 2 steps in the air, and charged straight towards Wang. At this time, Wang Zhai was still a little weak because of the force he had just exerted. In the face of Moriah's punch, he didn't resist. He got up again and jumped to dodge. However, in terms of movement speed, Moriah was a little faster after all. Moreover, Moriah's knowledge and domineering are not low. Only dodging Moriah's first punch from the air. Facing Moriah, who came to the ground, a catapult ejected and came to the front in an instant. Wang Zhai was helpless, and could only resist with both hands clenching the big sword across his chest. Zheng. Bump. And Moriah, who came to Wang Zhai with a punch and hit Dajianjian, showed a somewhat surprised look. Wang Zhai, who was on a par with him just now, was hit by him and flew into the distance. While you are sick, I will kill you. Moriah squatted down slightly with her legs again, started with a catapult, and punched Wang Zhai, who had just landed at extreme speed, with a punch. Zheng. Boom. Touch touch. Moriah once again punched the sword that Wang Zhai was blocking in front of his chest. The huge force pressed the sword and hit Wang Zhi's chest in the opposite direction. It stopped after building a house and was buried in the rubble. Call out. Adhering to the principle of single-mindedness, Moria continued to rush to Wang Zhi, wanting to get rid of Wang Zhi first. Zheng. Zizi. The familiar sound of special effects filled up again. Moria came to the ruins and prepared to punch Wang Zhi with a fist, but the silver axe that rushed over caught it with an axe. Bang. Boom. As the wind pressure from the two attacks erupted, the stones in the ruins were blown away, revealing Wang Zhi, who was kneeling on the ground with a single lacquer, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Just received Moria's 2 punches in a row, although a large part of his strength has been removed. However, in the end, Moria's armament color domineering hardening is higher, and Wang Zhi's body has suffered more blows. But after this short period of time, Wang Zhi just had a pale face that was deprived of oxygen due to excessive force. It has also recovered a bit. At least it doesn't affect the combat power much. Bump. At this time, Moria, who was hit by the silver axe, suddenly swung forward with his right hand and pressed the axe of the silver axe to the lower left corner. He jumped up and punched the silver axe head. What? This sudden change made the silver axe feel uncomfortable for a while, and was bullied by Moria with a punch from the front, but because the axe was clenched with both hands, it was too late to react, so she could only watch Moria's fist. Bang to his head. At this moment, a loud shout came. Look down. Silver axe lowered his head almost instinctively. Immediately, a large sword crossed the top of his head and slashed towards Moria's fist. Zheng. Bang. The fist and the big sword collided together in the air, and the silver axe, which was under the collision of the attack, was directly crushed by this force. But in the end it was just a moment of discomfort. The silver axe lying down immediately squatted up, clenched the storm axe in both hands, and slashed from the bottom to the top, the sharp axe cutting straight towards Moria's legs. Chapter 142 Wang Zhi who vomited blood. What? Sindra just began to listen to Misahu's explanation, and nodded slightly happily, thinking that the beauty was thinking about herself, and it was a good start. As a result, when I heard the back, I felt something was wrong. This is to hit her on the idea, this is not good. Brother, you don't be impulsive. Sindra took a step back vigilantly, staring at Moria. She was afraid that Moria would have undesired thoughts about her. Although she likes women, she doesn't like being a woman. If Moria came by force, then she had to find a way to leave first. As for Sanyijin's strategy, we can only wait for the opportunity to come back in the future. Is this pulling the harem for me? Moria was stunned for a while before she realized it, and she couldn't help but glance at Sanyi speechlessly. Don't be nervous. I won't do anything to you, Moria said to Sindra. Call. Hearing Moria's words, Sindra breathed a sigh of relief. So are we now joining the movie King Pirates? Sindra hesitated to ask. She wanted to completely determine the name, so that she could take action against Shamrock. I agree that you have joined the movie King Pirates. Moria took back her thoughts and nodded, then turned her head to look at Sanyi and reminded Sindra, but if you want Sanyi to join your pirate group, don't think about it. As for borrowing, Sanyi, don't tell me, as long as Misaha agrees, I have no opinion. That's great. Sindra heard that Moria agreed with her to join the movie King Pirates, and she didn't object to her attacking Sanyi. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately changed her words. Thank you, boss. Damn pervert, my mother will never agree with you. Sanyi snorted, then looked at Moria and said, Boss, don't you set a test for these guys? What if the last incident on Sanya Island happened again? What test? Sindra frowned. The pirates who want to join our movie King Pirates need to pass the spiritual test of the boss. Said, Mr. Ha put Moria's shadow into the test of whether a person truly joins the movie King Pirates and sinned. L explained it again. Trouble. Big trouble. After listening to Mr. Ha's explanation, Syndra's pupils shrank for a moment, and then returned to normal. Moria didn't see this scene, but he felt that Syndra's momentum was different for a moment. Is it a domineering overlord? Thinking of the momentum that flashed from Syndra just now, Moria's eyes flashed at the woman with a trace of inquiry. Boss. Seeing that Moria didn't speak, Sanya reminded again, are you really not testing them? San pointed at Syndra and said, especially this pervert, she doesn't look like the kind of guy who would be submissive to others. If it weren't for her strength, we would have driven her away. No need for the test. Moria interrupted San's words and explained in a deep voice, as long as they can survive the next few battles, they will be considered to have passed the test. Before completely securing the position of the New World hegemon, Moria decided not to perform shadow slave transformation on these pirate captains and carders who came over. The Battle of Sanya Island made Moria know the cruelty of this pirate world. It's definitely not like the anime in the previous life. A battle lasted for a long time, all of them were seriously injured, but they were not dead. The reality is that after a war, not many people die. Weak. Even the unlucky. They will all be brushed down in the waves of life and death in the war, and become the white bones for the strong to ascend the throne. So, next, Moria's goal is clear. First defeat Wang Jianax and other powerhouses and turn them into shadow servants, then attack the city and turn the Red Earl and other powerhouses into shadow servants. Finally, after accumulating enough strength, go to attack the country of Wano, defeat Kaido's shadow and enslave it, and complete the rule of the country of Wano. In this way, Moria will feel that he completely occupies a dominant position in the New World. Those who survived at the time, he would test the shadow slaves one by one. After all, the only ones who survived are the strong ones, and they are the absolute confidants of the Wano country he manages, but there can be no more people like CP0 spies. But now there is no need to enslave these pirate shadows. Let's live to the end. In order not to be like Sanya Island, a bunch of pirate carders were enslaved by shadows. As a result, after a battle, only Sanya and Ike and Blake were alive. Boring. This is Moria's intuitive feeling. All right. San nodded angrily. She would not refute Moria's decision, but she would keep an eye on the pervert Syndra. Ha. Syndra sensed San's gaze. She winked at him and licked her sexy lips. Disgusting. Misa had turned her head away. You go and arrange for someone to inform the other 4 pirates of my decision. Moria said to Misaha. Okay. Misaha nodded, turned and walked back. Before taking a few steps, Janyu rushed towards him and San stopped. January came to Moria and said, Boss, there is information just now that Whitebeard, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling are all dispatched. Is it heading towards Honeycomb Island? San came over and asked quickly. No. January hesitated, and said, they seem to be just hanging around in their respective territories and seas, like. Looking for someone? Looking for someone? Moria frowned, he didn't understand what the operation was. Don't you fear his shadow attendant army and run to find someone? Who can make Whitebeard, Kaido and others more jealous than him? Who are you looking for? Syndra suddenly interjected and asked. Pervert. January looked at Syndra in disgust and ignored her. Syndra was not angry either, and smiled hee. Is there any action on the Navy side? Moria asked. Where's the Navy? Jan frowned, and after pondering for a while, he hesitated. It seems that there is information that 10 warships left the Navy headquarters yesterday, but then there is no news, as if the entire fleet has disappeared, so no one knows whether the information is true or false. I don't know if the Navy has dispatched 10 warships, But the navy of the New World is moving closer to Carp's position. Analyzed in January, no accident, it should be directed at Honeycomb Island in the end. 10 warships? Disappear? Uncertain? Could it be that Whitebeard and the others are looking for the disappearing naval fleet? Moriah thought. But this way, Whitebeard and the others don't seem to be paying so much attention to Hive Island. In this way, Moriah will have enough time to deal with Wang Zhai and Silver Axe. As for the navy, Moriah is not worried. The navy was far away from the depths of the New World. As long as Whitebeard and the others didn't make trouble, when the navy came to Hive Island, Moriah had already killed Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, and the two of them had been transformed into shadow servants and left. Okay, don't worry about the navy, just continue to pay attention to the movements of Whitebeard and Kaido. Recovering his thoughts, Moriah said to the girls in January, let's get to Hive Island as soon as possible now. Understood. January returned to the ship's intelligence room, where there were various phone bugs, which were used to contact various intelligence organizations in the underground world. It can be said that basically all the information was bought with money from the underground world in January. Then I'll give the boss something to eat after I've notified the pirate groups. San smiled and left, not even looking at Syndra the whole time. Syndra still didn't care. After San left, she and Moriah also retired and used the fruit ability to fly back to her ship. It's another strange flying ability that steps on each other's left and right feet, and then ascends to the sky. Seeing the scene where Syndra controlled the black pollen to fly around her and supported her, Moriah smiled knowingly, thinking that he was like this before, and he controlled his shadow to fly with him. Afterwards, Moriah went back to the middeck and waited for the food. Tap. Here, as soon as he flew back to his own ship, Syndra showed the true character of an emperor. Spreading out her hands, the two beauties with enchanting figures on the boat automatically ran to her left and right arms. Husband. Husband. The two beauties were like Syndra's petite wife, acting like a spoiled child in her arms. Husband, you are back. Husband, I'll go and arrange something delicious for you right away. Husband. The other beauties on the boat also came around immediately, asking for warmth for a while. Syndra was obviously a woman, but she was like an emperor, with a look of contemplation on her face, and led her harem group to the 10-meter wide black throne on the deck in the middle of the ship. It is said to be a throne, but it is actually similar to a bed, and it is covered with a layer of roses. Puff. Syndra came to the throne, turned around and sat down, where the roses were ground into powder. I'm going to take a bath in 10 minutes, so go get ready. Syndra waved her hand, leaving only the two beauties in her arms, and the others went their own way. Some people go to boil hot water, some people go to prepare various flower petals for bathing, some people go to prepare bathrobes, and some people go to prepare toiletries. The entire pirate group is busy for Syndra. The so-called Black Rose pirates, like Misaha and the others, did not have a single man on board, they were all made up of beautiful women. It's just that unlike Misaha and the others, all the women in the Black Rose pirates are Syndra's harem and serve her exclusively. This is why Misaha and the others hate Syndra. Because Syndra has always wanted to pull them all into his harem. Husband, is everything going well? Okay? The beautiful woman lying in Syndra's left arms was gasping for breath as she spoke, as if she had received some kind of stimulation. Syndra didn't answer. At this moment, her mind was not on women at all. The test Misaha said before made her very concerned. If the test can really test people's hearts, it would be really troublesome. Syndra frowned secretly in her heart. Her family knew about her own affairs. The reason why she joined the movie King Pirates was to attack Misaha. Now that Moriah's ability to test people's hearts is revealed, it is absolutely impossible for her to pass. There's no other way. We must take advantage of the time when the actor has not yet tested his mind, and completely conquer Sanya. As long as you get Sanya's inheritance fruit ability, dominate the new world, conquer the Great Root, and become one piece, it doesn't seem to be that far away. Sindra secretly made up her mind to attack Misaha as soon as possible. The reason why she is so eager to get Sanya is not because she really likes Sanya, although there is a part of the reason, but more because of Sanya's ability to inherit fruit. Sindra's pollen fruit has an ability that matches the inheritance fruit ability very well, and it can even be said to be a perfect match. The combination of the two can allow Sindra to reach the bottleneck and improve it again. That's why Sindra is so eager to get 3 leaves. Chapter 138 Substitute Chapter. What? Sindra just began to listen to Misaha's explanation, and nodded slightly happily, thinking that the beauty was thinking about herself, and it was a good start. As a result, when I heard the back, I felt something was wrong. This is to hit her on the idea, this is not good. Brother, you don't be impulsive. Sindra took a step back vigilantly, staring at Moriah. She was afraid that Moriah would have undesired thoughts about her. Although she likes women, she doesn't like being a woman. If Moriah came by force, then she had to find a way to leave first. As for Sanyajin's strategy, we can only wait for the opportunity to come back in the future. Is this pulling the harem for me? Moriah was stunned for a while before she realized it, and she couldn't help but glance at Sanya speechlessly. Don't be nervous. I won't do anything to you, Moriah said to Sindra. Call. Hearing Moriah's words, Sindra breathed a sigh of relief. So are we now joining the movie King Pirates? Sindra hesitated to ask. She wanted to completely determine the name, so that she could take action against Shamrock. I agree that you have joined the movie King Pirates. Moriah took back her thoughts and nodded, then turned her head to look at Sanya and reminded Sindra, but if you want Sanya to join your pirate group, don't think about it. As for borrowing Sanya, don't tell me, as long as Misaha agrees, I have no opinion. That's great. Sindra heard that Moriah agreed with her to join the movie King Pirates, and she didn't object to her attacking Sanya. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately changed her words. Thank you, boss. Damn pervert, my mother will never agree with you. Sanya snorted, then looked at Moriah and said, Boss, don't you set a test for these guys? What if the last incident on Sanya Island happened again? What test? Sindra frowned. The pirates who want to join our movie King Pirates need to pass the spiritual test of the boss. Said, Misaha put Moriah's shadow into the test of whether a person truly joins the movie King Pirates and sinned. L explained it again. Trouble. Big trouble. After listening to Misaha's explanation, Sindra's pupils shrank for a moment, and then returned to normal. Moriah didn't see this scene, but he felt that Sindra's momentum was different for a moment. Is it a domineering overlord? Thinking of the momentum that flashed from Sindra just now, Moriah's eyes flashed at the woman with a trace of inquiry. Boss. Seeing that Moriah didn't speak, San reminded again, you really don't test them? San pointed at Sindra and said, especially this pervert, she doesn't look like the kind of guy who would be submissive to others. If it weren't for her strength, we would have driven her away. No need for the test. Moriah interrupted San's words and explained in a deep voice, as long as they can survive the next few battles, they will be considered to have passed the test. Before completely securing the position of the New World hegemon, Moriah decided not to perform shadow slave transformation on these pirate captains and carders who came over. The Battle of Sanya Island made Moriah know the cruelty of this pirate world. It's definitely not like the anime in the previous life. After a battle for a long time, all of them were seriously injured, but they didn't die. The reality is that after a war, not many people die. Weak. Even the unlucky. They will all be brushed down in the waves of life and death in the war, and become the white bones for the strong to ascend the throne. So, next, Moriah's goal is clear. First defeat Wang Jianax and other powerhouses and turn them into shadow servants, then attack the city and turn the Red Earl and other powerhouses into shadow servants. Finally, after accumulating enough strength, go to attack the country of Wano, defeat Kaido's shadow and enslave it, and complete the rule of the country of Wano. In this way, Moriah will feel that he completely occupies a dominant position in the new world. Those who survived at the time, he would test the shadow slaves one by one. After all, the only ones who survived are the strong ones, and they are the absolute confidants of the Wano country he manages, but there can be no more people like CP0 spies. But now there is no need to enslave these pirate shadows. Let's live to the end. In order not to be like Sanya Island, a bunch of pirate carders were enslaved by shadows. As a result, after a battle, only Sanya and Ike and Blake were alive. Boring. This is Moriah's intuitive feeling. All right. San nodded angrily. She would not refute Moriah's decision, but she would keep an eye on the pervert Syndra. Ha ha. Syndra sensed San's gaze. She winked at him and licked her sexy lips. Disgusting. Misaha turned her head away. You go and arrange for someone to inform the other 4 pirates of my decision, Moriah said to Misaha. Okay. Misaha nodded, turned and walked back. Before taking a few steps, Janyu rushed towards him and San stopped. January came to Moriah and said, Boss, there is information just now that Whitebeard, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling are all dispatched. Is it heading towards Honeycomb Island? San came over and asked quickly. No. January hesitated, and said, they seem to be just hanging around in their respective territories and seas, like. Looking for someone? Looking for someone? Moriah frowned, he didn't understand what the operation was. Don't you fear his shadow attendant army and run to find someone? Who can make Whitebeard, Kaido and others more jealous than him? Who are you looking for? Syndra suddenly interjected and asked. Pervert. January looked at Syndra in disgust and ignored her. Syndra was not angry either, and smiled hee. Is there any action on the Navy side? Moriah asked. Where's the Navy? Jan frowned, and after pondering for a while, he hesitated. It seems that there is information that 10 warships left the Navy headquarters yesterday, but then there is no news, as if the entire fleet has disappeared, so no one knows whether the information is true or false. I don't know if the Navy has dispatched 10 warships, but the Navy of the New World is moving closer to Carp's position. Analyzed in January, no accident, it should be directed at Honeycomb Island in the end. 10 warships? Disappear? Uncertain? Could it be that Whitebeard and the others are looking for the disappearing naval fleet? Moriah thought. But this way, Whitebeard and the others don't seem to be paying so much attention to Hive Island. In this way, Moriah will have enough time to deal with Wang Zhai and Silver Axe. As for the Navy, Moriah is not worried. The Navy was far away from the depths of the New World. As long as Whitebeard and the others didn't make trouble, when the Navy came to Hive Island, Moriah had already killed Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, and the 2 of them had been transformed into shadow servants and left. Okay, don't worry about the Navy, just continue to pay attention to the movements of Whitebeard and Kaido. Recovering his thoughts, Moriah said to the girls in January, let's get to Hive Island as soon as possible now. Understood. January returned to the ship's intelligence room, where there were various phone bugs, which were used to contact various intelligence organizations in the underground world. It can be said that basically all the information was bought with money from the underground world in January. Then I'll give the boss something to eat after I've notified the pirate groups. San smiled and left, not even looking at Syndra the whole time. Syndra still didn't care. After San left, she and Moria also retired and used the fruit ability to fly back to her ship. It's another strange flying ability that steps on each other's left and right feet, and then ascends to the sky. Seeing the scene where Syndra controlled the black pollen to fly around her and supported her, Moria smiled knowingly, thinking that he was like this before, and he controlled his shadow to fly with him. Afterwards, Moria went back to the middeck and waited for the food. Tap. Here, as soon as he flew back to his own ship, Syndra showed the true character of an emperor. Spreading out her hands, the two beauties with enchanting figures on the boat automatically ran to her left and right arms. Husband. Husband. The two beauties were like Syndra's petite wife, acting like a spoiled child in her arms. Husband, you are back. Husband, I'll go and arrange something delicious for you right away. Husband. The other beauties on the boat also came around immediately, asking for warmth for a while. Syndra was obviously a woman, but she was like an emperor, with a look of contemplation on her face, and led her harem group to the 10-meter wide black throne on the deck in the middle of the ship. It is said to be a throne, but it is actually similar to a bed, and it is covered with a layer of roses. Puff. Syndra came to the throne, turned around and sat down, where the roses were ground into powder. I'm going to take a bath in 10 minutes, so go get ready. Syndra waved her hand, leaving only the two beauties in her arms, and the others went their own way. Some people go to boil hot water, some people go to prepare various flower petals for bathing, some people go to prepare bathrobes, and some people go to prepare toiletries. The entire pirate group is busy for Syndra. The so-called Black Rose pirates, like Misaha and the others, did not have a single man on board. They were all made up of beautiful women. It's just that unlike Misaha and the others, all the women in the Black Rose pirates are Syndra's harem and serve her exclusively. This is why Misaha and the others hate Syndra. Because Syndra has always wanted to pull them all into his harem. Husband, is everything going well? Okay? The beautiful woman lying in Syndra's left arms was gasping for breath as she spoke, as if she had received some kind of stimulation. Syndra didn't answer. At this moment, her mind was not on women at all. The test Misaha said before made her very concerned. If the test can really test people's hearts, it would be really troublesome. Syndra frowned secretly in her heart. Her family knew about her own affairs. The reason why she joined the movie King Pirates was to attack Misaha. Now that Moria's ability to test people's hearts is revealed, it is absolutely impossible for her to pass. There's no other way. We must take advantage of the time when the actor has not yet tested his mind, and completely conquer San. As long as you get San's inheritance fruit ability, dominate the new world, conquer the Great Root, and become one piece, it doesn't seem to be that far away. Syndra secretly made up her mind to attack Misaha as soon as possible. The reason why she is so eager to get San is not because she really likes San, although there is a part of the reason, but more because of San's ability to inherit fruit. Syndra's pollen fruit has an ability that matches the inheritance fruit ability very well, and it can even be said to be a perfect match. The combination of the two can allow Syndra to reach the bottleneck and improve it again. That's why Syndra is so eager to get 3 leaves. Chapter 143 The Port Landing Battle, The Terror of Pollen Fruit. The Woman. And the Child. In the battlefield, some of the enemy pirates noticed Perona and Hera who were protected here. Could it be that someone who is very important to the actor and is still weak? Thinking of this, the pirates who noticed it were excited. Don't think that these pirates will tell you anything above board. Even Kaido will play tricks in order to win, not to mention these pirates. The big deal is like Kaido in the end, kill the enemy first, and then say, this is a man worthy of respect, a man to admire. Anyway, people are dead, and a good word will not make people lose anything. So, about 100 enemy pirates rushed towards Perona and Hera, who were being protected by more than 20 shadow attendants. Their purpose is very simple: to capture Hera and Perona, threaten the actor, and then make the actor surrender, or be captured. They are very skilled at threatening others with someone they care about. That stupid woman. Sanya, who noticed this scene, glanced at Hera and couldn't help cursing. January sent someone to help them. Sanya said loudly towards January, who was not far from her. Don't think about the past. The person who was fighting against January also heard Misaha's words, and tried desperately to stop her, so that she could not escape for a while. Don't even think about going there. The other women of the Steel Hand Pirates were also entangled by their opponents. So did Ike and Blake. There is no way, after all, it is a pirate group Carter led by a big pirate. The strength is not weak, even a little strong. They were entangled in January. Damn. January secretly hates, although he has been rushing towards Perona, he is definitely not as fast as those pirates who are running towards Perona. Those two women should be very important to the actor. Looking at the reaction of January and others, the black-headed man who was fighting against Sanya said sullenly. Sanya ignored it, and secretly observed the surroundings during the battle, and found that they had unknowingly the venue moved a lot inside the island. Now there are only those 20 or so shadow attendants by Perona's side. And in terms of numbers, there are more enemies. Now that they are entangled by their respective opponents, they really can't support Perona for a while. How to do? Break out again? Sanya was tangled. In the Battle of Sanya Island, she had burned so much of her lifespan, and now she has not even a year of lifespan. If it burns again, she may not be able to wait for the ageless operation of the fruit of the operation, and she will die. But Perona is obviously someone Moria values, if something really happens. Misaha couldn't imagine what Moria's anger would be like. Hateful. It's all to blame for that stinky woman. Misaha glanced at Hera again, and felt that Hera brought Perona to the battlefield, which caused the current situation. Because what she had instructed before, just let Hera and Perona stay on the boat. The enemy of the New World is not someone like Hera who is not a combatant at first sight. As for Perona, a little girl, Sanya ignored her. Superior. Kill. When Sanya and others were worried about Perona, here Perona saw the enemy kill, and immediately ordered the shadow attendant who was protecting her to kill her. Hera didn't say it before because she was afraid of causing trouble for everyone. Now that the enemy has killed, it's not their initiative to cause trouble. So, Perona happily went up. And the shadow attendant who protects her is indeed under her command. This is the authority given by Moria, and it is also to protect Perona more flexibly. But Moria never thought that Perona would be so courageous and wanted to fight at such a young age. Be careful to protect Perona. During the battle, Moria did not forget Perona, and she always paid attention to the port. So after noticing that someone was rushing towards Perona, he immediately ordered his shadow to pay attention to protecting Perona. The shadow, with a certain intelligence, received Moria's order, changed and contracted for a while, and returned to the shape of a shadow mage like Moria. Then fly over Perona's head. Nana. Seeing Perona taking the initiative to attack, Hera was in a hurry. But she had no choice but to keep up. She would not let Perona face the enemy alone. Look at me, negative ghost, wear it. Perona is a chicken thief, so she hid behind a 5-meter tall shadow attendant. When she was about to meet the enemy pirates, she summoned 9 ghosts, passed directly through the shadow attendant protecting her, and flew towards the enemy. Go. Like God you soap, Shadow Servant is not affected by negative ghosts. After all, strictly speaking, Shadow Servant is already a dead person. Just like the stone, the negative spectre doesn't work as well as it goes through the Shadow Servant. What is this? What kind of fruit power? Looks soft. Seeing the white ghost flying, the enemy pirates were a little confused, but they didn't take it seriously. With murderous eyes, he raised the sword in his hand and slashed towards the ghost. Then, unsurprisingly, these pirates who came towards Perona were ordinary pirates who would not be armed and domineering. Naturally, their swords could not cut the ghost, and then the body was instantly penetrated by the ghost. I'm ashamed of being a human being. I want to die. I'm a burden, I don't even deserve to breathe. In an instant, the 9 pirates fell to their knees, looking extremely negative, completely losing their ability to fight. The negative ghost then continued to pass through those rushing enemy pirates. Everyone who is passed by the negative ghost will kneel on the ground with a negative face. There were more than 100 pirates in total, and in just a few seconds, dozens of people fell to their knees because they were passed through by negative ghosts. In the face of these enemy pirates who lost their resistance, the more than 20 shadow servants who protected Perona, raised their knives, slashed and punched to death. Ah! I really want to die. This is easy. Born to be. Puff. Puff puff. The slaughter continued. The strength of these pirates who rushed in was not that strong. If there was no passive ghost assistance from Perona, it would still be possible to pass the shadow attendant and catch Perona and Hera with the help of many people. But with the help of Perona's ability, these pirates who rushed in would only become lambs to be slaughtered. No. Don't come here. I really want to die. Poof. The battle without fighting back finally made some pirates collapse. When they saw the negative ghost coming, they turned around and ran, and they were caught up and passed by. Before the negative attitude was set, he was stabbed through the heart by the shadow servant who caught up to him. Everyone who saw this scene was horrified. This ability is terrifying. Absolutely cannot be touched. Everyone thought at the same time. Run. Stay away from that ghost. I saw the pirates who originally rushed towards Perona, but now they are chased by Perona with more than 20 shadow attendants. Hateful. Come and kill that little girl. This time, the big black-headed man who fought against Sanya is in a hurry. Hurry up, call a few carders who will be armed and domineering to kill Perona. Otherwise, if things go on like this, their numerical advantage will soon be gone. In the face of a negative ghost, even if you have an armed domineering look, once you are passed through, you still have to kneel and become a lamb to be slaughtered. What's more, there is basically no room for other people to resist. Haha. Don't even think about going there. Misaha and the others laughed and returned what their opponent had said before. Just like before, entangle the opponent and don't give him a chance to attack Perona. This war, the battle between the captains, must be Moriah's victory. And the battle between the crew members, who have the Shadow Servant army, will also be the final winner. Therefore, Misaha and the others are not in a hurry. Very good. This time there is no need to explode and consume life. San smiled happily and continued to suppress the opponent's black-headed man. Hateful. The black-headed man tried to rush to Perona several times, but he didn't have a chance. That girl. I want it, no one can stop me. On the other side of the battlefield, Sendra's eyes, who saw Perona's negative spectre acting against the sky, burst into unprecedented light. An irresistible negative ghost, coupled with the explosive soldiers of the Shadow Servant. What a perfect match of abilities. At this moment, Sindra felt a strong jealousy towards Moriah. Why haven't I met such a fruit-powered woman? It's not too late now. Sindra's eyes flickered, and the battle became more and more diligent. You entangled all these carders for me. Don't let anyone go to the little girl. Sindra doesn't know Perona's name yet, but what she means, her harem knows. In an instant, this group of women seemed to be crazy, fighting fiercely with the officials of the Silver Axe Pirates. making these officials who originally had the intention to support one or two, and the people who killed Perona, all extinguished their minds. Ghost. Ghost. Where? Where? Perona was very excited, her face flushed red, and she happily controlled the passive ghost to attack the enemy. No. Don't come here. The enemy pirates who were not chasing were very crumbling. In the face of these ghosts who couldn't fight and couldn't defend, they all crumbled and could only escape. There is really no way. It's not that they don't want to fight, the problem is that once the passive ghosts pass through, the era of pirates, the passion for fighting, and the dream of the pirate king all turn into one sentence. I really want to die, and I am ashamed of being a human being. Then obediently knelt down and waited to die. This kind of devastation from the mind and body is so desperate. So, a strange scene appeared on the battlefield. Wherever Perona went, there was an empty space. All the pirates, except for the individual armed and domineering cadres who fought against Misaha and others, basically avoided Perona. Although some of them have armed domineering, but they do not always cover the whole body with armed domineering. If this is accidentally passed through by the negative ghost, it will be a one-hit kill effect. No one wants to take this risk. That's when Perona was having fun. Chapter 144 Perona Killing. Upside down at the foot of the mountain. The red-haired pirates came here on their own pirate ship. Looking not far ahead, the current channel up the mountain, Beckman, who was standing on the bow, turned his head and asked, "How is it? Shanks, can you go up?" Shanks, who was standing in the middle of the bow, opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Okay, come on." Ooh. Hearing Shanks' answer, everyone in the red-haired pirates cheered. After staying in this sea area for so many days, I can finally go to the great route. Lift the sails. Sail out, brothers. Shanks laughed, and he was also a little excited. He was shrouded in upside-down mountain all day long, and the deadly danger against him basically disappeared. It means that now that they pass the upside-down mountain, there is basically no danger. New World. Beehive Island. When Shanks was going to Upside-Down Mountain, the Pirate Alliance, which was formed by the King of Shadows pirates and Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, was fighting fiercely. Bump. Boom. Call out. Moria crossed his hands to block the attacks of Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, and then followed the strength of the two and threw them onto a ruined roof not far from the port. Turning his head and looking not far away, he glanced at his own shadow. Moria thought, it's time to end. Shadow Golden Body Lord of Shadow Thunder. Then Moria thought, and the shadow running with Perona in the distance, like a stream of water, quickly crossed a distance of several hundred meters and merged into Moria's body. Then, in less than a second, Moria's body quickly swelled to a height of 7 meters. At the same time, in the thunder and lightning flashing sound of Zidzi, 5 black thunder dragons with the thickness of water buckets stick out from his back, 5 black thunder and lightning dragon heads, with a look of contempt for the world, staring more than 1,000 meters in front of Moria, Wang Zhai and Silver Axe outside. What is that? Lightning? Black lightning? Wang Zhai and Yinax frowned, their solemn eyes fixed on Moria at this time. They knew about the Shadow Gold Body mode, but it was the first time they had seen the Shadow Thunder Master mode. Be careful. Wang Zhai and Yinax reminded each other. What ability is that? The Black Thunder Dragon, the Shadow Fruit ability, still has this ability. The port is close to the battlefield on the island, and those who are closer to Demoria are curious and shocked when they see his Shadow Thunder Master mode. Call out. Suddenly, right at this moment, Moria hadn't acted yet. A cadre of Wang Zhai pirates, taking advantage of the time in January when Moria was not very focused, used a movement technique similar to shaving to instantly move to Moria. Leah's left side, waving the great sword in his hand, slashed towards Moria's neck. Successful. Seeing his big sword slashing towards Moria, this man was very excited, thinking that he was about to make a name for himself. However, just like the top war, there are always people who don't believe in evil and think that Whitebeard is nothing more than that. Zheng. Moria stretched out her left hand calmly, stretched out her index finger and thumb to clamp the attacking big sword, and didn't even look at the shocked sneak attack Carder at this time. A moment of thought. A thunder dragon on the far right behind him instantly spit out a black lightning ray the size of a child's wrist. Shh. Puff. The black thunderbolt ray that contained Moria Liu Ying's domineering arrogance traveled in a straight line in the air, made a circle at 5 angles, shot into the back of the sneak attack Carder's head, and pierced through the eyebrows. The sneak attack Carder was killed instantly, with a shocked expression on his face when he died. But in death, he was still shocked that his attack was actually caught by 2 index fingers. ZZ. BFFT. As the black lightning straightened into flickering lightning and disappeared, the sneak attack Carder smashed into the ruins with a shocked expression. So fast. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhai and Yinax felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, Moria, who had packed up the sneak attack Carders, charged towards Wang Zhai and Yinax with a catapult. Call out. Zai. As if black lightning flashed, Moria instantly crossed a distance of more than 1 kilometer at an extremely fast speed. He rushed to Wang Zhai and Yinax. So fast. The pupils of the two shrank, almost instinctively waving the big sword and the storm axe at Moria, who was rushing. As expected of a big pirate, you can still react at this speed. Moria smiled, and then stretched out both hands to directly catch the great sword and battle axe of Wang Zhai and Yinax. Clank. Zizizi. With the huge strength bonus, Moria directly crushed Liu Ying's domineering 2 people covering the big sword and battle axe at the same time, and then just held it. At the same time, the palms changed, as if steel melted and then cooled and solidified, firmly welding the great sword and battle axe. Can't get it out. Wang Zhai and Yinax were both shocked. They tried their best to pull out the great sword and battle axe in their hands. You know, most of their strength lies in the great sword and battle axe. Without the great sword and battle axe, it is like a poisonous snake without its teeth, and its attack power is directly halved. This is easy. Not good. At this time, seeing the black thunder dragon behind Moria opening his mouth, facing himself, Wang Zhai and Yinax exclaimed, and they quickly jumped back, ignoring the weapons in their hands. It's just that their retreat is vulnerable to the flashing speed of lightning. Zheng. Almost in an instant, the 5 black lightning rays shot from the mouths of the 5 dragon heads turned 5 angles in the air, and appeared behind Wang Zhai and Yinax at the same time. Color domineering hardened back. There is absolutely no way to avoid it, and you can only use the armed color domineering to harden and resist. The extreme speed makes it useless for the 2 of them to drive to the maximum despite their knowledge and domineering. In the battle of the strong, in the end, it is all about strength, speed and defense. Even categories domineering arrogance that sees the future, as long as he is fast enough, he can still hit him. Therefore, Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, who were hit, flew towards Moria before their bodies landed in the air. Moria wouldn't let this opportunity go, and said with a sinister smile, "Let's see if you can stop it." Saying that, Moria squatted down with her legs, and her hands turned into thorns, and then she bounced out one by one, instantly stabbing Wang Zhai and Yinax in the chest. BFFT. No accident, Moria's hands that turned into stabbing stabs pierced through the armored domineering defense and pierced into the chests of the 2 of them under the huge power at this time. However, before Moria could continue to pierce the heart, Wang Zhai and the Silver Axe, with their terrifying combat experience and the power of Moria's piercing, kicked their legs on Moria's arm early and took advantage of the situation. Fly backwards very fast. Everyone. Freedom to retreat. Wang Zhi and Yinax, who flew out at high speed, roared as soon as they landed, and then ran out without looking back. Up to now, Wang Zhi and Yinax were completely desperate. Knowing to stay, people will explain it here. Ta-ta-ta. The two were on the right and the other on the left, not giving Moria a chance to clean up together. At the same time, it is also for Moria to choose who to kill. Because as long as Moria chooses one person, the other person can escape. This is the escape. Seeing this scene, Moria froze for a while. Although he used to run away if he couldn't fight, it was the first time he encountered a big pirate who could run away if he couldn't fight. Isn't that the big pirate with the backbone of the sea? Even if he dies, he will not retreat. Doesn't it mean that once something is backed up, it can never be taken back? What are you two running for? Come back and pick up your stuff. Moria shook his head and was speechless, and then his mind moved. He exited the main mode of Shadow Thunder, and whispered softly, "The realm of shadows unfolds, the land of shadow flow." In an instant, the shadow under him spreads rapidly, connecting to the shadow of the house under the sun, the shadow of the coconut tree, and the shadow of all non-life. Then, in just 2 seconds, Moria's shadow stream covered the entire Hive Island. No way, because the houses on Hive Island are too dense, and the sun is just right, and the shadows are almost one by one. Therefore, the land of shadow flow formed very quickly. Wang Zhi and Yinax, who fled to both sides, didn't run far before they saw that the ground around them was full of shadow land. And he was already in it. On the battlefield on the side of the port, Wang Zhi and the pirates on the Silver Axe side heard the shouts of their respective captains. "Captain, seems to tell us to escape." "Yes, I heard that too." "That. Escape." In an instant, the pirates who had been crushed by the Shadow Servant army and Perona fled out one after another. Don't think about him escaping. Kill them. Be careful, don't behead, leave the whole body. These are the shadow attendants of the boss. Misaha and the others continued to pester their opponents while reminding others. The battle continues. Hateful. Did you escape like this? Some of the cadres of Wang Zhi and Yinax were unwilling. The reason why they gathered here for the alliance is to defeat the actor. If you want to run away, you might as well run away in the first place. He had already decided to fight to the death, so why did he run away in the end? Bang bang bang. Clearly. I don't run away. Fight with you. Some cadres still take some things seriously, they didn't choose to flee, or they saw it very clearly. Escape? Where to flee? Ships are basically destroyed. The rest of the ships are all under the banner of the Shadow Emperor pirates, and they are all in the port sea. If they want to get there, they have to pass through the army of Shadow Servants and the pirates under the Shadow Emperor. This is simply impossible. There is only a ray of help in the death battle. Within the island. Children make choices, you all have to die. Moria, who was standing on the spot, looked slightly cold, stretched out his hands to point at Wang Zhi and the Silver Axe who were running, and then shook it lightly, saying, "The shadow field is unfolding, the shadow prison." Brush. In the land of shadow flow that covered the entire island, all the shadows quickly turned back and tired like the tide at low tide, rushing towards Wang Zhi and Yinax. The faces of Wang Zhi and Yinax, who were running, changed, and they felt that the shadows under their feet were drowning over them like seawater at high tide. At the same time, countless tentacles shot out of the shadows, wrapping around their bodies. Dread. The two quickly turned on Liu Ying's domineering, spread out the shadow tentacles that squeezed and wrapped around them, then got up and jumped into the air. Ha ha. Successful. Moria, who was standing on the spot, sneered, and his mind moved. All the shadows suddenly accelerated towards Wang Zhai and Yinax, who were in the air and gathered together. Boom! Wang Zhai and Yinax only felt a sudden darkness in their line of sight, and endless shadows suddenly gathered towards them from all directions, 360 degrees without dead ends. It left them with nowhere to hide. Neither of them knew how to walk, so they could only watch the endless shadows wrapping them in an instant. Crack! As Moriah clenched his hands into fists, two black shadow spheres with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the mid-air on the east and west sides of Hive Island. Like two black moons hanging in the air, it is shocking. At the same time, Moriah also used armament color domineering hardening and a thick layer of Liu Ying domineering to cover the shadow sphere to reinforce the shadow's defense. Then, the corner of Moriah's mouth rose, and with an evil smile, he manipulated the shadows to go deep into the mysterious hole of Wang Zhai and Yinax. I blocked it with Liu Ying's domineering. Moriah frowned slightly, then loosened it, and said with a chuckle, even if you use the shadows that Liu Ying blocks to intrude on the back door, mouth and ears, etc. but without oxygen, how long can you last? In midair, at the center of the two shadow spheres, Wang Zhai and Yinax used Liu Ying's domineering to resist the shadow's squeezing invasion. It only took a while for them to feel what the longing for breathing was like. ZZ. ZZ. Wrap their shadows and continue to squeeze them under Moriah's control. Forcing Wang Zhai and Yinax to resist Liu Ying's domineering with all their strength. Otherwise, once the shadow enters the body through the holes such as the ears, nose, etc., they will surely die. Although now it is almost certain to die. There is no oxygen and no breathing. Even with the physical strength of the two big pirates, it will not last long. After half an hour at the most, they will die. It seems that this move is a little short of dealing with the real top powerhouses. Feeling that no matter how the shadow was manipulated, there was no way to squeeze the domineering Liu Ying covered by Wang Zhai and Yinax, Moriah sighed inwardly. This shadow prison was thought of on the island where the thunder and rain fell before. The core is to control the shadow to aggregate into a sphere, wrap the enemy from all directions, and trap the enemy. But now Moriah could sense that the power he manipulated the shadow to squeeze Wang Zhai and Yinax was obviously inferior to his power in the shadow gold body mode. For example, Moriah manipulated the shadow to squeeze the enemy's strength, and he did not have the strength to directly squeeze the enemy with both hands in his shadow gold body mode. So in comparison, this move is fine for Wang Zhai and Yinax, whose physical strength is not terrifying. But against Whitebeard, they will be directly shaken away. Chapter 145 The first show of the Lord of Shadow Thunder, the Shadow Prison will kill. Chapter 1. It shouldn't work if you want to deal with Kaido. Thinking of Kaido's form being trapped in the Shadow Prison, and then completely breaking free when he transformed into a complete body, Moriah shook his head secretly. To deal with a strong man like Kaido, we still have to think about it from the perspective of absolute power suppression. Count Red, World Destroyer plus himself, and a bunch of powerhouses such as Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, to besiege Kaido together, it should be able to beat that guy out. Moriah suddenly thought in her heart that after he had cleaned up Wang Zhai and Yinax and turned them into shadow servants, and then figured out a way to advance the city and transformed the strong men like Red Earl into shadow servants. Bringing a group of shadow servant powerhouses and attacking Wano country, then there should be no problem in beating Kaido. Captain Wang Zhai. Captain Silver Axe. Here, after Moriah used the shadow prison to trap Wang Zhai and Silver Axe who escaped and did not see them break free for a long time, the officers of their respective pirates were excited. It was that angry excitement that they wanted to go to the rescue. Pity. The gap in strength cannot be filled by anger. What's more, the Shadow Attendant Army has already killed almost the ordinary pirates, and some captains and officers of the pirate group have also been killed, a large part. Now there are only Wang Zhai and Yin X who are directly affiliated to the pirate group and some members of the other pirate groups. They can't even protect themselves, let alone support their own captains. The people on both sides just roared. It was ruthlessly suppressed by Misaha and the others and the army of shadow servants. Go into a desperate battle. 20 minutes later. Wang Zhai and Yin X in the shadow prison sphere, the Liu Ying domineering governed by them is already very weak. Under the extreme hypoxia, the eyes of the two of them began to be in a trance, and their heads were even more dizzy. Once they can't hold on to it and fall into a coma, it basically declares their life GG. So the two are still insisting, but looking at this situation, the two have no way to persist for 30 minutes. This is the weak. Perceiving Wang Zhai and Yin X who were struggling to survive in the shadow prison, Moria sighed in her heart and warned herself again. In this world where the strong are respected, strength is the only truth, and we must not follow the old path of Moria in the original book. A promising young man who dares to be tough with Kaido. In the end, it became the most watery king under the Kyuuhai, even the kind that is inferior to Losha. Losha is also the Kyuuhai who was defeated by Luffy. To fight the war, first save Ace, and then accept Shichibuhaming as his younger brother. In the end, it was even more stubborn and eagle-eyed, and he slashed the Red Dog with one blow. It can be said that the whole process is high energy shining in the audience, and the battle to become famous is 55. And why did Moria go in the original book? The highlight moment turned out to be a shadow gun piercing through the demon ounce who lost his resistance. Then he was directly knocked down by Jinpei's iron fist. Compared to the old Shakrochdale, he was completely beaten in every way. The key is that Lao Sha has just come out of the push-through city and hasn't eaten much food. Hey! Thinking of this, Moria suddenly changed her expression. To say that this is also the defeated Shichibukai, what is the difference between Losha and Moria in the original book? It was Ren Losha who entered the pushing city prison and underwent labor reform. After Moria was defeated in the original book, whether it was defeated by Kaido or Luffy, he did not go to prison in the end. That's why Moria in the original book is so useless. Moria nodded secretly for her speculation. Case solved. The reason why Moria in the original work was abolished is because he did not accept the baptism of prison at the beginning, and did not undergo the tempering of labor reform, so his strength was so useless. Take a look at Losha, advance to the city for a walk, and directly incarnate as a 5 or 55 Kai. Let's look at Luffy again, Kawaii, take a trip to the addiction center, and let Sakura be domineering to learn. Although Moria crossed over before seeing Luffy defeat Kaido. But according to the protagonist's justice must win theorem, the one who wants to win in the end must be Luffy, and Luffy's strength is stronger than Kaijuo, at least not to the extent that he will be sent away with a single strike of thunder and gossip. So, you still have to go to jail for a trip. Think about yourself again. Coincidence? After he crossed over to become the new Moria, he was also a man who visited the King of Rings and Yin Center, and now he and Whitebeard are separated. Ha ha. After thinking about it, Moria laughed suddenly, a self-deprecating laugh. Who would want to go to jail and suffer painful torture if given a choice? Moria, who was thinking divergently, suddenly frowned. Just now, a shadow servant news bird he placed in the air on the top of the upside-down mountain dissipated automatically. Which means Shanks appeared, at this time on upside-down mountain. Moria muttered to himself, then looked at the two shadow cell spheres in the air. In perception, Wang Zhai and Yin X will definitely die in less than 5 minutes. So, let's wait until Wang Zhai and Silver Axe are resolved first, and then go and clean up Shanks. Moria thought. After all, compared to Shanks, the current Wang Zhai and the Silver Axe are much more useful to him. And if he rushes to clean up Shanks now, Wang Zhai and Yanax will definitely be able to escape, but Sanyi and the others can't stop him. But don't pick up Shanks' words now. Thinking of the strange disappearance of the red-hair pirates in Rogue Town, Moria felt that if he really waited 5 minutes to find Shanks, he might not be able to find it. So, just let Shanks go. Moria felt a little uncomfortable, and always had a clear feeling of being arranged. When Shanks is not discovered, it happens at this critical time. What do you mean? Force me to choose, let Shanks go. Thinking of this, Moria's eyes flickered slightly, and then she looked at the shadow prison in the sky. Her mind moved. Swipe. The part of the shadow cell sphere that belonged to Moria's shadow instantly turned into a flowing shadow, quickly returned to himself, merged into his body, and turned on the master mode of Shadow Thunder. Then, in an instant, he switched places with the shadow news bird left in the air on the top of the inverted mountain. At the last moment, Moria gave up Wang Zhai and Yanax. For nothing else. He just wanted to see if the people who really had a close bond with the protagonist were protected in the dark. He couldn't touch Moria. Call out. Moria, who appeared instantly above the top of the inverted mountain, saw the bottom at a glance, and was following the only downhill current channel, the red-haired Shanks on the pirate ship sailing down the first half of the Great Route, and his red-haired sea. The rest of the crew of the thieves. Call out. I. Like a flash of lightning, Moria instantly disappeared into the air. Below the pirate ship. The moment Shanks appeared in Moria, his face suddenly changed. Jumping. Shanks roared, then drew his sword and looked up into the sky. He was not ready to flee. He wanted to hold back the enemy. Beckman and others were sighing at the magic of Upside Down Mountain. When they heard Shanks' words, they instinctively wanted to jump off the boat. But, puff puff puff. During the flickering of black lightning, 5 black lightning rays, like 5 black straight lines extending from corners, quickly passed through everyone's knees before turning into lightning and disappearing. BFFT. BFFT. Metverse app, Philo Meteorite Pavilion Novel Downloader. From Meteorite Pavilion 143 131 600. Meteorite Pavilions, 143 131 600. In an instant, everyone, including Shanks, groaned and fell to the ground. ZZ. At this moment, Moria flashed black lightning and appeared on the boat. Then he thought about it, and without any hesitation, he manipulated a dozen shadow tentacles to shuttle quickly trapping everyone. Call out. Taking everyone from the red-haired pirates, Moria flew out of the ship and landed in the clearing in front of the lighthouse at the foot of the upside-down mountain in the first half of the Great Route. After a whole set of actions, it was fast and ruthless, and everyone in the red-haired pirate group had these stubbornness. Actor. Why? Puff puff. Don't wait for the shock and doubts of Shanks and others to speak out. Moria's thoughts moved, and on the shadow tentacles that were bound, a few more shadow tentacles were separated, and they quickly gave each of them a family stab. In addition to the fatal point, Moria stabbed 17 or 8 large holes in other parts of the body. However, it's not over yet. Chichi. Moria manipulated the shadow tentacles into sharp blades again, opening a big hole in everyone's wrist arteries. In an instant, blood was dripping all over the place. All but Beckman and Shanks instantly powerless, in a trance, and dying immediately. But because the vital position was not fatally injured, but only bleeding, these people could hold on for a while. Actor. Shanks fell to the ground, struggling and roaring. His eyes were red and red, staring at Moria like a cannibal. Then, in extreme anger, Shanks, who couldn't break free from the shadow's tentacles, glared fiercely at Moria. In an instant, a domineering arrogance that was so powerful that Moria was discolored burst out from Shanks. The enemy swept by the Overlord's domineering look. The space seems to have a circle of ripples, and it looks blurry. The surrounding rocky ground cracked with black line-like lines in a burst of kakaka sound. Crash. Crash. On the sea in the distance, the Overlord swept across in a domineering manner, and the waves spread to the distance, followed by sea beasts, fish, and a huge whale turning its belly to the surface. Buzz. Shanks stared at the red eyes, and continued to stare at Moria fiercely. The Overlord on his body was domineering, and he attacked Moria wave after wave, as if he did not stun Moria. The domineering arrogance on his body will never stop. This is the top-level tyrannical domineering. Moria felt the domineering arrogance that was like a wave, constantly bombarding his own spirit, and sighed inwardly. If nothing else, at least the Overlord is domineering, and the current Shanks is as strong as the current Be-Quite-Beard. Only. Are you looking down on me by attacking me with domineering arrogance? Moria sneered secretly in her heart, and then her mind moved. Puff. A shadow tentacle penetrated the large artery at Shanks' other wrist. Ah! Shanks let out a muffled cry, then his eyes turned white, he passed out, and the Overlord's arrogance naturally stopped. At this time, except for Beckman, everyone else also passed out. Beckman. Moria looked at the man who watched Shanks pass out and remained silent, and was secretly puzzled. Does this guy have nothing to do with Shanks? Never mind. Why are you thinking so much? BFFT. Moria manipulated the shadow tentacle to pierce the aorta in Beckman's other wrist. It is convenient to bleed and leave it in a dying state. This guy is also strong. Ah. Beckman snorted, did not speak, and looked at Moria, with the light of quick thinking inside. Moria retreated from the master mode of Shadow Thunder, manipulated the shadow into the shadow of Shanks and others, and began to transform into shadow slaves. Seeing this scene, Beckman finally spoke. Emperor, although I don't know you. Why are you staring at us? But I can. Sure, we definitely haven't provoked you. So, with my life. Not with the lives of all of us. I pray to your excellency the actor, I hope you can let go of our captain and leave him alive. Beckman resisted the intense trance caused by the excessive blood loss, endured the pain, and after he finished speaking intermittently, he struggled to kneel down for Moria. He took the lives of all his companions except Shanks, just to beg Moria to spare their captain Shanks. For Beckman, everyone has a unique position on the boat. In addition, these crew members have a common positioning. That is, at a critical moment, he can sacrifice everything for the captain, including his life. Beckman knelt on the ground. His eyes shot straight to the ground. His eyes widened, and he couldn't close his eyes. Although his consciousness became more and more blurred, he was still holding on. He couldn't fall down. He wanted to hear the actor's answer. And it was the answer he wanted. Otherwise, he would not have died like this, at least in battle and in resistance. An enviable bond and a strong will. As expected of a man who can lift Kizaru in the future. Looking at Beckman, who was trembling on his knees, Moria praised him for possessing the consciousness that a vice-captain of a pirate group should have, and affirmed his strong will. So, Moria laughed softly, okay. You and I will not kill you, I will let you go this time. Thank you. After listening to Moria's words, Beckman smiled, and then fell to the ground with a thump and passed out. It's not easy to hold until now. After receiving an affirmative answer from Moria, Beckman fell down with an expression of joy. As long as you can survive the shadow slave transformation, you will not die. Moria muttered and added, and then focused on the shadow slave transformation. Shadow slave transformation, Moria has used it a lot, and has become proficient. first lurking in the shadows of others, without disturbing his will, he will transform part of it. Then, when its will is weakened and unable to resist because it is on the verge of death, it will directly carry out a comprehensive shadow slave transformation of its shadow, which will generally succeed in the end. At least from now, Moriah has not failed. 3 minutes later. Except for Beckman and Shanks, the rest of the red-haired pirates were shadowed by Moriah. He succeeded in enslaving and became a member of his army of shadow slaves. 5 minutes later. Beckman is also shadow slaved. Moriah injected life energy into it, allowing Beckman to quickly recover from his injuries. For other successful shadow slaves, Moriah also input life energy to them in time, saved their lives, and recovered. Is Shanks all right? Lord Actor. Beckman looked pale and looked at Shanks worriedly. It's okay, you and the others stand aside. Moriah gave Beckman a look and instructed. Beckman nodded, walked to the side, and stood aside with Jesus Boo and others, watching Moriah transform Shanks into a shadow slave. There was a complex look on everyone's face. In their minds, the meaning and perception of self did not disappear. However, none of them had any sense of resistance to Moriah's orders. Now they also don't know that Moriah is transforming Shanks into shadow slaves, and they thought he was saving Shanks. As expected of you, Shanks. Moriah admired. 10 minutes later, Shanks' will is still tenacious, making Moriah's shadow slave transformation impossible to start. And what kind of physique is this guy? Why is his resilience so perverted? Moriah was a little curious. 10 minutes later, Shanks didn't bleed to death. But his wounds actually healed a little, at least the blood flowed out gradually less, and even had the momentum to stop. But he is still in a dying state. After all, he had suffered such a serious injury, and he had already shed a lot of blood. No matter how well his body recovered, it was not a pervert like Kaido who had awakened the ability of an animal-type fruit, and could automatically return to normal. But you are in a state of dying, and your will is still so strong, it makes people distressed. Shanks. Moriah shook his head, a little headache. The current situation is that when Shanks is injured, maybe this guy will just hang up. There is no such process of dying slowly and will gradually dissipating. Moriah cannot be successfully transformed into a shadow slave. Moriah suddenly thought, it seems that it is not impossible, but if the time is too short, the chance of success is very small. So, do you want to try it? Looking at Shanks with a pale face, feeling that his breath is weak, but his will is still strong, a cold light flashes in Moriah's eyes. Done. If you don't succeed, you will die. When Moriah thought about it, a shadow spear split out of the shadow, aimed at Shanks' heart and stabbed it. Puff. Blood bloomed in Shanks' chest, the shadow gun pierced his heart, his life was rapidly dissipating, and his spiritual will was rapidly dissipating. Moriah quickly retracted the shadow, closed her eyes, and concentrated on the shadow slave transformation of Shanks. In the shadow, Shanks' will is like a bright diamond, even if it is about to dissipate, it is still very hard. It is difficult to make Moriah's shadow slave transformation. Could it be that it failed like this, and the future 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks, died like this? But, what I want is a shadow slave of the 4 emperors. Moriah was not reconciled, and stared at Shanks' will that was about to dissipate completely. Even if it's a little weak, it's fine. In this way, Moriah can also forcibly transform it, at least half of the success rate. Like now, it basically fails 100%. Shanks. Boss. Captain. On the side, Beckman and the others who were standing and watching Shanks, all had tears in their eyes. They just watched Moriah pierce Shanks' heart with a shadow, but they couldn't have any killing intent towards Moriah. At most they complained, but their bodies and minds were very honest and would not go against Moriah. Leah's order. Therefore, everyone, even when they watched Shanks dying, still obeyed Moriah's orders, stood there, and did not dare to take a step. Maybe. Hearing the cry of Beckman and the others, Moriah moved in her heart, lowered her head, and whispered in Shanks' ear, "If you still want your friends to live and not die, don't resist me." Strength. As soon as the words fell, Moriah discovered Shanks' will that was as hard as a diamond and softened instantly. It's done. Moriah seized the last chance and succeeded in enslaving Shanks. Then Moriah hurriedly input 10 life energy for Shanks. Supplemented by a large amount of life energy, Shanks' physical injury recovered instantly. It's just that people are still in a coma. This is a kind of self-protection of spiritual will. Fortunately, Shanks' life was saved, as long as his spiritual will was restored slowly. "How did you escape my investigation when you were in Rogtown?" Moriah stood up and looked at Beckman. This question has been bothering him recently, and this is the reason why he would rather give up the two shadow attendants, Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, and come to clean up Shanks. "We hid in the mouth of the sea beast." Beckman told Moriah what happened in Rogtown. "I see." After Moriah listened, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Fine. Not the unexplained disappearance, or the weird situation where I'm right at your feet and you don't look at me on purpose, thinking I'm not there. If that kind of weird situation occurs, then Moriah feels that he is going to find a place and get up. After all, there really is a hidden existence directing all of this, so he, a transmigrator, is in danger. Now that he knew that Shanks and the others were hiding in the corners of the sea beasts, Moriah understood why he couldn't perceive Shanks and the others because of his arrogance. Just like in the original Sky Island arc, after Luffy entered Orochi's body, Anilu's sight was domineering, and he couldn't sense Luffy's voice. Now, Shanks has also been successfully enslaved by him. Prove that this world is not an arranged world. Moriah was finally completely at ease, and could be free to roam. Moriah suddenly turned her head and looked towards the shore, where an old man with a harpoon crawled out of the sea. "Shanks. Who are you? Call out." Puff. A shadow gun quickly stretched out from under Moriah and penetrated the old man talking on the shore. Then the shadow rolled up the old man and took the old man to Moriah's side. Moriah directly transformed it into shadow slavery. Anyway, he was a ship doctor on the ship of One Piece, and his medical skills must be good. Moriah thought to himself that after the fruit of the operation was found, a top-notch doctor would be needed to perform the ageless operation. Now that the old man took the initiative to send it to the door, Moriah was welcome. Not for a while. After the shadow slave transformation was completed, the old man stood up. "In the future, you will treat me as if you haven't seen me. What will happen in the future? Even if you encounter someone who speaks ill of me, or if something unfavorable happens to me, you don't have to worry about it. Until I call you." After instructing Beckman and the others and the old ship doctor, without waiting for them to answer, Moriah thought aloud and switched places with a shadow attendant news bird flying over the Hive Island. Chapter 146 The Four Emperor Shadow Slaves. Over Beehive Island. Moriah appeared. Escape. Looking around the island left and right, I didn't see Wang Zhai and Yanax, and I didn't perceive the domineering. Moriah shook her head. "Let's run away. Anyway, it's not a loss for a future Four Emperor Shadow Slave. It's a big deal. If you meet them later, kill those two guys again, and you'll be able to transform into a shadow servant." Thinking to myself, Moriah flew off the island. On the road from the middle of the port island to the huge skull rock, the pirates from Wang Zhai and Yanax, and the remaining 200 people, gathered in the middle of the avenue. Among these people, there are many pirate captains and officers, and some are ordinary pirates. Sanyi and the others and the shadow servants formed a circular ring, surrounding these people around the ruined house and the avenue. At this time, the people on both sides looked at each other with solemn eyes, but did not make a move. Call out. Tap. Moria fell from the air and stood in the middle of the avenue, facing the surrounded pirates. Behind them are Misliha. Boss, you're finally back. He took a step forward and came to Moria's side. Sanyi's sexy purple lips parted lightly. Mr. Momo. Perona flew to Moria's shoulder and sat down at the same time, looking at Moria excitedly. Her little face was full of expressions of taking credit. She felt that she had played a great role in this battle and should have received more life energy rewards from Moria. What's going on? Ignoring Perona on her shoulders, Moria looked at the trembling enemy pirates who were terrified when she saw him appear, frowned and asked, "Don't kill it, keep it for the new year." What? These people have surrendered and want to take refuge with the boss, so we will wait for you to come back and decide. Sanyi explained, and the others turned around. Without Moria's order, they would not dare to deal with those who surrendered indiscriminately. This is a disadvantage of shadow slaves. A little less decisive, because I was afraid that it would not suit Moria. Exactly. Lord Actor, we have surrendered and want to join your command. Don't kill us. Here, Sanyi's voice just fell. Moria didn't say anything, and the surrounded pirates quickly told Moria to please. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to say it if it's too late. You must know that the actor likes to make people into shadow servants, but it has spread all over the world to the extent that everyone knows it. These pirates are also afraid that if it wasn't for Syndra and the others standing behind Moria, they wouldn't have much expectations for surrender. Now, they only hope that the actor can accept their refuge. Because they don't want to die, and they don't want to become shadow servants. Surrender. Trust me. Moria shook his head. He didn't need so many people to take refuge in now, but the shadow attendant army needed to be replenished. So, looking at the pirate who showed fear and expectation in front of him, Moria sneered, "No need, just be my shadow attendant." Shadow Needle, shoot them. Moria ordered that before these people could react, a shadow needle flashing black lightning flashed out of the shadow under him at high speed. Then he shot at the pirates who wanted to take refuge in him. For a moment. SHHHH. BFFT. In less than a second, the shadow needle penetrated the heads of everyone surrounded by the pirates at an extremely fast speed, like threading a needle. Then return to Moria, reintegrate into the shadow, and disappear. BFFT. After about 3 seconds, these talents fell to the ground one by one. So strong. What a terrifying ability. This is the movie Emperor. A few pirates who had just joined Moria's side were all chilled when they saw the scene of more than 200 people in a split second. Anyone who sees this kind of power that makes you irresistible and can take your life in an instant will feel instinctive fear. But at the same time, there was a burst of excitement in the hearts of these people. I think it's right to join the movie King Pirates. This is a team that can realize its ambitions. This guy's ability, too. Want. Damn, where did this guy Ivankov go? Syndra, who also saw this scene, felt resentment towards the Shemei again. In the same sentence, if the Shemei can turn the actor into a woman, then she will be sure to control the man or woman whose strength has reached the peak. It's all gone, go and take away the corpses of your companions, and the rest will all be made into my shadow attendants. Moria turned her head and said to the pirates who took refuge in him. It's actually been less than an hour since landing on Hive Island, and it is still possible to transform into a shadow servant. However, he still has a bottom line. People who take refuge in him will not become shadow servants when they die. Okay, boss. After the dead pirate captain nodded to Moria, he led his crew to clean up the bodies of his fellow subordinates. In this battle, many of them died. This is also impossible. In such a large-scale battle, How can there be undead? Soon, 4 pirate captains left with their subordinates and companions. Only Sindra didn't leave. Standing on the left side of the avenue with her companion, Moria looked at her. Aren't you going to arrange the corpse of your companion? Don't blame me when I'll be turned into a shadow attendant. It's okay, brother. Sign spread his hands, then pointed behind him, and said proudly, my companions are all here, and behind me, there is no shortage of one, but very strong. Oh. Moria was a little surprised. Looking behind Sindra, she suddenly discovered a problem. The women behind Sindra were tall and short, ranging from the highest 5 or 6 meters to the lowest 1 meter 6, with all heights. And these women all have one characteristic, that is, they are all beauties with white skin and beautiful long legs. And the eyes that looked at Sindra were full of love. It's that kind of love between men and women. So exciting. Thinking of this, Moria understood why Sindra wanted Sanya, because Misaha is a big beauty. Moria smiled inwardly, then ignored Sindra and turned to look at Sanya. How did Wang Zhai and Yinax escape? Moria was very curious, and while asking, he manipulated the shadow to extend out and began to withdraw all the shadow attendants. Captured by the Navy. San replied. Navy. Moria frowned. If I remember correctly, the only people who can come here at this time are the observation ships of the Navy. Those who are in charge of surveillance and observation can catch Wang Zhai. Silver Axe? It can be said that the observation ships of the Navy are all over the seas of the whole New World, and the Navy that can quickly come to the Hive Island, Moria can only think of them. But with them, Moria thought it was impossible to catch Wang Zhai and Silver Axe. No. San shook his head and explained, just after you left, boss, Wang Zhai and Yinax fled to both sides, but they didn't wait for them to escape to the sea, when they first reached the shore. Cap and Sengoku suddenly appeared. Afterwards, after San took Moria away, everything that happened till now was spoken out. During the process, Moria's shadow attendants all retracted into the shadow space, and the shadows returned to their feet. Then, after Moria heard San's explanation, she was speechless for a while, even a little unbelievable. According to Misaha's description, the Navy's large fleet of 15 warships suddenly appeared on both sides of the Hive Island. It also happened to be the 2 directions that Wang Zhai and Yinax fled. Then the 2 people who didn't respond in time were knocked out by Garp and Sengoku, who suddenly appeared. Each gave a punch and took them away. Then 15 warships, as if they were covered by something similar to an invisibility cloak, then left. The whole process ignored San and the others, as if they were in a hurry to go back. In the end, after losing the 2 leaders, Wang Zhai and Silver Axe, the pirates under the 2 men collapsed. They were defeated by the San and the Shadow Servant army in a short period of time, and Moria just killed the rest. More than 200 surrendered. Stealth ability. Moria thought to herself, so, the Navy that suddenly appeared on Sanya Island last time should have appeared with the help of this ability. But this is not something that Moria can't believe. What makes Moria unbelievable is that the Navy is able to, in a short time, he came to the deep waters of the New World and appeared on this Hive Island. It is because there are 5 Sea Kings pulling the naval warships here. The Sea Kings pulled the warships to sail fast, and could come to the Hive Island in such a short time. It's still a little weird, but it's acceptable. After all, it is as huge as a mountain, with a huge body that is more than 1,000 meters long. If it swims with all its strength, the speed should be really amazing. And if the Sea Kings do not rest for several days, if you swim with all your strength, it's not impossible to do it. After all, it's already a fact, isn't it? It's just that Moria is more concerned about this now. The Navy. How on earth can control the Sea Kings? Moria whispered in doubt, and countless question marks appeared in his mind at this moment. Isn't it the ability of the ancient weapon Neptune White Star to control the Neptune? How the Navy can do it. And I don't know how many Sea Kings the Navy can control, if there are more. Do not. It shouldn't be much. Moria shook his head. If he could really control a large number of Sea Kings, the Navy would have been able to suppress the New World long ago. At least the world government does not need to come up with a system of Shichibukai to restrain the increasingly frenzied era of pirates. Those Sea Kings have a huge circular white metal collar on each neck. I guess that is the key to the Navy's control of Sea Kings. San said at this time. White metal collar? Moria wondered, what, is it the kind of slaves that Tianlong people control? If it's that kind of slave collar, it shouldn't be able to control the Sea Kings. I don't know about that. San Tan spread his hands. The Navy seems to use sound to control the Sea Kings. Sandra walked over unconsciously, came to San's side, and said, when they left, they used a huge loudspeaker to command the Sea Kings. Turn around and leave. Exactly. Miss Aha also remembered. Because the sound was really loud, it felt like the whole island was almost overturned. Collar? Sound? Control? This is interesting. A devil fruit ability emerged in Moriah's mind. Pet fruit? It can emit a green color, and as long as the creatures are encircled, they will obey the fruit ability. This order is transmitted through sound. Could it be that the reason why the Navy uses a huge loudspeaker to speak is that they are afraid that the Sea Kings will not be able to hear the normal human voice? But, the Sea Kings can understand human words. Moria shook her head as she thought about it. The fruit is called pet fruit. Maybe it doesn't understand when it's not caught by the green collar, but when it's trapped, it understands. Even if it doesn't understand, at least it will follow the words of the fruit person. Action. Boss. Do you know how the Navy can control the Sea Kings? Sanya asked curiously, seeing Moriah's expression. The others also looked at Moriah, and they were also very curious. After all, it is the ability or technology that can control the Sea Kings. It is terrible to think about it. If you can know the principle, you can be prepared. It should be the fruit ability. Specifically, I'm not very sure. Moria shook her head and gave an ambiguous answer. Others wanted to ask, but seeing that Moria didn't say more, she didn't ask any more. After a while, boss. A pirate came over from the port and said loudly to Moriah, our companion's body has been disposed of, and you can start creating an army of shadow attendants. Moria nodded lightly, and then controlled the shadow to extend out to shadow all the dead enemy pirates on the island. This time, Moriah did not choose to devour shadows in exchange for life energy. Because it has been dead for a long time, and the life energy is basically not much, it is better to choose all shadow servants. Moreover, Moria thought that a large number of shadow attendants would be needed to attack Wano Kingdom in the future. So in the next battle, if it wasn't for the fact that his life energy was about to run out, he would choose to turn all of them into shadow servants. Soon, Moriah completes the shadow service of the enemy pirate who died on the island. He gained more than 1,000 shadow attendants. The reason for more than 1,000 was because of the incomplete corpses of some other people, so Moria did not shadow these corpses. But this time, among the 1,062 shadow servants added, there are more than 400 pirate captains and carders, all armed with domineering looks. Among them, there are strong men like Wang Zhai and Yinax who are directly affiliated to the pirate group and the deputy captain. In addition to the more than 400 shadow attendants left after this battle, Moriah's shadow attendant army now has a total strength of more than 12,500 people. Among them, the number of shadow attendants who can arm and domineering has reached more than 900 and approaching 1,000. This power is no longer ordinary. Wait until the top combat power such as the Red Earl who has advanced to the 6th floor of the city is also shadowed. The shadow attendant army that hangs and beats the 4 emperors is completely formed. From now on, the new world is free for me. Moria thought secretly excitedly. Night. The back of Beehive Island. After eating and drinking, Moria, Miss Saha, and the 3 of them in January came to a big house on a big house. On the terrace. The large terrace of more than 200 square meters is covered with soft white blankets, and it is soft and gentle to step on. Boss, you want to take care of the front and the back. Still take care of it. Miss Saha and January with a charming smile, each exhaled softly in Moria's ear and asked together. Clap. Moria's body stiffened slightly, and then made a waving gesture with both hands, feeling the elastic touch, and whispered to the 2 women, let's take care of it first. Ha ha. The 2 women made a seductive and light voice, gave Moria a wink, then shook the round and plump grinding disc, stepped forward, faced the rising full moon, put their hands on the stone fence, lowered their waists, and turned round. Charmingly asked Moria, boss, do you want to take it off? Call. Moria took a deep breath and said, no, I'm more conservative, raw. Saying that, Moria jumped up. Then. Hiss. Moria took a breath of the cool air or actinic under the moonlight. Next is practice time. A vertical version of the 4-guess sword technique, looking ahead and looking at the back, looking at the upper and lower, fully displayed. The time has come to the next morning. Noon. Moria was awakened by the dazzling sunlight, opened his eyes and closed them quickly, leaving only a gap. After a while, her eyes got used to the strong light, and Moria got up, barefoot, and stepped on the purple-black transparent tulle fabric that had been torn into pieces and could not tell what it was. Coming to the stone fence and looking at the sea against the breeze, Moria rubbed her old waist to relieve the pain from last night. Not for a while. Boss. Miss Saha woke up, came over and hugged Moria from behind. Neither of the 2 said a word, enjoying the rare tranquility. Only Zalmoma raised his head unsatisfactorily. What? Boss, big sister, you are all awake. After a while, January also woke up, yawning, walking to Moria's left while talking, leaning back against the stone fence, revealing the white belly of the mermaid line, shining in the sun. Boss, I think you should give Sindra a true test. After a while, January suddenly suggested to Moria. Yes, don't care about the others. That pervert, I think I will be relieved after passing the test of your sincerity, boss. He let go of Moria's body and came to Sanyi, who was leaning against the stone fence on Moria's right, proposed to Moria. I heard both girls say that. Moria was a little curious about Sindra at this time. Why? Moria asked the 2 women first. Because that pervert is a domineering owner. San replied solemnly, although she hated the pervert, she had to admit that the pervert's aptitude and strength were top-notch. Another tyrannical domineering. Moria was stunned for a moment, and then her face became weird. Why did he say again? Moria assured him that he had absolutely no envy at all. However, it seems that the owner of the domineering and domineering look has never succumbed to power and joined others. Whether it was Rayleigh or Ace, it was Roger and Whitebeard who used their charisma for free. Like later, Blackbeard invites Ace. Ace did not succumb to the threat of death until the end, and joined the Blackbeard pirates. This tells us a truth: the domineering owner of the Overlord can only be subdued by prostitution. After complaining in his heart, Moria became interested in Sindra. Chapter 147 Naval Raid. The war is over. Tell me, what kind of pirate is Sindra? I only heard Sanyi briefly talk about Sindra's fruitability and bounty, but the other Morias didn't know anything about it. He is a person who doesn't like to pay attention to other pirate information. That pervert. San pondered for a while, and began to say, when we first met, that pervert wanted to join us. But our eldest sister refused. Oh. At that time, I hadn't inherited the title of Steel Hand and became captain. Later. Following San's narration, Moria, who thought it was just a story about the rise of a genius queen, gradually frowned upon hearing it. After San finished speaking, Moria looked slightly cold and asked, "You mean she robbed all the women on her boat?" "Yes." San nodded, bowed her head and said after thinking for a while, "I remember her current vice-captain, White Rose, was originally a princess of a country, and was famous in several surrounding countries because of her beauty. Then she was found out by that pervert, and directly destroyed the country and snatched the princess onto his own ship. By the way," Sandy added, "the perverted woman who snatched it from her has given names of various roses such as White Rose, Red Rose, Snow Rose, etc. She herself is known as Black Rose." After listening to San's addition, Moria was speechless. "Didn't you find anything wrong?" Moria couldn't help asking. "What's wrong?" The two women looked at Moria together. The doubts in their eyes made Moria a little crazy. White Rose, her country has been destroyed? Now this woman is actually on the ship of the enemy who destroyed her country. To be a vice-captain, no matter how you look at it, it is very strange. Moria said with a speechless expression, "Don't you think it's wrong, and because other women grabbed it, there is no one who hates Syndra?" Moria saw this very clearly yesterday. The female companion behind Syndra looked at Syndra, even if it was not full of love, there was no hatred at all. It was abnormal and familiar, and Moria was familiar. Isn't this operation of directly turning the enemy into his own slave, his shadow slavery? But looking at what Misaha and January meant now, they didn't seem to feel anything unusual or inappropriate at all. And it seemed that they had already taken it for granted that they would obey Syndra to women like White Rose. This made Moria very concerned. I don't know if these women were controlled by some special ability. Looking at Moria's worried eyes, Misaha and January looked at each other and understood something. San thought for a while and asked, "Boss, do you know hormone fruit?" "I know." Moria nodded, then looked at San in confusion. Misaha explained, "It is said that the Shemals whose personalities have been changed by the hormonal fruit person, once they follow the hormonal fruit person for a long time, will have some kind of inexplicable worship or a deep bond with the ability person in their hearts." "You mean Syndra's pollen fruit also has this similar ability?" Moria answered. "Right." San continued, "Those with pollen fruit ability can inoculate women with pollen. These pollen have various special effects, including healing, enhancing physical strength, beautifying skin, and shaping body. So all the beauties on the perverted ship are all beautiful, and all of them are very strong, and they are so strong because they have undergone the transformation of body enhancement pollen. And once a woman uses the pollen produced by the pollen fruit ability person for a long time, she will have a kind of admiration for the ability person." Speaking of this, Sanyi explained again, because pollen is generally produced by male stamens, the metamorphosis is affected by the ability of the devil fruit, and the personality and speech are more male, and the women who are inoculated with pollen will also be affected by her. She has a crush on her. Once you stay with that pervert for a long time, women will basically become her captives in the end, which is why we hate contacting her so much. I go. The pollen fruit is so powerful, it can not only cure, but also strengthen the body. The most outrageous thing is that it naturally has the effect of other gods. After listening to Misaha's explanation, Moria was shocked and felt a little jealous. If it weren't for the side effect of pollen fruit and a man eating it, Moria would love to have this devil fruit. It would be nice to have two devil fruit abilities at the same time. Moria thought. No wonder that woman wanted to take you over when she saw me for the first time. Moria looked at San and understood that Syndra was not only attracted to San's beauty, but also San's strength. That pervert has been trying to make us think for a long time. It's just that in terms of strength, no one can do anything to anyone, so she has not been able to succeed. After speaking, San suggested again, "Boss, I still recommend you to test her sincerity, otherwise, every day that Guy stays on the ship, it will be more dangerous for us." "I agree." January followed. "Okay, I'll test her later. However, I still have a doubt." Moria suddenly thought that even in March, they knew about Syndra's fruit ability, but Syndra herself would not know. With such a dangerous ability, and even coming to him, Syndra never worried that I would kill her directly. After all, no one would want to be with a person with the ability to enslave others unintentionally. Moria expressed the doubts in her heart. "Don't worry, boss." When Yan San smiled and explained, "This is also a shortcoming or characteristic of the pollen fruit ability. All kinds of pollen with special buffs are only effective for women. For men to say it is poison. So this effect of making people admire is invalid for men, and it is invalid for you, the boss. It's also because of this that she dares to come to you, not afraid that you will reject her. Even many male big pirates in the sea want to subdue her, and getting her is like getting a powerful pirate army. If that pervert truly joins our movie Emperor Pirates, he is indeed a rare and powerful fighting force." "That's right." After San finished speaking, Yu nodded and said, "As long as the pervert is sincere to join, then it's fine. I'm afraid it's not sincere." "Not sincere?" "That is to find an opportunity to inoculate the women like Miss Her with pollen. Fortunately, the ability of pollen fruit to control a woman's mind by inoculating pollen requires a long process to succeed. Otherwise, this ability will be a little perverted. You guys are waiting here, I'm going to make Syndra sincerely join us." Moria said, turned around in a piece of shredded fabric, picked up his clothes and trousers and put them on, and then directly turned on the shadow gold body mode, jumped up, flew into the sky, and flew towards the front of the island. "Even if you know about Syndra's threat, let's solve it as soon as possible." And Shadow Slave Syndra, it seems to be okay. You can consider fighting first and then sleeping. Smiling heartily, Moria flew over the top of Skull Rock and entered the front of the island. It is perceived that Syndra is not on the island, but on his own pirate ship in the port. From this, it can be seen that Syndra did not really join Moria, and there was a kind of vigilance in the subconscious mind. It will not be too deeply integrated into the big family of the movie Emperor Pirates. You must know that it is noon now, and the other pirate groups are all on the island. Only Syndra's Black Rose pirates boarded their own pirate ship in the port, and none of them disembarked. Chapter 148 Perverted Pollen. Tap. Moria fell from the air and stepped on the deck amidships. The sight that caught his eye made him a little sour. On the black throne as wide as a bed, Syndra, with a concave and convex figure, was lying on the thighs of a blonde beauty. A pair of long legs with black silk crossed, the charming curve at the end of the convergence, is thought-provoking. The upper body was only covered with a black tulle bodice, which was full and fair, and faintly revealed a mysterious light. Around Syndra, there were a total of 5 beauties of different shapes, those who pinched their legs, those who fed them, and those who fanned their fans. All kinds of scouts were in place. "It looks like an emperor. Where is this a pirate? This is a vacation. Brother?" Syndra was a little surprised by Moria's arrival. At the same time, noticing Moria's admiring gaze, Syndra got up quickly, pulled her right hand, picked up a small jacket beside the throne, and put it on, buttoned it up, revealing only the merman's small waist. Without approaching Moria, Syndra stood in front of the throne and stared at Moria with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. After all, she is a person with a ghost in her heart. At this time, when Moria came to her, it was hard not to let her think too much. "Ha ha." Moria chuckled lightly, and didn't say much. She squatted down with her legs, and then shot out in an instant. brother. Puff. Syndra's pupils shrank, and before she finished speaking, a mouthful of blood spurted out. At the absolute speed, before Syndra had even had time to react, Moriah appeared in front of her, her right hand turned into a thin sharp spear, slanting downwards, piercing her heart, and piercing her heart from behind. Back out. Zera. Moriah looked calm, quickly pulled out the sharp spear, turned it into his right hand again, and at the same time, with a thought, retreated from the shadow golden body mode. Then at this moment, he manipulated the shadow to quickly cover the entire ship, wrapping all the women except Syndra, so that he could not even make a sound. And all of this was done in just 1 second. Thump. It was also at this time that Syndra fell to the ground. Why? Syndra, who kept pouring blood from her mouth, squatted on the deck, staring at Moriah with hatred and a trace of puzzled eyes. She doesn't understand. Why did Moriah suddenly kill her? And it's still the kind that goes up directly, not much to say, no explanation. BFFT. In the blink of an eye, Moriah manipulated the shadow into a sharp blade, severing a big hole in Syndra's two wrists, cutting the aorta, and the blood flowed more immediately. Syndra's injury is more serious. But she didn't give up and kept using healing pollen to heal her wounds. Why? Syndra continued to ask, but what he got was still the man's calm and unwavering eyes. She looked desperately at the man who looked down at him. So heartless. I didn't even want to talk to her at all. Puff. Moriah frowned slightly, and once again pierced Syndra's heart with a shadow. Just now, Moriah discovered that Syndra's pierced heart was recovering part of its function. As long as Moriah is not in action, Syndra will not die and will slowly recover. I didn't expect the healing power of healing pollen to be so strong. Although it can't compare to the speed at which your own life energy can recover from physical injuries, it's pretty good. Moriah thought to herself. When she felt that Syndra's consciousness was beginning to dissipate, she manipulated the shadow to merge into Syndra's shadow and transformed it into a shadow slave. Syndra, whose heart was pierced again, opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing. She knew that she was going to die today, and no matter how much she prayed, she would only lose face in vain. As the owner of domineering and domineering, she still has her own ethics. Tell me, why? Why? Syndra kept vomiting blood, and asked Moriah intermittently. This is the only thing she can't figure out. Why did Moriah suddenly come to kill her? She asked herself that she did not show any ambition, nor did she do anything out of the ordinary. And know that Misaha and others may be Moriah's women. She also deliberately tested Moriah when they first met, and asked him if he could give her San or lend her something to use. At that time, Moriah clearly said, as long as Misaha agrees. Isn't this a tacit approval that I can use pollen inoculation power on Clover? Could it be that this man doesn't know his abilities, but do you think he brought a strong army? There are countless doubts in Syndra's eyes, and she wants to get Moriah's answer. Sorry. Seeming to understand the misunderstanding in Syndra's eyes, Moriah shrugged, and finally concealed Syndra's thirst for knowledge. I just learned about your pollen fruit ability. When I first met, I didn't know. But you are worth it. If I knew the specific ability of your pollen fruit for the first time, I would solve you immediately. It won't let you live until now. After listening to Moriah's words, Syndra was stunned, and finally didn't know what to say. With the loss of blood, her physical strength was rapidly lost, and the ability to heal pollen was no longer available. She was helpless and desperate. I really underestimate the man standing at the top of this world. Finally, with such a sigh, Syndra closed her eyes. When her consciousness was about to enter the darkness, she suddenly felt a trance. Then an energy full of vitality suddenly appeared, and the wounds on her heart and wrist recovered almost in the blink of an eye. Her consciousness also gathered again. It just seems to be different. Sindri opened her eyes again and looked at the man who looked down at him with a smile on his face. She had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. His face suddenly turned crimson. If love at first sight is love that lasts to the death, she feels that she is now, at this moment, she is crazy in love with this man for no reason. Sindri quickly stood up, looked up at the man's broad body, and the love in his eyes turned into peach blossoms that kept emitting. At this time, the man she loved put away her shadow. For a moment. Dare to attack our captain. Go to hell. Actor. The women who had resumed action rushed towards Moria together. Moria didn't make a move, standing there calmly and motionless. Stop. You bitch. During the roar, Sindri turned around, opened her hands, turned her back to Moria, and looked at the rushing women with murderous eyes. Ah. Husband? This? Despite being a little confused, the women stopped in front of Sindri. Because Sindri's orders, for them, they must be executed even if the sky falls. The women in front of Sindri were very puzzled at the moment. Why would the husband I admire protect a man who just pierced his heart a second ago? Just like they don't know since when, protecting Sindri has become their instinct. This is the horror of spiritual slavery. Moria sighed inwardly as she watched Sindri's changes and the women who stopped immediately because of Sindri's words. His shadow enslavement of Sindri went well. The smooth progress made him feel a little emotional. There are many domineering and domineering people, but not every domineering owner is called red-haired Shanks. Listen to me, the boss's words will be mine in the future. No. The boss's words will be bigger than me in the future. Our Black Rose pirates will be the boss's harem from now on. Sindri pointed to one of herself, and said solemnly, including me, they are all the women of the boss. The situation just now is never allowed to appear again, understand? Understood. All the women responded loudly. Old. Ah. Sindri turned around, and before she could finish her words, she was snarled by Moria, who had shrunk to about 3 meters in height, and wrapped her hands around her back and hips, hugging her. From then on, she rushed to the black throne. Hiss. What? On the black throne covered with petals, the long-lost Siga swordsmanship reappeared. A set of swordsmanship of looking forward, looking back, looking up and down has been fully displayed, and the time has come tonight. Call out. Flying off the Sindri ship, Moria, who was more than 5 meters tall, returned to a large house on the back of the island. On the back of the entire Hive Island, only Moria, Sany and Perona were there. The others, including Ike and Black, were on the front of the island with the pirates who had taken refuge. After all, the back of the island has the feeling of belonging to Moria's harem. Ike and the others are also very conscious and will not come to disturb him. Tread. Falling from the air and standing in front of the open door, Moria rubbed her old waist, which was a little sore. Chapter 149. The Terrible Mind Slavery. After dinner. Rooftop. Moria had her back against the stone railing, sitting on the cold ground, holding a bottle of beer in her left hand, while her right hand grabbed a few peanuts from the plate on the side and threw them into her mouth from time to time. Grumbling. Kaz-kaz. The sound of drinking alcohol and the sound of crunching crispy peanuts alternated. Boss. Why are you so small? Sany, who had a few newspapers in his hand, just arrived on the rooftop and asked in surprise when he saw Moria's appearance. Don't be smaller, how can you eat peanuts? Moria shrugged. Peanuts are that big. Emilia was originally 5 meters tall body type, take a peanut like a rice. Not only is it hard to hold, but it doesn't feel good when you put it in your mouth. I can't experience the comfort of a snack. Here. Sany handed the newspaper in his hand to Moria. Tell me, what's been reported? Moria didn't answer, and continued to drink and eat crunchy peanuts. San took back the newspaper, put it aside, sat down beside Moria, then turned his head to look at him, and said with a soft laugh, "The report says that you, Wang Yi, and Silver Axe have all been captured by the Navy." Ha! Moria tilted her head in surprise and looked at San. "What the hell? When was I captured by the Navy? How come I don't know?" San smiled and speculated, "It should be that when you left, boss, those news collectors didn't see it, and when the Navy captured Wang Yi and Silver Axe, you didn't show up. So I thought you were taken away by the Navy too. These people who do news are so unreliable, fake news." Moria complained, and turned to continue drinking and eating peanuts. "Should we speak to the underground world and let them clarify?" Sanya asked. "No." Moria shook her head and smiled. "You really think that those people believed that I was taken away by the Navy? This is just a shocking news, and they will clarify in a few days." "Okay." San nodded, and also picked up a bottle of wine and drank it. Moria and San chatted and drank. Not far from the two of them, Perona led two dark shadow attendants, wandering in the empty houses, having a lot of fun. I don't know why Perona, the child, likes this kind of overcast environment. After staying with San on the rooftop for a while, January rushed to the rooftop and asked Moria at the first sight, "Boss, why are you so small?" Facing January's doubts, Moria gently picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth, shrugged and didn't answer. You didn't care, walked up to him, and said, "Just now, the intelligence officer in the underground world came to us and asked us if we wanted the life gem of the canvas fruit ability from the Navy." "What do you mean?" Moria didn't understand. "It's the one with the canvas fruit ability that can make naval warships invisible," explained January. "It turns out that the one who made the Navy warship invisible is the ghost of the canvas fruit person," San said bitterly. "Last time on Sanya Island, the reason why they suffered heavy losses was because they did not notice the sudden appearance of the Navy. Imagine if the Admiral had been known to follow. What will Emilia's character do? Go straight up and do it. The Navy will either retreat or be repelled. There is no second option." And the fleet led by the Admiral followed behind. With the time Moria returned at the time, they wouldn't have lost so many people at all. So, everything is the bot of the canvas fruit ability that can make warships invisible. "How much?" Moria asked directly. "The underground world can even get the life card of the insiders of the Navy. Obviously, it took a lot of time and effort, and it will not be given away in vain. 100 million. January raised an index finger and said softly. 100 million Baileys. Sanyi exclaimed, "As for one person's life jam, he still doesn't know how many shares are divided, and that's how much money is needed. Do you think everyone else is insane? Everyone knows the underground world, and it will definitely not be sold to just their family." San was indignant, but Moria felt nothing, smiled, and said, "Tell them back and say we don't need it, let them go to whomever they like." "Ah." January was surprised. Boss, Misaha was also surprised, although it was a little more expensive, but as long as he got the life card of the person with the ability of the canvas fruit, that person with the ability would definitely die. "Boss, don't you want any canvas fruit ability to die?" "No need." Moria shook her head at the two women with a look of disdain. "If they have information on how the Navy controls the Sea Kings, 100 million Baileys would be worth it. It's just a mere stealth ability, there's no need to be too much. Care." "Fine." Seeing that Moria didn't care, the two women were not tangled. The next morning, under the beach, Moria met all the pirate captains and their respective vice-captains. It's a temporary high-level meeting. There are no queues, and everyone sits anywhere, except that each captain has his own deputy captain sitting behind. Only Moria was naked behind. Fortunately, all eyes on the scene were focused on Moria, which did not make him lose his appearance. Next, Moria looked around for a week and said solemnly, with the Hive Island as the center, the surrounding islands, and the pirate forces, as long as it is not one of Whitebeard, Kaido and Charlotte Lingerling, all of them are to join my flag. Everyone who doesn't join will be killed. Speaking of which, Moria called out 7 shadow attendant newsbirds and landed on the heads of the 7 pirate captains except San Yi. These shadow servant newsbirds will follow you. If you encounter a pirate who has not killed more than an hour, use the shadow servant phone bug to notify me, and I will go over to receive the corpse and make it into a shadow servant. Of course, you don't need 1 or 2. Notify me only if there are more than 50 people. Speaking of which, Moria handed the shadow attendant phone bug to Ike and other 7 pirate captains. Understood. Ike and the others accepted the shadow attendant phone bug. Then Moria and Ike and others discussed in depth about the expedition. Especially when conquering island nations. Don't kill civilians. The ruler can kill another person, anyway, they are all people who are not engaged in production, and if they kill, they will also kill. But the civilians are not good enough, they are all killed. Whoever farms, whoever fishes, whoever works in the factory. Where do living materials come from? These are all things to consider. No way. When you are just a precarious straight pirate who is always worried about being hunted down by the Navy and killed by your peers. All you have to think about is to survive, then naturally, if you go to an island, you will grab an island. After all, it is a straight pirate who has eaten his last meal and does not know where his next meal will be, so how can he care so much? But when it comes to a top pirate like Moria, you can't do this anymore. They don't have to worry about being hunted down by the Navy, nor are they afraid of fighting among their peers, and there are too many people. At this time, burning, killing and looting can no longer hide their needs. Only by directly controlling multiple island countries, allowing multiple countries to provide various materials for a long time and taking the road of sustainable development. In order to meet the needs of the movie Emperor Pirate Group to continue to go on and continue to be strong. After the one-her meeting. After eating the expedition meal. Until noon. Moria's pirate group set off. There are a total of 7 pirates, of which Ike and Blake have only themselves and 50 shadow attendants. This time, while Moria asked them to go out, she went to assemble her own crew and reformed her own pirate group. In this way, the 7 pirates left the Hive Island in a mighty manner, and went to the surrounding area to start the first expedition of the movie Emperor Pirates. Chapter 150 Expedition. The next few days. New World is very lively. The world's news coverage is also very lively. Moria didn't buy the life card of the canvas fruit ability, but Whitebeard and the others sold it. Especially knowing that with the help of the Sea Kings, the Navy rushed to the Hive Island from the Navy headquarters in less than a week, and it was still invisible. Whitebeard and Kaido and Charlotte Lingerling, as well as some other big pirates, all felt that their safety was strongly threatened. Therefore, in order to kill the canvas fruit person, it is also to deter the Navy. The New World is not the back garden of the Navy, you can come and go as you want. Whitebeard and others all bought the life card of the canvas fruit ability. In this way, the Navy cannot hide its whereabouts. Along the way, they were chased and intercepted by major pirate groups, and Kaido, Charlotte Lingerling, and Whitebeard took turns taking turns. In the end, after losing half of the warships on the Navy side, at the cost of the death of those with canvas fruit ability and the loss of control of the Sea Kings, they safely retreated from the New World. The Navy suffered heavy losses, but fortunately, Wang Zhai and Yanax were imprisoned in the advancing city by them, and several big pirates were killed directly on the pirate side. Overall, it was a successful expedition for the Navy. And this raid really shocked the remnants of the Rocks pirates, showing them the determination of the world government. It was also after this that the rumor that Kaido and Charlotte Ling Ling were inseparable gradually spread in the New World. However, neither of them shot, but their subordinates beat their heads and blood. Beehive Island. Regardless of the turmoil outside, Moriah just walked at her own pace. During this period of time, while training various speed reactions and shadow manipulation abilities, he waited for the notification from Mike and others, and then went to receive the corpse Shadow Samurai. On the other hand, they are also waiting for news about the fruit of the operation from Beehive. Moriah firmly believes that if the fruit of the operation is in the hands of people, it will not be able to withstand the temptation of money from more than 20 countries. It will definitely be found out, and it won't be too long. If there is no news for a long time, it means that there is a high probability that it is not in the hands of people. There was nothing that Moriah could do. Misahu can only fade away sadly. But the ability to inherit the fruit still has to be passed down, and Moriah will not let such a coercive ability disappear in front of his eyes. A month later. That night, Moriah, who was practicing Siga sword with Sans clone, Sai suddenly received a call from a king in Beehive. Said to have found the fruit of the operation. Moriah, who heard the news, was at a critical moment. There was no way, for the sake of little Momo's health. He can only control the body with life return, and stilt out the accumulated life energy. Then he immediately took a short cold shower, changed his clothes, informed Sanyu, and then switched places with the shadow attendant news bird over the king's capital over the Beehive side and left. North Sea. Clayderman Kingdom, the capital city. Call out. Dread. Moriah fell directly from the height of the capital to the gate of the king's palace. That inside, the king was already waiting at the door. Master, inside. The king opened the door and led Moriah into the palace hall. In the middle of the hall, on a round table, a heart-shaped devil fruit was quietly placed there. Finally found. Moriah hurried to the table, picked up the fruit of the operation with 2 fingers, and put it in front of him to observe. This is the fruit of the operation, it shouldn't be wrong. With some memories from his previous life, Moriah was sure that this was the fruit of the operation. After all, a devil fruit with such a unique heart shape is rare. Master, this. The king bowed beside Moriah hesitantly. There was something he wanted to say but he didn't dare to say. Speak. Moriah. That, the king explained in a low voice, suddenly several fake devil fruits have appeared recently, and they will fade when washed with water. Master, we don't dare to wash the devil fruit you want with water, so look. Fake. Moriah frowned, looked at the surgical fruit in her hand, squeezed it lightly, and then took it to her nose and smelled it. Fuck. Moriah's face suddenly became gloomy, and he really smelled a faint smell of paint water. But Moriah didn't dare to come to a conclusion, and quickly asked the king to bring the water. Come in. The king was clearly prepared, and there was someone waiting outside the gate with a water basin. After hearing the words of the king, he hurried in, walked to Moriah and stood in front of him, holding the water basin high. Thump. Moriah put the surgical fruit gently into the water basin, and then stared at the surgical fruit, hoping that it was just his nose smelling wrong, or that the surgical fruit tasted like that. Anyway, Moriah hopes this is a real fruit of surgery. After a while. Okay, Master, you can take it out and wipe it, and you can tell the truth from the fake. The king said. Moriah took out the surgical fruit, put it in his hand, and then used the other hand to gently wipe the peel. Then, looking at the paint stained on her fingers, Moriah fell silent. Where are the devil fruits collected? Moriah asked gloomily. In a guard's room outside the palace city. The king quickly replied. Go, take me there. Moriah grabbed the king's body and rushed out of the hall. Uebia flew out of the palace. Under the king's lead, he quickly flew to the guard room outside the palace city. The guards in the palace were all Moria's shadow slaves, and since it was late at night, no one saw this scene, so there was no disturbance. "Where's the devil fruit seller?" Moria directly asked the 10 guards who were in charge of receiving the devil fruit when they came to the guard room. "Master, it's been 10 minutes since you left," the captain of the guard quickly replied. 10 minutes? Moria frowned and quickly asked, "Do you know which direction you're going?" "This." The captain of the guard couldn't answer. In order to prevent the transaction of the surgical fruit from being seen, they closed the door in the room before proceeding. Coupled with their lack of wealth, the people who basically come to sell devil fruits usually choose to go to bed at night after they basically go to bed. So after the people who sold the fruit of the surgery walked out of the door, they didn't know which way they were going. 10 minutes, it shouldn't go far. Thinking about it, Moria stepped outside and directly manipulated the shadow to cover the entire palace and capital like a carpet. Soon, Moria's shadow covered the streets and floors of the entire capital, and then continued to extend outside the capital. It was not until the shadow could cover the limit that Moria did not sleep in the room at all this time, and everyone outside, including the soldiers patrolling the capital, were all wrapped in shadows and dragged back to Moria.